On the day of my father's funeral, I went to fetch my inebriated wife. I went to retrieve her inebriated state. Yet I heard the raucous cheers from outside the private room. A toast, a shared cup. Let's drink together. At that moment, my wife, with a flushed complexion, was holding a cup and exchanging glances with her superior. Upon witnessing this, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The once lively private room fell into an abrupt silence. Bai Ningbing's cup clattered onto the table, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her face. "Ah, my dear husband, what brings you here?" I scoffed as I kicked the chair beside me. "Why can't I be here? Am I interrupting your toast? Shall I act as your witness instead?" A series of sardonic remarks struck Bai Ningbing's face like invisible slaps. Her anxiety intensified, and a plea flickered in her eyes, as if she were silently urging me to depart swiftly. A young man approached, smiling as he attempted to mediate the situation. "Brother Fong," he said, "this is merely a misunderstanding. Everyone is just joking around. Please, do not take it to heart." I suddenly turned my head. "Who do you think you are, jesting with me here? Why not have your mother join me for a toast? Or some of your girlfriend to keep me company?" The youthful visage transformed in an instant. "I merely addressed you as Brother Fong out of respect for my sister. Do not fail to recognize my goodwill." Bai Ningbing swiftly approached me, grasping my sleeve with urgency. "Darling," she implored, "let us step outside to talk." "I apologize, Xiao Tao," she continued. "My husband is concerned for my well-being. Please, continue your drinks." I cast aside the arm of self-conceit. With a cold smile, I remarked, "Why is it that you cannot speak here, Ting? Are you afraid I might reveal your secrets?" The supervisor beside me, Wang Yin, furrowed his brows and spoke. "Your name is Fong Yuan, is it not? This is a private gathering, and you're not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave at once." Surrounding men approached, attempting to usher me out of the private room. I directly grasped a handful from my pocket, intent on coming straight forward. "Have you all forgotten the incident that occurred last year on North City Road, number 63? A life was lost. Since ancient times, how much can you earn? Who dares to wager their life here? Let me inform you, I have no intention of leaving this place alive today." North Chongbei Road was the scene of a sensational incident in Linhai City last year, which erupted due to a dispute. The entire family, along with a neighbor who attempted to mediate, met with tragic fates. After I uttered this statement in a tone reminiscent of the ominous dwelling, everyone close to me was taken aback, their faces betraying a look of terror as they instinctively recoiled. Bai Ningbing began to feel a sense of panic. "My dear, please do not act rashly. Let's discuss this when I return home, shall we?" I said coldly. "Why should we return home? I must clarify things here. Do you know what date is today?" Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows slightly, hesitating as she spoke. "My dear husband, I apologize. Recently, there have been an overwhelming number of matters to attend to." With a resounding slap, I delivered a sharp blow to Bai Ningbing's face. "Today marks the day of my father's burial. How can you still have the audacity to share drinks with others? I distinctly recall informing you just last week. You promised time and again that you would remember. I have attempted to contact you hundreds of times, yet you refuse to answer. One might mistakenly believe you care. Although I have never encountered my father, nor can I claim to have any feelings towards him, it is said that reverence for one's ancestors is a time-honored tradition. Moreover, today marks a particularly significant occasion, as it is the day of his burial." The people around me all cast their eyes towards the self-congealed ice, as if they comprehended the source of my fury. Yet, it appeared that their understanding stemmed more from a sense of schadenfreude, standing idly by to revel in the spectacle. At this moment, after receiving a slap, the self-absorbed ice seemed somewhat dazed. Once she regained her senses, her face was etched with a look of grievance, and her eyes glistened with a hint of tears. Her trembling hand reached out in an attempt to grasp my arm as she stammered, "I am sorry, I did not mean to." I sidestepped, creating some distance. "All is well." The cat feigns compassion for the mouse. Bai Ningbing's gaze momentarily dimmed, but she swiftly turned around. "Wu Xiaoting, you are the custodian of my phone, and you have orchestrated my itinerary. How do you conduct your affairs?" The girl named Wu Xiaoting nervously took out her phone. "I apologize, Sister Bai. Your phone has run out of battery. It is my oversight for not noting this down. The fault lies with me." It seems that Wu Xiaoting has taken on the responsibility, yet this only serves to intensify my anger. Bai Ningbing Zhang still wishes to say something, but I abruptly push her away with a single motion. Witnessing this, Wang Yin slammed the table and rose to his feet. How was your mother able to raise you? Resorting to violence against women? What a lack of decency. Ha ha. Indeed, I could not resist stepping forward. Ah, how my heart aches for you. I cast a photograph, adorned with the affectionate images of Bai Ningbing and Yu Yin, skyward. The pristine white paper scattered wide across the heavens. Today, someone sent me a photograph. I printed it out for everyone to share. Since you were captured in a public setting, I believe this does not infringe upon your privacy. I was surprised to discover that you were related to someone with the surname Wang. Have we ever visited an amusement park together as a family during parent-child activities? You often claim to be busy. Additionally, the damaged items have been delivered to your home. It seems you have quite a variety of playful activities. Would you like me to vacate the house for you? Instantly, her complexion turned pallid. Bai Ningbing's face became ashen in an instant. Her eyes betrayed a hint of terror, and her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Yin found himself in an exceptionally awkward predicament. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His tongue was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the series of manipulations I had orchestrated. At this moment, a middle-aged man of ample stature furrowed his brow and spoke, "I am a guest of Mr. Wang. Today's matter does not concern us, and we find it inconvenient to continue listening. Young man, may we take our leave?" "You may leave," I replied, stepping aside to open the door, my gaze icy as I regarded him, while subtly drawing back my right hand once more. The middle-aged man, portly in stature, fell silent and resumed his seat, while no one dared to speculate whether I would take action. After quite some time, Wang Yin gasped for breath and inquired, "Fang Yuan, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" I spoke softly. "Get down on your knees." "Impossible. I have done nothing wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. I merely asked Ningbing to accompany me to watch the children's performance," Wang Yin declared with fury, as if he had been grievously insulted. Regrettably, his demeanor was overly theatrical, rendering it somewhat insincere. Beside her, Bai Ningbing's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she lowered her head, lost in thought. Perhaps it was the sting of the slap that had stripped this director of her dignity, rendering her expression exceedingly grim. I raised my chin slightly. "You have the ability to attract numerous girlfriends. At the very least, you could seek the company of women on the street. Yet, why must you provoke my wife? We are all men, fully aware of the unspoken truths between us. You know your intentions better than anyone else. Do not fabricate justifications for yourself. It only serves to diminish my respect for you." As I approach you step by step, the individuals surrounding me huddled fearfully against the wall, apprehensive of inadvertently splattering at the scene. Wang Yin no longer possessed the earlier vigor and grace. He trembled as he spoke, "Please do not approach me." At that moment, someone let out a soft chuckle, for he had realized that Wang Yin had indeed been so frightened that he had wet his pants. At that moment, the self-congealed ice suddenly knelled upon the ground, lifting its gaze towards me. "This has nothing to do with Mr. Wang. Spare him, I implore you." I kneel. I have not cast my gaze upon Bai Ningbing. My eyes remain steadfastly fixed upon Wang Yin. "You possess considerable influence and hold a significant position, yet I find myself bereft of any standing. At present, I am still relying on my mother's support. The dwelling I reside in also belongs to her. One should refrain from engaging with women who are already committed, for they represent a man's dignity. At this moment, it seems I have lost my own honor, thus I must take it upon myself to restore it." Cold sweat dripped from Wang Yin's forehead. His face was etched with terror, and his knees buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The private room was enveloped in a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon Wang Yin and Ningbing, as they awaited the unfolding of the next captivating spectacle. With a resounding bang, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. Several plainclothes officers burst in, commanding, "Do not move. Raise your hands." I smiled gently, slowly raising my hand above my head. I was immediately pressed down onto the table. The vice captain pointed at me and spoke in a low voice. "I am the vice captain of the Municipal Criminal Police. I have just received a report of a violent incident involving a weapon." "Is it him?" Zhu Yin stood up with the support of his subordinates, trembling as he spoke. "It was him. He forced me to kneel." Bai Ningbing also rose to her feet, hastily exclaiming, "Wait a moment. This is not the case. It is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Bai Ningbing stepped forward to offer protection, which struck me as somewhat peculiar. Under normal circumstances, given the immense humiliation suffered by the other party, coupled with the support of a spouse, one would expect that I would be sent away to serve a few years in confinement. Wang Yin donned his coat to conceal the marks on his trousers and spoke with righteous indignation. Do not speak on behalf of such a man any longer. He is unworthy of you. I have faith that justice will prevail. Bai Ningbing's countenance was rather unappealing. She paid no heed to the main captain, instead continuing to elucidate to the vice captain. However, what transpired next took everyone by surprise. The plainclothes officer rummaged through my belongings for an extended period, ultimately retrieving only a single handle and a piece of salted fish. I struggle with all my might, unable to descend. The angle of the arc is insurmountable. I must report this. Someone has slandered me, and false accusations have been lodged against me. I shall take you to court. There is embarrassment, shame, and a tumult of emotions rising within many hearts, Sanger, and much more. The vice captain furrowed his brow and gestured for his subordinates to release me. What purpose do you intend to serve with these 2 items? I move with my aching shoulders, which law stipulates that one is not permitted to carry salted fish and handle. Wang Yan's face turned ashen. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. I must report this incident. He struck our company's director with a resounding slap. According to public security regulations, he must be detained for 15 days. The vice captain turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing and, upon noticing the imprint of a hand upon her face, inquired, "My lady, is what he said true?" Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Bai Ningbing, yet the latter remained unmoved. The vice captain narrowed her eyes and instructed, "All of you, return to the station to make a written record." The middle-aged, portly man seated at the front rose to his feet. "I am the director of the municipal hospital. This matter does not concern me. I have a surgical procedure scheduled for this evening. If you have any inquiries, I shall make time to assist in the record-taking." Wang Yin exclaimed with great delight, "Director Liu, I truly apologize." The middle-aged man patted Wang Yin on the shoulder and remarked with profound significance, "Cultivating oneself, managing the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world, President Wang. You ought to continue your studies diligently." He added, "Let us discuss the matter of collaboration at a later time." "Ah, wait. Director Liu, our collaboration." Wang Yan's words remained unfinished as the middle-aged man, portly in stature, had already taken his leave with his entourage. The vice captain showed no intention of intervening. At present, this case bears no relation to attempted homicide. Typically, for ordinary public security cases, it suffices to take a statement and complete the incident report. However, what took me by surprise was that my actions successfully piqued the interest of this vice captain. I stepped out of the private room, with Bai Ningbing silently trailing behind me. Several times, she attempted to grasp my hand, yet I deftly evaded her reach. Bai Ningbing spoke urgently, "Darling, please remain calm. I will explain everything to you." I spoke with indifference. "The divorce agreement shall be signed upon your return. Then you may take your belongings. I no longer wish to see you." Bai Ningbing exclaimed in disbelief, "Do you truly harbor such hatred for me that you deny me even a single opportunity to explain? Do you possess not a shred of trust in me?" He spoke in a hushed tone. "Very well. Yet the opportunity presents itself but once. So seize it wisely. The individuals around me appear quite striking, yet they remain oblivious to the reason behind my assertive demeanor. After all, in their eyes, I am merely a hefty individual, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, with an appearance that is rather unremarkable. Standing beside the stunning Bai Ningbing, I resemble a juxtaposition of beauty and the beast. Bai Ningbing sought to join me in the vehicle, but I resolutely pushed her away, leaving her awkwardly standing in place, somewhat at a loss. Upon my arrival, I gazed through the car window and witnessed Bai Ningbing engaged in a heated argument with Wang Yan. After a brief interval of several minutes, I was escorted to an office, where I remained seated in silence for approximately half an hour. Only 2 entered, one of whom was the vice captain. He sat across from me and gave a slight nod. I have likely grasped the situation. Let us engage in conversation. I remarked softly, "Is this an interrogation?" The vice captain shook his head. "Of course not. Just a casual conversation. You are aware that one of our responsibilities is to prevent crime. Circumstances can easily lead to extremes. Your current state, although you have not committed any crime, does necessitate psychological counseling in accordance with regulations. By the way, my name is Yixiang. Xiao Sun, please pour Mr. Fong a cup of hot tea. Beside me, a paper cup brimming with steaming liquid was placed before my eyes, while another cup was poured for Yixiang. I gently touched the paper cup with my finger and then withdrew it. Differentiated treatment was created through two contrasting temperatures, forming a psychological impact. Captain Chun, are you still denying that this is an interrogation? This is treating me like a serious criminal. The vice captain, Chun Yang, exhibited a hint of surprise. He then set his cup down, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Mr. Fong appears to possess a profound understanding of our methods. It seems I have overstepped my bounds. According to the information at hand, Mr. Fong enlisted in the military right after graduating from junior high school. What could have prompted his sudden retirement? As a second-term non-commissioned officer, he should be poised to transition into an officer role shortly. Shouldn't he? I gently reclined in my chair and spoke with a smile. I sustained injuries while serving in the military, leading to my honorable discharge. I was subsequently assigned to the security division of the Lee Research Institute. My work there is rather leisurely, and the salary is quite satisfactory. The young person beside me inquired with curiosity about the nature of the injury I had sustained. There resides a fragment of shrapnel within my mind, pressing upon my nerves, rendering surgical intervention impossible thus. I must resign myself to retirement. Yixiang furrowed his brow slightly, restraining the curiosity of his colleague beside him. Let us focus on today's matters. Mr. Fong was deliberately feigning innocence, akin to a fish out of water, creating an atmosphere of tension to compel Wang Yin to kneel. I shook my head and firmly replied, I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. Yixiang waved his hand gently. This is not an interrogation, he said. Mr. Fong, there is no need for you to hastily defend yourself. I actually empathize with your situation. However, the prevailing atmosphere of our society is such. What I wish to convey is that life must continue. If one were to commit a grave mistake out of momentary impulse, there would be no time for regret in the future. I cast a glance at the clock on the wall and, with a smile, inquired, Captain Chun, you are not an adept mediator. If mediation is to occur, it ought to be the responsibility of the community committee. The time seems to be drawing near. When may I take my leave? Yixiang squinted his eyes. Are you not concerned that your wife might sue you? The maximum duration of administrative detention can reach up to 15 days. I chuckled lightly and remarked, if she were to sue me, I would already be in detention. She is the type who values her reputation above all. To have come to this point, promptly filing for divorce is of utmost importance. If I were to be confined for 15 days, once I emerge, I might not be carrying mere trinkets in my pockets. Yixiang gazed at me intently. The law speaks of evidence. Thus, I can only remind you that one must take responsibility for their own actions. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Subsequently, a figure entered the team leader, Chun. The formalities have been duly completed. Yixiang rose to his feet. Mr. Fong, you may take your leave now. I said with a smile, all right, farewell. Upon stepping outside, Bai Ningbing caught up with me from behind, and then directly grasped my arm. Wait for me. I feigned surprise as I turned my head. My dear, I recall that you used to call me Fong Yuan. Why has your form of address changed? Have you grown accustomed to calling me differently in the presence of others? Bai Ningbing felt a sense of embarrassment, yet she still did not release her grip. Do not cause a commotion here, let us speak at home. At that moment, a sedan came to a halt before us. Wang Yin lowered the window and said, Bing Bing, our company has suffered significant losses today. Please get in the car so we can return to the office and address this matter. I grasped Bai Ningbing's hand, a cold smile gracing my lips as I spoke. I recall that you despise being called Bing Bing the most. Yet, I find it quite fitting coming from this oaf. You two appear to be rather intimate behind closed doors. Hurry and get into the car, lest you catch a chill in this frigid weather. The term pig head seems to particularly irk Wang Yin. With a stern countenance, he spoke sharply. As for you, Fong, considering my regard for Bing Bing, I initially had no intention of holding you accountable. However, you have provoked me. This matter is far from over. I shall crush you as easily as one would an ant. Just wait. With determination, I charged directly towards Wang Yin. My fists clenched tightly, my gaze firmly locked onto him. Regarding the matter of the handle and the salted fish, Wang Yin presumed that I lacked the courage to confront the situation, which emboldened him to speak so brazenly. However, I have long since discerned the inherent weaknesses within Wang Yan's character. Some individuals harbor deeper fears than the average person. I shall meticulously orchestrate my revenge, akin to the slow and painful process of carving flesh. This affair will certainly not conclude so effortlessly. Wait for me, he said. Wang Yan's expression shifted slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, not even taking the time to speak to Bai Ningbing, and swiftly sped away. I find it somewhat amusing. With a hint of disappointment, he turned away. Is this all you desired? If he dares to confront me, I might still regard him with a modicum of respect. Never mind. This is your own decision. Hurry back to sign the divorce papers. The effect seems to be waning. The pain relievers are taking their toll. A dull ache in my head begins to resurface. Bai Ningbing noticed that something was amiss with my expression and promptly supported me. Are you feeling unwell again? Let's hasten to hail a cab and return home. I paid her no mind, directly heading in the direction of home. I intended to savor the cool breeze, hoping it would ease my spirits somewhat. However, Bai Ningbing would rather endure the rain than relinquish her grip. Her dark strands clung to her forehead, and the hands that entwined around my arm were devoid of any warmth, her body trembling uncontrollably. I furrow my brow. Let us proceed. We should swiftly attend to our affairs. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she spoke. Let's not return home just yet. Shall we take a stroll instead? It has been quite a while since we enjoyed a leisurely walk. I remarked with a cold smile, feeling somewhat nauseated. Your sudden profundity, strolling on a rainy day, is purely a sign of insanity. Very well, yet you promised me an opportunity for explanation. Please refrain from hastily mentioning divorce. You are aware of my family circumstances. I have been without parents since childhood, raised solely by my grandmother. I refuse to allow our daughter to endure a similar fate. My utmost desire is to provide her with the finest life possible, said Sing Bing softly, her eyes brimming with sincerity. I wore a sardonic smile. Do you not find it amusing? Is this truly your justification for mothering others? Discontent with your own daughter, yet fond of those belonging to others. Enough. I do not wish to elaborate here, nor do I desire to engage in conflict with you. I, too, am exercising patience. In this moment, she seemed to transform once more into the embodiment of a powerful woman in the workplace, exuding an aura of formidable strength. I disdainfully reached out, firmly grasping her chin. Remember who you are speaking to. If you wish to end it, just file for divorce. Do not present yourself as the victim. Let adults handle matters with decisiveness. Bai Ningbing spoke earnestly. If you realize that you have wronged me, would you offer me an apology? She exhibited no anger. Instead, she took the initiative to draw closer. This action left me somewhat perplexed. I took a step back and released my grip. Let's discuss it further at home. Chapter 5. The wife's attitude. A home is defined by the presence of family. Otherwise, it merely serves as a dwelling. At 5 in the morning, Yixiang and his wife returned home, and everything appeared unchanged, as if time had stood still since his departure. Speak, Yixiang declared, standing at the entrance, poised to let his wife leave once she had finished her words. His wife frowned and retorted, Are you planning to say this here? This is my home too. Do you intend to drive me away? Huh. I wonder where you find the audacity to speak so boldly. I only believe what I can see and know. Yixiang replied coldly. Standing on the steps of the entrance, his stature resembled an iron tower, casting a formidable shadow that obscured the light from the hallway. What can you see? All you do is play games. His wife, undaunted, fixed her gaze on Yixiang and asserted, Let me in. I want to go home. We can discuss this calmly. I fear you might dirty the house. Who knows what illnesses you may have contracted while outside, Yixiang mocked. In the next moment, his wife raised her hand and struck his arm with force. Her face flushed crimson, her brows knitted tightly, and she exclaimed, I am not as filthy as you imagine. I will say it again. I did not cheat on you. Are you out of your mind? Yixiang slowly lowered his head and sneered, Pan. Just because no physical relations occurred does not mean there was no infidelity. We have been sleeping in separate rooms for nearly 2 years, and we take our meals apart. What difference is there between us and housemates? Ask yourself honestly, how much love do you still have for me? Emotional infidelity is still infidelity. His wife, completely overwhelmed by Yixiang's words, instinctively took a few steps back until her back pressed against the door. She bit her lip. hesitating for a moment before finally taking a deep breath and saying, "Let us go inside and talk. It seems I have overlooked something. We do need to communicate better." "Very well. I, too, need to reflect and ensure we do not repeat past mistakes," Yixiang responded slowly. His wife widened her eyes and asserted, "I have already said I will never divorce you. What do you mean by repeating past mistakes? Are you looking for someone else?" Ignoring her, Yixiang removed his shoes and stepped into the house. His wife changed into a pair of slippers, biting her red lips, and followed him inside without haste. Instead, she turned on the bathroom heater and said, "You should take a hot shower first. I'll wash up after you. Don't catch a cold in this weather." Yixiang offered no response and went to the study to reprint the divorce agreement. Upon returning to the living room, he opened a chilled bottle of beer and began to drink. The sound of running water from the bathroom permeated through the door. Yet Yixiang felt no hint of warmth in his heart. After about half an hour, his wife's cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, her dark hair cascading down, and the remnants of mist lingered on her fair skin, making her appear even more enchanting in the rising steam. She donned a V-neck, purple lace nightgown, her fair skin partially concealed, exuding an alluring sensuality as she gracefully approached Yixiang. A typical man, Yixiang found himself stealing glances at such a woman. Yet, thoughts of his wife's potential flirtation with Deccan churned his stomach in turmoil. Ultimately, unable to restrain himself, he dashed into the bathroom and began to vomit violently into the toilet. "Is the headache returning? I have long suggested that we travel abroad to explore surgical options. This cannot continue," his wife stated, pouring a cup of hot water and squatting beside him, gently patting his back with a tone laced with concern. Yixiang felt a mix of anger and amusement as he pressed the flush button, rinsed his mouth with the warm water, and retorted, "I am nauseated because of you. Spare me your feigned concern. Last month, when I was hospitalized for appendicitis, I was on the verge of fainting. I called you. And do you recall your response? 'I am in a meeting. Go to the hospital for surgery. I will join you shortly.' Huh? Were it not for Sister Chui coming to clean, I might have perished from a ruptured appendix. Listen, I know I have wronged you, but that day I was signing a contract with a commission of 500,000. My salary would be credited this month. I was doing this for our family, for a better life," he continued. A flicker of guilt crossed his wife's eyes. Yet she asserted with righteous fervor. Yixiang suddenly stood, the brief oxygen deprivation causing a wave of dizziness and darkening his vision. "Are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital," she urged, supporting him anxiously. Yixiang brushed her off, sneering, 500,000? Is my life truly worth that much? Pan, you are utterly shameless. I am determined to divorce you. Who knows if I might perish at your hands one day. I did not mean it that way," she quickly explained, her eyes reddening. However, the more she tried to clarify, the worse it became, completely shedding any semblance of a strong, professional woman. Yet, in that moment, Yixiang caught a fleeting glimpse of the naive and hopeful Pan, who had just stepped out of her ivory tower, yearning for a family. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "None of this matters anymore. I will wait for you to finish, then we shall sign the divorce agreement and part amicably. I warn you again, do not utter the word divorce." Grasping his collar, his wife spoke in an unusually sharp tone, her eyes filled with a mix of anger and fear, which Yixiang found perplexing. Logically, she should be relieved and joyous. Why would she fear the prospect of divorce? The two sat on the couch, the air thick with tension. On the coffee table lay a crumpled pair of black stockings, which his wife stared at intently, her eyes blazing with suppressed fury, her expression darkening ominously. Yixiang awaited her to speak, but instead, she picked up a package, glanced at the information, and dialed a number on her phone. She switched the phone to speaker mode, and a drowsy voice of a middle-aged woman came through. "Who is it?" "Sister Zhou, it's me, Pan. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you," the wife said in a low voice. "Ah, is it you, Nan? Speak up. Someone sent me a parcel containing undesirable items, and I suspect it is an act of revenge against me. It was dispatched from your courier station. Could you help me check the surveillance footage to see who sent it?" The wife immediately responded. Sister Zhou, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed loudly, "Who is so malicious? Just wait, I will investigate right away. Provide me with the tracking number. If anyone is bullying you, you must tell me. And that useless man of yours, he's of no help at all. You're a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. Hurry up and divorce him." After hanging up the phone, the wife felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "Sister Zhou has a straightforward temperament. Do not take it to heart. I will have her check the surveillance, and we will find out who sent the items." It seems your friends have formed a rather deep impression of me. In your eyes, I must appear as a good-for-nothing. I hardly work, receive a fixed salary each month, and now I even rely on my mother's support to survive. Indeed, I have put you through much hardship over the years. Yixiang said slowly, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Chapter 6. The wife's explanation. The wife shook her head repeatedly and said, I truly have not spoken ill of you to anyone. They merely hear some idle gossip and nonsense. I am genuinely grateful and content with what we have. You have no vices, nor do you indulge in reckless behavior, which is already more than many can claim. Yixiang, non-committally shaking his head, was aware that he too had his shortcomings, namely, a complacency that prevented him from actively pursuing a better life. Nevertheless, Yixiang believed that if their relationship had indeed soured, it would be far more honorable to divorce and allow each other to seek happiness separately, as long as there were no fundamental breaches of trust. Infidelity was not a justification for separation. The notion of wanting to maintain a family while simultaneously seeking excitement elsewhere was utterly distasteful. Let us clarify the matter of the stockings. Who sent them is of little consequence. What truly matters is how such a thing came to be associated with you. Did I inquire, or did you bring it up voluntarily? Are you preparing to explain that these stockings are not yours? Yixiang crossed his arms, leaning back against the sofa, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he awaited her concocted excuses. The wife sighed, then spoke slowly. Indeed, they are mine. About 3 days ago, I removed a torn pair of stockings in the office and replaced them with a new pair. I distinctly remember placing them in my bag to take home, but when I returned after the meeting, I found them missing. I suspect they were stolen by someone at the company. Lacking evidence, I could only conduct a discreet investigation. Bravo. Yixiang clapped softly, a cold smirk on his face. Ah, a lovesick individual with a psychological affliction, pilfering the goddess's stockings. How very plausible. Such scenarios abound in novels and television dramas. I have witnessed 100 of them. But do not forget, I have visited your office. There are not merely one but several surveillance cameras in the hallway. It is clear who has entered your office. Therefore, you must know who the thief is, yet hesitate to reveal it for fear of my misunderstanding? Or perhaps you are simply lying. The wife trembled, as if meeting Yixiang for the first time, scrutinizing him carefully before finally saying, How do you know this? Do not mistake me for a fool. Speak the truth. After all, we are destined for divorce. Out of respect for my mother, what is there that cannot be said? Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. Yixiang replied with indifference. At the mention of Yixiang's mother, a flicker of guilt crossed the wife's eyes, her slender fingers entwining nervously. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath, crossed her long, elegant legs, one delicate foot idly swaying in its slipper, and then spoke in a low, steady voice. El Dekhen has been to my office. I already know he is the one who stole them. This delivery, along with the photo on your phone, was likely arranged by him. Her tone was calm and incisive, her demeanor shifting dramatically, shedding the earlier guise of victimhood. As if to substantiate her claims, in the next moment, a video appeared on her messaging app. The footage featured a young man wearing sunglasses, known in the company as Xiao Tao. This individual furtively discarded a package at the courier station, leaving behind a false identity. Go on. How long have you been together? Yixiang glanced over, raised his chin slightly, and spoke nonchalantly. The current Pan Nan was indeed the woman I recognized, intelligent, decisive, and astute. His wife shook her head and asserted, I have not been unfaithful. However, I did deliberately create some illusions to lead LV Dekhen to believe that I was very fond of him. But who would actually like such a buffoon? That may not be the case. My own image isn't particularly commendable either, Yixiang replied with self-deprecating humor, patting his belly. Once possessing an 8-pack, he now bore a mere accumulation of fat. Previously, he hadn't noticed, but now, as he called others buffoons, he realized he was merely a crow calling a coal-black raven. His wife shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes sparkling with a hint of allure, and whispered, You also neglect your image. You were truly handsome when you first retired. Of course, you're not bad now. You exude masculinity, which gives me a sense of security. Especially when you made LV Dekhen kneel today. Ahem. Don't change the subject. I want to fall for your tricks. Who knows if you've ever said that to LV Dekhen? Yixiang frowned. Despite his words, he felt a sense of relief within. This was perhaps a common trait among men, who often revel in their wives' admiration. His wife sighed, her gaze revealing a hint of complexity, and said, Must we discuss this? Can't we wait a while? Do you think we are in a romantic drama? dragging on for hundreds of episodes, speechless? Am I a fool who want to ask? Then be schemed against in silence, all under the guise of for your own good? I am not an idiot. I have no time to guess. Nor do I wish to wear a cap. Regardless of whether you speak or not, just sign the papers, Li Yixiang impatiently declared. Tossing the divorce agreement onto the coffee table, his wife furrowed her brow and stated solemnly, "LV Dekhen wants to tear us apart. He has expressed his desire for me to divorce you, claiming he would marry me, and he has mentioned this more than once in private." Clapping his hands, Li Yixiang said, "Thank you for your honesty. It makes me feel you are not as terrible as I thought. I can understand, after all, LV Dekhen is a successful individual who can not only assist you in your career, but also introduce you to high society. This is indeed something I cannot provide for you, so let us proceed with the signing." Bang! His wife slammed her hand on the table, her anger palpable. "I have said I do not wish to divorce. If I truly wanted to enter high society, I would not have married you. I hold dual bachelor's degrees and a master's degree. The suitors vying for my attention span from the north to the south of the city. Then what prompted you to marry me, a mere middle school graduate? Out of gratitude? Or was it a desire to leverage my mother's position to meet more wealthy individuals? Do not elevate yourself to such lofty heights. My mother has never forced you to do anything. Everything was your own choice. One must take responsibility for their own choices," Li Yixiang stated coldly. His wife, unusually agitated, waved her hand dismissively and replied, "I am not a young girl. I possess my own understanding of marriage, and I am acutely aware of my needs. Regardless of your flaws, be it your appearance, your laziness, or your financial state, you are still my husband. Wherever you are, that is my home. Furthermore, I am self-aware. Although I may possess some beauty now, I know it will not last beyond the age of 45. El Dekhen is a wealthy man, and such individuals are typically astute. Why would he seek a woman who is divorced with children? I am neither foolish nor naive. The notion of a domineering CEO falling in love with a divorced woman is merely a fantasy conjured by some." Li Yixiang found himself rendered speechless by his wife's forthrightness, surprised by her profound perspective. However, this only deepened his confusion regarding her actions. "Thus," he said, "from what I can discern, it appears that the two of you have indeed been clandestinely involved. There is a reason for this. Please be patient and allow me to finish." His wife's gaze turned melancholic as she began to recount the events of the past. Chapter 7. The wife's resolution after graduating from Linhai Industrial University, Panpanan. Through the introduction of Li Yixiang's mother, secured a position in a hospital handling logistics. With a salary of 6,000 yuan, an 8-hour workday, and weekends off. It was a job enviable by many. The office was predominantly filled with individuals who, like her, had leveraged familial connections to gain entry into the logistics department. When women congregate, comparisons inevitably arise. One colleague's husband was a lawyer, while another hailed from a family involved in demolition compensation. Their conversations often revolved around opera, cosmetics, and luxury goods. Following Panpanan's arrival, her striking beauty may have incited jealousy, amplifying the scrutiny directed towards her. Although Panpanan occasionally felt envy, she was not a materialistic woman. Coupled with her family's decent financial standing, she was not in a position to splurge on luxury items worth hundreds of thousands. Yet her basic living conditions surpassed those of the average person. A significant turning point occurred 3 years prior when El Dekhen met Panpanan at a hospital gathering. After conversing, he perceived her as a rare talent and extended an invitation for her to join his company as a sales representative, offering a generous annual salary of 250,000 yuan. Men's intentions are often transparent to women, and it was clear to Panpanan that El Dekhen harbored ulterior motives. To later claim to have been deceived was merely a pretext for her own vanity. Panpanan sought Li Yixiang's opinion, to which he firmly opposed. However, after a period of contemplation, she resolutely resigned from her position and joined El Dekhen's company. Subsequently, her hours at home grew increasingly scarce, and her salary escalated. Li Yixiang harbored doubts but found no evidence to substantiate them. El Dekhen did not engage in solitary rendezvous with Panpanan. Every evening gathering or banquet involved a group. Nevertheless, Li Yixiang remained apprehensive. A man understands another man well. Having met El Dekhen once, Li Yixiang sensed the latter's intentions towards Panpanan. As time passed, El Dekhen's treatment of Panpanan became increasingly generous, presenting her with gifts like cosmetics during holidays and occasionally procuring expensive ingredients such as lobsters and abalones. This overt concern transcended the typical superior-subordinate dynamic, yet Panpanan accepted all offerings without reservation. I am aware of El Dechan's interest in me, and I am not Navi. I have never crossed any boundaries. He once attempted to harass me, and I injured his arm with a pin. Pan asserted. My growing proximity to him is not for personal gain. It is primarily to maintain stability in our relationship. El Dechan suspects I possess evidence of his wrongdoing, and to ensure my safety, I can only feign compliance. Thus, he has proposed marriage, believing that binding me to him will secure his peace of mind. Gazing earnestly into Li Yixiang's eyes, she appeared devoid of any concealment. Li Yixiang extracted a cigarette, ignited it, inhaled deeply, and released the acrid smoke slowly. His expression remaining impassive as he remarked, "You are still not being forthright, speaking half-truths. Are you truly being threatened by him? Given the predicament, why not resign? Why not report him? I surmise that you are embroiled in this matter for your own vested interests, which is why you are willing to entangle yourself with the other party. Or perhaps the so-called crime is a joint endeavor between you and El Dechan. You two, sharing a mutual affinity, hold compromising information on one another, ultimately drawing closer together." As Li Yixiang's words concluded, his wife's complexion gradually paled, although she maintained an outward calm. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her manicured nails nearly embedded themselves into her palms. "Li Yixiang, I am Qianqian's mother. Do you perceive me as such a woman?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice barely containing her indignation. Li Yixiang extinguished his cigarette and scoffed. "A fly does not land on an egg without cracks. If you were truly innocent, how could El Dechan dare to harass you? How could you find yourself embroiled in such troubles? What do you mean by fly? Everything I do is for our family. I desire a home of my own. I do not wish to live here. With your current salary, it is a struggle for you to sustain yourself. Your mother is aging. How many more years can she continue her research? Will you rely on your family for support in the future?" Li Yixiang responded, disappointment etched across his face. "You have utterly disappointed me," his wife said through tears. Li Yixiang felt a throbbing pain return to his head, the veins at his temples seeming to tighten painfully. The agony compelled him to clutch his head, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You are correct. I cannot impede your pursuit of happiness. Leave, sign the papers and go. Honestly, I am on the brink of madness. Can you not grant me a little more time?" Pan retorted, her agitation palpable. She was clearly on the verge of an emotional eruption, yet restrained by some unspoken concern. Li Yixiang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You must acknowledge one thing. Our relationship has reached its conclusion. Your reasons are merely excuses. You often claim to be busy, yet you find time to attend El Dechan's daughter's school performances while neglecting to share a meal with our daughter. This alone proves that neither I nor our daughter hold any significance in your heart. Feigning civility? Huh. Even if nothing untoward occurred between you two, he has undoubtedly taken advantage of you. I have not. I have not been taken advantage of by anyone, aside from the occasional courteous handshake with a colleague. I have never engaged in any form of physical contact with anyone. If I am lying, may heaven strike me down." His wife rose, swearing vehemently. Her expression was grave, her beautiful eyes radiating a fierce glint. "This is utterly absurd," Li Yixiang thought, momentarily dumbfounded, the pain in his head subsiding slightly. Pan. "You must understand that stubbornness is futile. Do not presume that I lack evidence," Li Yixiang asserted with a grave tone. Pan was nearing a breaking point. She seemed to be experiencing for the first time just how obstinate her husband could be. She erupted, "I have already declared that I am not unfaithful. How many times must I repeat it for you to believe me? I only trust what I see. Then call to resign immediately and turn off your phone. We shall relocate to a different city." With a sudden crash, Li Yixiang slammed his hand upon the sturdy wooden coffee table, causing it to collapse, sending its contents scattering across the floor. The wife's expression suddenly froze, her gaze shifting uncertainly. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "No. I can't. There are still many matters I have yet to resolve. Could you possibly grant me a little more time?" With a sudden surge of resolve, Li Yixiang stood up and spoke slowly. "If you are concerned about his threats, rest assured. Although I may not excel at solving problems, I possess a remarkable talent for dealing with those who create them. No, you must not harm him." The wife's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear as she clutched my clothing, her voice trembling with anxiety. Li Yixiang, disappointment evident in his tone, replied, "Are you worried about him? Do you fear that I might take action against him? My only condition is that he threatens you, and yet you plead on his behalf, groveling before me. I will reiterate, sign the papers, and then depart. Let us part ways amicably." The wife seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 8. The wife's regret. Yixiang felt as though his head were about to split open. He could no longer engage in an argument with Pan Nan and hastily retrieved a painkiller from the bottle. The last pill seemed like a miraculous remedy. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole, forcing it down. Weary and fatigued, he staggered into the room and lay down on the bed, ready to succumb to sleep. As he drifted into a drowsy state, faint sounds of weeping reached his ears from the living room, imbued with helplessness and sorrow. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they might well perceive him as an unequivocal villain. Yixiang felt that he had always been understanding, that he had encouraged his wife to follow her heart. How, then, had it led to this predicament? Minutes slipped by, and as the medication began to take effect, alleviating his pain, sleep still eluded him. Habitually, he reached for his noise-canceling headphones on the bedside table, connected them via Bluetooth, and opened the music app on his phone. After transitioning to civilian life, he relied solely on this audio to find peace and slumber. The sounds of gunfire and artillery echoed through the recording, the rapid fire of a 7.62mm caliber followed by the single shot of a 5.56mm, and the thunderous roar of a howitzer. Yixiang murmured to himself, a smile creeping across his lips as his consciousness began to fade, unaware of when he finally drifted into sleep. Tears flowed ceaselessly through the gaps between Pan Nan's fingers. Upon hearing the sounds of snoring emanating from the bedroom, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. She gazed at the closed door, which loomed like an insurmountable chasm, thoroughly separating her from her husband. A faint sense of regret stirred within her, accompanied by an impulse to abandon it all. Yet, reflecting on her sacrifices during this time, a fierce unwillingness compelled her to dismiss such thoughts. She curled up on the sofa, and the rhythmic sounds of snoring did not irritate her. Rather, they enveloped her in an unusual sense of security. Pan Nan found herself reminiscing about the limited moments her family had spent together. Though fleeting, those times were filled with warmth, each memory as vivid as an oil painting. Cece, darling, I am not in the wrong. I am doing this for our happiness. Only money can solve most problems in this world. She spoke to herself. Pan Nan was the epitome of a high-achieving woman, highly educated, highly intelligent, and strikingly beautiful. A notable trait among such individuals is their inherent arrogance. They seldom heed advice unless they suffer a setback. They often carry an innate superiority, believing others to be inferior, and habitually expect the world to bend to their will. After shedding tears for a time, Pan Nan rose to tidy the house. Though they usually hired a cleaning service, today she opted to take matters into her own hands. It had been ages since she had engaged in household chores, yet compared to the farm work of her youth, this was a breeze. The room was swiftly restored to cleanliness. In an effort to avoid disturbing her husband's slumber with the vacuum, she meticulously picked up shards of glass. Striving to make as little noise as possible, Pan Nan seemed to liberate herself from her troubles through household chores, becoming increasingly invigorated as she meticulously cleaned the entire house, leaving no corner neglected. Meanwhile, Eldachin was engrossed in a game of mahjong. The private room was shrouded in smoke, the clattering of tiles mingling with boisterous laughter, as if the very air was infused with the scent of money. I've had it. A burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo exclaimed, abruptly pushing his tiles forward, followed by hearty laughter. Pay up, pay up. Eldachin readily produced a stack of bills, remarking, Ahu, you are truly fortunate today, Mr. L. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Are you here to give me money for a specific purpose? Zhao chuckled. Those present, sensing the undertones, discreetly vacated the room. Eldachin managed a wry smile. Ahu, in this locale of Lehigh City, is there anything that escapes your knowledge? Last night, I was thoroughly outwitted by a young man. I have never felt so humiliated in my life. You must help me regain my dignity. Zhao lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Mr. L, you have the Chun family backing you. It hardly falls to me to intervene, does it? The young lady can crush anyone with just a word. By the way, I've heard rumors of your affair with someone's wife. Even during her father's funeral, such conduct is rather unscrupulous. Spare me from mentioning the Chin family. Anyone who brings it up will feel my wrath. As for the alleged affair, it is an unfounded accusation. At worst, there may have been mutual attraction. I am a man of principles. Regarding the funeral, I was entirely unaware. Eldachin vehemently denied the allegations concerning his personal affairs, yet, regrettably, his claims were difficult to believe. Zhao squinted, clearly skeptical of Eldachin's assertions. He turned to a bespectacled youth beside him, inquiring, Alwyn, what is your take on this? The young man appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Ahu, is this your new recruit? Eldachin asked. Jiahu laughed heartily. A distinguished graduate from the Lehigh City Political and Legal College, my nephew Zhaowen, fresh out this year. He is one of the few clever minds in our family. Zhaowen adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calm demeanor. Mr. L, I believe reconciliation would be wise in this matter. Historically, the vengeance for a father's death and the grievance over a wife's betrayal are intertwined, and you seem to embody both. I have also conducted inquiries prior to your arrival. This Li Yixiang has military experience and professional training, with no assets to his name. He currently resides in a place under his mother's name, yet their relationship is strained and infrequent. His father abandoned them before his birth and has not returned to Lehigh for decades. Here is a man devoid of savings, property, or kin, and yet you have taken his wife. I would argue that your primary concern should be your own well-being, rather than salvaging your reputation. Should you wish for my uncle's intervention, it is feasible, but such a person cannot be easily vanquished and will undoubtedly pose future complications. Remember, killing someone and teaching them a lesson are not synonymous. Mr. L must be prepared for the ramifications. Alas, Mr. L, I believe it is imperative for me to discuss this matter with someone and subsequently dismiss that woman, for alleviating any lingering concerns is of utmost importance. Zhao gently suggested while patting L. Dechen's arm. L. Dechen's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, I cannot let go of this woman. I must have her. Ahu, assist me in resolving this situation. Regarding Li Yixiang, I have heard from his wife that he gained entry into the military through connections and is merely a swineherd within. He possesses no real abilities, merely a pitiful wretch. Zhao remained silent, his gaze shifting towards his nephew. Mr. L, the most dangerous individuals are often the quietest. The more amiable a person, the greater the peril. You are undoubtedly aware of last year's murder case in the northern city, where the perpetrator was a seemingly innocuous 50-year-old man, Zhaowen remarked slowly. Upon hearing about the northern city murder case, L. Dechen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, yet he persisted, what sum will suffice to resolve this completely? I desire an unequivocal solution, regardless of the methods employed. 5 million, Zhaowen proclaimed, extending his palm with a smile. L. Dechen was taken aback, nearly rising from his seat, but recollecting something, he managed to compose himself and responded, very well, 5 million it shall be. Whatever course of action you take is of no concern to me. Of course, Zhaowen replied with confidence. Chapter 9. The wife's attempt at reconciliation in this world. Where light exists, so too does darkness, alongside the ambiguous gray areas that lie in between. L. Dechen intended to enlist Zhao's assistance to extricate himself from his troubles, a matter of which Li Yixiang remained entirely oblivious, sleeping soundly until dusk. His wife entered quietly, and as she approached him, she was suddenly pinned to the bed. A sharp dagger pressed against her throat. In that fleeting moment, Li Yixiang had yet to awaken from his slumber. However, his body's instincts outpaced the reactions of his mind. By the time he comprehended his actions, he hastily withdrew the dagger from her neck. Her eyes were red-rimmed, imbued with a hint of pleading. Her lips sealed tightly as if to avoid provoking Li Yixiang with even the faintest sound. I apologize. You ought to have knocked before entering. The dagger was unsharpened. It was merely a habitual impulse to rest something against it, Li Yixiang remarked with a touch of indifference. His wife lifted her chin, revealing her slender, pale neck, and with a tremor of agitation, exclaimed, Did you not once say that such instincts would not arise towards those close to you? Have I now become your adversary? Li Yixiang had exhibited similar extreme behavior the day following their wedding, causing his wife to weep in fear. He had explained to her then that he suffered from a mental ailment acquired during his military service, promising that with consistent medication, he could maintain control and would never harm those dear to him. In the days that followed, such incidents did not recur, and she gradually forgot. Faced with his wife's aggressive inquiry, Li Yixiang retorted sarcastically, You should consider yourself fortunate for my good upbringing and the fact that we have a daughter. Otherwise, neither you nor L. Dechen would escape unscathed. I will not flee. I have not betrayed you. I demand an apology, his wife declared with conviction. Her delicate fists clenched as she struck Li Yixiang's shoulders several times with considerable force. Li Yixiang, dismissive of her theatrics, reclined once more upon the bed. There exists a certain type of woman who, unless caught in the act, will never acknowledge her infidelity, perpetually conjuring a myriad of excuses. Li Yixiang found solace in the sound of rain, particularly upon awakening, as the heavy droplets pattered against the window, enveloping him in the comfort of his blankets. Time slipped by unmeasured until his wife extended her slender arms, gradually encircling his, her radiant visage tinged with a hint of flush as she softly murmured, "Darling, it seems we have not been intimate for quite some time, shall we?" "Absolutely not. We are on the brink of divorce. Should you happen to be with child, that would complicate matters considerably," Yixiang replied coldly, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his stomach as he pushed her away. Incensed, his wife reached out, pinching his arm sharply and retorted, "Nonsense. I could hardly wait to lay bare my heart for you to see. Do refrain from uttering such words." Once, Pan Jinlian expressed precisely the same sentiment, Yixiang mocked. His wife paused, taken aback, and responded irritably, "Ridiculous. Now get up. I have prepared your favorite braised pork ribs." Yixiang offered a bittersweet smile. Recalling that the last time he savored a meal prepared by his wife was a year ago during their daughter's birthday celebration. Unexpectedly, amidst their tumultuous divorce, Pan had donned the guise of a devoted wife and mother. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he slipped into his slippers and stepped out of the bedroom, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The room was immaculate, and the air was suffused with an enticing aroma of cooked dishes, making him feel as if he had been transported through time. His wife emerged from the kitchen, clad in an ordinary apron that, on her, radiated an air of sophistication akin to that of a model. Balancing a platter of ribs in her hands, she casually swept aside her disheveled hair and gently said, "Go wash your face. Dinner is ready. It has been ages since I last cooked, so I wonder if my skills have deteriorated." He recalled her mentioning that, since the age of 5, she and her sisters had taken turns cooking, their culinary skills perhaps not rivaling those of professional chefs. Yet they were more than capable of preparing homestyle dishes. "Did you invite the maid to tidy up?" he inquired as he took a seat at the table. "I did it myself. We should keep some cockroach bait in the kitchen. I heard in the community group that there have been a few reports of cockroaches in the neighborhood lately," she replied while serving rice. Furrowing his brow, Yixiang responded, "I usually order takeout, and there are no leftovers in the fridge. The kitchen stove hasn't been used in half a year. If cockroaches have come, they would surely starve. There's no need for concern. It's my fault. Nothing beats home-cooked meals, and I've neglected you in recent years. Let us have a drink," she said, her red lips pursed in reflection. As he gazed at the array of dishes on the table, a wave of melancholy washed over him, prompting him to jest, "Very well. A feast is incomplete without wine. Let us raise our glasses for this farewell dinner." "I'm sorry, dear." His wife's expression shifted slightly, her eyes filled with remorse. "Please, do not utter such words, otherwise I shall feel the weight of this green hat upon my head even more firmly. I would rather deceive myself into believing that you remain innocent. Thus, our separation is merely due to our emotional discord, and I shall not hinder your pursuit of a new partner." With tears brimming in her eyes, she poured wine for him. "Yesterday, I struck you. After dinner, you may retaliate. Hitting a woman contradicts my principles," he continued. "What nonsense. That slap was indeed deserved. After all, it was your father's burial, a matter I should never have overlooked despite my busy schedule," she lamented. Yixiang shook his head gently, saying, "My father went missing in Baikal for 3 years, and by the time he was found, only ashes remained. The funeral should have been handled by his wife and stepdaughter, but they could not return from abroad. The domestic funeral home made arrangements, and my attendance was merely a formality. Thus, my anger was not solely rooted in this. I was simply overwhelmed, compounded by frequent headaches that have affected my mood. Perhaps we should switch hospitals. I'll accompany you abroad for a checkup," she suggested, her voice laced with concern. "It is futile. We shall simply make do with the situation. It truly feels unjust to you. Were it not for my mother's connections, you, the favored one of heaven, would likely be beyond my reach." Yixiang sighed as he spoke. His wife chuckled softly and replied, "What do you mean by beyond reach? It should be I who am reaching for you. Back in the day, my dear grandmother accepted 1,000 yuan as a bride price, intending to betroth me to a 40-year-old bachelor. If it weren't for our mother's assistance, I might still be in that remote valley. Now a mother of 7 or 8 children, I feel I have let our mother down. I have not taken good care of you and have allowed things to come to this point." As she spoke, her emotions surged, and tears once again welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, rendering her a picture of poignant vulnerability. The manner and atmosphere in which they conversed resembled that of a married couple, yet in Yixiang's heart, he recognized this would be the final moment. Chapter 10. Conditions for divorce. "By the way, Jinlian, you haven't poisoned this drink, have you?" Yixiang remarked half-jokingly, shaking his beer with a smile. His wife cast him a sultry sidelong glance and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? My name is Pan Panin, not Pan Jinlin. I will only marry once in my life, and that is to you alone. Stop. Don't get all sentimental, or I won't be able to eat. Li Yixiang frowned, his impatience evident. His wife's expression instantly froze, exuding an air of absurdity as she lowered her head in dejection, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, she was not a woman given to deep emotions. She preferred to dominate at home, exhibiting strong control over every aspect of their lives. It was only after the birth of their daughter that Li Yixiang finally relinquished her grip and embraced a more laid-back existence. The meal was soon concluded, and they were finally poised to address the core issue. Li Yixiang extracted 2 copies of the divorce agreement and placed them before his wife, stating, "Sign here. Once you do, you will be free. Can you grant me a little more time to resolve this? I truly have not been unfaithful. Please believe me," his wife pleaded, tears shimmering in her eyes as they cascaded down her delicate cheeks, leaving clear trails on her refined visage. Li Yixiang endeavored to maintain his composure, wary of letting his emotions escalate into another headache. He spoke slowly. "You don't wish to divorce? That is fine. Fulfill 2 conditions, and I shall trust you." "What are they?" His wife, visibly agitated, clung to his words like a lifeline. Li Yixiang leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and, amidst the swirling smoke, articulated. "First, resign from your job. Second, surrender your phone. Third, remain at home for a month without contacting the outside world. If you accomplish 2 of these, I can grant you forgiveness." Given her steadfast denial of infidelity, his wife realized that by agreeing to 2 of these stipulations, Li Yixiang would be capable of thoroughly investigating the matter. Upon hearing his terms, her expression fluctuated between hope and despair as she instinctively grasped her phone tightly, almost pleading. "Could we perhaps negotiate different conditions? I can return home promptly every night, and you can pick me up from the office. As a businessman, you should comprehend that sincerity cannot merely be verbalized. You are astute enough to understand my intentions. We currently lack trust, and reconciliation seems impossible, so let us be straightforward." Li Yixiang replied coolly, "It appears you realize that all is beyond salvage." She wiped her tears and said, "Divorce is acceptable, but I have a few conditions." Indeed, when a woman shifts her heart, her first thought is to secure terms favorable to herself. Li Yixiang felt an undeniable discomfort in his heart, but managed to respond. "What are your conditions? Speak freely. There are no savings in the house, nor is there much to divide. The house belongs to my mother, and I only seek custody of Chanqian. For anything else, I am open to your suggestions." To Li Yixiang's surprise, his wife did not demand financial assets or custody of their daughter. Instead, she proposed several peculiar conditions. Firstly, during the cooling-off period of the divorce, neither your belongings nor mine may be removed. You must ensure that the household remains untouched, including but not limited to our wedding photographs and items we purchased together, excluding consumables. Secondly, during this time, you are prohibited from accepting any financial support from your mother. I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, designated as child support, which you are entitled to utilize. Thirdly, until a formal divorce is finalized, you are not permitted to seek companionship with a girlfriend or any male partner. Fourthly, we must not publicly announce our separation, should either of our families require information. We must cooperate." "Stop," Li Yixiang interjected as he observed his wife preparing to elaborate further, mockingly stating, "Pan and do you believe you are permitted to ignite a fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a candle? You frolic about freely while having the audacity to impose restrictions on me? Rest assured, after all these years of marriage, I have maintained my integrity and would never descend to your level." His wife narrowed her eyes, perceiving Li Yixiang as a rival. After a moment of silence, she replied, "If you can assure me that you will engage physically without emotional involvement, then the 3rd condition may be disregarded." Pan Nan, do you think I am indulging in a game with you? Let me be clear, aside from matters of child custody and asset division, there are no other conditions open for discussion between us. Li Yixiang declared coldly, striking the table. His wife, resolutely maintaining eye contact, retorted, "Should you refuse, I shall not sign. If you possess the courage, then in my life." "Huh, how shameless. Very well, I shall agree to all terms except the 3rd and 4th. However, I must inform my mother and family to prevent any complications that may arise from your actions. Furthermore, should they encounter you with your lover, it will mitigate any potential embarrassment." Li Yixiang stated icily. In a city where families have thrived for more than 3 generations, Li Yixiang's family is extensive. He has an uncle, 2 aunts, and on his father's side, 2 uncles and aunts, with with their relationships intricately intertwined. At the time of his marriage, merely the relatives occupied 20 tables at the banquet. His wife's expression dimmed, and after a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. "And what shall I say if they inquire about the reasons for our divorce? I have not been unfaithful. It was you who compelled me to this decision. What shall I tell them?" "Simply state it was due to irreconcilable differences," Li Yixiang replied. A generic explanation, yet in middle age, a divorce is understood by discerning individuals. His wife bit her lip lightly and posed one final question. "Do you love me?" "I do not comprehend what love is. My parents divorced early, and I entered the military immediately after middle school. I have never experienced romance. We married merely 3 days after our acquaintance. Perhaps our union was a mistake. And now we must bear the consequences of that error," Li Yixiang admitted with a bitter smile. His wife grasped his hand earnestly, stating, "You do love me. Otherwise, you would not have acted so impulsively today. I love you as well, and the misunderstandings between us will inevitably be resolved." Li Yixiang instinctively felt a wave of nausea, particularly as she held his hand, which felt as though it were ensnared by a serpent. Her icy fingers, reminiscent of a snake's scales, sent chills coursing through his body. The wife was taken aback by Li Yixiang's reaction, her eyes seemingly brewing a tempest, and the anger she could hardly contain compelled her to act irrationally. "Do you not even wish to touch me now?" "I insist on it," she declared, leaping into Li Yixiang's embrace like a ferocious wolf, passionately kissing him. The lipstick smeared across Li Yixiang's face, his lips split, blood mingling with saliva, filling his mouth with a metallic taste. Li Yixiang, overwhelmed, lifted his wife and tossed her onto the sofa before rushing to the bathroom to vomit. "I am clean. Perhaps you believe I am tainted. Seek proper treatment." The wife leaned against the doorway, her tone icy. Li Yixiang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Sign the papers, then get out." Chapter 11. The divorce agreement. His wife ultimately signed the divorce agreement, leaving behind a bank card. Li Yixiang carefully stored the card, regardless of its contents, intending to present it to his daughter when she matured, allowing her to decide how to utilize it. As for his daughter's living expenses, Li Yixiang felt no anxiety. A comrade of his had established a security company and had extended multiple invitations for him to assume the managerial position, offering a salary ample enough for his needs. Li Yixiang believed he could give it a try. However, prior to this, he needed to distance himself and his daughter from any potential troubles his wife might bring, thus paving the way for a new chapter in life. His wife packed a few belongings, indicating her intention to stay at a hotel temporarily, stating that he could contact her at any time should he require assistance. Li Yixiang chose to ignore her. In recent years, she had frequently traveled for work or spent long hours at the office on projects, rendering her presence at home inconsequential, especially now that they were divorced. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Yixiang sat before his computer, engaging in a war game, systematically eliminating adversaries with a sniper. Since his discharge from the military, he had developed a fondness for gaming. The visual effects of bullets piercing through bodies offered him a semblance of tranquility, effectively alleviating his headaches. Yet, today felt like an exception. He had anticipated accepting the divorce with equanimity, embracing his wife's departure. Instead, he was suddenly engulfed by a profound emptiness within, as if a vital piece of him were missing. It was he who had driven her away. It was he who had insisted on the divorce. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Li Yixiang sipped on his beer, the cold liquid failing to quell the turmoil within. After a sleepless night, he finally rose around 6 o'clock in the morning, donned his clothes, and prepared to step outside for some fresh air. The sky continued to drizzle gently, with rainwater pooling on the ground, flowing into the drains. Li Yixiang held an umbrella aloft, raising his collar, but the cold wind and raindrops relentlessly struck his face. Puffs of white mist escaped from his lips, only to be whisked away by the breeze in an instant. Standing at the street corner, he felt disoriented, watching the hurried pedestrians traverse the thoroughfare. Cars whizzed past him, their tires splashing through puddles, soaking his pant legs. Time passed without his notice as he aimlessly wandered, eventually arriving at his mother Hanling's residence. Her home was located in the staff quarters of Lehigh Industrial University, allocated by the institution. The building, aged and adorned with climbing ivy, appeared lush and vibrant from a distance. Li Yixiang first called his mother, but a graduate student answered, inquiring about his purpose. Instantly losing his desire to converse, he realized Han Ling was occupied and hung up, opting instead to check on his daughter. After knocking on the door, a woman's voice soon resonated from within. "Who is it?" "Chui Jia, it's me." Li Yixiang noted that his voice had become somewhat hoarse after a night of sleeplessness. The sound of footsteps echoed through the room, followed by the cautious opening of the door. "Is that Yixiang?" exclaimed the woman from within, her voice filled with surprise as she swung the door open. A woman, unadorned with makeup yet possessing a curvaceous silhouette, stood before Yixiang. She boasted a classic oval face, characteristic of the nation's beauty, with elegantly arched eyebrows and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to harbor the gentle waters of spring. At first glance, she may not have struck one as breathtaking. Yet the more one gazed, the more one felt a comforting allure. Simultaneously, there was an unusual air of gentle compliance about her. As Yixiang regarded the woman named Lu Xiaochui, he let out a sigh and remarked, "Sister, I came to see the child." Lu Xiaochui had been the nanny for Han Ling, having come to the city to work at the age of 18, nearly falling prey to deceit, before Han Ling graciously took her in. Thus, she had served in the Li household for nearly 2 decades. Now at 36, she had no intentions of marrying, having repeatedly expressed her commitment to following Han Ling throughout her life. Come in, come in," Lu Xiaochui exclaimed with uncontainable joy, ushering Yixiang through the threshold. Though her expression soon turned to concern. "You look unwell. Have you been staying up late lately?" "Not too bad. Let us discuss it inside." Yixiang gently shook his head, stepping further into the house. Lu Xiaochui knelt to untie his shoelaces, then fetched a pair of slippers, nearly assisting him in putting them on. "Xiaochui, I can manage," Yixiang said, feeling somewhat helpless, yet habitually handing his coat to her. "Why be so formal with me?" Lu Xiaochui replied nonchalantly, carefully hanging up his coat and smoothing out the creases. "Qian is still asleep. Please sit in the living room for a moment. Sister will prepare breakfast for you. I made oil cakes and soy milk, and I even pickled some salty vegetables. What else would you like?" she inquired. Yixiang, weary, leaned back on the sofa and replied, "Anything is fine." Lu Xiaochui poured him a glass of warm water before bustling off to the kitchen. Though she wore the most inexpensive of dresses, it accentuated her voluptuous hourglass figure most effectively. Yixiang cast a quick glance and promptly averted his eyes. Since his marriage, he had made a concerted effort to avoid encounters with Lu Xiaochui, wishing to spare his wife any unnecessary worries and uphold his duties as a husband. In their childhood, many had jokingly suggested that Lu Xiaochui was the child bride prepared for him by his mother, Han Ling. Fearing it would hinder Lu Xiaochui's future prospects for marriage, he had vehemently denied it. However, somehow this had come to his wife's attention, who frequently jested about it after their marriage. Lu Xiaochui set the steaming breakfast on the coffee table, thoughtfully providing Yixiang with new chopsticks and a spoon, along with pickled vegetables in his favorite flavor. "Sister, I am divorced," Yixiang stated in a remarkably calm tone while eating. Lu Xiaochui's pupils widened, her spoon slipping from her grasp and landing in the bowl as disbelief washed over her. "Why? What happened?" "She didn't attend my father's burial. She was out drinking celebratory wine with colleagues. Someone sent me a family photo of her participating in a parent-child event with her superior, and another person mailed me her worn stockings. I suspect she may be unfaithful, although I lack direct evidence. A respectable woman would never engage in such boundary-less behavior. Furthermore, the intimacy between us has undeniably waned. She is preoccupied with work, her career flourishing, and she certainly deserves a better life," Yixiang remarked nonchalantly, then showed Lu Xiaochui the photos on his phone. Lu Xiaocui's face turned ashen as she clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "How can she be so restless? On what grounds does she look down on you?" "Her current status is entirely due to Aunt Han's support and assistance. This ungrateful person. I will call her right now and give her a piece of my mind. I will certainly stand up for you." Lu Xiaochui exhibited rare anger, her emotions causing her ample bosom to rise and fall with every hurried breath. Chapter 12. The lawyers call in typical novels or television dramas when a divorce occurs. The male party often conceals the matter, fearing the judgment of friends and the potential distress it may cause his parents. In reality, however, the wronged party often wishes to proclaim their situation to the world, seeking not only to subject their former partner to the moral scrutiny of relatives and friends, but primarily to sever ties completely. During the cooling-off period, they remain legally married. Thus, if one party engages in borrowing, the other retains the right to settle the debts, necessitating proper notification to avert losses for friends and family. Yixiang initially planned to inform his mother, Han Ling, before sharing the divorce news in the family group chat. However, with Lu Xiaochui now aware of the situation, she intended to confront Pan Pannan, prompting Yixiang to consider postponing any announcements until the divorce certificate was finalized. He feared that should his younger cousins and aunts discover the news, they might storm over to confront his wife. Within large families, machinations abound. Yet they present a united front to the outside world. All right, Cui Jia, please refrain from causing a scene. If you push her to the brink, and she takes drastic measures, you will bear the responsibility, he cautioned. After all, she was Qianqian's mother. I've already made a scene once. It's best to sever ties cleanly now. He yawned as he spoke. Lu Xiaocui calmed down, her voice tinged with concern. What are your plans for the time being? If necessary, you can stay at home. I'll prepare some meals for you. You seem to have lost weight. Li Yixiang nearly spat out his drink, chuckling as he patted his belly. Lost weight. Starting today, I'm going on a diet. A man ought to be robust. You look perfectly fine to me. Why lose weight? Lu Xiaocui replied affectionately, viewing Li Yixiang as a child still in need of care. Being with Lu Xiaocui was truly effortless for Li Yixiang. Their conversations flowed without restraint. This was likely due to Lu Xiaocui having indulged him since childhood, accommodating all his whims. He favored black, and she would have dyed every curtain in their home that color if she could. Qianqian, look who's here. Come and greet your father. Lu Xiaocui called, bringing their daughter from the bedroom. The little girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother, charmingly doll-like, with eyes reminiscent of Li Yixiang's own as a child. Daddy. She timidly extended her arms. Li Yixiang, unsure of himself, gingerly took her into his embrace, fearful of applying too much strength and causing her discomfort. His love for his daughter was undeniable, yet he struggled to articulate it, apprehensive about his ability to be a good father. Having grown up in a single-parent household, with Han Ling preoccupied by her research, he lacked a role model to guide him in fatherhood. Little Qianqian was obedient and perceptive, nestling close to him, her gaze fixed upon him as if fearing his disappearance. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaocui busied herself helping their daughter wash up, styling her hair into lovely braids, and preparing steamed eggs and vegetable pancakes. In a moment of reverie, Li Yixiang felt a profound sense that this was the essence of what a family should embody. If only his wife could achieve half of what Lu Xiaocui has accomplished, they likely would not have reached this point today. It was raining today, and Lu Xiaocui chose not to take her daughter outside. Noticing that Li Yixiang appeared somewhat unwell, she gently urged him to rest in her bedroom. Lu Xiaocui now shares her bed with her daughter, and her room is impeccably tidy, with only a faint scent of soap lingering on the sheets and duvet. This fragrance instills a sense of security in Li Yixiang, contrasting sharply with the overwhelming aroma of the luxurious perfumes his wife favors, which often stirs a sense of agitation. Li Yixiang drifted in and out of sleep, vaguely aware of Lu Xiaocui entering the room to tuck his arm back under the covers, ensuring he was snugly wrapped. It seemed she even pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Perhaps it was merely a dream. He slept soundly, unaware of how much time had passed until the ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was noon. He had slept for about 3 hours. His head felt slightly heavy, but his spirits were undeniably lifted. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he heard, "Hello? Mr. Li, this is Zhao Wan, for Mr. L. Mr. L wishes to reach a settlement with you and compensate you for the emotional distress caused." The young man's voice was calm and confident. Li Yixiang closed his eyes, his mind slowly beginning to engage like rusted gears. After a moment, he inquired, "Is this so-called emotional distress referring to the affair he had with my wife? Has he admitted to this immoral relationship?" "Oh, you misunderstand," the lawyer replied smoothly. "Mr. L simply hopes you will cease any further harassment to avoid impacting his and the company's performance." Li Yixiang let out a cold chuckle and said, "Very well. Let us meet at the CAF on North City Road at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be sure to bring L Deck-in along." Upon mentioning the CAF, the other party fell silent, finally responding after a pause, "Understood, I look forward to it." After hanging up, Li Yixiang sank into contemplation and sent a message to a comrade of his who was a lawyer. The wealthier individuals tend to fear death more acutely, and it was only natural for L Deck-in to seek a settlement. However, Li Yixiang surmised that this situation would not be so straightforward. Once he rose and stepped outside, he could hear Lu Xiaocui reading a story to her daughter Qianqian through the study door, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. "Qianqian, keep your voice down. Daddy is sleeping," Lu Xiaocui urged in a hushed tone. Li Yixiang chuckled as he pushed the door open, saying, "Sister Cui, I have some business to attend to, but I shall return in the afternoon." "Oh, Yixiang, you're awake. I've saved you some food. Please eat before you head out," Lu Xiaocui responded hurriedly. Unable to refuse her kindness, Li Yixiang knew that if he skipped the meal, she might shed tears in secret. Before leaving, he embraced his daughter for a moment, assuring her he would return soon, which finally brought a smile back to her face. With an umbrella in hand, Li Yixiang made his way to the nearby electronics market, where he procured various electronic components and devices as needed. He had originally believed that he would never apply the skills he learned in the military throughout his life. However, he never anticipated encountering such distressing situations. As he returned home with his purchases, his phone rang with a call from his wife. "Have you returned home, dear? We are still married for today, so please refrain from calling me that to avoid misunderstandings. Just tell me what you need." Li Yixiang replied coldly. His indifference did not deter his wife. Instead, it seemed to embolden her further. "As long as we are not officially divorced today, you will always be my husband. I have 2 tickets for the opera. Come pick me up tonight," she said in an exceptionally charming tone. Just as Li Yixiang was about to refuse, he faintly heard someone speaking. Nan, I have to work late tonight. Director Lu's project has made some progress." Chapter 13. Proactive Compensation. Although the wife hastily shielded her phone, Li Yixiang still discerned that the speaker was Lu Deqin. Thus he refrained from declining and quietly awaited the other's decision. "I know you're in a hurry to leave. Don't you know to knock? I'm on the phone with my husband." The wife's tone was fraught with urgency, her voice trembling slightly. "All right, I'll come back later. Or perhaps you could join me at my place for a while." Lu Deqin's voice was frivolous, laced with a teasing undertone. "Get lost." The wife hurled the documents in frustration, silencing the cacophony emanating from her phone. "Hello? Husband? Are you there? Please don't misunderstand. Lu Deqin is just insufferable," Mrs. Pan implored nervously. Li Yixiang responded coldly. "This is your affair. I shall arrive punctually for the opera tonight. Do remember to bring me the tickets." A profound silence enveloped the call as Mrs. Pan seemed to receive an invisible slap across the face. In a strained whisper, she murmured, "I'm sorry, dear husband. Let us postpone. I have a project to attend to this evening. Next time, ensure you allocate time before arranging meetings. You might as well accompany Mr. Lu for overtime." "Considering you've grown accustomed to it," Li Yixiang retorted with sarcasm. The sound of his wife's choked sobs resonated through the line, evoking a sense of humiliation. Yet she found herself rendered speechless. I'm sorry, I was wrong." She repeatedly apologized. Li Yixiang had no desire to continue listening. He was utterly weary of her hopeless behavior. "Today is Saturday. Remember to register for the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau on Monday." With that, he ended the call. Mrs. Pan did not reach out again, only sending an apologetic text, perhaps aware of her transgressions. Li Yixiang returned home, carrying his belongings, and began modifying his phone with tools. As evening approached, Lu Xiaozui inundated him with calls, urging him to return for dinner. Upon arriving at his mother Hanling's residence, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of braised ribs. "Dad, what delicious treats have you brought for me?" His daughter Qianqian leaped into Li Yixiang's embrace, her eyes fixated on the bag he held, brimming with anticipation. Li Yixiang felt a pang of guilt and affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, "The gifts for Qianqian are downstairs. I'll fetch them right away. The delivery man has already brought them." Qianqian joyously bounced in excitement, while Lu Xiaozui, noticing Li Yixiang's awkwardness, waved him downstairs and took Qianqian into the house. Li Yixiang seized the opportunity to purchase various toys at the supermarket, uncertain of his daughter's preferences, and ended up with an assortment. Naturally, Lu Xiaozui chided him for his haphazard choices. Yet witnessing his daughter's delight made Li Yixiang feel it was all worthwhile. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Li Yixiang lay resting in Lu Xiaozui's room, having relinquished his own for his daughter, while his mother Hanling's master bedroom was off limits. "Hello, Miss Su. It's me. Good evening. I apologize for disturbing you so late." Li Yixiang was engaged in a telephone conversation within the confines of his bedroom. Once the voices of Lu Xiaozui and others faded into silence, she cautiously entered, cradling a basin of warm water, and gently said, "Yixiang, why not soak your feet? I've also prepared a cup of warm milk for you. It should help you sleep better tonight." "Thank you, sister. I'll take care of it," Li Yixiang replied, hastily setting down his phone and sitting up. "Enough. I've been tending to you for so many years. I'll also give you a foot massage shortly." Lu Xiaozui expertly submerged Li Yixiang's feet into the basin of warm water. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Li Yixiang. Since their marriage, conversations with this woman had dwindled, lacking the intimacy they once shared in their youth. He obediently allowed Lu Xiaozui to direct him, and before he realized it, he had drifted into a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaozui's face had already flushed a deep crimson, the color rapidly creeping toward her elegant neck and earlobes. This signified a turmoil within her heart that belied her calm exterior. She was undoubtedly feeling quite shy. Surprisingly, Li Yixiang did not listen to any special music that night and slept soundly until the next morning. When he finally awoke, it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Xiaozue had left a note. She had taken Qianqian to buy groceries and had left breakfast warming on the stove. Lu Xiaozue was perpetually so virtuous. Perhaps there was merit to the notion that his wife found him somewhat lazy. After all, he had been pampered by such a woman for so long that even marriage had not altered his ways. At 9:15, he set out, arriving at a CAF in the northern part of the city half an hour later. Upon entering, he sought out a secluded corner to seat himself. The position he chose was adjacent to the kitchen and faced the entrance, allowing him to be the first to notice anyone entering. Last year. It was the shop across the street. The entire family of the owner was murdered, along with a few neighbors who had come to help. What a tragedy. Indeed, I heard it was because the owner seduced the wife of one of his employees. Serves him right. The murderer was sentenced to death this year. Frankly, I think it's better to be alive. They could have just gotten a divorce. Conversations in the CAF ranged widely. With last year's notorious case in the northern streets having garnered significant attention, turning the CAF into a popular spot, Li Yixiang sipped his lemon water, choosing not to engage in the discussions, for he deemed such topics utterly meaningless. At precisely 10 o'clock, the door of the CAF swung open to reveal a young man in his early 20s. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, dressed in a sharply tailored navy suit, and his polished black shoes gleamed. He presented himself as a quintessential corporate elite. Curious glances were cast his way, and many young women whispered excitedly among themselves, their eyes sparkling with admiration. In society, attractiveness often confers advantages. The instinct to judge by appearances is deeply ingrained in human nature. Li Yixiang glanced down at his burgeoning belly, resolutely deciding that he must embark on a weight loss journey. My apologies for being late, Mr. Li. My name is Zhao Wan. It's a pleasure to meet you, the young man said, placing his bag down and extending a polite hand. Li Yixiang, however, did not respond, continuing to sip his lemon water as if the young man were merely a figment of air before him. Zhao Wan, unperturbed, chuckled softly and, after taking a seat, ordered a cup of coffee. He then retrieved a document from his briefcase. This document stipulates that upon your signature, provided you agree to cease any further harassment of my client, Mr. L. Dekhen, and refrain from disrupting the company's operations, you shall receive a compensation of 500,000, which serves as a testament to Mr. L's sincerity. Zhao Wan gestured towards the amount stated in the document, smiling as he spoke. Li Yixiang perused the terms, which were clearly articulated. However, the reasons for the compensation were rather vague. When will the funds be transferred? Li Yixiang inquired, his tone indifferent. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in Zhao Wan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, responding with a smile. It can be done immediately. All you need to do is provide me with your bank account number. Chapter 14. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. In Zhao Wan's eyes, Li Yixiang epitomized such a foolhardy individual, having entirely lost his patience. He thrust the document before the other man and declared, once you sign, I shall transfer the funds immediately. Very well, I express my gratitude on behalf of the child. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your generosity. Li Yixiang smiled as he picked up a pen, inscribing his name upon the paper, then pinned his bank account number at the bottom of the document. Zhao Wan glanced at the file with a mere sweep of his eyes before swiftly conducting the transfer via his mobile device. All done. Mr. Li may now verify the bank details. The money should have been transferred, Zhao Wan said with a smile. Li Yixiang nodded, responding, I am confident the funds will arrive. I look forward to our next meeting. Until we meet again. A sudden wave of discomfort surged within Zhao Wan, causing him to furrow his brow slightly as he replied, I truly believe we shall meet again. However, I shall choose the location next time. Watching Zhao Wan depart the CAF, Li Yixiang shook his head with a smile and glanced at the time. At 10:30, a middle-aged man entered from outside the CAF. The man, in his 30s, donned a black suit, exuding an aura of confidence, his golden watch gleaming on his wrist, accompanied by a stunningly alluring female assistant clutching a briefcase. Li Yixiang waved, exclaiming, Xiaojie, over here. A glimmer sparked in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hastened over, excitedly saying, Old class monitor, it has been ages. It is rare for you to invite me. You seem to be doing well. Li Yixiang replied with a smile. The female assistant, somewhat proudly, interjected, Our Luo lawyer is the finest criminal defense attorney in Linhai City, and also the youngest partner in our firm. Class monitor, don't heed her nonsense. In front of you, I am merely a soldier. Chen Na, let me tell you, this man is my savior. He once rescued me from a collapsing building with his bare hands. You ought to show him some respect. Luo Xiaojie exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. The assistant, taken aback, retreated a step in trepidation, murmuring, I am sorry, my apologies. Not at all, Xiaojie, let us not dwell on the past. I require your assistance with a matter. Li Yixiang urged him to sit before continuing in a solemn tone. True to his profession as a distinguished lawyer, Luo Xiaojie quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, asking gravely, are you facing a legal issue that needs addressing? Or perhaps you have encountered some trouble? I am in the process of divorcing Pan Nan, and I may face some legal complications ahead. I need your help. Li Yixiang stated as he handed the divorce agreement to Luo Xiaojie. You are divorcing your sister-in-law? Surely, it cannot be your fault. Chen Na. Please inform the firm that I will be on annual leave starting tomorrow for 1 month. Luo Xiaojie perused the divorce document, his brow furrowing and his expression darkening. The assistant immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, Lawyer Luo, you have a significant client to meet tomorrow. Mr. Li can be entrusted to our firm, Esme Lawyer. She is the best divorce attorney. You cannot take leave at this juncture. Xiaojie, if your work is demanding, do not worry about me. Li Yixiang retrieved the divorce agreement, smiling as he spoke. Luo Xiaojie owed Li Yixiang more than just one life. His current achievements were solely reliant on the support and guidance of his comrades from years past. Should news of his refusal to assist Li Yixiang spread, it would likely spell the end of his future endeavors. The bond forged among comrades is a powerful link, creating a unique circle where barriers between different realms and identities run deep. Only within the military can individuals from varying backgrounds congregate, enduring the crucible of adversity, emerging as brothers indistinguishable from one another. If Luo Xiaojie were to be ostracized from this circle, re-entering would be an insurmountable challenge. Being an astute individual, Luo Xiaojie immediately fixed his gaze upon his female assistant, exclaiming, when did my affairs require your judgment? Starting tomorrow, I shall take leave. This case concerning my old squad leader will be handled privately, entirely independent of the law firm. The assistant fell silent, casting a peculiar glance at Li Yixiang, seemingly speculating on the nature of their relationship. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared, his wife, accompanied by Dechen, dressed in professional attire. Her black fitted skirt paired with nude stockings accentuated her stunning features and curvaceous figure, capturing the attention of the men in the CAF. Nan, let us sit over there, Dechen proclaimed loudly, clearly aiming his provocations at Li Yixiang as he strutted in, defiantly lifting his chin in challenge. Emboldened by the presence of 2 burly bodyguards behind him, upon spotting Li Yixiang, his wife's expression morphed into one of confusion, tinged with panic and anger. She shot a disapproving glance at Dechen, murmuring something under her breath before hastily approaching Li Yixiang. Luo Xiaojie, sensing the tension, stood up thoughtfully, as if he had discerned the reason behind Li Yixiang's divorce, and remarked, Sister-in-law, it has been a while. Who are you? His wife responded, somewhat bewildered. She had only met Li Yixiang's friends during her wedding, and the years had blurred her memories. Luo Xiaojie laughed exaggeratedly, Sister-in-law, you must forgive me. I am a friend of Li Ge. My name is Luo Xiaojie. Oh, hello, she replied dismissively, then nervously settled beside Li Yixiang, stating, Darling, I'm just passing by the CAF with General L to handle a project. Please do not misunderstand. Having already signed the divorce agreement, let us not allow General L to misconstrue the situation. Did you not notice his displeasure? Li Yixiang remarked with a smile. Dechen sauntered over, arrogantly declaring, Mr. Li, I did not expect to see you here. Shall we sit together for a moment? Today, I shall treat. Is Mr. L's intent truly focused on coffee? Or is there another agenda at play? What a significant effort to deter merely for a cup of coffee, Li Yixiang replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. His wife's eyes darted nervously, her gaze flickering between Dechen, seemingly awaiting an explanation from him. Mr. Li, you jest. I am genuinely just passing through. Dechen retreated slightly, positioning himself closer to his bodyguards, sensing the rising tension. The CAF was bustling with patrons, many of whom cast curious glances in their direction. The waitstaff emerged, poised to intervene should any potential conflict arise. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The wife felt a pang of discomfort and embarrassment, perhaps wishing to clarify matters with Li Yixiang. She turned to Dechen and said, Mr. L, please go ahead to meet Dean Lu. I shall take the day off and not accompany you. Nan, I cannot be without you, regardless of the circumstances. Dekhin remarked in an unusually suggestive tone. The wife's face flushed crimson, and she anxiously glanced at Li Yixiang, her delicate, fair fingers gripping his hand tightly. After breaking free from his wife's grasp, Li Yixiang slowly rose to his feet, seized the half-finished lemonade, and splashed it directly onto Dekhin's face. Chapter 15. Extortion? Lu Dekhin prided himself on being an elite of high society, always mindful of appearances. Being splashed with a cup of water in the face was likely a first for him. You scoundrel! Lu Dekhin's face changed dramatically, yet he quickly forced a smile, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face, and said, Mr. Li, your behavior is truly lacking in grace. I warned you long ago not to challenge me. As his words fell, a police car came to a halt outside the CAF. Two officers exited the vehicle, entered the CAF, and approached Li Yixiang directly. Hello, are you Mr. Li Yixiang? We are from the North City Police Station and have just received a report. You are suspected of extortion, with a particularly significant amount involved. Please accompany us for an investigation. What? This is impossible. There must be a misunderstanding. Li Yixiang's wife, visibly agitated, stepped in front of him, anxiously arguing. One of the middle-aged officers spoke firmly. Miss, please do not obstruct us in the performance of our duties. Standing nearby, Lu Dekhin reveled in the sense of revenge. Though he feigned a look of sympathy, saying, Nan, I'm sorry, it was I who reported this. Your husband extorted 500,000 from me. Or he threatened to tarnish our reputation. I was left with no choice. Officers, you must enforce the law impartially. A misunderstanding. There is a misunderstanding. We can resolve this privately. Mr. Lu, let us discuss this alone, Li Yixiang's wife pleaded anxiously. At that moment, Luo Xiaojie interjected, Wait. Officers, I have a question. Any inquiries can be addressed at the station. Do not hinder our work. The younger officer replied, somewhat impatiently. Luo Xiaojie, his demeanor shifting to seriousness, produced his business card and stated, I am Luo Xiaojie, the private attorney of Mr. Li Yixiang. I can intervene in any legal matters. My client is merely cooperating with the investigation. It does not mean he must be subjected to it. Do you possess a formal arrest warrant? How thorough was your preliminary investigation? One cannot simply arrest someone based on a report. That is not how the law operates. His words rang with conviction. And given Luo Xiaojie's esteemed reputation in the legal community of Linghai City, the two officers exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, the older officer explained, Lawyer Luo, we sincerely apologize. It is primarily because NM Pharmaceutical Company is a major taxpayer in the city, hence the higher-ups are taking this very seriously. We may have acted somewhat hastily. Please accompany Mr. Li to our station for further questioning. Li Yixiang chuckled softly and asserted, Officers, I wish to file a report. Someone is deliberately framing me, a law-abiding citizen. You must uphold justice. What? You are also filing a report? Fine. Everyone come with me to the station. The middle-aged officer, sensing the complexity of the situation, especially after encountering Luo Xiaojie, became increasingly certain of his suspicions. With Luo Xiaojie present, the police refrained from handcuffing Li Yixiang and requested the involvement of Lu Dekhin as well at the police station for cooperation. The gaze of his wife was filled with guilt and concern. She attempted to speak several times, yet not a single word escaped her lips. Please hold my phone, Li Yixiang said as he handed the device to his wife before entering the vehicle, casting a deep glance her way. The phone, an indispensable tool of modern life, contained not only wealth but also personal privacy. His wife was somewhat moved, her eyes reddening, as she seemed to believe she remained Li Yixiang's most trusted confidant. As the police car drove away, Luo Xiaojie suggested, Sister-in-law, why not take my car? Ah, no need. I drove here. You go ahead, she responded. By the way, Xiaojie, will my husband be all right? She asked anxiously. Luo Xiaojie shook his head, replying, It's unclear. It depends on the evidence. By the way, sister-in-law, what is your relationship with Mr. Lu? We have nothing to do with each other. I must be on my way, she said, somewhat embarrassed, hastily making her way to her own vehicle. Luo Xiaojie stroked his chin, sensing something peculiar about her, a stark contrast to the typical unfaithful woman. Yet he could not quite pinpoint what it was. After arriving at the police station with Li Yixiang and Lu Dekhin, Li Yixiang was promptly taken to the interrogation room. Name? Li Yixiang. Occupation? Deputy Section Chief of the Security Department at the Linhai Water Conservancy Institute. Throughout the process, Li Yixiang exhibited full cooperation. After the middle-aged officer concluded his routine questioning, he inquired, What is your relationship with Lu Dekhin? He is my wife's superior, Li Yixiang replied, his face devoid of expression. According to the police report, A conflict had recently occurred between you and Lu Deqian, as you suspected him of having an immoral relationship with your wife, correct? Li Yixiang shook his head, stating, no, it was merely a regular conflict, which has since been resolved through mediation. Li Yixiang's feigned ignorance irked the middle-aged officer, who slammed his hand on the table and barked, Li Yixiang, do not think that your silence means we lack evidence. Look at this. The officer produced a compensation agreement, pointing to the signature line, and continued, this is your signature. You used Pan Panin's relationship with Lu Deqian as leverage to extort him, did you not? Extortion? Compensation? No, not at all. Li Yixiang feigned confusion. The officer, visibly frustrated, retorted, the evidence against you is irrefutable. It would be prudent to confess for a chance at a lighter sentence. Not long ago, a female streamer found herself in a similar predicament and is now incarcerated. Li Yixiang maintained his innocent facade, replying, I'm sorry, officer, but I did sign today. However, it was not for compensation but for a charitable donation. Nonsense. The officer was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Li Yixiang pointed to the agreement, stating, I am a volunteer for our city's charitable foundation. Yesterday, I received a call from Mr. Lu's lawyer, informing me of a donation from him. Thus, I reported to Ms. Su Qing, the president, and upon her approval, I met with the lawyer at a CAF, leaving my account information. You may now investigate the flow of that money. And do remember to get in touch with President Su Qing. Officer, I have reason to suspect that this is a premeditated act of framing. The handwriting on the agreement differs from my own. I urge you to verify this meticulously. The middle-aged officer thought he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Faced with this new development, he promptly took the agreement to the adjacent office. Li Yixiang smiled gently, reclining comfortably in his chair. Upon receiving a call from a man named Zhaowen yesterday, he sensed something amiss. Indifferent to the so-called compensation, he prudently reached out to the president of the charity foundation, Su Qing. Su Qing is a kind-hearted elderly woman. During his time as a volunteer, Li Yixiang had established a connection with her. After briefly recounting the situation, Su Qing assisted him in completing the necessary formalities, authorizing him to temporarily receive the donations through his personal account. Subsequently, once the compensation was dispersed, it would be transferred to the foundation's official account without delay. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. L. Deqian indeed intended to ensnare him. At that moment, the police outside procured the bank statements and inquired with the charity foundation. The entire affair aligned seamlessly with Li Yixiang's account, devoid of any flaws, and Ms. Su Qing personally vouched for him. The middle-aged officer returned to the interrogation room with a grim expression, managing to force a smile as he said, My apologies, Mr. Li. Thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Su Qing has corroborated your statements. We shall thoroughly investigate the matter of your framing and provide you with an explanation. Ms. Su Qing holds a prestigious reputation. Even the chief of police would personally attend to her inquiries. This mounting pressure fell squarely on L. Deqian. In the interrogation room, L. Deqian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he incredulously roared. What? I framed him? He demanded the compensation. He signed the agreement. Humph. The handwriting we compared does not match that of Li Yixiang at all. The precinct chief retorted sharply. Handwriting can be forged, but what about the account? The money was indeed deposited into his account. L. Deqian hastily replied. The precinct chief scoffed. That money has already been transferred to the charity foundation's account. Mr. Li Yixiang received the donations with Ms. Su Qing's consent through his personal account. You are clearly the one attempting to frame him. Confess the truth. The charity foundation? Ms. Su Qing? L. Deqian was utterly bewildered, but quickly realized he had been outmaneuvered. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the precinct chief approached the middle-aged officer and whispered, Chief, Li Yixiang has already left. Yet, I still feel something is amiss. Neither of them is virtuous, but it seems that Li Yixiang has outsmarted us this time. The precinct chief lamented. The middle-aged officer glanced at the interrogation room and asked, What should we do about Mr. L? Keep him detained for now. Let him arrange for bail after a while. The precinct chief replied impatiently. At this moment, Zhaowen was also confined and undergoing interrogation. His questioning was more intense than that of L. Deqian, and upon learning of everything, he was instantly filled with rage. Damn it, Li Yixiang, we shall see. Zhaowen muttered to himself, his eyes fierce. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky as Luo Xiaojie emerged from the police station, escorting Li Yixiang. Where is Pan Pan at? Li Yixiang squinted, surveying his surroundings before inquiring. Luo Xiaojie hesitated for a moment and replied in a low voice, Sister-in-law has gone to secure L. Deqian's bail. Please don't be angry. I believe. Enough. I left my phone behind. Lend me some change. I need to buy a few things at the nearby supermarket. Li Yixiang interrupted, still harboring a pent-up frustration within. Luo Xiaojie pulled out his wallet, filled with numerous 100 yuan bills, preparing to offer it all. But Li Yixiang only extracted a single note. Li Yixiang braved the rain and entered the small supermarket, where he browsed briefly, selecting the sharpest kitchen knife, along with some fruits and vegetables. Captain, what are you planning to do? Luo Xiaojie asked, startled. Li Yixiang handed him an orange, explaining. The kitchen knife at home is broken. I'm getting a new one to prepare some pig's head meat. Come over for dinner on Sunday. Captain, please don't joke around. Luo Xiaojie replied with a resigned smile. The two waited for approximately half an hour outside the police station before they finally saw Li Yixiang's wife and El Dekhen emerge. El Dekhen wore a grim expression, muttering curses under his breath, the content of which was unclear. His wife seemed to be softly explaining, her face filled with contrition, adopting a submissive demeanor. El Dekhen. Li Yixiang advanced, brandishing the kitchen knife and shouted sternly. You're going to kill me. Upon seeing the menacing Li Yixiang wielding the knife, El Dekhen's legs instantly weakened. The gleaming blade, unlike dried salted fish, appeared poised to strike at his neck in the next moment. El Dekhen scrambled backward in terror, akin to a slaughtered pig, emitting a frantic scream. Murder! Murder! Chapter 16. Eavesdropped news. Upon seeing Li Yixiang, the wife's complexion instantly turned pale. She rushed forward to embrace him, fervently exclaiming, Husband, remain calm. It is not worth it. Killing him is not worth it. Li Yixiang observed LV Dekhen, who had soiled himself yet again. A faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he feigned confusion, asking, Kill whom? Are you out of your mind? At that moment, the police, alerted by the commotion, surrounded Li Yixiang. The middle-aged officer who had previously interrogated him extended his left hand while resting his right hand on the grip of his firearm, attempting to placate Li Yixiang. Mr. Li, put down the knife. Stay calm. What is the matter? Is it illegal for me to bring my wife home and purchase a kitchen knife? Li Yixiang deliberately shouted. Several officers approached and, upon inspection, discovered that the kitchen knife was wrapped in transparent packaging, rendering it harmless. Additionally, Li Yixiang produced a supermarket receipt, and his other bag contained vegetables and fruits, entirely consistent with the characteristics of a typical shopping trip. My apologies, Mr. Li. It appears that Mr. LV may be experiencing some sort of stress response. The middle-aged officer said apologetically. In truth, the police were aware that Li Yixiang was toying with LV Dekhen, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate it. After all, it is quite reasonable for someone returning home with their spouse to buy a kitchen knife while grocery shopping, is it not? Humph. The guilty conscience speaks. You should inquire what he fears. Li Yixiang retorted coldly. LV Dekhen's reaction was utterly embarrassing, seemingly confirming his illicit affair with Pan Pan An. Pan Pan An appeared equally vexed. Her brow furrowed, her arms crossed as she stood to the side, lost in thought. Arrest him. He intends to kill me. Are you all blind? LV Dekhen erupted in rage, seemingly attempting to mask his own weakness through such outbursts. To be frank, LV Dekhen had achieved his current standing due to his innate abilities and background, making him stand out among ordinary individuals. However, he was no match for Li Yixiang, who played by an entirely different set of rules, unlike anyone he had dealt with before. Mr. LV, please remain composed, regardless of your conflicts with Mr. Li. I hope you can resolve this amicably. Our police force requires evidence to make an arrest. The kitchen knife in Mr. Li's possession remains unopened. It is intended for home use, the middle-aged officer said, furrowing his brow. LV Dekhen was on the verge of madness, roaring. Are you implying that it must be a knife at my throat for it to be considered evidence? According to current laws, one could interpret it that way. As we have not witnessed Mr. Li displaying any intent to harm you, the middle-aged officer replied. Meanwhile, Pan Pan An approached Li Yixiang. Her eyes filled with concern as she whispered, Husband, you cannot proceed like this. LV Dekhen is not to be trifled with. So what? Should I simply watch you betray me? Li Yixiang retorted, Pan Pan An, let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. Do not make me find the evidence. A cold smile played on his lips. The wife's face paled further, her mouth opening several times, yet words failed her. LV Dekhen approached with a frigid demeanor, practically wishing to vanish into the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, Li, consider yourself fortunate to have narrowly escaped this time. Just wait. Boss Liu. I have yet to voice my grievances, yet you unleash such fury upon me? Li Yixiang chuckled, gently patting Liu Dekhen's shoulder, his gaze chillingly intense. Lu Dekhan shrugged off Li Yixiang's hand with disdain, arrogantly retorting, "If you do not cherish such a remarkable woman as Nan Nan, then I shall gladly take her off your hands." Enough. The wife's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with sorrow as she shot a glance at Li Yixiang, then stepped in front of him, addressing Lu Dekhan firmly. "This matter ends here. Let it be. I shall wait for you in the car. You had best hurry." Lu Dekhan scoffed, turning on his heel and departing. The wife, filled with remorse, confessed, "Darling, I truly do not understand what has transpired. Rest assured, there will absolutely be no next time. Remember to file for divorce tomorrow. Don't let my efforts be in vain. Xiaojie is the divorce attorney I hired. Should you fail to appear, I will instruct him to initiate proceedings against you." Li Yixiang replied coolly, "Understood." The wife trembled slightly, fear etched upon her face. And after a moment, she replied, "Very well. I will go tomorrow. We still have a 30-day cooling-off period. You must give me your assurance." "Assurance of what? That we will continue to act as a couple during this cooling-off period? What nonsense." Li Yixiang's tone was icy. Just then, the wife's phone rang. Displaying Pighead as the caller, likely Lu Dekhan. After hanging up, she took a deep breath and said, "Darling, I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave for now. Let us discuss this when you have calmed down. I will definitely go tomorrow. Have you started the car?" Li Yixiang made a tactical gesture to Luo Xiaojie, who immediately understood. "Yes, it's parked right outside. Let us go." Luo Xiaojie replied succinctly, producing his car keys. Once inside the vehicle, Li Yixiang began adjusting the equipment while remarking, "It appears you have made significant progress these past few years. You are now driving a Cullinan. All thanks to the support of my brothers. I've merely earned a little." Luo Xiaojie humbly replied, "Can you keep up at a straight distance of 30 meters?" Li Yixiang inquired. "Rest assured, the driving skills you taught me have seen me through gunfire and chaos. A mere small-time boss is nothing to worry about," Luo Xiaojie scoffed. Luo Xiaojie's driving was remarkably steady, even in the rain, as he closely followed Lu Dekhan's black Audi. Li Yixiang activated the listening software on a backup phone, inhaling deeply before donning his headphones. The wife had hastily left, forgetting to return the phone to him. This device served as a listening device. Both phones needed to be within a certain range to ensure optimal listening quality. Additionally, this phone was a test to see if his wife would open it to check for information. It contained recordings of his conversations with Zhao Wen, which could prove he was aware beforehand that the 50,000 was indeed compensation. While the recordings could not be classified as extortion evidence, they would certainly complicate matters should a lawsuit arise. If his wife truly conspired with Lu Dekhan, she would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to appease her lover. At this moment, Li Yixiang could hear the conversation inside the car. Although muffled by his bag, certain phrases remained discernible. "Nan Nan, you will be divorced tomorrow, as we previously agreed. When will you marry me?" El Dechan's voice was unseemly. The wife immediately retorted in anger, "I have complied with your demands. You are the reason I must divorce. When will you give me the password? I only want my share of the money. Money is negotiable. However, I desire you, and I want your heart. After you register the divorce tomorrow, I will wait for you at the Linghai Grand Hotel in the evening. At that time, I shall provide you with the password. What is mine will be yours. This time, I speak with conviction." El Dechan exclaimed, filled with rage. The wife coldly replied, "He has no relation to this matter. This is our transaction. He is quite impulsive. Do you not fear for your life?" "Huh, I am not afraid at all. If he dares to take action, I will have him locked away immediately. If you behave well tomorrow, I might consider letting him go," El Dechan threatened. After a moment of silence, the wife declared, "I want 70% of that money." "Very well, as long as you agree to marry me. Everything is negotiable. Have a son for me, and he can stay at home, serving in the kitchen. All that is mine will be yours." El Dechan replied with a smile. The wife scoffed. "Stop at the intersection ahead. What about our rendezvous tomorrow?" El Dechan inquired. "I will be there. If you deceive me, I will end you," the wife asserted fiercely. The conversation concluded. Li Yixiang's face turned ashen, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. Within him, a feral beast seemed poised to break free, yearning to obliterate everything. Betrayal. Shameful betrayal. When Pan Nin uttered, "I will be there tomorrow," the countless sweet nothings and apologies she once offered now felt profoundly ironic. Luo Xiaojie noticed the black Audi had come to a halt, prompting him to decelerate and park by the roadside. "Sister-in-law is out. Shall we continue?" he asked. Li Yixiang, weary, leaned against the back seat, stowing away his spare phone, and replied, "No need. Thank you for your efforts." The items need to be recovered. Class monitor. We should refrain from such surveillance in the future, as it constitutes illegal activity. I can assist you in finding someone specialized in these matters, should anything arise. Someone will take the fall. Luo Xiaojie nodded. You're right. I want to personally get involved next time. Suddenly, Luo Xiaojie's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Pan Nan, and he handed the phone to Li Yixiang. The persistent calls continued. Hello, what is it? Li Yixiang managed to suppress his inner turmoil. Responding in an icy tone, Pan Nan eagerly exclaimed, Darling, where are you now? I want to return your phone. Let's meet. I have acquired a new SIM card. You may discard your phone, for I shall not utilize it again. There is no necessity for us to meet. Go and accompany your lover. The sight of you repulses me. Let me issue you a warning. Do not bring your sordid affairs into our home, especially not before our daughter. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. We shall converse then. Li Yixiang spoke coldly. A faint sound of sobbing emanated from the phone before the call was disconnected. Pan Nan refrained from turning on her phone, while Li Yixiang took a deep breath and remotely formatted another device. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaojie curiously inquired, Class leader, with your skills and techniques, it should be effortless to implant listening devices in your sister-in-law's phone, yet why go to such lengths? You have stated that this is illegal, it's merely a wasted phone, and I have already acquired the answers I sought. Li Yixiang pinched his brow and replied, Do you have any cigarettes? I have cigars. Wait a moment while I prepare one for you. Luo Xiaojie expertly retrieved a cigar box from the passenger seat, and under modest conditions, he toasted the cigar. He handed the cigar to Li Yixiang but hesitated before saying, Class leader, I feel that your sister-in-law does not resemble an unfaithful woman. The dynamic between her and LV Dechen does not seem flirtatious. Rather, they appear to be business partners, somewhat disconnected in essence. Li Yixiang chose not to disclose what he had overheard and declined the offered cigar, igniting his own inexpensive cigarette as he slowly remarked, She is simply too greedy. Desiring everything. She is self-righteous, believing herself to be the most intelligent in the world, expecting others to act according to her whims. LV Dechen is not to be underestimated. He has connections in the city and possesses a ruthless nature, associating with some local thugs. I have heard that he was involved in a fatal incident years ago. Being with him could spell trouble for your sister-in-law. Luo Xiaojie expressed his concern. Li Yixiang scoffed. When it rains, it pours. She chose her own path, and she must walk it to the end, even if it means weeping. If she does not appear at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, proceed directly with the divorce proceedings on my behalf. By the way, what is your fee for legal services? Name your price. I cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Class leader, you are striking me in the face with this. Luo Xiaojie promptly refused. Li Yixiang said nothing further. His previously untroubled mindset had shifted slightly, as he disliked being in anyone's debt and knew that money often falls short when needed. Luo Xiaojie accompanied Li Yixiang to obtain a new SIM card and purchase a new phone, which rang to life just as he received a call from his mother's assistant. Senior Li, the teacher will hold a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and there will be about an hour around noon. If you have matters to discuss, you may wait for her in her office. The girl on the phone was Bai Xiaohe, 23 years old, a prodigy completing her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies consecutively, and currently serving as Han Ling's project assistant. The address of Senior Li filled Li Yixiang with embarrassment. He had previously attempted to correct Bai Xiaohe, yet she remained steadfast in her ways. Amongst their peers, Li Yixiang's credentials were the least prestigious. Han Ling has nurtured not just graduate students, but also doctoral candidates. Yet, paradoxically, she has seemingly given up on her own son, entirely relinquishing her efforts during his elementary school years. Li Yixiang may very well be the sole individual in the country who has benefited from the guidance of a doctoral advisor while tackling elementary homework. Despite any perceived shortcomings, Li Yixiang remains her beloved son. Although Han Ling has abandoned his academic pursuits, she has meticulously charted a course for his life. With familiarity, Li Yixiang greeted the security guard and, holding a black umbrella, made his way directly to the Research and Development Center. The center, situated in the northwest corner of the university, has become almost a second home for Han Ling, where she resides for much of the year, only managing to see her son during holidays and festivals. Chapter 17. A Mother's Thoughts. Linhai University of Technology stands as a premier institution for science and engineering in the country. Having long endured foreign sanctions while primarily engaging in the research and development of cutting-edge aerospace technology, Han Ling holds several national-level projects, collaborating with a multitude of researchers, numbering over 100. Numerous entrepreneurs from the private sector covet the opportunity to partner with her, yet they find themselves deprived of even a moment's discourse. At the entrance of the RD Center, a sentry stands guard, armed and vigilant, eyes fixed ahead. Yixiang, initially appearing amiable, is swiftly halted by the watchful soldier as he approaches. No visitors allowed. The sentry announces firmly. I have an appointment with Professor Han Ling, Yixiang replies with resignation. After the sentry verifies the information through protocol and makes a confirmation call, he permits Yixiang to register his arrival. While awaiting the escort from the research center, Yixiang is required to deposit his mobile phone in a safe and pass through a metal detector. This series of cumbersome security measures contributes to his reluctance to visit his mother. Suddenly, a petite girl, no taller than 5 feet, rushes out, waving energetically at Yixiang. She possesses a cherubic face, flawless features, and short hair framing her delicate visage, with eyes that sparkle like stars. Although she dons a white lab coat, the exaggerated front of her attire is hard to miss, particularly as she dashes, raising concern for her balance. Xiaohua, Yixiang greets her, stepping forward. Bai Xiaohua is one of Han Ling's favorite students, alongside Pan Panan. However, unlike the latter, Bai Xiaohua's intelligence seems inversely proportional to her emotional quotient, and she exhibits a fervent dedication to her research. Brother, you've gained weight again. It's time to lose some. Bai Xiaohua unabashedly links her arm with Yixiang's, beaming with a smile. Her laughter reveals 2 shallow dimples, and her eyes squint adorably, enhancing her charm. Yes, I'll start a diet soon, Yixiang responds, subtly withdrawing his arm, his tone neutral. He recognizes that Bai Xiaohua means no harm, yet he instinctively detests such boundary-less behavior. It is not that he dislikes her, rather, he abhors complications and yearns for a tranquil life. Unperturbed, Bai Xiaohua skips ahead, leading Yixiang into the research building, continuously swiping her access card to unlock doors until they reach a private office on the top floor. After knocking, she respectfully calls out, "Teacher," before retreating anxiously to a distance. With a sigh, Yixiang pushes the door open and steps inside, calling out, "Mom." Han Ling, now over 50, boasts a full head of black hair and wears thick-framed glasses, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Many find themselves instinctively intimidated in her presence. Although her research projects are niche, they are internationally recognized as being at the forefront of their field. Even during off hours, should a mayor seek an audience, it would depend entirely on her mood, and these officials dare not express discontent. As a leading figure in the scientific community, Yixiang has been well aware of her esteemed status, having encountered numerous influential personalities throughout his life. Had it not been for Yixiang's refusal, he could have easily assumed a position of significant authority. "Speak up, what is it?" Han Ling continued trimming the branches, not even turning her head. The relationship between mother and son was distinctly frosty, and Han Ling spoke to him as if he were merely a student. Yixiang had grown accustomed to this. Recognizing that Han Laosher had little time to spare, thus he stated, "I intend to divorce Pan Panan." "Ah, I see. Xiaozue called me," she replied indifferently. Just avoid provoking her. She cried incessantly on the phone. One might think she were a wife. "If you wish to divorce, then do so. Is there anything else?" Han Ling said with a hint of detachment. Yixiang was infuriated. "So Xiaozue can get through to you, but I am met with silence? Am I not your own son?" "You are indeed my son, which is precisely why you dare to speak thus." Han Ling responded, her expression unchanging. "Pan Panan has wasted her time with you." At her words, Yixiang felt as though he might burst with rage. If anyone could unsettle his emotions, it was undoubtedly this very mother. "Pan Panan has been unfaithful. The daughter-in-law you introduced, your favorite student, has cheated. She wasted her time with me, and I remained faithful." Han Ling elegantly set down the kettle and turned to face him. "Pan Panan was nurtured by me. As long as I am alive, she will neither stray nor dare to stray. Would you like me to show you her family photo with another man? The stockings she wore were sent home, working overtime. And you can't even catch a glimpse of her. How can one continue living like this?" Yixiang exclaimed in anger, veins bulging on his forehead, and signs of a headache began to emerge as his blood pressure rose. Han Ling said slowly, "I truly regret sending you to the army. Upon your return, you seem to have transformed into someone entirely different. Had I not verified the DNA, I would hardly believe such a drastic change was possible. I trust there are reasons for Pan Panan's actions. She is dissatisfied with the path I've laid out and wishes to forge her own way." She is both clever and greedy, and perhaps she seeks to gamble everything this time. Her future is no longer my concern, as long as you do not oppose it. Li Yixiang had lost his desire to remain. You are free to make your own decisions. I will not interfere, Han Ling stated coolly. She is Qianqian's biological mother. I can assist where possible, but let us avoid any life-threatening situations that might affect Qianqian in the future. Well then, I must take my leave. Annoyed, Li Yixiang turned to exit when Han Ling called him back. Have you attended your father's funeral? Did the relatives from the Li family come? Everyone except Pan Panan, who is celebrating with her lover, Li Yiping replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm, seemingly contradicting Han Ling's assertions. Han Ling gently frowned and continued. It appears you are resolute in your decision to divorce, so I shall not dissuade you. However, one cannot remain single indefinitely. Does your uncle's son not suffer from depression after failing to cope post-divorce? What do you think of Baizao? With a simple disposition and a commendable family background, she has never experienced romance, not even holding a boy's hand. I can see she harbors special feelings for you. Once the divorce certificate is obtained, I'll discuss it with Xiaohe. Stop. Why are you meddling again? I've already fallen into that pit once. Can I afford to stumble again? When you introduced me to Pan Panan, didn't you say something similar? Rather than this, I might as well marry Sister Cui. It would be better for Qianqian. Li Yixiang exclaimed in frustration. Han Ling's eyes brightened with contemplation as she replied, that could work. Enough with the nonsense. I'm leaving. Please inform Auntie and the others not to trouble Pan Panan, nor to engage with her. I must expedite my divorce. After Li Yixiang finished speaking, he hurriedly departed, fearing his mother might utter another shocking statement. Chapter 18. A Change of Thoughts. Husband, Yixiang? I'm back. As Pan Panan opened the door, the darkness of the living room enveloped her, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. Once the lights flickered to life, she wandered around the house before despondently sinking into the sofa, her gaze fixated on the study. In the past, she had despised the sound of Li Yixiang playing video games at home. The cacophony of gunfire exacerbated her already weary spirit. However, with that broad back now absent, she felt like a sailboat tossed about in a tempest, engulfed in uncertainty and unrest. Husband, I am on the verge of success. You must wait for me. With effort comes reward, and I have invested so much already. I cannot abandon it now. Pouring herself a cup of warm milk, Pan Panan curled up in bed, her gaze blankly staring at the ceiling. She knew her husband was likely at her mother Han Ling's house, yet she dared not reach out, clinging to a flicker of hope that she could return to her previous life after the dust settled. The lights in the house remained illuminated, yet the chilling solitude enveloped Pan Panan, causing her to tremble in fear. Over the years, she had encountered numerous individuals from high society, gaining insight not only into their extravagant and debauched lifestyles, but also into the intricacies of human nature. She longed for success, yearning to be the center of attention, with a clear understanding of her own needs. Yet the realm of family remained an untouchable taboo. Pan Panan had never contemplated divorce. Her obsession with marriage was pathological, rooted in the misfortunes of her upbringing, which forbade her from allowing herself a failed union. Even if Li Yixiang were to languish in complacency, she would rather support him than part ways. Han Ling had keenly observed Pan Panan, selecting her as her daughter-in-law from countless other girls based on comprehensive consideration. Unfortunately, Pan Pan's utilitarian mindset grossly underestimated Li Yixiang's pride in the audacity of El Dekin, ultimately leading to the demise of her marriage. Meanwhile, El Dekin was nearly driven to madness. After several unanswered calls to Pan Panan, he cursed, "Wretched woman." He pressed the accelerator and drove to the bar. Bursting into the private room, he found Zhao Hu and slammed his hand on the table. "Zhao Hu, what happened to the assurance you gave me? Either return the 5 million or provide me with an explanation." El Dekin bellowed. Zhao Hu's expression darkened as he replied solemnly, "That kid is quite astute. This outcome is not what I anticipated. My nephew is still under investigation at the police station. Even without you, I will reclaim my face." Feeling somewhat appeased, El Dekin sat down and continued drinking with Zhao Hu. Soon, Zhaowen pushed open the door and entered the room, his gaze sinister. Bowing deeply, he addressed El Dekin. "Mr. L, it is my failure to act appropriately. Allow me to provide you with an explanation." He grasped an empty bottle and smashed it against his own head, blood streaming down in a gruesome spectacle. El Dekin could hardly adapt to the reckless behavior of these fugitives, yet he too was rendered speechless. He swallowed hard and raised his glass, declaring, "Never mind, it's all right. Next time, it must be executed flawlessly. I already have a plan," Zhaowen replied coldly. You had better have a plan. Do not toy with me. El Dekhin left with a firm statement. Zhao furrowed his brow and inquired, On. What is the matter this time? I too have been deceived while playing the part of the fool. However, this lad possesses some connections. I need to deliberate further. Zhaowen replied in a low voice, pressing a handkerchief against his wound, his gaze as chilling as a serpent's. Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, Indeed. It is wise to be cautious. We are currently in a transitional period, were it not for the Chen family's connections. I truly would not want to wade through this murky water. In the family quarters of Lehigh Industrial University, Li Yixiang had just finished his shower. Clad merely in oversized shorts and a tank top, swaying as he stepped out. Lu Xiaozue had just lured Qianqian to sleep and carefully closed the door. Upon seeing Li Yixiang in such a state, she frowned and reprimanded in a hushed tone. Why didn't you dry your hair before coming out? What if you catch a cold? It's fine. What does a grown man need a hairdryer for? Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly, lazily leaning against the sofa. He had initially intended to open a bottle of beer, but, recalling his diet, he suppressed the urge. Lu Xiaozue pulled him up and said, Let us go to the bedroom. I'll dry your hair. Are you having a midnight snack tonight? No, I want tea, Li Yixiang replied obediently, standing up slowly. He watched Lu Xiaozue's curvaceous silhouette, and an inexplicable emotion seemed to awaken within him. The hairdryer buzzed industriously as Lu Xiaozue meticulously dried Li Yixiang's hair, gently massaging his scalp with her fingers. Are you really going to register for divorce tomorrow? Have you considered it? I don't believe Pan Pan is the type to cheat, Lu Xiaozue asked softly. Li Yixiang replied impatiently, Why do you sound like my mother? Some women are simply skilled performers. A woman like Pan Pan would sacrifice anything for success. There is no difference between her and a streetwalker, just a matter of money. Slap. Lu Xiaozue smacked Li Yixiang lightly, displeased. Stop talking nonsense. She is Qianqian's mother, and it's inappropriate to speak like that. In truth, I can see that Pan Pan values this family. She asks about Qianqian every day. Never heed what women say. Observe what they do. Just because she has ambiguous relations with other men, no matter how many noble excuses she presents, it won't pass muster with me. Perhaps I indeed lack ambition and have squandered Pan Pan's promising future. This divorce will liberate us both. Consider it a release. As Li Yixiang spoke, he yawned. A wave of fatigue washing over him, his eyelids growing heavier until they finally closed. Lu Xiaozue gently smoothed the furrows on Li Yixiang's brow, whispering softly, Do not worry. I shall always be by your side. Li Yixiang had already slipped into slumber, where he found himself once more amid the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. The deafening explosions reverberating in his ears, the inky darkness obscuring his sense of direction. With a sudden gasp, Li Yixiang bolted upright in bed. Inhaling deeply as cold sweat soaked through his pajamas, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead. A glance at his phone revealed it was precisely 6 o'clock. After calming his racing heart, he descended from the bed. The living room was enveloped in silence, yet if one listened closely, the sounds emanating from the kitchen indicated Lu Xiaozue was preparing breakfast. After refreshing himself, Li Yixiang returned to the bedroom and commenced a series of push-ups on the floor. Just as he completed 100, the cracking of his bones echoed, and his muscles screamed in protest, a testament to his prolonged absence from physical exertion. In his prime, Li Yixiang had achieved an astonishing feat of 900 push-ups during a military exercise, a record that remains unbroken to this day. Yet now, after barely completing 100, he found himself grappling with immense discomfort. Undeterred by the pain, he attentively monitored the changes within his body, relentlessly pushing his muscles to their limits until he collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. The sweat pooling beneath him began to form a vague outline of a human figure. Lying there, Li Yixiang gazed vacantly at the ceiling, pondering the purpose behind his weight loss endeavor. A pursuit that starkly contrasted with the simplicity he envisioned upon his discharge, a life lived in tranquil obscurity. Chapter 19. The wife has fled. Li Yixiang entered the kitchen and beheld Lu Xiaozue frying ribbon fish. The fish coated in egg wash and batter being gently lowered into the bubbling oil. The sizzling sound filled the air, and soon a delicate fragrance wafted through the room. Yixiang, you're up? Just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. I've also prepared century egg and lean meat congee. Lu Xiaozue said with a smile as she turned around. Her black apron was snug against her ample figure, and for a fleeting moment, Li Yixiang's gaze lingered a little too long. The alluring scent enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Lu Xiaozue seemed oblivious to his reaction. tenderly brushing aside a few stray hairs from his forehead before hastily returning to the frying pan. A plate of fried ribbon fish, a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, accompanied by 2 oil cakes, adorned the table. Li Yixiang, determined to maintain his diet, refrained from sampling the fried fish, which filled Lu Xiaozui with concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Reluctantly, under her hopeful gaze, Li Yixiang took a bite of the fish. The outer layer was crisp while the inside was tender, and the rich flavor of the fish ignited his appetite. In the end, he devoured everything on the table. Realizing his folly, regret was futile. He resolved to double his exercise for the day. At 7:30 in the morning, their daughter Qianqian finally awoke, calling for her aunt. And upon seeing Li Yixiang, she eagerly reached out for a hug. With time slipping away, Li Yixiang comforted his daughter with a few words before hastily departing the house. Luo Xiaojie's Cullinan was parked by the roadside, and after Li Yixiang got in, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau 15 minutes later. The line for divorce registration was long, while the marriage desk stood eerily empty. Li Yixiang's mood soured further as he took a number and stood outside with Luo Xiaojie, smoking, until Pan emerged from a taxi. Luo Xiaojie extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "Squad leader, I'll go ahead. Call me if you need anything. You two should have a proper talk." "There is nothing to discuss," Li Yixiang replied coldly. Pan appeared quite plain today, likely having gone without sleep all night, her eyes swollen as if they were walnuts. Despite her efforts with makeup, the dark circles around her eyes remained visible. Yet, she was still a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure alluring. Many men unconsciously directed their gaze toward her before glancing at Li Yixiang, baffled by the notion of a man divorcing such a stunning woman, an act they deemed utterly wasteful. Standing beside Pan felt incongruous to Li Yixiang, reminiscent of the classic tale of Beauty and the Beast, with an undeniable jolt of contrast. "Honey, I'm sorry I'm late," Pan said, on the verge of tears, glistening droplets threatening to spill as her trembling hands sought to grasp Li Yixiang's arm. He evaded her touch, his voice icy. "Let us go inside. Who are you trying to put on a show for? Anyone unaware might think I'm the one who strayed. Where is your lover, Director L?" His voice was deliberately loud, instantly garnering the attention of those around him. Their gaze is a mixture of disdain, sympathy, and even a few men contemplating asking Pan and for her phone number later. Pan bit her crimson lip, her eyes turning icy as she slowly remarked, "Let's go. I do not wish to waste any more time." The standard procedure entailed heading to the mediation room, where a kind-eyed female mediator in her 50s glanced at the documentation and stated, "You two have children and stable jobs, so you must think carefully. This is not an insurmountable conflict. Do not rush into divorce." Pan then lowered her head in silence, while Li Yixiang, devoid of expression, declared, "Our feelings are incompatible. She cheated during our marriage. I did not. I am innocent and pure." Pan protested defiantly. Li Yixiang scoffed, "Emotional infidelity is still infidelity. Eagerly acting as a mother for someone else is repulsive." As Pan prepared to retort, the mediator intervened. Perhaps such matters were too commonplace for her, as she showed neither curiosity nor concern. After organizing the documents, she asked, "So, shall we proceed with the division of assets and custody of the children according to your agreement? If you confirm, please sign below." Without hesitation, Li Yixiang inscribed his name. Pan, in stark contrast, trembled with rage, suddenly tearing the agreement in half, exclaiming, "I object. I want custody of our daughter." In that moment, her expression was terrifying, as if she were about to devour someone. After declaring this, she abruptly stood and fled. Li Yixiang, taken aback, quickly chased after her. "Come back," he shouted, only to see Pan and get into a black Audi. Luo Xiaojie approached in surprise, asking, "Team leader, what happened?" Li Yixiang recounted the events, then seethed, "Damn it. We had discussed everything so well. Divorce would be a relief for her. Why the sudden change of heart? I cannot lose custody of our daughter." "Sister-in-law. She may not want a divorce," Luo Xiaojie tentatively suggested, but upon witnessing Li Yixiang's menacing glare, he quickly amended, "Team leader, according to current law, your sister-in-law's income far exceeds yours, and since it's a girl, custody will likely be awarded to the mother. To contest custody, you must first prove her inability to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother or that she has significant moral flaws that would negatively impact your daughter. Only then might the court consider awarding custody to you. Those specifics must be analyzed case by case." Neither of us have truly undertaken our responsibilities. I will change." Li Yixiang replied. "That cannot be helped. So we must focus on her moral flaws, such as infidelity? He mused. Luo Xiaojie cautioned, team leader. If you intend to catch your sister-in-law in infidelity, you cannot use covert recordings or eavesdropping in private places. Illegally obtained evidence will not be recognized by the court. If two individuals engage in intimate acts, such as kissing or holding hands, in a public setting, actions that surpass the bounds of mere friendship, and are subsequently photographed or filmed, such evidence may be admissible. Alternatively, should the nature of their relationship be more substantial, as evidenced by their shared accommodation at a hotel, we may proceed with a report. The records of their stay, along with surveillance footage and testimonies, can establish a comprehensive chain of evidence. Naturally, every situation harbors its risks, and in divorce cases, mediation should be prioritized. I believe it would be prudent for you to have a conversation with your sister-in-law. Enough with the incessant reference to her as sister-in-law. Very well. I understand. You may return now. I need to ponder this matter alone, Li Yixiang said, visibly troubled, as he waved his hand dismissively. Inside a blackouty, Pan Pan's eyes were red-rimmed, her hands clenched tightly together, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of distraction. Driving, Yixiang remarked with a smile. Now that the marriage is over, shouldn't we attend to our own affairs? That spineless husband of yours hardly deserves you. To be frank, there are few intelligent beauties like you. Come, let your husband steal a kiss. With that, he leaned towards Pan Nan, a lewd grin gracing his lips. Pan furrowed her brow, shifting slightly toward the window to evade Yixiang's advances. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I will not go back on my word. But how can you assure me that you will uphold your end of the bargain? Yixiang's expression darkened, recalling his previous humiliations. He abruptly halted the car by the roadside, seizing Pan Pan's hair with a fierce grip. You are in possession of my belongings. The decision to give or withhold is mine alone. Should you push me to my limits, I shall consider those funds as your funeral expenses. No matter how luxurious a car may be, once it becomes second-hand, it is rendered worthless. No one will indulge you. Had it not been for your mother-in-law Hanling's patent, would I have taken you into the company? Though Pan Nan winced from the pain in her scalp, she refrained from retorting, her fists tightening with resolve, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Make it clear who holds the reins now. First, we return to the company, then to the hotel. If you dare utter a single refusal, I will end you right here. Yixiang threatened menacingly. Pan nodded slightly, stating, very well. However, I am hungry and wish to eat and drink. Very well. Yixiang chuckled with satisfaction. Chapter 20, Confrontation with the Superior on this Monday. The head of the Human Resources Department personally called Li Yixiang, insisting that he report to the office immediately. Li Yixiang, the deputy head of the security department, spent most of his time on sick leave, only making an appearance at the end of each month. It was less of a job and more of a nominal position. With his salary still intact, he was a veteran who had retired from the military due to injury, and the Human Resources Department had generally turned a blind eye to his situation over the years. As Li Yixiang sat in the taxi, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. His suspicions were confirmed when he entered the Human Resources office, where many cast sympathetic or gleeful glances in his direction. Deputy Headley, I am here on behalf of the organization to discuss your prolonged absenteeism, which has led to significant security oversights. The organization has decided to terminate your employment, the head of Human Resources stated in an official tone, placing a document before Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang glanced at the termination notice, squinting as he replied, Lao Lu, I've taken sick leave, and there have been no issues over the years. Even the former director approved it. Why the sudden turn of events? That was the former director. Our new director just assumed office last week. Didn't you hear? The head of Human Resources said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow. I recall someone mentioning it. But I was at the hospital for a checkup and couldn't come by. But I did follow proper procedures for my sick leave. You can't just terminate me on a whim. I'm a civil servant. These days, there are no guarantees for job security. Sign the document and find another job while you're still young. The head of Human Resources waved dismissively. Li Yixiang took the document, sneering, very well. But I need to confirm this with the director first. The head of Human Resources attempted to intervene, but Li Yixiang had already turned to leave. Quick, stop him. The head shouted in a fluster. The office was predominantly filled with women, and the few men present quickly kept their distance. Earning a mere 2,000 yuan a month was hardly worth a confrontation with Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang made his way to the director's office, faintly hearing voices within. Before he kicked the door open, Inside sat a plump man in his 40s, the director of the Water Resources Institute, Wu Desui, who was on a phone call. Startled, Wu Desui ended the call and glared furiously. "Who are you? Get out. I am Li Yixiang, the one you were trying to terminate." Li Yixiang advanced menacingly. His fists clenched and his eyes filled with fury. It was unfortunate for Wu Desui that he had crossed paths with Li Yixiang at such a tumultuous moment. Li's mood was already foul, and Wu had unwittingly provoked him. Had he waited a few more days, Li would have resigned on his own. Wu Desui slammed his hand on the desk, fuming. "So you were Li Yixiang? You've been absent from work for years, leeching off the organization. I will not tolerate such behavior. The higher-ups are cleaning house, and you are a prime example. Is it not curious that the secretary's sister-in-law has been in her position for nearly a decade without reprimand? Does it not seem that you are merely picking the easy targets?" Li Yixiang retorted with a sneer. Wu Desui bellowed. "I consider you a typical example. I find you utterly displeasing. Leave this instant. Do not presume that your minor accolades in the military grant you the liberty to act as you wish here. Let me make it clear. Within the Water Conservancy Institute, I am the sovereign. If I desire your dismissal, it shall be executed." In a fit of rage, Li Yixiang surged forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wu Desui's face. This time, he held nothing back. With his palm as broad as a fan, he struck swiftly, leaving Wu Desui reeling, his vision obscured by stars, and a deafening buzz in his ears. Wu Desui, taken aback by the audacity of being struck as the head of the Water Conservancy Institute, instinctively shielded his face. Once he regained his composure, he shrieked, "This is rebellion. Where are the security personnel? Seize him at once." The onlookers in the hallway, initially drawn by the commotion, quickly dispersed, opting for the safety of indifference. Life experience had taught them that intervening in the matters of those facing dismissal often resulted in undeserved repercussions. "Seize me? I am the security," Li Yixiang retorted, delivering a swift kick to Wu Desui's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then raised his arm and struck him several more times, causing blood to gush from Wu Desui's nose and rendering his right cheek swollen and grotesque. "Wu, if you have the guts, expel me. I shall await your decision," Li Yixiang snarled, gripping Wu Desui by the collar. Fear rendered Wu Desui momentarily paralyzed, his complexion oscillating between shades of blue and red. It was only after Li Yixiang exited the office that he managed to rise from the floor. As the head of the unit, being assaulted left him too intimidated to involve the authorities. The situation was inherently his fault. Should it escalate and attract the attention of superiors, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Cautiously, he shielded his face and closed the office door, then picked up the internal phone to instruct the Human Resources Department to promptly issue a notice for Li Yixiang's immediate dismissal. After completing these tasks, Wu Desui's anger intensified, prompting him to dial a number. As soon as the call connected, he began to vent his frustrations. "Xiaohu, my esteemed boss, I have adhered to your directives. This Li Yixiang is a brute who just assaulted me. I have dismissed him, but I suspect he will cause further trouble. If you cannot manage this, I shall be in dire straits. Rest assured, Director Wu, I will handle this matter. Tonight, I await you at the bar." Xiaohu's boisterous laughter resonated through the phone. Greed flickered in Wu Desui's eyes, yet he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Oh, no need for such formality. We are friends, after all." At that moment, the office door was abruptly kicked open by Li Yixiang. Wu Desui quivered in fright, abruptly ending the call. Li Yixiang, ignoring him entirely, scanned the room, retrieved his phone from the floor, and shot Wu Desui a menacing glare before departing. "Damn it! You have crossed Xiaohu. I will relish your downfall." Wu Desui spat venomously. Little did he know, his conversation with Xiaohu had been recorded on Li Yixiang's phone, which he had activated during the confrontation and left in the corner of the room. From the very beginning, he suspected that there was something amiss. And indeed it was proven that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Xiaohu is the uncle of Xiaowen, and Luo Xiaojia had mentioned this individual to him before. Originally a ruffian from Lehigh City, he has, over the years, established several bars and KTVs, thus becoming quite affluent. However, Xiaohu is ruthless and exceedingly greedy, willing to do anything for the sake of money. Luo Xiaojie repeatedly cautioned Li Yixiang to exercise utmost caution around this man. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend him." Li Yixiang's countenance darkened, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a tiger awakening from slumber. Chapter 21. Infidelity at the hotel. Li Yixiang did not concern himself with his work. From the moment he received the notice to the completion of his dismissal procedures, a minimum of 7 or 8 days would elapse. By the time he resolved his divorce, he would have ample opportunity to deal with Wu Des Wei and the Zhao family. He glanced at the time and sent a message to Lu Xiaozie, informing her that he would not be home for dinner. Subsequently, he purchased a new coat, gloves, bottled water, and bread at the supermarket. He then rented a white sedan and parked it in front of the Linghai Grand Hotel, ensuring that the front of the car faced the entrance, allowing him to observe anyone entering or exiting. Li Yixiang patiently waited, his gaze fixated on the entrance, from noon until 9 in the evening. A familiar black Audi pulled up to the hotel entrance, and the doorman respectfully opened the door. A woman clad in a fitted V-neck evening gown assisted a man as he stumbled out. The man appeared to be inebriated, swaying unsteadily, yet his hand continuously roamed around the woman's waist. Recognizing his wife and Elle Decan from their silhouette alone, Li Yixiang felt a surge of murderous rage. His grip on the steering wheel turning deathly pale. Do not rush. You already know of her betrayal, so abandon any lingering illusions. Gather evidence of her infidelity to contest for custody of your daughter. He muttered to himself, taking a deep breath. He quietly waited for approximately half an hour before donning a cap, taking a few swigs from a bottle of liquor and dousing himself with some of the alcohol. Pretending to be intoxicated, he staggered into the hotel. Good evening, sir. May I inquire if you are checking in or returning to your room? The lobby manager approached with 2 attendants, speaking courteously. At this hour, the hotel dreaded unruly guests. Li Yixiang, reeking of alcohol and speaking with a slurred tongue, replied, I'm going back to my room. Where am I staying? I can't remember. My wife is Pan Nan. Please check. The lobby manager guided Li Yixiang to the front desk, where the staff confirmed that a woman named Pan Nan indeed had a reservation. Sir, may I ask if you possess any identification? The lobby manager inquired, narrowing his eyes and speaking softly. Li Yixiang produced his marriage certificate, his bleary eyes pleading. Hurry and give me the room key. I need to sleep. After a verification process, the front desk staff turned to the lobby manager, who gave a slight nod. Very well, sir. I will promptly issue you a new room key, the front desk attendant efficiently stated, handing the key to Li Yixiang with both hands. He took the key and, swaying slightly, made his way to the elevator. Sir, be careful. Allow me to assist you with the door. Welcome to the hotel. The lobby manager said as he ushered Li Yixiang into the elevator, letting out a deep sigh. The front desk attendant quickly asked, Manager, that room was just checked in half an hour ago by a man and a woman. Are you really going to let him go up? Surely he is not here to catch them in the act? The lobby manager replied with a hint of melancholy, We are merely following protocol. The rest is not our concern. A man who has been betrayed by his spouse is capable of unpredictable actions. He may be armed, and should you attempt to intervene, he could mistakenly assume you were colluding with his wife's lover. In such a scenario, he might inflict harm upon you. Would you not feel wronged? We are merely employees, and our lives are not worth sacrificing. It would be prudent to alert security to remain on standby. The receptionist shivered, casting a wary glance towards the elevator. Meanwhile, within the confines of the elevator, Li Yixiang observed the ascending floor numbers, acutely aware that his ruse had been uncovered by the lobby manager. Yet, as anticipated, the manager did not confront him. Much like a defibrillator on an ambulance that is not meant for loan, should one attempt to seize it, there would be no one to intervene. When one seeks assistance, they must be prepared to bear the consequences of breaching the established norms. Li Yixiang had acquired the room key through deception. Any ensuing scandal would not implicate the hotel, which would simply be another victim of his trickery. With a creak, the elevator doors opened. Li Yixiang stepped out, making a beeline for room 21001. Upon reaching the door, he gripped the handle tightly, and as the door swung open, he rushed inside. The moment he entered, the room was instantly illuminated. The floor was strewn with high heels, stockings, and men's clothing. Who is it? A sultry voice inquired, followed by his wife, clad in a camisole, appearing at the doorway. Li Yixiang seized her hair and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, You wretched woman. I've caught you this time. Wait. Husband, what are you doing here? Pan Nan's voice suddenly echoed from behind Li Yixiang. It was then that he realized he had struck the wrong person and quickly released his grip. He noted that the woman before him, dressed in a similar nightgown to Pan Nan, bore an uncanny resemblance to her in both appearance and figure. Meanwhile, Pan Nan, impeccably attired in a lady's suit, furrowed her brow, her expression rife with confusion. Sister Pan, I'm done with this money. I'm calling the police. The woman lamented. Pan encircled around Li Yixiang, reassuringly stating, Enough? Your task is complete, and I shall double your payment. Please, go rest in the adjacent room. I will come to find you shortly. The woman shot a furious glare at Li Yixiang before clutching her clothes and retreating to the next room. What game are you playing? Li Yixiang questioned coldly. How did you know I was at the hotel? Were you following me? Pan Nan inquired, her brow furrowed. Li Yixiang cast his gaze upon the disheveled bed, and the figure of El Deccan sprawled upon it, smirking as he replied, You contest my custody of our daughter. Should I not seek evidence of your infidelity? I have told you, I am not unfaithful, yet you refuse to believe me. Damn it, you nearly ruined my plans. Pan Nan retorted, her anger mounting. Li Yixiang tapped his pocket, his tone icy as he remarked, You should be grateful that the person lying in that bed is not you. Just a minute ago, I was inclined to take your life. Pan Nan asserted, I fear no investigation. My conscience is clear. Everything I do is for this family. If you truly acted for this family, you would not engage in such actions. What are you doing? Engaging in deceit? This is illegal. Do you wish for our daughter to have a mother who is a criminal? Li Yixiang exclaimed in a low growl. I do not desire that either, but who can blame you for being a recluse, for lacking ambition? I too wish for our family to thrive. I aspire for our daughter to possess more. Is that too much to ask? Am I in the wrong? Pan Nan asserted with conviction. Li Yixiang lifted his chin and replied, During our courtship, I made it clear what kind of person I am. You should have been prepared for the choice you made in marrying me. I have no comprehension of your current actions, but you are indeed treading a perilous path. Let us part ways swiftly. I shall not trouble you further. Pursue whatever you desire. Chapter 22. The Ultimate Purpose of the Wife. Enough. Let us speak outside. Pan said in a low voice. Li Yixiang cast a puzzled glance at the unresponsive El Deccan, bewildered that despite his loud voice and the commotion they had just caused, this man showed no signs of awakening. Stop looking. I have drugged his drink. He will not regain consciousness for at least 12 hours, Pan stated impassively. Li Yixiang, unwilling to remain in such a repugnant place, furrowed his brow and stepped outside. He also did not wish to linger with Pan and made his way toward the elevator. Wait. Pan hurried after him. Grasping his arm and speaking in a hushed tone, Do you not wish to know why I have done this? Come with me, and I will tell you everything. Li Yixiang halted, for he was a rational human being, not prone to the melodramatic outbursts often found in fictional tales. He turned to face his wife, coldly asking, Are you certain you will speak the truth, with no omissions? The last time we were at home, you said nothing. I find it hard to believe you will now. If I do not speak, will you truly seek a divorce? What then was the purpose of my sacrifices over the past 2 years? Pan implored softly. Li Yixiang took a deep breath and replied, Very well, I shall seek an answer first. We can address the rest later. Pan led Li Yixiang into a room where the woman from earlier had already dressed, swaying her figure with a sultry allure. Upon seeing Pan she said in a flirtatious tone, Sister Pan, the task is complete, and I must take my leave. We agreed on a maximum of 1 month. As I need to return to Linhai. Good. Remember to change your phone number, consider it a vacation, and mind your words. Pan commanded sharply. Understood. The woman replied, picking up her bag and leaving with a smile. The room fell silent, and Li Yixiang lit a cigarette, speaking slowly, Now, speak. Pan lowered her voice. As you have seen, I drugged El Deccan. I have never been unfaithful. My intention was solely for financial gain. Please grant me a little more time, just 1 month. I came to hear your confession. Since you are unwilling to speak, then let us meet in court, Li Yixiang said, rising coldly. Husband, I beg you. Just a little more time. 1 month is all I need. Pan pleaded, grasping his arm with desperation. Li Yixiang shook off her grip, stating, There is no need. After what you have done for money, we have no future. Wait, Pan was about to speak when her phone rang abruptly. Li Yixiang paused momentarily but ultimately exited the room. Pan slumped into a chair, staring vacantly at the door, tears streaming down her face like a torrent unleashed. Her heart twisted in anguish, leaving her with an unbearable sense of despair. It seems that maintaining this household has become an insurmountable challenge. Hello? Pan answered the call with an icy tone, stating, I have acquired what you wanted. Lu Dechun has confessed that he first poisoned his wife and then pushed her off a cliff during their travels. I will send you the video upon my return. The evidence is irrefutable. No one can shield him from this. I have endured enough over these past 2 years. Yet, you have also obtained what you desired. Have you not? Pan devise a means to facilitate Lu Dechun's departure abroad, to Southeast Asia. A woman's voice resonated through the phone, with a frosty expression. Pan Nan clenched her right hand so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palm. She replied in a low voice, "This is your affair. It has nothing to do with me. If anything happens to Lu Dichun, I too will be scrutinized. Your actions have forced me towards divorce during the legal proceedings. I cannot afford any negative publicity. Given your intelligence, I presume you have acquired the password from Lu Dichun, correct? To secure this money safely, it would be prudent for you to cooperate with me." The woman insisted. Pan Nan gritted her teeth and declared, "I will resign tomorrow. I have never succumbed to anyone's threats." "Heh, send the video first. Our collaboration ends here," the woman retorted. Pan Nan hung up the phone, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve as she opened a recorded video on her device. In the footage, Lu Dichun appeared flushed, inebriated, and whispered, "Nan. My wife was indeed pushed off that cliff. That wretched woman deserves no peace. You cannot fathom the torment of being a son-in-law in the Su family. Treated as less than human, they have cast me aside to fend for myself in Linhai City. Heh, once we are married, united in purpose, we shall thrive. With that money, we can soon escape abroad and become wealthy." Pan Nan sent the video to an overseas email, took a deep breath, and murmured to herself, "From this day forth, I shall seize control of my destiny. Only children make choices. I desire it all. I, Pan Nan, shall achieve success in both my career and my marriage." A glimmer of greed shone in her eyes, and her aura began to shift, imbued with the confidence that wealth can bring. Meanwhile, Yixiang remained oblivious to Pan Nan's transformation, feeling a mix of regret and relief. Learning that Pan Nan had not been unfaithful lifted his spirits considerably. His insistence on divorce stemmed from their incompatible values. Pan Nan was far too pragmatic. Though she currently adhered to her principles, one could hardly guarantee that she would not succumb to temptation in the future. This was, of course, a cynical interpretation of human nature, yet Yixiang dared not gamble on it. Life is fleeting, and living in constant trepidation is hardly preferable to a swift separation. The sky was drizzling, heavy clouds loomed overhead. With a stern expression, Yixiang drove, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of loneliness, akin to a specter wandering the desolate streets. An hour later, he returned to his mother Han Ling's home, and upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The comforting sensation of home caused Yixiang's taut nerves to finally relax, only to be swiftly replaced by an unbearable headache. Why did I return at such a late hour? Surely nothing unfortunate has transpired? Lu Xiaozue emerged in her pajamas, her expression laced with concern. It was evident that she had been waiting for quite some time. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and her face bore the marks of fatigue. Yixiang shook his head and replied, Pan Nan has had a change of heart. She intends to contest my custody of Qianqian. I plan to pursue legal proceedings against her. Sister, I haven't had dinner. Could you please prepare some noodles for me? Of course, but keep your voice down. Head to the bedroom. I'll bring it to you once it's ready. Also, you should drink a bowl of ginger soup to warm yourself. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold, Lu Xiaozue said with genuine concern. A warmth spread through Li Yixiang's heart as he nodded and said, Thank you, sister. At that moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps if he could be with Lu Xiaozue after the divorce, his long-cherished wish for a simple, tranquil life might finally come to fruition. Chapter 23, A New Life. Li Yixiang hastily completed his morning routine and lay down on the bed, overwhelmed by waves of pain. He stifled any sound, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He longed for pain relief but remembered that he had consumed the last tablet. The past few days had been too hectic, leaving no time to visit the hospital for a new prescription. Just when things seemed to worsen, Lu Xiaozue entered the room. Oh dear, is your headache acting up again? Lu Xiaozue hurriedly placed the bowl and utensils on the bedside table, then sat beside Li Yixiang, gently massaging acupressure points on his head. As the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease, a serene dream quietly enveloped him, and the pain seemed to recede. Unexpectedly, Li Yixiang instinctively pulled Lu Xiaozue into his embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her innocent demeanor was marked by alarm, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering her utterly endearing. How could this happen? Lu Xiaozue felt both bashful and flustered, her whole being beginning to weaken. Her cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze a complex tapestry of emotions, shyness intertwined with a hint of indignation, ultimately transforming into a silent sigh. Li Yixiang dreamt of being fully armed, running 5 kilometers, his hunger gnawing at him, only to find the kitchen staff absent, compelling him to make dumplings on his own. Savoring the steaming dumplings, he indulged in them with delight. until he awoke. The fragrant aroma filled his nostrils, and he looked down to discover he was holding Lu Xiaozui, her warmth akin to soft cotton candy. At that moment, she was gazing back at him, her cheeks flushed and dark circles from sleeplessness accentuating her fragile beauty. This only heightened her vulnerability, electrifying Li Yixiang, leading him to instinctively lean down and press his lips against hers. As time passed, Lu Xiaozui gently pushed him away, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears of embarrassment, leaving Li Yixiang flustered. I'm sorry, Cui Jia. I didn't mean to overstep, he stammered. Lu Xiaozui, with her lips slightly pursed, let out a soft sigh, tenderly caressing Li Yixiang's head. It's all right. Cui Jia doesn't mind. As long as you're happy. No, I must take responsibility. After my divorce from Pan Nan, I will marry you, Li Yixiang declared earnestly. Lu Xiaozui shook her head gently, replying seriously, stop saying such foolish things. You should find someone young and beautiful, from a good family. I am much older than you. It's not suitable. Please do not speak of such matters again. If you need anything, I will help you. By the end of her sentence, her face was as red as an apple, having summoned all her courage to speak. This woman always placed Li Yixiang at the forefront of her heart, never considering her own needs. Overwhelmed by emotion, Li Yixiang held the woman in his arms tightly. He has not made any guarantees yet, but he has resolutely decided to treat Lu Xiaozui with care. Lu Xiaozui rises to prepare breakfast, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown that entirely conceals her voluptuous curves. Her black hair is tousled and wild, and her face is devoid of makeup, exuding a rare purity and freshness, coupled with the languor of having just awoken. There is an indescribable charm about her that captivates Li Yixiang's gaze. After freshening up, Lu Xiaozui hurriedly enters the kitchen to prepare breakfast, her mood exceptionally cheerful as she hums a tune, wielding a spatula with enthusiasm. Oh, how annoying, she murmurs to herself, her expression shifting to something peculiar, with a hint of haziness in her eyes. Bathed in the glow of the morning sun, her beautiful visage is adorned with a rosy hue, illuminating her entire being. Li Yixiang, as usual, engages in his workouts within the confines of the house, resolute in his determination to lose weight and embrace life anew. Meanwhile, LV Dekhen awakens from his slumber, tentatively extending his arm to the side, only to find the bed empty, which jolts him into a clearer state of mind. Hiss. Did it go well last night? LV Dekhen mumbles, clutching his head, feeling dazed as if recovering from a hangover. Fragments of memory are hazy. He recalls being exceedingly lively and talkative after a few drinks, sharing many personal stories. The more he reflects, the more he senses something amiss. He picks up his phone to call Pan Nan, but several attempts yield no connection. An increasing sense of unease grips him. He hastily dresses, forcing himself to calm down before contacting the office. Hello? Is Director Pan in? He inquires. She is? Please have her return my call. The tone of Director Pan is not pleasant, her anger palpable. All right, I understand. LV Dekhen hangs up, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He tries reaching Pan in once more, this time met with a torrent of expletives. LV Dekhen, if you don't give me the password, I swear I'll kill you. I'll definitely provide the password. My daughter has been out in ages. Let us arrange a time. He replies with a forced laugh, feigning nonchalance. Reclining back on the bed, he seems to savor the splendid night he had, oblivious to the fact that Pan Nan has outsmarted him and the password has long been compromised. As for Li Yixiang, he has completely moved on from all these chaotic matters. The following day, he purchases an annual membership at a nearby gym. This establishment primarily caters to university students, featuring a swimming pool integrated with the gym, boasting state-of-the-art facilities, and, most importantly, exceptional value for money. The front desk is attended by a clearly part-time female university student, who eagerly promotes various courses, which Li Yixiang naturally declines. His workout regimen stems from military training. In reality, his understanding of physical fitness surpasses that of any so-called gold medal fitness coach. I'm just here to lose weight, doing a bit of casual exercise, Li Yixiang states. The front desk instantly lost interest, lethargically handing over a keychain for the changing room before engrossing themselves in their phone. Li Yixiang changed into athletic attire and began warming up on the treadmill. Initially, no one perceived anything amiss until Li Yixiang's pace quickened and the duration extended, drawing attention. Goodness, this is extraordinary. He completed 5 kilometers in just 19 minutes. Someone gasped, glancing at the treadmill's display. Li Yixiang frowned. He detested being the center of attention. So he reduced his speed and switched to a leisurely walk to regulate his breathing. When someone attempted to strike up a conversation, he remained unresponsive, causing the onlookers to disperse. After taking a few sips of water, Yixiang proceeded to the weightlifting area, loading the barbell to a formidable 180 kilograms. Nearby, those bench pressing 70 kilograms stared in astonishment. A concerned trainer hurried to notify the gym's management, fearing an accident could occur. Chapter 24. It's wonderful to have you within the gym. There exists an unspoken rule. If one can bench press over 150 kilograms, they are granted priority access to all equipment. In the realm of fitness enthusiasts, 150 kilograms serves as a dividing line between the extraordinary and the average. As Yixiang prepared himself, the crowd in the gym once again gathered around him. Here comes Sister Yang. The crowd parted, warmly greeting a woman in her 30s. This woman, clad in a yoga tank top, showcased her well-defined abdominal muscles, while her yoga shorts accentuated her perfectly sculpted figure. Her robust leg muscles exuded a sense of health and vitality. I am Yang Tao, the manager of this gym. Young man, you've just arrived and you're attempting to lift 180 kilograms? I see your form is not quite right. Please do not push yourself too hard. If anything were to happen, our gym would bear the responsibility. Her voice was soft and alluring, like a gentle spring breeze. Yixiang paid her no mind. Although he had neglected his training over the years, his core strength remained intact. Moreover, he had previously bench pressed 220 kilograms, now reduced by 40 kilograms. Noticing that Yixiang was ignoring her advice, Yang Tao signaled the two trainers to stand by the barbell, ready to intervene should danger arise. Taking a deep breath, Yixiang unleashed a sudden surge of power. His arm muscles bulged to their fullest extent, releasing an astonishing force. Unlike the muscles formed through regular gym training, his explosive strength was remarkable as he steadied the 180-kilogram barbell above him. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, while the more discerning among them gasped in awe. Yixiang's physique did not resemble that of a seasoned gym-goer, which only served to illustrate his formidable innate talent, truly a beast in human guise. 1, 2, 3. The crowd began to count. Yixiang, not wishing to overexert himself, sensed a slight tearing in his muscles and the rapid depletion of his energy, prompting him to return the barbell to its rack. 10 repetitions of the bench press left the gym-goers astounded. Yang Tao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As Yixiang sat up, she instinctively approached him, gently placing her hand upon his muscles, and whispered, "You're quite impressive. Shall we have a chat sometime?" Yixiang furrowed his brow, discreetly evading her touch, and replied coolly, "There's no need for that. I'm just here to work out and lose weight. Please don't misunderstand. Our gym is in need of a signature figure. If you commit to training here, I want to charge you a fee," Yang Tao said with a charming smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yixiang conceded, "All right, but on one condition, I will train according to my own schedule." "Absolutely." Yang Tao eagerly wiped the sweat from Yixiang's brow with her own towel, while the surrounding men looked on with envy. Yang Tao was renowned in the fitness community of Lehigh City as a wealthy and attractive woman, whose interest in fitness was merely a hobby. She had never exhibited such attention towards any man before. Yixiang felt a sense of discomfort. He could not fathom why, but it seemed that ever since his tumultuous separation from Pan Nan, he had been unusually popular with the ladies. After finishing his workout, he hurriedly rinsed off and changed into casual attire before departing the gym. Yixiang had initially planned to walk home when a Kawasaki H2 roared past him, coming to a steady stop at his side. "Handsome, can I give you a ride?" Yang Tao, clad in a black leather jacket that accentuated her voluptuous and athletic figure, particularly her strikingly curvaceous rear, made the offer. Yixiang had to concede that Yang Tao possessed the most beautiful dairy he had ever encountered. Shaking his head, he replied, "No need, I'll walk back. Let us exchange numbers," Yang Tao suggested without pressing the issue. With a cheerful smile, she pulled out her phone and handed it to Yixiang. Her enthusiasm left him uncertain about how to decline, so he ultimately accepted and shared his number. The motorcycle sped away, leaving behind a refreshing, delicate scent of perfume in the air. Days turned into weeks as Yixiang attempted to reach Pan and to renegotiate their divorce and discuss custody arrangements, but she continuously evaded him with various excuses. His patience reached its limit, prompting him to have Luo Xiaojia represent him in filing for divorce. Once the petition was submitted, it was necessary for the court to schedule a hearing and notify the defendant. Luo Xiaojia took a month of leave. Thus he was not rushed and occasionally visited Yixiang for a chat, spending the rest of his time reveling in bars and nightclubs. On Saturday, the sun rose slowly from the horizon, its first golden rays awakening the entire city. Li Yixiang embraced Lu Xiaozui's waist, cradling her delicate form in his arms. Although he had been awake for some time, the scent of her silky black hair lulled him back toward sleep. It had been a long time since his headache had troubled him. He hadn't even taken painkillers. He felt that as long as he held Lu Xiaozui, his spirit would be completely at ease, and he would no longer suffer from insomnia. Beyond this, he intended to wait for the court's verdict before proposing to Lu Xiaozui. Lu Xiaozui murmured, her eyelashes fluttering. Upon opening her eyes, they shimmered with a languorous springtime glow. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Yet she gently nudged Li Yixiang and softly urged, Yixiang, you need to get up. You promised Qianqian to take her to the amusement park today. Li Yixiang slowly opened his eyes, his vision sharpening to reveal the familiar, gentle, and charming visage before him. The fragrant aroma seemed to penetrate his heart, melting it entirely. Lu Xiaozui, gathering her hair, looked at him with affectionate eyes and said, Stop staring. It's not like you haven't seen me before. Come on, get up. All right. I'll get up right away, but you have to give me a kiss first, Li Yixiang replied, taking her hand. Lu Xiaozui blushed deeply, her heart fluttering with delight. Her eyes curving with joy. Just as she had previously mentioned, she would not refuse any of Li Yixiang's requests. Lowering her head, she planted a quick kiss on him before attempting to rise, only to be embraced tightly by Li Yixiang. Jia, having you is truly wonderful, he whispered softly. Lu Xiaozui's eyes quivered slightly as her delicate hand caressed Li Yixiang's cheek, gently assuring him, I have always been here, do not worry. A smile broke across Li Yixiang's face as he rose to don his clothes. Lu Xiaozui, her expression composed, retreated to the bathroom. Once the door was shut, she pressed her flushed cheek with her hand and murmured to herself, Lu Xiaozui, how can you behave this way? This is not right. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. Yet, despite her words, her heart felt as if it were immersed in honey. She truly adored Li Yixiang from the very first moment they met. Her affection had only deepened over time, maturing like fine wine into something ever more exquisite. Chapter 25, The Wife's Deception During Breakfast. The mood of their daughter, Qiqi, was notably subdued. Despite knowing they were to visit the amusement park, she exhibited no signs of joy or excitement. Qiqi, what is the matter? Lu Xiaozui gently inquired. Spoon in hand, prepared to feed her. Qiqi shook her head and softly murmured, I miss Mommy. She has come to see me in several days. Li Yixiang, who was eating, furrowed his brow, his chopsticks pausing mid-air. He intended to reveal the truth to his daughter, but was interrupted by Lu Xiaozui, who discreetly stepped on his foot. You miss Mommy? She is busy. How about I call her, and you can say a few words to her? Lu Xiaozui soothed. Li Yixiang, observing the glimmer of hope in his daughter's eyes, sighed and replied, All right, just a moment. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before Pan and finally answered. Hello? Husband, what is the matter? She queried. Your daughter wishes to speak with you. Are you available? Li Yixiang spoke in a low tone. He brought the phone to Qiqi. Mommy, she called sweetly. After a brief silence, Pan responded. Be a good girl, Qiqi. Mommy will visit you in a few days. I'm a bit busy today, but once I'm done, I'll take you to the amusement park. All right, I must hang up now. Qiqi's hopeful expression instantly dimmed, her lip quivering as if she might cry. Lu Xiaozui quickly reassured her, promising that she would see her mother soon, and that Mommy was buying toys for her. Children of such tender age easily forget their sorrows. And soon Qiqi was smiling again. Yet, a surge of anger welled up within Li Yixiang, though he refrained from expressing it in front of his daughter. After finishing their morning preparations, they were just about to leave when Luo Xiaojie arrived to deliver some documents to Li Yixiang. They decided to head to the amusement park together. Luo Xiaojie had arrived in a new vehicle, far more understated than his previous luxury car. Class monitor. That matter has been addressed, he informed. Li Yixiang cut off the conversation, saying, Let us not discuss this now. We have a child with us. We can talk tonight. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy with unspoken tension. An hour later, Li Yixiang entered the amusement park, cradling his daughter. This amusement park had recently opened, drawing a large crowd, with throngs of visitors as far as the eye could see. Qiqi's gaze was soon captivated by the surrounding mascots, and she reached out for a small duckling. Li Yixiang generously purchased all the toys his daughter desired, with Luo Xiaojie following behind, transformed into a servant, arms laden with plush toys. Lu Xiaozui observed the father-daughter duo, a smile of contentment gracing her features. Though dressed in a simple coat, her composure and beauty were undeniable. causing any man who crossed her path to steal a second glance. "Daddy, I want cotton candy." Chi-Chi boldly declared her wish. "All right," Li Yixiang replied, carrying his daughter towards the candy shop. The line outside the shop was even longer, and suddenly Chi-Chi pointed excitedly in a direction, exclaiming, "Daddy, I see Mommy." Li Yixiang followed the direction of her finger, his face darkening with anger, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Pan Pan Nan was holding a little girl's hand. The two engaged in an intimate whisper. Pan Pan Nan was exceptionally adorned today, draped in a vibrant red trench coat, resembling a resplendent rose. Li Yixiang retrieved his phone and dialed Pan Pan's number, his gaze fixated upon her. "Hello? Darling, I cannot talk right now. We shall discuss matters later," Pan Pan said before abruptly ending the call. Li Yixiang cast a glance at Luo Xiaojie, who, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly began to gather evidence with his phone. Lu Xiaosui covered her mouth, unable to comprehend the scene before her, her eyes filled with concern. "Mom, I want to ride the Ferris wheel," the girl suddenly exclaimed, her voice ringing loud and clear, catching Cece's attention. "Mom, she is my mom," Cece shrieked, her eyes reddening. Pan Pan Nan froze momentarily, and upon turning around, her complexion turned ashen, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, causing her to release the girl's hand and hastily approach. "Mom, look, Dad is here," the girl joyfully declared, clinging to Pan Pan Nan. El Dekin emerged, both hands clutching cotton candy, perspiring profusely, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang entrusted the child to Lu Xiaozui, instructing her to take the child away. He then stepped before Pan Pan Nan, pointing at the girl, and inquired, "Is this your daughter?" "This is my mom." "Who are you?" the girl rudely retorted, glaring at Li Yixiang. "Are you certain she is your mother? Does she live with your father?" Li Yixiang's heart seethed with fury. The girl nodded emphatically, asserting, "Of course, she is my mom. She definitely lives with Dad." "Stop it. Darling, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand. She is just talking nonsense. El Qingqing, I am not your mother. Do not speak recklessly." Pan Pan's eyes were filled with panic as she anxiously grasped Li Yixiang's sleeve. The girl named El Qingqing immediately burst into tears. Li Yixiang shook off Pan Pan's hand, coldly declaring, "In front of your daughter, you dare to act this way. You are unworthy of being a mother. Disappear from my sight at once." "No, it's not like that." Pan Pan's mind buzzed, her usually sharp tongue rendered utterly ineffective at this moment. El Dekin shielded his daughter behind him, eyeing Li Yixiang warily. In his heart, Li Yixiang was nothing but a brute. He could not afford to provoke him before the bodyguards arrived. The attention of all the surrounding tourists was drawn to the commotion, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is happening? Is she caught in infidelity? Her daughter and husband have seen her. What a beautiful woman, such a pity. Has this woman formed a little family with someone else? This is utterly absurd." The whispers of the onlookers reached Pan Pan's ears, causing her face to flush with a mix of green and red, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Regret and resentment consumed her as she realized the situation had spiraled far beyond her control. Li Yixiang clenched his fists and stepped closer to El Dekin, sneering. "Is it that you are so fond of my wife that you would have your daughter seek a stepmother? This is Nan's choice. You should accept it. We are men and ought to be more rational." El Dekin swallowed hard, stammering as he spoke. His gaze drifted restlessly, searching for the bodyguards, while internally he was cursing them vehemently. Pan Nan, fearing that Li Yixiang might act impulsively, quickly grasped his arm and urged, "Darling, come home with me. I will explain everything to you. Please do not resort to violence. I will reveal the whole truth. Just trust me." The attention of those around them once again converged upon Li Yixiang. Chapter 26. The social death of a wife. Some matters, when suppressed for too long, merely await a spark to ignite them. Pan Nan believed that persuading Li Yixiang was in his best interest. However, to those around them, it appeared as nothing less than a defense of her lover. "Get lost. El Dekin, you seduced my wife. To hell with you," Li Yixiang bellowed, swinging his fists and landing heavy blows on El Dekin's face. The latter, caught off guard, suffered a broken nose, blood gushing forth, retreating in pain while clutching his face. Li Yixiang then spat a mouthful of phlegm at El Dekin and declared, "How dare you vie for my wife? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you even deserve it?" Addressing El Qingqing, he continued, "You, a mere child, are quite cunning. If you wish to find a mother, there are plenty on the streets. Beware, if you continue to spread rumors." The little girl, El Qingqing, trembled in fear, which only served to further incite El Dekin's anger. Though El Dekin was a scoundrel, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity in front of his daughter. Ignoring the disparity in strength, he swung his fists at Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang intentionally allowed El Dechen's punch to strike his head, mitigating the impact to avoid injury. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared as though he had genuinely taken a few hits. "Stop fighting, please. Don't fight." Pan Pan panicked, instinctively swinging her bag and landing a harsh blow on El Decchen. Enraged, El Decchen turned and slapped Pan Pan across the face, snarling, "You wretched woman. Just wait until tonight." Sensing the moment was ripe, Li Yixiang prepared himself as Luo Xiaojie signaled tactically. With a furious shout, he raised his right knee and executed a powerful kick. The strike was infused with righteous fury, a textbook maneuver from military combat training. Bang! A bone-cracking sound echoed. El Decchen crumpled to the ground, clutching his side and howling in agony. Li Yixiang followed up with another kick, targeting El Dechen's groin. El Dechen's eyes nearly bulged out, and he could only gasp like a fish out of water, his hands instinctively covering his pants. The men watching seemed to feel his pain, collectively gasping in shock. Pan Nan watched with satisfaction, wishing she could join in and kick him herself, yet worried about the potential consequences of inflicting serious harm. In her heart, she thought El Decchen, a scoundrel, deserved no mercy. Her husband's sacrifice for such a person was unjustifiable. At that moment, El Dechen's bodyguards finally arrived, rushing over with concern. "Boss, are you all right? Get him. Get him killed. If you do, I will take responsibility." El Decchen, summoning all his strength, pointed at Li Yixiang. The two bodyguards exchanged glances before charging at Li Yixiang. He swiftly raised his arms to guard his vital areas, ultimately curling his body in defense. The crowd began to feel trepidation, and amidst the chaos, Luo Xiaojie shouted, "Someone's going to be killed." Pan Nan, witnessing the assault on her husband, lost her composure and screamed, "Stop. I swear I will kill you if you touch my husband." At this moment, she no longer wished to maintain her facade. After days of pretense, she was utterly fatigued, and this could be considered as having torn away the mask. El Decchen felt his dignity shattered and bellowed, "Strike them. Beat them to a pulp." The sharp sound of a police whistle pierced the air. The patrolling officers arrived promptly, swiftly subduing the two bodyguards to the ground. The footage from the body camera captured the brutal assault on Li Yixiang in vivid detail. A leading officer crouched down to assess Li Yixiang's condition, placing a hand on his neck, and immediately grew anxious, shouting, "Quick, call an ambulance. His heart rate is critically low. He is in grave danger." Pan Nan rushed over in a panic, kneeling before Li Yixiang, her voice trembling with urgency. "Darling, how are you? Please, you mustn't leave me. I will give up everything." In her desperation, she struck herself repeatedly, as though seeking atonement. The paramedics from the amusement park arrived swiftly, pulling Pan aside to lift Li Yixiang onto the ambulance. "Wait, I have broken ribs. I am injured too. Help me." El Decchen cried out in agony, raising his arm. The police frowned, responding, "A broken rib isn't fatal. You will take the police vehicle to the hospital. People witnessed you instructing your bodyguards to attack him, which suggests intentional harm. If he does not survive, it will be deemed murder." Moments ago, Luo Xiaojie had already shown the video to the lead officer. This was a conflict arising from infidelity, with blame on both sides. Initially merely a brawl. However, when El Decchen ordered his men to collectively assault Li Yixiang, the situation escalated dramatically. With 3 or more individuals involved, it constituted gang-related crime, especially given that the two bodyguards were professionally trained, which aggravated the severity of the case. Clang. The cold handcuffs clamped down, and El Decchen could not fathom how he, the supposed victim, had become a suspect. El Qingqing burst into tears, gripping Pan Pan's sleeve tightly, crying, "Mom, what should we do?" Slap. Pan wrenched her arm away, scolding, "You harbinger of doom. Your mother has long since passed. You should follow her." El Decchen, witnessing this scene, felt his rage boiling over, roaring, Pan "How dare you treat my daughter this way? We shall see the consequences." Pan oblivious to his words, attempted to follow the ambulance. But Luo Xiaojie had already moved ahead. Trembling, she fumbled for her car keys, preparing to drive after them, her mind utterly chaotic. Pan, this is all your fault. If anything happens to Yixiang, I will make you pay." Lu Xiaozue rushed over with Qian in her arms, raising her arm to deliver a stinging slap to Pan. This was her first act of violence, ignited by Pan's actions. The slap echoed sharply, leaving a clear imprint on Pan's face, her head tilting to one side, blood trickling from her nose. "Auntie, don't hit my mom." Qian wailed, her tiny fists clenched, striking at Lu Xiaozue with all her might. The bond between mother and daughter is profound. Although Pan Pan seldom visits her daughter, Qian remains steadfast in her defense of her mother, unwilling to allow Lu Xiaozue to inflict harm upon her. Lu Xiaozue, gritting her teeth, declares, Qian, your mother has found another family. She has other daughters now. She no longer wants you. It was she who hired someone to attack your father. Upon hearing this, Qian's heart ached even more, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Pan Pan. In that moment, Pan Pan felt as though her heart were being torn asunder. She rushed over, her voice laced with urgency. Qian, it is not like that. It is not like that. Please let me explain. Turning to Lu Xiaozue, she implored. How can you say such things about me? I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. I have my reasons. Please believe me. Qian, let me hold you. Chapter 27. The unspoken sorrow. At this moment, Pan Pan was engulfed by regret. She opened her arms in hopeful anticipation, yearning to embrace her daughter. Yet, Chi glared at her with resentment, declaring, Chi does not like mommy. Mommy takes other people's children to the amusement park, but not Chi. Chi hates mommy. With that, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Pan felt frozen, as if submerged in icy waters, her heart heavy with sorrow. And tears began to trickle from the corners of her eyes. Lu Xiaozue led Chi around Pan preparing to hail a taxi. Wiping her eyes, Pan choked out, Sister Cui, please take my car. If Yixiang were to meet with any misfortune, I could not bear to live. However, Lu Xiaozue was furious, wishing to strike again, exclaiming, What are you pretending to be so sentimental for now? Where were you when it mattered? The quarrel between the two beautiful women in the amusement park drew immediate attention, especially as Pan remained oblivious to the fact that she had become a trending topic. Online forums were already buzzing with videos featuring pixelated faces, with sensational headlines such as, Wife takes lover's child to amusement park, caught red-handed by husband, and moral decay, woman playing both sides. Alongside these were posts revealing the identities of LV Deccan and Pan. The NM Group, a multinational corporation with a dedicated public relations team, swiftly mobilized to delete a multitude of posts as soon as the scandal broke. The upper management was incensed and demanded an immediate investigation by the Eastern District CEO. Unaware of the turmoil surrounding her, Pan rushed her daughter and Lu Xiaozue to the hospital, sprinting to the emergency room's entrance. Luo Xiaojie, how is he? What is the situation? Pan asked anxiously. Lu Xiaozue followed suit, her eyes brimming with tears. What has happened to Xiaojie? Luo Xiaojie, caught between envy and concern in the presence of the two women, maintained his silence, stating, He is currently in critical care. I cannot provide specific details. You both should rest for now. I will inform you of any developments. It's not suitable for Chi to remain here. Lu Xiaozue's face turned pale, her lips quivering. Yet she recognized that holding Chi was inappropriate in this setting. I will wait a little longer. I'll leave soon, she stammered, refraining from uttering any ill-fated words, fearing that Yixiang might truly be in peril. At least she wanted Chi to have a final glimpse of her father. Pan's mind was in a whirlwind, her legs trembling as she knelt at the emergency room door, murmuring fervently, Husband, I was wrong. I truly was. I want nothing but your health. Please forgive me. I intended to sever ties today. LV Deccan is about to face his demise. In that moment, Pan suddenly realized that she had never truly understood herself. Despite her words of contempt for Yixiang's lack of ambition, her heart was conflicted. Yet, when this man finds himself in genuine peril, he remains enveloped in anxiety and fear. At this moment, the turmoil and trepidation within her transcend her yearning for wealth and riches. Lu Xiaozue clutches the amulet tightly, muttering fervently, Ahmadba, may the Bodhisattva bless him. This foolish woman places her hopes in the celestial deities, yearning to barter her own existence for Yixiang's safety. Luo Xiaojie stands at the stairwell, smoking, his eyes narrowed, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the pill bottle in his pocket. For hours prior, as Yixiang charged at El Deccan, he had already ingested an overdose of painkillers. Such medication, when consumed in excess, could lead to a slowed heart rate, and in severe cases, result in shock. Yixiang adeptly timed the onset of the drug's effects, delivering a crushing blow to El Deccan while deftly shifting the blame away from himself. A brawl could warrant a maximum of 15 days in detention, but instigating others to intentionally inflict harm, resulting in grave consequences, constitutes a criminal offense. Yixiang had resolved beforehand to ensure El Deccan faced rehabilitation. and even if the latter managed to escape repercussions, a criminal record would undoubtedly ensue. The vendetta for a father's murder and the wrath of a stolen wife. How could one possess such insight? Luo Xiaojia silently marveled while placing an order on his phone to hire online influencers to sway public opinion. As a distinguished lawyer, he understood how to leverage public sentiment for optimal outcomes. Simultaneously, El Dekin was admitted to the emergency room, where X-rays revealed 2 broken ribs and, most critically, severe damage to his lower body. El Dekin realized he might become a eunuch, unleashing a venomous roar. Li Yixiang, I will kill you. And you, Pan Nan. You wretched woman. His impotent outburst carried no weight, and soon, the attorney dispatched by the group arrived. Gasping for breath, El Dekin demanded, Are you the lawyer? Good. I want to immediately dismiss Pan Nan. I will also sue Li Yixiang for intentional harm. I have been rendered useless. The lawyer replied, Mr. L, let me clarify. The current situation is quite unfavorable for you. I have already communicated with the police. The opposing counsel possesses comprehensive video evidence clearly depicting you instructing your bodyguard to assault another with lethal intent. This footage has circulated widely online, adversely affecting the group's reputation. El Dekin bellowed, So what? We have connections. I have been incapacitated. I can no longer be a man. Meanwhile, the other party was undergoing emergency treatment. The brain CT scan indicated the presence of a blood clot, leaving it indeterminate whether it was an old or new injury. If Li Yixiang were to succumb despite medical efforts, the video evidence would unequivocally show that only Mr. L had struck him on the head. The police would undoubtedly charge you with intentional harm leading to another's death, the lawyer stated calmly. The lawyer's implication was clear. While your lower body may be damaged, if the other party dies, your culpability would be far greater. El Dekin, infuriated to the brink of spitting blood, retorted, What if he survives? He is undoubtedly fainting. I consulted the attending physician, who indicated that Li Yixiang had a bullet fragment in his brain, categorizing him as a high-risk patient upon awakening. He may also experience lingering effects. Moreover, he is a retired officer who served his country. Once the military intervenes, the confrontation between the two of you transcends mere brawling. In fact, Mr. Liu, you might even face accountability from the armed forces, as the family of a retired officer is considered military personnel. Li Yixiang is a special forces officer and remains registered in the reserves. To put it more severely, Mr. Liu is suspected of undermining a military marriage, which could result in an initial sentence of 3 years. The lawyer remarked coolly. A glimmer of fear flickered in Lu Dechen's eyes as he hurriedly exclaimed, I was unaware of all this. You must assist me. You absolutely must help me. I cannot possibly endure imprisonment. Chapter 28. Infection of the virus. I can attempt to negotiate a settlement, but it is imperative that Mr. Liu signs a resignation agreement, with the date set 3 days prior, to facilitate clarification from the group's public relations department, the lawyer stated calmly. Upon hearing the lawyer's words, Lu Dechen was taken aback. His eyes wide with fury as he roared, You are unlawfully terminating my employment. I will sue you. You are burning the bridge after crossing it. Do not forget. I hold leverage over you. Adjusting his glasses, the lawyer replied with indifference, If you sign the resignation agreement, Mr. Liu, you will still be eligible for a considerable compensation. Should the company's stock price be adversely affected, the group will hold you directly accountable. The employee code clearly prohibits romantic relationships and improper conduct among internal management. Even if the company dismisses you, it is in accordance with established regulations. Mr. Liu, consider this carefully. And regarding the leverage, is it truly in your possession? Lu Dechen's countenance fluctuated between despair and rage. Taking a deep breath, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, Fine, I will sign. When will the compensation be disbursed? Immediately, very soon. The lawyer replied succinctly. Suppressing his emotions, Lu Dechen signed the resignation agreement and then collapsed weakly onto the bed. He was utterly bewildered as to how matters had escalated to this point. As the lawyer carefully placed the agreement into his briefcase and prepared to leave, the door to the hospital room burst open, and several doctors and nurses rushed in. A nurse, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Mr. Liu, following your blood test, your AZ virus result is positive. Please undergo a second test. AZ virus? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I undergo annual health checkups, and I take precautions. Lu Dechen was completely panicked, attempting to sit up to explain, but was immediately restrained by a robust orderly. The doctor spoke sternly, Mr. Liu. It would be wise for you to undergo a second examination. Otherwise, we will be compelled to consider you a potential spreader of a dangerous disease and involve the authorities." Upon hearing the doctor's statement, Lu Dekhen fell silent, beseeching the lawyer, "Please, assist me in finding someone to look after my daughter temporarily. I have already informed her aunt to come and collect her." "Of course, I will arrange for someone to take her home shortly," the lawyer answered slowly, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. At that moment, the emergency room lights extinguished, and the nurses wheeled Li Yixiang out. Pan Panin rushed over. Grasping Li Yixiang's hand, "Darling, how are you?" Lu Xiaozui lagged a step behind, refraining from approaching, her eyes fixed on Li Yixiang. The doctor spoke gravely, "Mr. Li is currently in a coma. Based on my experience, he should regain consciousness soon, but the bullet fragments in his brain pose a significant risk and necessitate immediate surgery." Pan Panin hastily replied, "I am aware of this. I consulted experts from the capital's hospital, and they indicated that the surgical risks are considerable, which is why we chose not to proceed with it." "Well, it is good that you are informed. The patient now requires observation and rest. One person can remain in the special care unit," the doctor instructed before attending to other patients. Lu Xiaozui sighed in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her child, Jianqian, was already asleep in her arms. Glancing at the time, she said, "Xiaojie, I will take the child back to sleep. Let me know if anything comes up. Tomorrow, after I drop her off at kindergarten, I will come straight over." "All right, Sister Cui, leave it to me," Luo Xiaojie responded. "By the way, the lawyer for LV Dekhan will be coming shortly. Are there any conditions you wish to propose?" Lu Xiaozui shook her head, stating, "No amount of money matters to me. All I desire is for Yixiang to be safe and sound. You handle it as you see fit." As they conversed, they completely disregarded Pan Panin, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable, yet she understood it was her own doing. Pan Panin returned Li Yixiang to his hospital room, her slender hand clasping his, whispering, "Darling, you must wake up, otherwise, all my sacrifices will be in vain. I was compelled to come out today by LV Dekhen. He seems to suspect me, and I had no other choice. You cannot fall for anyone else, especially Lu Xiaozui. I detest her. She spoke ill of me in front of our daughter. I absolutely did not cheat or take advantage of anyone. Why do you not believe me? I am actually pleased that you fought for me today. It shows you still care. Let me tell you something. LV Dekhen will not live much longer." Pan Panin believed Li Yixiang was still unconscious. Thus she rambled on without realizing that his eyelids had fluttered slightly. His consciousness was already alert. Li Yixiang simply scoffed internally. Although Pan Panin had sided with him in the altercation with LV Dekhen, her deception towards their daughter was inescapable. Pan Panin remained the same self-serving individual, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve her goals. Li Yixiang actively tuned out Pan Panin's incessant chatter, contemplating how to deal with LV Dekhen. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, LV Dekhen's lawyer was conversing with Luo Xiaojie. "Hello, Brother Luo. I am Zhou Mingqi," the lawyer greeted, extending his hand respectfully. Luo Xiaojie raised an eyebrow, shaking his hand, and replied, "Please refrain from calling me brother. Let us adhere to formalities as representatives of the respective parties. By the way, I recall you studied international business. What prompted your interest in criminal cases?" "There's no choice. The situation has escalated significantly, and there has been some online activity. This is your doing, isn't it?" Zhou Mingqi smiled. "Unless you have evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations, or I might have to see you for defamation," Luo Xiaojie retorted sternly. "Now, to the matter at hand. Is your group planning to intervene?" Zhou Mingqi shook his head. "Of course not. LV Dekhen has already been abandoned. However, his identity is somewhat special, and the group will not pursue it. I am here to discuss matters with Miss Pan. If it concerns my client, Li Yixiang, then we can converse directly. If it's merely regarding Pan Panin, you may contact her directly. However, I must inform you that my client has already filed for divorce due to Pan Panin's infidelity during their marriage. Therefore, her opinions cannot represent my client. Do you understand?" Luo Xiaojie solemnly warned. Zhou Mingqi shrugged and replied, "All right, after I meet Miss Pan, I will discuss it with you, senior brother." As they conversed, Pan Panin had already exited the hospital room, her voice hushed as she spoke on the phone. "I have already promised you. What more do you want? I am hospitalized." "Damn it." Pan Panin appeared exceedingly anxious, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Both lawyers sensed that Pan Panin seemed to be concealing something, yet neither intended to expose it. After hanging up, Pan Panin approached the two men, having previously met Zhou Mingqi. She cut straight to the point, asking, "Lawyer Zhou, what does the group signify?" The AZ virus refers to the HIV virus, intended to illustrate a fantastical urban setting, detached from reality, to prevent readers from identifying too closely with the narrative. Chapter 29 Crisis Public Relations. Pan Panin never imagined that a representative from NM Group would arrive so swiftly. And it was none other than Zhou Mingqi, the most adept in public relations. Director Pan, let us find a suitable place to converse. I am here on behalf of the group to address this public relations crisis, Zhou Mingqi stated slowly, an undeniable glimmer of admiration evident in his gaze. Despite having endured 2 strenuous days, Pan Panin's beauty remained unscathed, particularly her alluring charm, which captivated all who beheld her. Men often exhibit a degree of leniency towards beautiful women. Hence Zhou Mingqi's tone was not as confrontational as it had been with El Dekhin. After a moment's hesitation, Pan Panin replied, "Let us speak in the hospital room. That way, if my husband awakens, I shall be the first to know." Zhou Mingqi's expression flickered with curiosity. For the scandalous video of Pan Panin's infidelity had spread like wildfire online. Her current display of affection seemed rather incongruous, sensitive to the scrutiny. Pan Panin gently brushed her hair aside and forced a wry smile. "If I assert that I have not been unfaithful, I fear you would not believe me. Now, let us conclude this matter swiftly." Luo Xiaojie did not accompany them inside. He had already received a text from Yixiang and felt no concern for unforeseen complications. Instead, he adopted a spectator's mentality, eager to hear what clandestine revelations might unfold between the two. Inside the hospital room, silence enveloped them, broken only by the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment. Pan Panin offered Zhou Mingqi a chair and took her place beside the bed, tenderly grasping Li Yixiang's hand. As if drawing strength from the gesture, Zhou Mingqi produced a resignation agreement, stating, "The public discourse has begun to tarnish the group's reputation. We have resolved to issue a public announcement tomorrow. In fact, you and L have already resigned 3 days prior, rendering any actions you undertook irrelevant to the group. By the way, this resignation agreement has already been signed by Director L. Public discourse? Is it truly that severe?" Pan Panin furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhou Mingqi smiled faintly before responding, "Your affair with Director L has made headlines across major websites, and forums are abuzz with your news. Many netizens have not only uncovered your identities, but have also shared numerous photographs from public events, attending banquets, entering hotels, and traveling together." Pan Panin's hands trembled. Her concern for Li Yixiang had prevented her from keeping abreast of the news. Upon opening her mobile browser and briefly scanning the local news, she nearly succumbed to faintness. I did not betray him. These accusations are utterly unfounded. I shall sue them for defamation." Her face drained of color. She cast a frantic glance at the unconscious Li Yixiang, fearful that Zhou Mingqi's words might reach his ears. Zhou Mingqi shook his head, stating, "This is not my concern. But it is certainly the group's. The masses are easily swayed by sensationalist news. People will only believe what they see. Let us consider those earlier photographs and videos as mere business matters. How shall we explain the incident at the amusement park? Choosing to accompany another's daughter instead of your own? Numerous videos have captured the moment when Mr. Lu's daughter addressed you as mother. Consequently, the prevailing public sentiment is quite unfavorable for your company, and any attempts to clarify the situation seem futile. Mr. Lu Dekhin coerced me into taking his daughter to an amusement park. This constitutes workplace bullying," Ms. Pan Panin stated solemnly. "Director Pan, please sign here," Zhou Mingqi urged. Aware that the tide had turned against her, Pan Panin signed the document and coldly inquired, "Is there anything else?" As Zhou Mingqi secured the paperwork, he continued, "The next matter pertains to a personal issue. The group has become aware that your subsidiary possesses a small treasury, primarily consisting of rebates and surplus funds. Mr. Lu Dekhin has utilized these funds over the years to purchase virtual currencies." "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Pan Panin vehemently denied. Zhou Mingqi chuckled softly. "Miss Pan, we are all astute individuals. Concealing matters serves no purpose. 3 days prior, someone in the cryptocurrency realm suddenly offered a substantial amount of virtual currency, valued at $100 million, at a 70% discount, and the funds subsequently flowed into your Swiss bank account. Do not underestimate the group's capabilities. If the group seeks the truth, nothing can remain hidden." Pan Panin's expression darkened, her hands clenched tightly, fingertips turning pale as she coldly retorted, "Do you expect me to return the money? Of course not. $100 million is merely a trifling sum, less than a month's research budget for the laboratory. This amount shall serve as one of the compensatory payments for you, Miss Pan, and I will include it in the agreement shortly, ensuring you can utilize it with confidence. I refer to several agreements and transfer records stored on a hard drive that require your handling. Zhou Mingqi replied slowly. What are those? Pan Panin inquired. Zhou Mingqi lightly tapped his briefcase, saying, Miss Pan, are you so curious? It is not curiosity. I wish to ascertain the group's sincerity. At the very least, transparency is essential, Pan Panin articulated deliberately. Zhou Mingqi nodded, stating, initially, the group facilitated certain benefits to enter the Tiannan province market, a matter overseen by Mr. Lu Dekhen. He retained these as leverage to coerce the group into granting him greater power and benefits. Now that we are aware these items are in your possession, the group wishes to terminate its collaboration with Mr. Lu Dekhen. Then I believe we should engage in a meaningful discussion. A glimmer of greed flickered in Pan Panin's eyes, her lips curling slightly. Zhou Mingqi was not surprised. His records indicated that Pan Panin was an astute and greedy woman who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. What does Miss Pan propose? Zhou Mingqi inquired. Pan Panin narrowed her eyes and smiled. I require the exclusive authorization for pharmaceutical products from NM Group in Tiannan province. Furthermore, I demand that profits and sales exceed those of Lu Dekhen. Oh, does Miss Pan aspire to become the manager of the subsidiary? Zhou Mingqi inquired with a smile. Certainly not. I have established a sales company named Nanxiang Medical, and I am merely awaiting authorization. As far as I am aware, the group is prepared to relinquish its business in Tiannan province, so why not consider a new partner? Pan Panin replied with a smile. Zhou Mingqi's eyes shimmered with admiration as he spoke slowly. I can submit a request to the group, though it will take a few days. I am eager to await your news. This is a hard drive, and it represents my sincerity. Rest assured, it contains no copies, and you are welcome to inspect it. Pan Panin retrieved the portable hard drive from her bag and handed it to Zhou Mingqi. He nodded in satisfaction, carefully encasing the hard drive in a plastic sealing bag before remarking, Excellent. Miss Pan, you truly are a perceptive individual. I wish you great success in your future endeavors, and I am confident that we shall have opportunities for collaboration ahead. Thank you. Pan Panin replied with a reserved smile. Chapter 30. The Quarrel. Miss Pan. I must remind you that Mr. L. Dechen's identity is rather exceptional. His grandfather is the head of the Qin family in Tiannan province, which is why the corporation is reluctant to confront him. Thus, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Should your husband tragically pass away, matters may be simpler. However, if he survives and even regains his health, you may have to face inevitable repercussions from him. Zhou Mingqi spoke in a grave tone. Pan Panin inhaled deeply and replied, Do not forget, my mother-in-law is Professor Hanling. My husband and I are not divorced. No one dares to employ extreme measures against me. That is for the best. I hope you can maintain a good relationship with Professor Hanling. She possesses numerous patents that the corporation requires. I believe your collaboration with the group will deepen. Zhou Mingqi smiled as he departed with the hard drive. Pan Panin appeared to relax completely, allowing a smile to escape her lips, only to be followed by tears. She grasped Yixiang's hand and choked out, Darling, please wake up. Look, we are now billionaires. Our company is about to be established. I am doing this for our family. A chill coursed through Yixiang at the realization that he had been deceived for so long. Pan Panin's avarice was entirely beyond his expectations. Darling, I have memorized the transfer records and personnel lists. The NM Group is well aware, thus they must grant me the authorization. Those individuals will continue to collaborate with me. Am I not remarkable? Pan Panin murmured to herself, seemingly succumbing to a peculiar obsession. She lowered her head and gently kissed Li Yixiang's forehead, her gaze growing increasingly entranced. Li Yixiang wished to remain still, hoping Pan Panin would leave of her own accord, yet to his astonishment, she became ever more audacious. Darling, I wish to have another baby while I'm still young. Is that all right? I can manage the child on my own, Pan Panin mumbled, clearly already emotionally invested. Li Yixiang felt he might lose his mind. The sedatives left him with a foggy mind, yet his thoughts remained clear, while his limbs lacked strength, rendering him voiceless. A glint of cunning flashed in Pan Panin's eyes, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Outside the hospital room, Luo Xiaojie pressed against the door, eavesdropping, shaking his head helplessly before stepping back to keep the doctors and nurses at bay. The following morning, Lu Xiaozue hurried to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, she found Pan Panin applying makeup before the mirror, prompting her to frown and inquire, What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm putting on makeup. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Pan Panin replied, radiating vitality and appearing utterly at ease. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xiaozui examined Li Yixiang and said, "You may go about your business. You are no longer needed here. Attend your meeting." Her voice was laced with resentment. Pan Panin had no desire to quarrel with Lu Xiaozui. Instead, she smiled gently and remarked, "Sister Cui, you remain as ever, so concerned for my husband. If I do not care for him, do I rely on you? Where were you when Yixiang was suffering from headaches and fevers? Upon returning home, I could not even enjoy a warm meal. Last time, during my appendicitis hospitalization, a signature was required from a family member. Where were you?" Lu Xiaozui exclaimed in anger. A flicker of guilt crossed Pan Panin's eyes as she gently bit her red lips, saying, "I will make it up to him in the future. Once we have money, we shall move into a villa. At that time, you can come live with us too. We can hire 2 maids for cleaning and cooking, while you take care of Yixiang and the children. I will handle the outside, and you will manage the home," Pan Panin tentatively suggested, only to be outright dismissed by Lu Xiaozui. Lu Xiaozui scoffed. "Do you think you can raise Yixiang while he watches you flirt with others? Spare yourself the shame, or beware of retribution. A woman who strays is morally corrupt. Yixiang is a good man, so stop bringing him misfortune." These words struck Pan Panin like a slap to the face, leaving her pale and breathless. She understood that certain aspects of her situation were difficult to explain to an outsider, yet she steadfastly believed herself to be a devoted woman to her family. Lu Xiaozui's remarks were akin to a public humiliation. Enraged, Pan Panin screamed, "What do you think you are? You are merely a caretaker, constantly yearning for another's husband. I admit I love Yixiang. Aunt Han once inquired about my thoughts, and I believed it best for Yixiang to marry a smart girl with a diploma. However, I was mistaken, and I regret it. Had I known you were this kind of woman, I would never have allowed him to be with you." Lu Xiaozui, rarely angered, presented a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, her intensity overwhelming Pan Panin. Shaking, Pan Panin finally managed to utter, "I have not betrayed him. I have done nothing wrong. If I lie, let the heavens strike me down. I do not wish to hear your assurances. Save them for your explanations to Yixiang. If Yixiang does not wake up, I will ensure that you two pay with your lives." Lu Xiaozui spat fiercely, her eyes filled with resentment, making Pan Panin feel uncomfortable, a chill running down her spine. Gritting her teeth, Pan Panin replied, "He will be fine. He will wake up soon. He is just pretending to sleep." Lu Xiaozui, skeptical, glanced at Li Yixiang and, not believing Pan Panin's fabrications, began to busy herself, ignoring Pan Panin entirely. Lu Xiaozui fetched a basin of warm water and began to wipe Li Yixiang's face with a towel. Li Yixiang, somewhat helpless, opened his eyes and said, "Sister Cui, please get me a glass of water." "Yixiang, you're awake? That is wonderful. I'll call the doctor right away," Lu Xiaozui exclaimed with delight. "No need. I am fine now," Li Yixiang gently replied, holding Lu Xiaozui's hand. Witnessing this, Pan Panin's expression darkened as she approached the bed and pinched Li Yixiang's arm, saying, "If you wish to be affectionate, do it at home. I am not dead yet. Leave. I do not wish to see you," Li Yixiang said coldly. Last night, he had not fully recovered, preventing him from intervening in time, but the circumstances had changed. Pan Panin, confronted by the icy gaze of the man before her, felt an inexplicable shame mingled with sorrow. She spoke hesitantly, "Darling, let me stay and take care of you. Aren't you supposed to attend a meeting? Get lost. Stop pretending." Lu Xiaozui retorted sharply. Li Yixiang shook his head and replied, "Go and settle your own affairs. Do not involve our daughter in me. Re-sign the divorce agreement. This marriage must end." Pan Panin pleaded softly, "Let us discuss this matter again once you are discharged and back home, shall we? I know you despise me, but I have laid everything bare." Before Li Yixiang could respond, the doors swung open, and 7 or 8 individuals entered. The leading officer, upon noticing Li Yixiang was awake, furrowed his brow and said, "Doctor, please examine him promptly. If he is conscious, I will arrange to take his statement. Miss Pan, I am primarily here to seek you out." Chapter 31. Test Results. Miss Pan Panin, we have received a report from Mr. L. Dekhen, who claims that after engaging in relations with you, he contracted the AZ virus, and that you have intentionally harmed him, thus damaging his reputation. We are now conducting an investigation in accordance with the law, and we ask for your cooperation, the police stated solemnly as they presented the investigation warrant. Li Yixiang felt a chill run down his spine, his stomach churning with turmoil. He immediately released Pan Panin's hand and exclaimed, "I never expected you to be so despicable. To contract a disease and implicate me." He turned to the nurse, demanding, "Quickly conduct a test on me." Is there any way to administer post-exposure prophylaxis within 24 hours? The surrounding individuals regarded Li Yixiang with peculiar expressions, several of the nurses filled with disdain. Li Yixiang felt a sense of injustice, but more so, an uncontrollable fury. Pan Nan, caught between laughter and tears, rolled up her sleeves and asserted, "El Dekhen is framing me, distorting the truth. Come, the test will reveal everything. Darling, you know as well as I do that on that day at the hotel." Her words trailed off, silenced by the presence of the police, leaving her unable to elaborate further. Li Yixiang discerned the implication, his mind racing to the woman resembling Pan Nan who had appeared at the hotel. His expression remained stoic. Yet his guard against Pan Nan heightened. After sharing a bed for so long, he had not anticipated her to be so ruthless. The nurse carefully drew blood from both of them, promptly dispatching the samples for testing. The results arrived swiftly, the nurse presenting them to the police, whose brow furrowed in concern. Pan Nan, brimming with confidence, declared, "I am certain there is no issue, right? Miss Pan, the test results indicate a positive result for you, while Mr. Li's results are negative. According to regulations, we must question you further. Please accompany us," the police stated gravely. Pan Nan's complexion drained of color, a wave of fear washing over her, her legs trembling as if they might give way beneath her. Her mind raced, retracing her recent steps with fervor. Finally, gritting her teeth, she resolutely proclaimed, "That is absolutely impossible. I have maintained my virtue, with no infidelity. I cannot be infected. I demand a retest." Li Yixiang too sensed the peculiarities of the situation and turned to Luo Xiaojia, saying, "Xiaojia, you must personally accompany the officer for a retest. Ensure the blood samples do not leave your sight. If the results remain unchanged, we will seek another hospital. This will prevent any foul play." After deliberation, the police agreed, instructing the nurse to draw blood once more, with Luo Xiaojia personally signing the seal of confirmation. 2 officers escorted Luo Xiaojia to the testing center. The atmosphere in the ward felt as though it had solidified. Lu Xiaozui glared at Pan Nan with disdain, pointing towards the restroom. "You go over there. Don't infect Yixiang. It's filthy." "Who are you calling filthy? I am not ill, truly. Please believe me, darling. The one who infected El Dekhen was not me. It was the woman from that day at the hotel," Pan Nan anxiously explained. In the face of life and death, even such a formidable woman experienced a moment of panic, the sound of her teeth chattering faintly audible. Li Yixiang, wearied, closed his eyes and remarked, "It is all too easy for you to become infected. A glass of blood-infused red wine, a silver needle tainted with a virus, and beyond that, a reckless personal life. Pan Nan, I am truly exhausted. You desire too much, and I have nothing to offer you." Pan Nan's expression fluctuated, her mind disrupted by Li Yixiang's words, an overwhelming tide of fear washing over her. Lu Xiaozui, with a complex demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of pity for Pan Nan and attempted to console her, saying, "Perhaps it is a misdiagnosis. Furthermore, medical technology is so advanced now. It is not necessarily a life-threatening illness." However, this statement proved futile, instead inciting a stronger reaction. Pan Nan burst into inconsolable tears, snot and tears mingling as she clung desperately to Li Yixiang, repeatedly apologizing, "Darling, I'm so sorry. I'm not a good wife. Since our marriage, I have never cooked a meal for you. I apologize to you and our daughter. I do not wish to die, truly. As the saying goes, in the face of imminent death, a person's words become sincere. Enough, do not cry." Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, his agitation evident. Mistaking his concern for empathy, Pan Nan was momentarily moved, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with surprise. Yet she soon spoke in anguish, "No, I must sign the divorce agreement immediately. I would rather die than burden you." She then turned to Lu Xiaozui, "Sister Cui, I entrust my husband to your care." Convinced of her impending infection, Pan Nan retrieved the divorce agreement from her backpack, trembling as she inscribed her name. This would be her second divorce agreement. There would be no need to register it at the Civil Affairs Bureau, as it could simply be submitted to the court as evidence of the irretrievable breakdown of their marriage. Lu Xiaozui's impression of Pan Nan began to shift, and she approached to offer comfort. "You are still Qianqian's mother. You must gather your strength." Yet, Pan Nan seemed to have succumbed to despair, holding onto Li Yixiang's hand, devoid of any vitality. Regret consumed her thoughts, regret for not spending more time with her husband and child during their limited moments together. Despite her intentions to prioritize her family, She found herself in this dismal predicament. A wave of profound resentment surged within her, and all she could think of was inflicting unspeakable harm upon El Deccan. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaojia, carrying the blood samples for testing under police escort, arrived at the testing center. The masked doctor glanced at him and said, "Another test for Pan Nan? Wasn't she already tested? Let us conduct another test. What if the equipment malfunctions? Even if it returns positive, we are prepared to have it tested elsewhere." Luo Xiaojia replied slowly. The doctor, momentarily taken aback, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes. This slight crack did not escape Luo Xiaojia's notice. Instantly, he deduced that something was amiss and remarked, "I recall that deliberately tampering with test samples resulting in serious consequences is punishable by law. Last year, there was a case in a neighboring city where a doctor, under duress, altered DNA test results, resulting in 2 fatalities and 5 injuries. Ultimately, the physician was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Therefore, it is imperative to conduct such tests with utmost caution, as any misstep could be catastrophic. One must ponder the folly of those who would risk so much for monetary gain. What value does wealth hold if one's family is lost in the process?" The doctor, drenched in cold sweat, felt the gravity of the situation, particularly as even the 2 police officers present sensed something amiss. "Please wait a moment. I will conduct the test immediately," he said, his voice tinged with urgency, as he hurriedly grasped the blood sample and approached the apparatus to commence the procedure. The results emerged swiftly, and the director of the testing center personally delivered an apology. "We sincerely apologize for our oversight, which led to the contamination of the blood sample." Observing this, the police instructed the director to inscribe his name beneath the test results, emphasizing that any future discrepancies would incur legal consequences. However, Luo Xiaojia remained uneasy and sought a second opinion at another hospital, only to receive the same negative result. In the absence of evidence proving intentional misconduct by the testing center, the matter was left unresolved. Once the accompanying officers reported the findings, clarity enveloped the situation. Chapter 32. The divorce at last. Pan Nan was in a daze, her spirit teetering on the brink of collapse, as she stared blankly at Lu Xiaoxiyui, who was bustling about. Lu Xiaoxiyui poured boiling water over the canned peaches, then sliced them into small pieces, gently feeding them to Yixiang. After each couple of bites, she would tenderly wipe his mouth. "Would you like some millet porridge? I've been simmering it for quite a while," Lu Xiaoxiyui said softly. Yixiang shook his head and replied, "That's enough. You should eat some too. Once the doctor finishes the examination, I can be discharged. I feel fit enough to take on a tiger." "Stop joking. Just take care of yourself," Lu Xiaoxiyui retorted playfully, casting him a flirtatious glance. Watching her ex-husband so intimately involved with another woman pierced Pan Nan's heart like 1,000 needles, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, as if they were ready to fall at any moment. Soon, the doctor entered to conduct another examination and addressed the police officer present, stating, "The patient appears to be recovering well. However, since the injury was to the head, we cannot guarantee that there won't be future complications. Furthermore, the patient retired from service, and we have his records at our hospital. You must handle this matter with utmost caution. I will report this incident shortly." The police officer preparing to take notes did not dare to be negligent, diligently recording the doctor's recommendations. The statement was relatively straightforward, as Luo Xiaojia had thoroughly documented the entire incident. The police focused their investigation on the relationship between Pan Nan and Lu Dichen, which felt like rubbing salt into her wounds. "Mr. Li, is it true that you saw your wife with another man, who was referred to as Mom by his daughter, leading you to believe she had betrayed your marriage?" The officer's eyes brimmed with sympathy as he inquired. "Indeed, I believe any sane person would think the same, unless they are a lunatic," Yixiang replied coldly. Pan Nan's vacant gaze shifted slightly. She longed to explain, but felt utterly humiliated. A wise woman knows how to feign ignorance. She was acutely aware of how despicable her actions were. As the police's questions grew more probing, Pan Nan wished she could vanish into the ground. Lu Xiaoxiyui's expression darkened, her eyes glaring fiercely at Pan Nan. Her thoughts crystal clear: no one could harm Yixiang. Lu Xiaoxiyui's love was all-encompassing, yet Pan Nan had directly struck at her most vulnerable spot. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li," the officer said, closing his notebook before departing. Pan Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Her 10 delicate fingers intertwined as she remorsefully said, "Husband, I was wrong." "What wrong have you done?" "All for money, how shameless," Yixiang scoffed. Ultimately, Pan Nan's tears fell, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. However, just as she was engulfed in her sorrow, Luo Xiaojia returned with the test results. What? I wasn't infected. I told you I wasn't T. Husband, I truly wasn't T. Pan Nan exclaimed, her face lighting up like a blooming peony, instantly regaining her vibrancy. Yixiang furrowed his brow and asked, Xiaojia, can you find out who was responsible for this? The doctor has resigned, but I suspect it has something to do with El Dekhen, as he likely intends to drag Miss Pan into this mess, Luo Xiaojia replied. Pan Nan suddenly recalled the divorce agreement she had signed, and with a playful twist of her waist, she coquettishly said, Darling, could you please return the divorce agreement to me? I don't wish to part ways. I am quite wealthy now. Will you promise me? I can support you. Don't you enjoy gaming? I will create a dedicated esports room just for you, alright? I'll buy you the latest graphics card. Pan Nan endeavored to sway Yixiang with her words, yet her previous actions had eroded any trust he had in her. Enough. Do not mention this matter again. You are clearly intelligent. Do you not perceive the danger lurking here? For a doctor to commit forgery, the forces behind this are formidable. You should exercise caution. Divorce is the best course of action now to spare me and our child from any repercussions, Yixiang declared with a resolute heart. At that moment, Pan's spirits lifted, and her intelligence and emotional acuity returned. The regret and frustration she had felt earlier dissipated like smoke. She understood that her actions had inflicted deep wounds, and if they did not divorce, it might leave Yixiang with unresolved feelings. It would be wiser to proceed with the divorce, allowing her the time to resolve her troubles, and later, she could devise a way to remarry. All right, I consent to the divorce, but I wish to see our daughter at any time. We must take her out to play every week. I want her to have a joyful childhood, so you cannot reveal the divorce to her. Pan Nan feigned sorrow, wiping away non-existent tears, while her eyes sparkled with cunning. Yixiang softened slightly and replied, Very well. No problem. Luo Xiaojia sensed the shifting dynamics, but refrained from interjecting, instead pulling out his phone to process the divorce application online. According to regulations, special groups could register online without visiting the service hall. With the doctor's diagnosis in hand, Yixiang smoothly completed the application, and he and Pan presented the divorce agreement before the camera. The staff registered the documents, and all that remained was to await the issuance of the divorce certificate in 30 days. Subsequently, Luo Xiaojia withdrew the lawsuit and paid a fine. Although Pan Nan had mentally prepared herself and devised plans for reconciliation, the reality of the situation weighed heavily upon her. Her tears fell like pearls that had broken free from their string, cascading down incessantly as she clung tightly to Yixiang's neck, her voice choked with emotion. We are divorced. I have no home anymore. Darling, I have no home. How can that be? You possess considerable wealth. You can find others to accompany you. Someone like me, so lacking in ambition, could never be worthy of you. You are merely experiencing discomfort now. Soon, you will see things clearly. Yixiang responded patiently. Yet, he too was puzzled by how she could express such deep emotions after their divorce. If it were an act, he had nothing to gain from it. Pan Nan gritted her teeth and declared, A place devoid of you, and our daughter will never be home. Yixiang, we shall be together forever. You will remarry me. This fervent declaration from Pan Nan seemed almost pathological, leaving Yixiang feeling somewhat unsettled. He had no desire to further entangle himself with Pan Nan. Instead, he was contemplating relocating to another city once the tumult subsided. Suddenly, the unsettling silence of the hospital room was pierced by the ringing of a mobile phone. Lu Xiaozue glanced at the screen and quickly exclaimed, It's Aunt Han calling. She must be inquiring about Yixiang's condition. Yixiang, perhaps you should answer it. Chapter 33. Changes after divorce. The call from Han Ling came as no surprise. After all, we now reside in an information-driven society. Although the website displayed pixelated images, acquaintances could discern the truth at a glance. This phone call felt akin to a death knell. Yixiang experienced a throbbing headache. He instructed Lu Xiaozue to answer and then opened the chat application on his phone. The family group chat was already in an uproar, with over 700 unread messages. His phone was inundated with calls from several cousins and aunts. It was clear that Pan was not a virtuous woman. She had dared to bully the Han family. And this was intolerable. His cousin Han Qian expressed her outrage with a furious emoji. We must remain calm and investigate the underlying circumstances. We must provide an explanation once verified. His cousin Li Wenwen followed up with another message. Is Yixiang all right? I've inquired through connections. And it seems he has been taken into custody, came an anxious message from his aunt. Li Yixiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hastily typed a message. I have officially divorced Pan Nan. We are both moving on, so please do not worry. To his dismay, the moment he sent it, he received a barrage of 7 or 8 phone calls. The group chat erupted in a tirade against Pan Nan, with various unsavory remarks accumulating into a veritable lexicon of insults. Pan Nan, realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced at her own phone, which was similarly besieged by missed calls. Initially, she had refrained from answering due to her guilty conscience, but now she recognized her folly. Regrettably, it was too late to explain. She had just posted in the group, I did not cheat. The next moment, she found herself expelled from the family chat. Tears threatened to spill from Pan, and as she cast a mournful gaze at Li Yixiang, as if she had words yet to express, Lu Xiaozie, having hung up, said, Pan Nan, Aunt Han wishes for you to visit her at your earliest convenience. She has something to discuss with you. What? What did you tell Mom? What does she mean? Pan Nan's complexion turned ashen, her calves began to tremble, and her eyes filled with terror. I said nothing. The rumors online are rampant, Lu Xiaozie replied, a hint of schadenfreude lurking in her heart. Pan Nan swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of her predicament. The one person she feared most in this world was her mother-in-law. Han Ling, their relationship, akin to that of teacher and mother, rendered her as timid as a mouse in the presence of a cat. Recalling her own foolish actions, Pan Nan wished to slap herself, but still clung to a flicker of hope that her mother-in-law might heed her explanations. I will go now. Pan Nan wasted no time, hastily exiting the hospital room. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang was preoccupied with extinguishing the flames of chaos, feeling increasingly vexed. The dissolution of marriage was never merely a matter between two individuals. Rumors would inevitably circulate among relatives, who would then ascend to moral high ground, passing judgment without restraint. Li Yixiang, somewhat reclusive and disinclined to engage with relatives, managed a few perfunctory exchanges before shutting the chat application once more and setting his phone to busy. By the way, class monitor, there are still a few matters to discuss. Luo Xiaojie glanced at Lu Xiaozie and spoke in a hushed tone. Continue your conversation. I will step outside to wash some fruit. Lu Xiaozie perceived the subtext and promptly excused herself from the room. Luo Xiaojie spoke in a hushed tone, class leader. During the 30-day cooling-off period, if either party withdraws their application, the divorce will fail, and ultimately, we will be compelled to resort to litigation. There are several points you must heed. Firstly, you must maintain a formal and stable job. The position of Deputy Section Chief in the Security Department of the Water Conservancy Bureau is advantageous, and you absolutely cannot resign at this stage. Secondly, you must have no criminal record. Even detention is unacceptable. Thirdly, during the marriage, you must not engage in any intimate or cohabiting relationships with other women. Especially regarding the third point, it would be prudent for you to exercise restraint in the near future, should this matter escalate to court. And if Pan Nan hires a private investigator, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Li Yixiang nodded and replied, I understand. Class leader. L. Dechen's attorney has already signed a settlement agreement with me, waiving further claims. However, I sense that this matter is far from over. Class leader, you must exercise caution. L. Dechen's family is rather formidable. Luo Xiaojie spoke gravely, indeed. I am aware of what must be done. Li Yixiang responded calmly. Luo Xiaojie suddenly felt a chill. In his recollection, his class leader's initial reaction should have been one of aggression. Yet now, he saw nothing in the other's eyes, only a stillness as deep as a tranquil pool, which was unsettling. Li Yixiang gazed out at the setting sun. Since Pan Nan had departed, he felt an odd transformation within himself. If his mind had once resembled a volcano, erupting with pain at intervals, it now felt like a glacier, remarkably calm, as though nothing could provoke an emotional upheaval within him. All right, class leader, call me if you need anything. I must return to the office, Luo Xiaojie said before taking his leave. At that moment, after the police informed L. Dechen of the test results, he became increasingly distraught. Bellowing, she must have issues. Investigate. Go and investigate. Mr. L, please remain calm. Our decision not to pursue charges against you for filing a false report is a humanitarian consideration. By the way, I should inform you that Mr. Li Yixiang has regained consciousness. Your lawyer has reached a settlement with the opposing party. However, your 2 bodyguards, suspected of intentional injury, have been approved for arrest. The officer stated coldly. L. Dechen was on the verge of madness. He had contracted the AZ disease, yet it was not transmitted by Pan Nan, a bewildering circumstance that eluded his understanding. The most troubling aspect was that, despite suffering such severe injuries, his lawyer had opted for a settlement. Realizing this, Dekhen erupted. I never hired a lawyer. I did not authorize the Group S attorney to handle this matter. Officer, are you mistaken? The officer paused momentarily, then a middle-aged man entered. There is no mistake, young Master L. I am the attorney dispatched by the head of the family. It was I who signed the settlement agreement. The middle-aged lawyer said nonchalantly. The officer shot a cold glance at Dekhen, his contempt evident, as if regarding a worthless individual, before exiting the hospital room. Come back. What kind of attitude is that? Dekhen roared. Young Master L, I will arrange for your transfer to another hospital shortly. The head of the family is quite dissatisfied with this situation, the lawyer replied. The middle-aged lawyer spoke with a stoic expression. Dekhen's eyes were filled with venomous rage as he bellowed. Why seek reconciliation? I want that pair of wretched souls to perish. I want them dead. You go. And ensure their demise. Xiao, I implore you to maintain your composure. We are in our homeland, not Southeast Asia. If you seek revenge, it is prudent to operate within the confines of the law. Our family is currently undergoing a transition, and should our rivals seize upon any weaknesses, you may find yourself forsaken. This is the sentiment of both the family head and the young lady, the middle-aged lawyer stated calmly. Like an enraged bull, Dekhen snorted ferociously before responding. I understand now. You wish to abandon me? Dream on. I possess family shares, and I have my own trump cards and contingencies. Just wait and see. Chapter 34. A mother's benevolent intentions. The attorney dispatched by the Chun family was utterly indifferent to Dekhen's sentiments. While Dekhen was determined to devise a means of revenge, with the foremost task being to reclaim the hard drive. Only by accessing the information contained within it could he hope to turn the tide in his favor. Reflecting on his past decisions, Dekhen realized that his greatest blunder had been to invite a wolf into his fold, allowing the venomous serpent, Pan Nan, to remain in close proximity. After the middle-aged lawyer departed, Dekhen promptly called Zhao Hu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ahu, I need you to capture someone. Alive. It's Pan Nan. You need not concern yourself with the details, just locate her for me. Furthermore, take care of Yixiang. I'll pay 10 million. At that moment, Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes as he set down the phone and turned to his nephew, Zhao Wan. What is your take on this? It seems Dekhen has lost something, whether it be a life-threatening secret or something of monetary value. It presents an opportunity for us, Zhao Wan replied slowly. Zhao Hu gently tapped the table and remarked, You've seen the news, haven't you? Pan Nan was caught in the act by her husband. It's likely she has already fallen out with Dekhen. So how do we go about finding her, and then capturing her? Dekhen has his own bodyguards and subordinates. If he can reach out to me, it stands to reason that Pan has already gone into hiding. With more than 20 million residents in Linghai City, finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. On one front, we can send people to her frequented spots. On the other, we shall lie in wait. Keeping a close eye on her husband and child, she will inevitably reveal herself, Zhao Wan stated coldly. Zhao Hu nodded in satisfaction, saying, We must execute this plan with finesse, avoiding any unnecessary troubles. What about Li Yixiang? I understand. I will oversee this personally. Li Yixiang is part of the system. And to ensure there are no repercussions, we must first cut off his means of support. Zhao Wan's gaze was chilling as he sliced a piece of bloody beef with a knife, resembling a venomous snake. Zhao Hu nodded in approval, pouring a glass of red wine for his nephew. The target of the Zhao family's scheme, the woman whom Dekhen despised the most, had just arrived at Linghai Industrial University. Senior sister, Bai Xiaohe had been waiting eagerly at the entrance, waving eagerly upon spotting Pan Nan. As Pan Nan regarded her former junior, she could not help but reflect on the passage of time. When she graduated from her master's program, the latter had only just commenced her undergraduate studies. Now, the junior had become a crucial member of the research team, while she had devolved into a greedy merchant. Bai Xiaohe trotted over, her arms clasped adorably across her chest, resembling a charming fawn. Senior sister, why haven't I seen senior brother? She inquired curiously. Pan Nan's expression darkened momentarily as she forced a smile and replied, He hasn't been feeling well. Oh, that explains it. I noticed he looked unwell the last time I saw him, Bai Xiaohe remarked without a hint of suspicion, leading Pan Nan to Han Ling's office. The lights in the office were exceedingly bright. Pan Nan knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving permission, she entered cautiously, closing the door behind her with care. Han Ling held documents in her hands, flipping through the pages without uttering a word to Pan Panin. The atmosphere within the office felt as if it had solidified. With Han Ling silent, Pan Panin dared not speak, obediently standing before the desk, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. "Have you divorced Li Yixiang?" Han Ling inquired without lifting her gaze. Pan Panin, feeling both aggrieved and fearful, cast a quick glance at Han Ling, then lowered her head swiftly, murmuring, "Yes. But I didn't want to. I have seen the news. What is the extent of your relationship with that man?" Han Ling probed. Pan Panin's face flushed crimson, a mixture of shame and embarrassment overwhelming her. With gritted teeth, she asserted, "Mom, I did not cheat. I was not taken advantage of. I promise. Haha. I have watched you grow up and am aware of the grievances you harbor within. If you say it is not true, then so be it." Han Ling replied with a hint of indifference. "I called you here because of Qian. Make sure to come home often. Why don't you ask me the reason?" Pan Panin suddenly spoke up, her eyes brimming with defiance and resentment. Han Ling smiled lightly and replied, "What reason could there be, if not your ambition?" "Then do you know why I would rather lend them buy a house for my son?" Pan Panin questioned, her brows furrowing in confusion. Han Ling shook her head and said, "Based on what I know of you, once the house is in Yixiang's name, you would certainly be tempted. Your first step would be to mortgage the property and then venture into the investment market for a gamble. If you win, you would desire to invest more. If you lose, you would seek private loans. The world of capital is a ravenous beast, and I do not wish for you to stray from the right path, potentially dragging my son down with you." Pan Panin remained unconvinced, yet the knot in her heart began to unravel. However, Han Ling's next words plunged her into despair. "Yixiang is still young. He will certainly seek a partner. I am considering choosing between Lu Xiaozue and Bai Xiaoa. Which do you think is more suitable?" Han Ling asked. An indescribable agony engulfed Pan Panin as she realized that the greatest obstacle to her reconciliation lay in her former teacher, her beloved mother-in-law. Just as Han Ling understood Pan Panin was well aware of her mother-in-law's temperament. Now, while Han Ling appeared composed on the surface, she was seething with anger beneath. Thud. Pan Panin fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with fervor, "Mom, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, will you? I cannot bear to be away from home. I will seek Yixiang's forgiveness. I am now quite wealthy, and I can provide a good life for Yixiang and Qian. Wealth? How much could you possibly have? The latest foreign equipment I just procured costs $12 billion, not including the infrastructure expenses for the site. And do you truly believe Yixiang and Qian are living poorly? Are they lacking in food and clothing?" Han Ling questioned, her tone tinged with curiosity. Pan Panin spoke bitterly. "Mother, our perspectives diverge. I believe that once one's basic needs are met, it is essential to elevate the quality of life. Not everyone is willing to devote everything to scientific endeavors as you are. Someone must make sacrifices, mustn't they? Otherwise, how could you enjoy a peaceful existence? After marriage, you once lamented to me about Yixiang's lack of ambition, how he lazed at home, indulging in video games. Yet, do you know why I refrained from intervening? Why I even provided him with financial support each month? You have always been curious about my motives. You should pull down that cloth," Han Ling said calmly. Pan Panin trembled as she stood, following Han Ling's directive towards a wall, where she reached out and removed a piece of crimson velvet. Before her lay 5 plaques, 2 inscribed with first-class meritorious service and 3 with second-class meritorious service. Pan Panin's breath quickened, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she exclaimed, "These are Yixiang's merit plaques? No, it cannot be. He explicitly told me he was raising pigs, that the shrapnel in his head was from a training accident. I was the one who prevented Zhang Yang from publicizing it." Yixiang felt the same way. He confided in me that these honors came with the sacrifice of his comrades, which is why he refused to mention them at all. You have never truly understood him, nor do you grasp what he desires. Pan Panin, when you behold these merit plaques, what is your immediate thought? Han Ling inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Pan Panin replied, he must have relied on these merits for his transfer. He might now hold a position at the bureau level. Remaining in the military could have boundless prospects. I simply cannot comprehend. Chapter 35, finally discharged upon hearing Pan Pan's response. Han Ling's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment as she slowly articulated, if it were Lu Xiaozue, she would first feel sympathy for Li Yixiang and express concern for his well-being. If it were Bai Xiaohe, she would hold a deep admiration for Li Yixiang, perhaps even harboring feelings of affection. Only you would contemplate leveraging Li Yixiang's achievements to maximize your own gains. No, it's not like that, Pan Pan exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, trembling all over as she hastily defended herself. Mother, I am not that kind of person. You misunderstand me. I care deeply for Yixiang. The money I earn is meant to take him for treatment. Please believe me. With money, we can find the best doctors. There is no cure. Do you understand? A 30% risk of death. I do not want my son to gamble with his life. I would rather see him live happily. He has already made sacrifices for the country in the past decade. He owes nothing to anyone. He has the right to choose his own way of life. And let me tell you something. The money I give you each month is actually Yixiang's disability compensation. After Yixiang retired, he refused all compensation. The leaders of his unit approached me and ultimately transferred it to him in my name. So do you see? He is not a failure. He deserves any good girl. Therefore, you must leave immediately. I do not wish to see you. Han Ling said coldly. Pan Pan realized that her words were futile. With bitterness, she murmured, Mother, you truly misunderstand me. I will not give up. Han Ling frowned slightly, suddenly feeling perplexed by her former daughter-in-law. With a soft sigh, she said, I have connections with LV Dechen's grandfather and have already put in a word. The Chen family will not pursue this matter. Take care of yourself from now on. Mother, Pan Pan managed to utter before her emotions overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to continue. After some time, once she had regained her composure, she exited the research center. At that moment, a phone call came through. Hello, is it you? Did I not say our collaboration was over? Pan Pan spoke sharply. I just learned that you possess a list. Are you interested in continuing our collaboration? Allow me to convey my sincerity. LV Deccan has hired Zhao Hu to capture you. There is money to be made, but are you sure you'll survive to spend it? Haha, don't even think about calling the police. It will be futile, at most. They'll catch a few petty criminals. You are already divorced from Li Yixiang, and Professor Han Ling's influence isn't what it used to be. If you fall into Zhao Hu's hands, I cannot guarantee what your fate will be, the voice on the other end cautioned. Chilled by these words, Pan Pan realized she was in peril. With no alternatives left, she reluctantly said, Fine, I agree to cooperate with you. When can you deal with LV Deccan? Soon. Await my news. Until I have thoroughly dealt with LV Deccan, you best lay low, came the cheerful laughter from the other end before the call ended. Pan Pan felt an urge to return to her mother-in-law, Han Ling. But the thought of deepening Han Ling's misunderstanding led her to resolve to handle the situation on her own. At the Linhai First Hospital's inpatient department, Li Yixiang cradled his daughter while completing the discharge formalities. Lu Xiaozui approached the doctor, holding a brain CT scan and inquiring about the situation. Doctor, could you please take a look? He seems somewhat off, as if he suddenly cannot smile anymore and is perpetually aloof, Lu Xiaozui expressed with a worried countenance. The doctor examined the scan and asked, What is your relation to the patient? I am his wife, Lu Xiaozui replied. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. The brain remains an enigma within the realm of medicine. Based on my assessment, the hematoma in the patient's brain is steadily diminishing, which has consequently altered the position of the shrapnel, leading to changes in his mental state. Theoretically, there is no immediate danger to his life. But I recommend he remains under observation, the doctor advised candidly. Lu Xiaozui gently pressed her full, crimson lips together and murmured, His mother wishes to respect his choice. Yixiang believes he has recovered and wants to return home to rest. That is acceptable. Just be vigilant at home. I will prescribe some sleep aids. If you find his emotional detachment concerning, you might consider stimulating him more to facilitate his recovery, the doctor continued while writing the prescription. Lu Xiaozui's face blushed deeper. She wished to inquire how to stimulate him, but feared being misunderstood, so she remained silent. Half an hour later, the family took a taxi back home. Li Yixiang sat on the sofa, watching his daughter bounce with joy, yet he felt a disorienting sense of unreality. It was as if he could freeze the scenes around him and replay them, akin to watching a film, with reality separated by a thin veil. His consciousness acting as the remote control. As this state lingered, Li Yixiang began to hear a persistent buzzing in his ears, akin to countless insects fluttering about, inducing a wave of nausea. Come on, Qianqian, it's time for dinner. Lu Xiaozui prepared the evening meal for Qianqian and then sat beside Li Yixiang, expressing her concern. Yixiang, dinner is ready. Are you all right? Li Yixiang suddenly felt dazed, unable to decipher Lu Xiaozui's words, only sensing his head resting upon a soft, gentle surface before unwittingly drifting into slumber. Lu Xiaozui's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering as she cautiously assisted Li Yixiang into the bedroom. After soothing Qianqian to sleep, she stealthily entered the room and turned off the bedside lamp. Amidst the rustling sounds, Lu Xiaozui gathered her courage to lift a corner of the blanket and, suppressing her shyness, slipped beneath it. The night rain showed no signs of abating. The roads became muddy and treacherous, and the city's drainage system was clogged, leading to flooding in the city center, prompting workers to commence emergency repairs throughout the night. A thunderous crack echoed. "It seems to be raining. I'll take a look." "Don't move. I've already closed the windows. Let us talk a little longer," Lu Xiaozui murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She wanted to check if Qianqian had awakened from the fright, but struggled to lift her arms. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting light through the curtain seams. Li Yixiang jolted awake, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling as though he had just emerged from an absurd nightmare. "Where are you going? What time is it?" Li Yixiang inquired. At that moment, Lu Xiaozui was quietly dressing, and upon hearing those words, her entire body stiffened. She softly replied, "It's past 7. I need to prepare breakfast. Qianqian will wake up soon. Make it light this morning." "Go ahead," Li Yixiang yawned and said nonchalantly. "All right, you can sleep a little longer." Blushing, Lu Xiaozui dragged her seemingly leaden legs and slowly made her way out of the room. Her body felt soft, yet her heart brimmed with indescribable joy, making her appear as if she had shed a decade from her age. Chapter 36. Using a knife to kill, Li Yixiang leaned against the headboard, smoking. In the past, he would have never indulged in such a habit, yet ever since his return from the hospital, his state of mind had become quite abnormal. This was a psychological issue caused by nerve compression from shrapnel. The downside was an increased demand, but the upside was a heightened focus and clarity. The symptoms of headaches had dissipated, and further observation was required. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Li Yixiang also noticed an improvement in his memory. "Yixiang, it's time for dinner. What are you thinking about?" Lu Xiaozui entered, her voice gentle. She had her hair elegantly pinned up and wore a loose beige nightgown. Though the style was rather dated, her demeanor exuded a serene elegance akin to crystal. Coupled with her striking beauty, it was hard to believe she hailed from the mountains. "I wasn't thinking about anything. Come here and let me hold you," Li Yixiang beckoned softly. Lu Xiaozui's cheeks flushed, and though she felt bashful, she obediently approached his side. Li Yixiang embraced Lu Xiaozui, who trembled slightly without any resistance. "Let us get married. I feel this is unfair to you," Li Yixiang said slowly. Upon hearing those words, a whirlwind of emotions flashed across Lu Xiaozui's face: shock, fear, joy, hesitation, and concern. Finally, she lowered her head and replied, "No, I am not worthy of you. Please don't say such things again. I only wish to stay by your side." Li Yixiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze inscrutable like an abyss, and replied softly, "All right. Should you change your mind, you may tell me, and I will provide you with an explanation." "I do not desire any explanation. All I wish for is your safety," Lu Xiaozui murmured, her gaze lowered, perhaps burdened by long-standing insecurities that prevented her from confronting her own heart. Pan Nin had not left Linhai. She firmly believed that the most perilous places could also be the safest. Thus, she rented an apartment in the family area of Linhai Industrial University, where she could see Han Ling's home from the living room. Not only did Pan Nin purchase a telescope, but she also stocked up on a month's worth of supplies, preparing for a time when everything would settle, allowing her to have a proper conversation with her husband. Ding! The sound of a notification echoed from her phone. Pan Nin approached the window, parting the curtains slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the building. Li Yixiang and Lu Xiaozui each held one of Qianqian's hands, walking side by side toward the kindergarten, appearing as a blissful family of 3. Pan Nin's eyes turned red, her hands trembling slightly. She recalled that she had never taken her daughter to kindergarten, and reflecting on this made her feel utterly regretful. Most distressing was the realization that Lu Xiaozui seemed to have taken her place. Pan Nin had always known that her husband, Li Yixiang, yearned for this simple life, a harmonious family of 3. However, after experiencing the opulence of high society with El Dekhen, her contentment had waned. "As long as I succeed, there will be another chance. If necessary, I will resort to legal action," Pan Nin resolved inwardly before turning back to the living room to practice yoga. Pan Nin is an astute woman determined to maintain her prime condition, firmly believing that with her beauty and wealth, reclaiming her family is merely a matter of time. "Daddy took me to kindergarten," Qian cheerfully exclaimed to her classmates. Today, she was particularly joyful, her chatter noticeably more abundant. Li Yixiang, unaccustomed to bustling environments, observed Lu Xiaozui warmly greeting the parents, his expression remaining composed. After watching Qian being escorted into the kindergarten by her teacher, Li Yixiang accompanied Lu Xiaozui to the market, finding the novel experience quite intriguing. "Is this your man?" a curious vendor inquired. Lu Xiaozui's face flushed crimson. She wished to clarify but was embraced by Li Yixiang, causing not only her cheeks but her earlobes to redden like precious gems, betraying her embarrassment. "Indeed," Li Yixiang replied with a smile. "Oh, what a blessing it is for you to marry such a wonderful woman. You must treat Xiaozui well," the vendor insisted, promptly filling a bag with vegetables for the couple. Lu Xiaozui hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Touching her slightly heated cheeks, she meekly replied, "That's not appropriate. Please don't tease me. I've told you it's not possible. While the child is still young, I wish to provide them with a complete family, of course. I also have affection for you," Li Yixiang stated. His extreme calmness led him to instinctively make a decision that aligned with his interests, sounding somewhat harsh. Yet, amidst her blushing, Lu Xiaozui could not help but feel a surge of joy. She gently pressed her lips together, her heart racing like a frightened deer, her gaze lingering on Li Yixiang, unable to look away. After purchasing the vegetables and escorting Lu Xiaozui home, Li Yixiang proceeded to the Hydraulic Institute, only to be informed by the gatekeeper that he had been dismissed. "How amusing, truly amusing," Li Yixiang mused, stroking his chin, a glint of severity flickering in his eyes. "Hello? Dahua, it's me, Li Yixiang. Let us have dinner tonight. I need your assistance." He found a comrade in his phone book and dialed. "Old squad leader. I appreciate your consideration. Just let me know what you need. No need for dinner, as the troops are currently engaged in a major competition, and I have an overwhelming number of press releases to write," the man on the other end replied respectfully. Li Yixiang pondered briefly before responding. "Would it be convenient for you to draft a report for me? It might apply some pressure on our unit's leadership. They dismissed me, citing my frequent absences. You are aware of my circumstances. At times, I genuinely require time off. Although I intend to resign, I still need this job for certain reasons. I hope it doesn't cause you too much trouble." "Squad leader, you're making me lose face. I recall it's the Tinhai Hydraulic Institute, right? How dare they provoke you? Leave this matter to me. I will draft the press release immediately. I guarantee you justice," the man exclaimed indignantly over the phone. After expressing his gratitude and hanging up the phone, Li Yixiang intended to resolve the matter through his own means. However, the advice given by Luo Xiaojia lingered in his mind. He understood that the file must remain unblemished, as any blemish could jeopardize his chances in a future custody battle. Little did Li Yixiang anticipate that his seemingly innocuous intention to apply pressure would escalate into a considerable disturbance. The Zhao family, uncle and nephew, were on the verge of turning the city of Linghai upside down, having kept a close watch on Li Yixiang for several days, yet they found nothing of consequence. Under the urging of El Dekhen, they were left with no choice but to resort to direct intimidation. Chapter 37 Internal Newsletter at the First Hospital of Linhai, Psychiatry Department. "Mr. Li, based on the scans, there has been a reduction in the blood clots in your brain, which is a positive sign. How have you been feeling mentally lately?" the doctor inquired, examining the images. Li Yixiang, with an expression devoid of emotion, pondered for a moment before responding, "I feel an unusual calmness in everything I do, as if nothing can provoke an emotional shift within me. My concentration seems to have improved slightly. Indeed, it may still be related to neurological issues," the doctor remarked, setting down the scans with a look of mild concern. Li Yixiang slowly asked, "What impact does this have on my physical health?" "If this state of tranquility persists for an extended period, it could lead to a complete loss of emotions, ultimately rendering you akin to a robot. It would be beneficial for you to seek out someone or something that can consistently provide emotional value, thus stimulating your mind, which could positively influence your recovery," the doctor suggested. Li Yixiang, deep in thought, initially considered Pan Pannan, his ex-wife. Just the thought of her stirred discomfort within him. Frustration, anger, resentment. Perhaps these were forms of emotional variation. Li Yixiang felt conflicted. He could not simply seek out suffering. However, he quickly reconsidered. If he could evoke discomfort in Pan Pannan, perhaps his own emotions might also undergo transformation. Cannot let heroes shed blood and tears. A combat hero, retired due to injuries, faced unjust dismissal during his treatment. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral degradation? An internal publication prominently featured this article on its front page, accompanied by the dismissal announcement and Li Yixiang's medical records. The news sent ripples throughout the community, with several generals slamming their fists on the table upon reading the report, their phones ringing incessantly to the provincial office. Pressure cascaded downward, with several key city leaders being vehemently criticized. Subsequently, Wu Deshui received word that city officials were coming to the Water Resources Institute. Disregarding the ongoing meeting, he hurried back to his office. "Ah, Secretary O. What an honor to have you here. May I inquire what brings you?" Wu Deshui said, bowing and scraping. O Ronghui, upon seeing Wu Deshui, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Suppressing his emotions, he coldly stated, "Director Wu, is there a deputy director of security by the name of Li at your institute?" "Yes, there is such a person, Li Yixiang, a lazy, greedy individual." Engaging in misconduct, Wu Deshui's voice trailed off as he noticed the darkening expression on O Ronghui's face. With a resounding bang, O Ronghui slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "Director Wu, your stance is highly questionable. Do you know who Li Yixiang is? A first-class combat hero, retired due to injuries, modest and unassuming, never causing trouble for the organization. We, the city of Linhai, have both the responsibility and the obligation to ensure the well-being of our heroes. Yet, you dismissed him simply because he took time to seek medical attention? Do you know that this morning, at the provincial meeting, Mayor Qi was specifically criticized for this? Are you out of your mind? Have you not reviewed the records of your predecessor?" I was unaware of the severity of the situation. I extend my sincerest apologies. I shall promptly retract the notification." A visage of terror and remorse mingled on Wu Deshui's face, causing his legs to weaken and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Apologies come too late. Let me inform you, this matter has escalated to an alarming degree. The internal publication hasn't featured Linhai City in a decade, and it is all thanks to you. Prepare to be investigated shortly. Be forthright in your account of the events." O Ronghui stated coldly. To any discerning observer, the entire situation was evidently problematic. If a fundamental error had indeed occurred, the city would have grounds for explanation. However, Wu Deshui's overconfidence and brazen tactics ultimately backfired. He collapsed onto the ground, his mind buzzing incessantly. He longed to slap himself, as a mere few tens of thousands in shopping vouchers had jeopardized his future. Yet, even when taken away for questioning, Wu Deshui dared not betray the Zhao family. An hour later, Li Yixiang arrived at the Water Conservancy Institute and met with O Ronghui. "Hello, Director O, I am Li Yixiang, and I represent the city in offering my apologies. The dismissal of Wu Deshui was indeed improper, and we shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Shortly, the city's senior leadership will visit your home to extend their condolences. Feel free to voice any requests to the organization," O Ronghui stated with remarkable warmth. The city secretary is the steward of Linhai City. Initially, the mayor refrained from intervening due to uncertainty regarding Li Yixiang's background. Not just anyone could feature in internal publications, let alone make the headlines. Li Yixiang surmised that perhaps the article had played a role, but he never anticipated it would draw the city's attention. He replied with composure, "I have no particular demands. I have indeed been unwell and require some time for rest. I hope the organization will approve my request for a month's leave, as I have a doctor's appointment today. Of course, a month may not suffice. How about 2 months? Talents like Director Li are too precious for the Water Conservancy Institute. Would you be interested in working for the city?" O Ronghui smiled. He had developed a certain admiration for Li Yixiang, who remained unpretentious and composed. Most would struggle to articulate their thoughts in his presence. Li Yixiang hesitated. Had this been merely days ago, he would have unhesitatingly declined. However, his perspective had shifted. O Ronghui, interpreting Li Yixiang's apprehension regarding his health, reassured him, "No rush. Take your time to consider. Additionally, you are aware that Linhai City has always valued the relationship between the military and civilians. Given this unfortunate incident, the city will certainly provide you with a resolution. And we hope Director Li can be understanding and accommodating." The implication in his words was unmistakable, and Li Yixiang grasped it instantaneously. He then stated solemnly, "I shall make a call to a friend. This matter should conclude here. I simply hope that when the city conducts its publicity, my name and photograph can remain undisclosed." "Of course, Director Li's modesty is truly commendable. Let us address each other as brothers in private," O Ronghui replied with a smile. Li Yixiang reciprocated without hesitation. Addressing him as Brother O, He found himself unexpectedly fortunate. Not only did he receive an unanticipated 2-month holiday, but his name was also registered in the city records. However, none of this was what Li Yixiang desired. Had he not retired, he would have undoubtedly risen to the rank of a major by now. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few sparrows alighted upon the power lines. The thick clouds were sliced by the rays of sunlight, casting shadows over half of the city. As Li Yixiang strolled along the street, he sensed an unsettling presence following him. He did not falter in his pace, maintaining a swift stride, yet his mind was stretched to its limits. Passing by a small supermarket, Li Yixiang casually purchased a bottle of beer along with some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Through the reflection in the glass window, he identified his pursuers, 2 men, one tall and one short, clad in ordinary attire. Yet their demeanor exuded the unmistakable air of petty criminals, shifty-eyed and constantly glancing around. They trailed him into the residential area, and at a sudden turn, Li Yixiang halted and spun around. The 3 men exchanged glances, and the taller thug paused momentarily before nonchalantly approaching Li Yixiang. Pan Panin is your wife, isn't she? What's the matter? Li Yixiang replied coldly. The taller thug grinned and continued. Your wife owes money from gambling, and as her husband, you ought to assist her, right? Huh. If she owes money, then you should confront her. What do you want from me? We're getting a divorce soon. Just leave. Li Yixiang retorted icily. The taller thug sneered, that won't do. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. Unless you hand her over, this will fall squarely on your shoulders. Your daughter just started kindergarten. Don't be foolish. In an instant, Li Yixiang's fists tightened, the joints cracking ominously, and a glint of icy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for anyone who threatened his family, and he slowly replied, if you wish to avoid death, you may want to reconsider. The 2 thugs exchanged glances, both wearing mocking smiles. Chapter 38. Troubles with the ex-wife. There are many lethal points on the human body. The temple is a densely packed nerve zone, and a single strike can result in brain death. Additionally, there are the heart, eardrum, and cervical vertebrae. I emerged from the military, trained in the art of a single, decisive blow. Do not challenge my expertise with your trivial interests. This is my friendly advice to you. Li Yixiang wore an expression of utter indifference, his gaze filled with disdain. The 2 thugs suddenly felt as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter, goosebumps rising on their skin. The taller thug, feeling somewhat irritated and perhaps seeking to save face, suddenly drew a dagger, cursing, you fat pig are looking for death. I'll make you bleed today and show you what is what. To speak the truth, Li Yixiang's weight had recently dropped to 90 kilograms. His once prominent belly had diminished significantly, rendering him far from overweight. He was now a formidable figure of muscular strength. The tall thug, eager to prove himself, approached and swung the dagger, though he dared not truly stab him, intending only to draw a line across Li Yixiang's body. Li Yixiang had anticipated this very action, fulfilling the criteria for self-defense. With a swift motion, his palm struck the tall thug's face with the swiftness of lightning. The thug spun 360 degrees, half his face instantly swelling, his jaw drooping as blood mixed with his teeth sprayed forth. Thud! The tall thug collapsed limply to the ground, rendered unconscious by a single blow. The other thug's eyes widened in terror, desperately wanting to retreat, yet paralyzed by overwhelming fear. Li Yixiang pointed to the camera and said coldly, attempted armed robbery carries a minimum sentence of 10 years. Do you wish for me to call the police or settle this privately? Please don't call the police. Let us settle this privately, the shorter thug stammered. Li Yixiang took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and inquired, what is your name, and who do you associate with? My street name is Away. I run with Scarface from the west side. The thug replied rather honestly. Though he considered himself tough, he was thoroughly intimidated by Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang frowned, uncertain of the hierarchy among these thugs, and found their names rather dubious. Thus, he directly asked, who does Scarface work for? Who sent you? His tone brooked no argument. Away swallowed hard and whispered, it's Zhao Hu, Tiger. I was ordered to intimidate you and locate your wife. My ex-wife is missing. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow slightly, showing no concern for Pan Panin's safety. However, with the weekend approaching, his daughter Qian had been eagerly awaiting her mother's return. If anything were to happen, the disappointment would be immeasurable. I don't know. I only heard that Tiger intends to search through Linhai City, because your wife possesses something of interest. Away said cautiously. Take your leave and don't return, Li Yixiang replied coldly. All right, I'll leave now. Just a heads up, Tiger sent more than just me. There are others watching you, Away responded, hastily departing. Awai was unsure of his own motives, yet he found himself voluntarily explaining the situation to Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang nodded and turned to return home. From his balcony, he glanced down and indeed spotted two individuals crouched beneath a tree, seemingly convinced that Pan Panin would inevitably appear. Yixiang, is something wrong with Panin? Someone just called the house, demanding that she repay her debts immediately. Lu Xiaozui's eyes were slightly reddened, tears poised to spill at any moment. She felt a sense of guilt towards Pan Panin, which heightened her concern. Li Yixiang replied in a deep voice, "It's nothing. She's causing chaos outside, and it has nothing to do with us. I will sort this out in the next couple of days, but for now, you and the child should refrain from going out." Lu Xiaozui softly acknowledged, her eyelashes quivering, her heart brimming with unspoken questions. Li Yixiang squinted, retrieving his phone to call Pan Panin, only to find that her phone was switched off. He had already gleaned some information during his visit to the hospital. The troubles Pan Panin had stirred up were considerable, aside from that list. A sum of $100 million was enough to incite envy. Taking a deep breath, Li Yixiang sent a message to Pan Panin via a chat application. "Someone is looking for you today. You have brought trouble upon yourself. For the sake of the child, please handle this as best as you can." Pan Panin replied swiftly, "Darling, everything will be over soon. It's Lu Dechen's men, and he will face misfortune." Li Yixiang felt nothing but disdain and mockery. She was naively waiting for her adversary's downfall, placing herself in a passive position. He immediately responded, "If what you possess holds significant value, they may very well hire professional hackers. Your whereabouts cannot remain concealed. Now, tell me your address immediately. I will come to retrieve you." "I am in room 201 of Building B," Pan Panin replied. Li Yixiang was taken aback. He had never imagined that Pan Panin would dare to hide in the adjacent building, oblivious to his daily comings and goings. The night always served as the finest cloak, especially on a stormy evening when the sound of rain could mask many anomalies. Li Yixiang patiently waited until 3 in the morning, the hour when exhaustion prevails. Clad in a raincoat to obscure his figure, he quietly exited the building. After wandering outside for a while, he feigned the demeanor of a resident returning home and approached room 201 of Building B. As he raised his arm to knock on the door, it suddenly swung open behind him, prompting him to turn around instinctively. Pan Panin peeked out, her voice lowered and filled with excitement. "Darling, I am here." Li Yixiang glanced at the number on her door, 202, and coldly remarked, "At this hour, you still wish to play games with me? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry and come inside." Pan Panin sheepishly opened the door wider, and Li Yixiang entered the room with a stern expression. Before he could utter a word, Pan Panin enveloped him tightly from behind. "Darling, I'm sorry, you came to rescue me." Her gaze was fervent, akin to a blazing fire, and she breathed heavily, as if striving to merge herself with the man before her. Li Yixiang, with a stoic expression, pried open Pan Panin's hand and coldly declared, "I have prepared a raincoat for you. Now come home with me. Whatever you wish to discuss can wait until we are home." Pan Panin stared blankly at Li Yixiang, but upon regaining her senses, she suddenly exclaimed, "Home? A place is only a home when you are there. I will not go with you. I will leave on my own. I refuse to be a burden to you. If it comes to it, let them kill me." In an uncharacteristic display, Pan Panin began to throw a tantrum, primarily provoked by the scent of another woman lingering on Li Yixiang. This moment exacerbated her already frayed nerves, causing her to vent her frustrations in an almost hysterical manner. Chapter 39. Incompatible Perspectives and Divergent Aspirations. At this moment, Li Yixiang was engulfed by a profound sense of loathing, his emotional turmoil surprising even himself. In a moment of extreme desperation, Pan Panin seized a fruit knife from the coffee table, intending to inflict harm upon her own wrist. With a resounding slap, Li Yixiang struck her face, then grasped her hair firmly, calmly uttering, "If you were not Qianqian's mother, you could perish wherever you wished, and I would remain indifferent. Qianqian longs to visit the park this Saturday. Should you fail her, I will personally break your legs." Pan Panin's face contorted in pain, a distinct handprint marring her cheek. Yet, she managed to regain a semblance of composure and lamented softly, "I do not care. You no longer wish to touch me. Without you, I am bereft of a home. What value does money hold? What have I achieved through my efforts?" As she spoke, her words dripped with a sense of injustice, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The fear and tension of recent days had obliterated her mental defenses, and upon seeing Li Yixiang, she could no longer contain her emotions. "Li Yixiang, now acutely aware of the transformation in his own mind, realized that this woman was intent on driving him to madness. He responded with a calm resolve. This is your choice. It is of your own making. All I desire is to lead a simple life. What merit is there in such a mundane existence? Have you ever gazed upon the ocean or traversed the desert? Have you witnessed the majesty of snow-capped mountains or the vastness of the grasslands? Life should not be confined to this. Her voice quivered with longing. I wish to be with you. Let us explore the uncharted vistas together. Is that not desirable? A good life requires financial backing. Have I erred in my pursuits? Pan Pan lamented sorrowfully. Li Yixiang tightened his grip on Pan Pan's collar, lowering his voice. I have fought pirates in the ocean, launched surprise attacks on enemy missile bases in the desert, ambushed cross-border smugglers in the woods, and hunted poachers on the grasslands. I harbor no interest in the outside world. All I seek is to live peacefully at home. Do you understand? We are not the same. The shadows cast by the light elongated Li Yixiang's figure, rendering him akin to a harbinger of doom, particularly with the palpable aura of menace he exuded, which left Pan momentarily paralyzed with fear. But soon, her thoughts turned to Li Yixiang's ailments, and a pang of compassion washed over her. She reached out to caress his face, her voice trembling as she said, I am sorry, I had forgotten. Mother spoke of you, and I have seen your accolades. Those years must have been arduous, indeed. Each individual harbors distinct perspectives. Once this matter concludes, pursue the life you desire. We both deserve our own paths. Li Yixiang spoke slowly, his heart burdened by a complex laying of emotions toward Pan, especially given that she had not strayed. She had taken risks in pursuit of wealth, a notion he could not endorse. Yet, according to her reasoning, even if her methods were flawed, her intentions were to provide a better life for her family and transcend social strata. Thus, interpretations may vary. Perhaps some could find justification in her actions. Do you still wish to divorce me? Pan appeared fixated on this notion, unable to bear the utterance of those words. Li Yixiang perceived a hint of neurosis in Pan and remarked, let us first navigate through the immediate circumstances, and we can discuss matters at a more leisurely pace later. If the stakes are too high, our family may not endure for long. Indeed, urgency was paramount. That damned El Deccan. Pan's gaze turned cold, as if contemplating a grave matter. Glancing at his watch, Li Yixiang urged, let us depart, lest dawn catches us unprepared. Obediently, Pan donned her raincoat, intentionally choosing to wear elevated shoes and layering several garments. From a distance, her appearance could easily mislead, resembling a man. Who taught you all this? Li Yixiang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Pan replied nonchalantly, I excel at synthesizing and summarizing information. For the past few days, I've been researching extensively and have read several books on criminal investigation. Li Yixiang suddenly found an unsettling edge to his wife. The individuals dispatched by Zhao who had been surveilling Li Yixiang's household for days, and by nightfall, they had grown complacent. Several ruffians dozed in their vehicle, while Li Yixiang and Pan walked past unobtrusively, unnoticed. Producing his keys from his pocket, Li Yixiang heard a click as he unlocked the door and swiftly entered, with Pan closely following. Upon their return home, Li Yixiang felt the tension within him dissipate significantly, and he exhaled a deep, cleansing breath. The ruffians downstairs did not concern him. His primary dread stemmed from El Deccan's relentless pursuit of Pan, willing to expend vast resources to locate her. Should the stakes escalate dramatically, even enlisting Uronghui and his mother may prove futile. Moreover, eliminating the Zhao relatives might only lead to encounters with professional assassins or mercenaries in the future. Li Yixiang could not risk his family's safety. After all, one cannot maintain a perpetual state of vigilance against a thief. The root of the problem must be decisively addressed. You two have returned? Pan. It's so wonderful to see you back, Lu Xiaozue exclaimed, emerging from the bedroom clad in a nightgown, her face marked by anxiety and distress, evidently having spent the night awake. Pan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the voluptuous and alluring woman before her, her internal alarm bells ringing fiercely. She had sensed Lu Xiaozue's feelings for Li Yixiang from the very beginning. Over the years, she had consistently prevented their prolonged interactions, but clearly, her missteps had ignited a spark. Thank you, Suejia, for taking such good care of my husband and daughter these past few days. I must express my gratitude, Pan said with a veneer of politeness. Lu Xiaozue, resembling a startled mouse, stammered, No, it's nothing. It was my duty. Enough with the nonsense. You are divorced now. so do not refer to him as husband. Suejia, you should retire for the night and ignore her. Li Yixiang responded coldly, removing his shoes. Lu Xiaozue hurriedly arranged them neatly, accepting the raincoat and jacket in a seamless motion. In the mountains, women regard their husbands as their very heavens. Pan Nan emerged from the mountains, observing her surroundings with a discerning eye, her heart increasingly heavy with unspoken sentiments. Since her departure from the mountains, her horizons had broadened, leading her to firmly believe that women should be self-reliant and independent, never dependent on men for their existence, and should maintain their own integrity and will. The behavior of Lu Xiaozue, which Pan Nan once held in disdain, now prompted her to reflect. Perhaps men are indeed drawn to such uncomplicated women. Is it possible that she had been too forceful in the past, where rigidity can lead to fractures and excess can be detrimental? With a slight pursing of her crimson lips, Pan Nan watched as Li Yixiang entered the living room and unceremoniously reclined on the sofa. Without lifting a finger, Lu Xiaozue had already placed a steaming cup of ginger tea before him, as if she were poised to feed him with a spoon. A bitter smile played on Pan Nan's lips as she realized she could not emulate Lu Xiaozue's submissive devotion. She had to confront the uncomfortable truth that deep down, she harbored a sense of superiority over her less educated husband, believing that he should heed her every word. Yet, her advanced degrees and high academic achievements seemed to her husband not as a merit, but rather a detriment. Chapter 40. The secret of my ex-wife. I'll take a shower first. Sister Cui, could you tidy up the bed for me? Pan Nan spoke to Lu Xiaozue as if nothing had transpired, maintaining her previous demeanor. Lu Xiaozue hurriedly replied, of course, I'll take care of it right away. I'll also fetch you a new nightgown. That's sufficient. She can sleep on the sofa. If she occupies the bedroom, where will we sleep? Li Yixiang remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone cold. Pan Nan thought she had misheard, but she quickly dashed into the bedroom. What greeted her was a sight of 2 pillows adorned with mandarin duck pillowcases and a vibrant red quilt. How can you do this? A heart-wrenching pain surged within Pan Nan, akin to countless steel needles piercing her, her face paling instantly. Although she had anticipated this moment, witnessing it firsthand filled her with an overwhelming sense of injustice. She had remained virtuous, untouched, yet this despicable man could not contain himself for even a day. Pan felt that her hopes for reconciliation had encountered a grave impediment. She stood there like a soulless apparition, utterly immobilized. Lu Xiaozue approached quietly and said, you don't worry, I won Team Mary Yixiang. Pan Nan's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, a glimmer of determination flashing within her beautiful gaze. She feigned indifference, turning to grasp Lu Xiaozue's hand, speaking warmly, Sister Cui, you needn't say such things. I truly don't mind. With you by Yixiang's side, I can rest easy. However, I must ask you for a promise. Aside from you, ensure that no other dubious women enter. I'm primarily concerned for his well-being. Wouldn't you agree? Pan Nan, being the astute woman she was, understood the situation was irretrievable and swiftly assessed the pros and cons, aiming to draw Lu Xiaozue into her camp. Lu Xiaozue felt both ashamed and touched, repeatedly assuring Pan and that she would keep a watchful eye on Li Yixiang. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang was online, researching information. And as anticipated, news regarding El Dekhen and Pan Nan had been entirely overshadowed by new trending events. No one was discussing it anymore. This must be the Chun family's influence behind El Dekhen, proving that a prominent family indeed possesses immense power, even sacrificing a popular star to safeguard El Dekhen. He thought to himself, I cannot remain passive like this. If a life is lost over Pan Nan, it hardly seems worthwhile. I must devise a sound solution. In the bedroom, the 2 women were engaged in conversation, and when they emerged, both had reddened eyes, indicating they had likely cried. Li Yixiang extinguished his cigarette, saying, let us discuss the situation. We cannot afford to waste time. Can we wait until I take a shower first? I will tell you everything this time. Pan gently shook Li Yixiang's arm, resembling a pleading child. Li Yixiang let out a soft snort through his nose, closing his eyes to disregard the woman before him. After years of marriage, he was well aware of his ex-wife's subtle thoughts. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. After approximately 10 minutes, Pan emerged, clad in a black silk camisole nightgown. The delicate, transparent straps draped over her shoulders, accentuating her fair, exquisite collarbone and elongated swan-like neck, bestowing upon her an alluring charm. Husband, it's a bit chilly in the living room. Let us converse in the bedroom, Pan said, her cheeks flushed. as she tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, a signal of invitation. In their past life as a married couple, Yixiang would never have declined such an invitation. Indeed, no normal man would. Yet now, he felt a wave of revulsion. Unsure if she had employed the same tactics with Yixiang. Yixiang's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized her beguiling visage. Speak your mind or leave. Do not forget you once told me to avoid sharing a bedroom to prevent affecting your mood. And no, that is not the case. Our last disagreement was not reflective of my true feelings. Why must you bring up the past? Pan Nan replied anxiously, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. How does it feel when the bullet you fired rebounds upon yourself? We've been living apart for 2.5 years, and now that we are divorced, there is no need for such antics. Yixiang pinched the bridge of his nose, sensing his composure wavering in the face of Pan Nan. An overwhelming fury threatened to breach his rational defenses. He feared that if he followed her into the room, he might succumb to the urge to harshly reprimand her. However, Pan Nan remained oblivious to the peril, instead perching herself beside him on the sofa, draping her alabaster arms around his neck, exhaling softly as she whispered, I feel a bit scared. I do not wish to speak here. I need you to hold me before I can. I am truly frightened. In an apparent attempt to validate her fear, her body trembled incessantly, and her emotional turmoil seemed to manifest only in Yixiang's presence, where she could reveal her most authentic self. Yixiang gazed deeply at Pan Nan, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, I find you somewhat tainted. Then scold me, strike me. Anything is permissible. I owe you that. Come on. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Are you not a man? Pan Nan provocatively taunted him. The relationship between Yixiang and Pan Nan resembled the legendary rivalry of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. Whether out of a sense of atonement or not, during their conversation, Pan Nan bore with Yixiang's poor temper. After being chastised, she even found an inexplicable sense of relief. Simultaneously, she began to recount the events of the past 2 years in a trembling voice. Pan Nan joined Yixiang's company initially solely for the purpose of earning more money and expanding her horizons and network. However, one day, a stranger approached her. The unfamiliar woman, Su Yu, is the sister of Yixiang's ex-wife. She harbors suspicions that her sister, Su Fei, met her demise at Yixiang's hands. Yet she possesses no evidence to substantiate her claims. The Su family and the Chen family, who stand behind Yixiang, share a marital alliance. And being a prominent family in Tianan province, they cannot afford to sever ties without proof. Consequently, Su Yu seeks to employ Pan Nan to assist her in uncovering evidence. Throughout this endeavor, leveraging Su Yu's intelligence, Pan Nan discovers a portable hard drive containing confidential information within Yixiang's secret safe. Yixiang attempts to reclaim it. Yet Pan Nan firmly asserts that she holds incriminating evidence against him for murder, demanding the virtual currency stored within the hard drive as a form of hush money. Although Yixiang is enraged, he finds himself powerless against Pan Nan, for he is currently in the domestic sphere rather than Southeast Asia, where many of his usual methods are rendered ineffective. Most critically, he cannot afford to gamble. Should Pan Nan destroy the hard drive or expose the so-called evidence, he would not only lose everything, but also face the wrathful retribution of the Su family. In this precarious situation, the two engage in a fade of civility until Yixiang devises a plan to propose marriage to Pan Nan, thereby binding them as accomplices. As Yixiang grows increasingly impatient, Pan Nan begins to struggle under the mounting pressure, ultimately feigning interest as a last resort. Chapter 41. Danger approaches. The bedroom was bathed in a gentle, warm light, and an atmosphere of ambiguity lingered in the air. Pan Nan recounted an absurd and bizarre tale, one that seemed almost impossible to occur in reality, particularly to an ordinary individual. Yixiang leaned against the headboard, smoking, still uncertain of the veracity of Pan Nan's words. The dissolution of a marital bond often begins with deception. Pan Nan had indeed not strayed. She was remarkably astute, perceiving the world with clarity. She would neither seek warmth and infidelity due to emotional voids nor deign to barter her body for wealth. Rather, she resembled a gambler, wagering her entire fortune on the hope of a promising future. She fixated solely on the prospect of winning, never contemplating the repercussions of defeat. Her tumultuous upbringing fostered a yearning for an unequivocally safe haven, which she pursued with relentless fervor. In truth, Pan Nan harbored no love for anyone. Her reluctance to part with her current life stemmed from viewing herself as an integral part of that sanctuary. Should a man emerge in the future who could offer her greater security, she would undoubtedly abandon her present self without hesitation. In a state of extreme composure, Li Yixiang's psychological analysis of Pan Nan grew even more profound. Pan Nan, remember this. This is the last time I assist you. If you bring danger upon us again, I shall be the one to end it, even before they lay a hand on you. Li Yixiang's expression remained impassive as he spoke with a detached calmness. Oh, husband. You are truly wonderful. I love you, Pan Nan replied, her heart brimming with a sense of security, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hazy glow. Li Yixiang rose from the bed and said coldly, You should sleep. I will take the sofa. Pan Nan's expression stiffened as she watched him leave, a profound sense of loss surging within her. This feeling was one she had long tried to forget. Memories flooding back like a relentless tide, transporting her to a dark and silent village. Terrifying recollections enveloped her completely. After an indeterminate time, Pan Nan shakily opened the bedroom door and lay down on the bed. The sounds of Li Yixiang's slumber in the living room providing her with an immense sense of safety. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face. Li Yixiang, however, remained oblivious to her distress, having already devised a solution. At the same time, a thug known as Scarface stood at the entrance of the emergency room, anxiously awaiting the doctor's emergence. Upon seeing the physician, he hurriedly inquired, Doctor, how is my brother? Concussion, ruptured eardrum. You didn't happen to encounter a bear at the zoo, did you? The doctor asked, puzzled. Is that enough to constitute a minor injury? Scarface quickly pressed. The doctor raised an eyebrow and replied, It should suffice. Do you need assistance in filing a report? No. We cannot report it. Away interjected hastily, then explained in hushed tones under the scrutiny of his superior's gaze. Scarface's mouth twisted in anger as he cursed. What a bunch of useless fools. How could he be so foolish, so incompetent? How could he let himself be taken down so easily? Boss, that guy is trained. His eyes looked at me like I was a corpse, and he definitely has blood on his hands. Boss, I wish to return home and raise pigs. The big city is far too perilous, a Y murmured, his eyes brimming with terror, his teeth chattering incessantly. Scarface discerned that a Y was utterly frightened, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. Finally, he retrieved his phone and called Zhao. After a heated argument, Scarface, his demeanor icy, stated solemnly, Tomorrow, I shall personally oversee this matter, bringing along additional manpower. I refuse to believe he possesses supernatural abilities. When the allure of a substantial reward beckons, it often breeds valor. Yet, greed can obliterate one's rationality. The following morning, Pan Nan awoke unusually early, having not enjoyed such restful slumber in a long time. Luxuriously, she stretched in bed, listening intently to the silence in the living room, which prompted her to gently bite her lip. Mom, her daughter Qianqian's head peered in, her eyes reflecting not only surprise and grievance but also a hint of distant detachment. Pan Nan's eyes sparkled as she opened her arms, saying, Qianqian, come here. Let mommy embrace you. Qianqian hesitated, shyly retreating, but after several encouraging words from Pan Nan, she finally nestled into her mother's embrace. A profound bond, thicker than blood, flowed between them, and Pan Nan felt an unprecedented happiness. Qianqian, shall we go to the seaside together? What do you say? She attempted to mend their relationship, her tone laced with sweetness. Qianqian lowered her head, softly replying, Mom, please don't be someone else's mother, okay? Just take me along. A sudden pang of pain gripped Pan Nan's heart, the surge of bitterness and anguish reddening her eyes. Clutching her daughter tightly, she vowed, Mommy has only one daughter, Qianqian. I shall take you to many places from now on, and I will never leave you again, all right? Qianqian remained silent, her skepticism evident. This moment broke Pan Nan's defenses. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she fervently kissed her daughter's face, asserting, Mommy promises. As the mother and daughter exchanged whispers, Lu Xiaozui felt an inexplicable discomfort. Li Yixiang emerged from the study, stating coolly, I have already informed the security at the entrance. No unsavory characters will be allowed up. Pan Nan, come with me. With concern etched on her face, Lu Xiaozui cautioned, Yixiang, could there be danger? Perhaps we should report it. Reporting does not resolve the problem entirely. I know how to handle it, Li Yixiang replied, disregarding Pan Nan as he opened the door and stepped outside. Pan Nan was uncertain of Li Yixiang's intentions, but obediently changed her clothes. The Coastal Industrial University, a prestigious institution, housed many retired professors in its residential area. So after the security expelled the tailing individuals, Scarface and his thugs dared not act recklessly. Ultimately, Scarface could only recruit a few young delinquents to pose as university students. Stationed at the community entrance, as Yixiang and Pan Panin emerged, they were immediately targeted. "Bro, look, is that the woman?" one thug exclaimed excitedly. Scarface scrutinized the photograph, then glanced at the woman beside Yixiang, his breathing quickening. A walking 3 million. The scarred face seemed to have already caught the scent of wealth. He sat in the car, eagerly gesturing towards Pan Panin's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Keep up, find a secluded spot to strike." Yixiang curled the corner of his mouth into a faint, cold smile, deliberately slowing his pace as he turned into a large shopping mall. The scarred face appeared somewhat troubled, but fortunately, after a few minutes, the target re-emerged. "Hurry, keep up, quickly," the scarred face urged. The small van trailed leisurely behind Yixiang, and at a secluded corner, it suddenly accelerated, charging forward. Chapter 42. A comprehensive capture following a sudden break. The side door of the van swung open, and 3 or 4 burly men rushed out, seizing Pan Panin and forcefully shoving her into the vehicle. "Let go of me. Release me. Help. Kidnapping." Pan Panin cried out in sheer desperation. Alas, her strength was insufficient to resist. Yixiang was about to dash forward to rescue her when a scar-faced man emerged from the vehicle, brandishing a machete, and bellowed, "Anyone who values their life should come over here. Let us see whether your fists are mightier than my blade." "You are committing kidnapping," Yixiang retorted, his face ashen and voice icy. "Indeed, it is kidnapping," the scar-faced man replied smugly. He was somewhat wary of the imposing Yixiang, and upon successfully abducting their target, he hastily climbed back into the van, fearing complications. The vehicle sped away from the scene. Rather than pursuing, Yixiang calmly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. Inside the van, the ruffians were exhilarated. One of them noticed the gold chain around Pan Panin's neck and yanked it off without hesitation. The others eagerly rummaged for luxury items, while those who came up empty-handed took the opportunity to assert their dominance. "Master Tiger wants us to secure the girl first. He will arrive shortly," the scar-faced man declared with satisfaction. He lifted the gold chain, estimating its worth to be at least several tens of thousands, which only heightened his glee. Meanwhile, a foreign man rushed into the embassy, prompting the consul to personally visit the Tiannan Provincial Police Department to report the incident. "A citizen of our country has been kidnapped in broad daylight. You must act immediately to rescue her," the foreign consul shouted in anger. A middle-aged man named Robert, in tears, exclaimed, "It is perilous. They are not just kidnapping, they are robbing as well. They threaten me with a knife." Given that the report was made directly by a foreign consul, the Tiannan province swiftly activated an emergency response plan. Police Chief Yang Wei furrowed his brow and said, "Mr. Robert, please remain calm. Do you have any enmity with these individuals?" "None. The entire incident has been recorded, and I have uploaded it to an international forum," Robert asserted resolutely, producing a sports camera. When Yang Wei viewed the footage showing the scar-faced man wielding a machete, his expression darkened instantly. He slammed his hand on the desk and commanded, "This is lawlessness. Connect me with the criminal investigation team of Linghai City." This phone call bypassed the main leadership of Linghai City, with orders delivered directly to the criminal investigation team. Subsequently, the governor of Tiannan province, Su Nanfeng, issued a personal directive. The nature of this case is extremely grave, with an exceedingly adverse impact. Strict and severe measures must be enforced. This ignited a frenzy. The entire city was placed under martial law, with Mayor Qi Heng personally overseeing operations, and police vehicles inundated the streets. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man, oblivious to his newfound notoriety, hospitably led Zhao Hu to a private room in a bar. "You did well this time, Scarface. Head to finance to collect your payment shortly," Zhao Hu remarked, puffing on a cigar as he confidently entered the room. Upon seeing the disheveled Pan Panin, Zhao Hu cast a scornful glance at the scar-faced man, who awkwardly replied, "This woman has such a splendid figure. I couldn't help but take a small advantage." "Enough, enough." Zhao Hu approached Pan Panin, noting her hair was unkempt, obscuring her features. "Help me." Pan Panin suddenly thrashed about, emitting cries for assistance. Zhao Hu chuckled, "I understand that, but shouldn't you be shouting for help? Is this how you intend to summon the international police?" In response, Pan Pan unleashed a torrent of incomprehensible expletives, causing Zhao Hu's expression to shift slightly as he gripped her hair. With a slight tug, he inadvertently revealed a foreign woman with a buzz cut of blonde hair. Her skin appeared unnaturally altered, augmented by makeup, rendering her strikingly similar to Pan Pan. Damn it, Scarface. What is going on? Where is she? Zhao Hu turned and bellowed. Scarface stared blankly at the unfamiliar foreign woman, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Just then, a squad of armed special forces burst in, brandishing assault rifles and clad in tactical vests, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Those who dared to flee were met with gunfire. Freeze. Release the hostage. Get down on your knees. Now, commanded the lead officer with authority. Zhao Hu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into a trap. And he quickly protested, "Wait, this has nothing to do with me." Having navigated the underworld for many years, he had never encountered so many firearms. And his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Raise your hands above your head. I want to see your hands." "Now," barked the Special Forces leader. Due to Zhao Hu's proximity to the hostage, the officers hesitated to fire, fearful of harming her. Nearby, Scarface had soiled himself, slumped on the ground. His gaze filled with despair and terror. His limited intellect failed to comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. Suddenly, the blonde woman sprang to her feet, clutching her collar, and cried out, "Help me." Her sudden movement startled Zhao Hu, who instinctively turned away. In such a tense moment, even the slightest action could serve as a trigger. The Special Forces had received orders to eliminate any threat at all costs. Thus, Zhao Hu was unfortunate enough to become the target, as the barrage of gunfire transformed him into a mere target. Scarface and his accomplices met the same fate, leaving no survivors at the scene except for the victims. Report. Hostage rescue successful. The Special Forces leader communicated via radio. All stolen items have been recovered. Additionally, 2 makeshift firearms, 5 kilograms of contraband, and 13 weapons were seized. The Special Forces leader relayed the information through his radio. A throng of journalists surged toward the bar's entrance, their camera flashes illuminating the scene. The spokesperson for the coastal city addressed the reporters, proclaiming, "We will not tolerate any crime. We urge citizens to report any suspicious activity, and we will intensify our efforts against these criminals." May I inquire who the mastermind is this time? Apart from Zhao Hu, are there any familial powers involved? I've heard that Zhao Hu was instructed by the Chun family to carry out the abduction. A foreign journalist asked, microphone in hand. The spokesperson cast a penetrating gaze at the journalist and replied, "We are conducting an investigation. By order of our superiors, this incident will be thoroughly examined, regardless of who is involved or what background they possess. We ask everyone to remain attentive. There will soon be a police cooperation announcement, and we hope for your support in publishing it." Flash. The cameras flashed once more. The questioning journalist glanced at his phone, just receiving a notification from the bank about a substantial deposit. A single question was worth 100,000, a most lucrative transaction indeed. Chapter 43. Summoned for investigation. Zhao Wen gazed at the news broadcast, his expression darkening considerably. However, he remained composed. He first removed the SIM card from his phone, then donned a plain outfit to blend into the crowd. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. From Robert's report to Zhao Hu's demise, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 hours. The kidnapped woman was named Martha, an employee of the Zeus Shield Security Company. These details emerged inadvertently, shrouded in mystery and raising numerous questions. Meanwhile, the newly appointed mayor of Linghai City, Qi was poised to exploit this opportunity to set an example and reprimand several disobedient families within the city. Zhao Hu served as the enforcer for these families, and under the current oppressive circumstances, none dared to speak out. The renowned Zhao Group, a formidable force in Linghai City, crumbled spectacularly, its assets seized, and its core members arrested, with the exception of Zhao Wen. The Linghai City Criminal Police Department issued a notice for assistance, categorizing Zhao Wen as a Class A wanted criminal, with a bounty of 1 million. This was merely the beginning, due to the extensive repercussions. Tiannan Province issued a severe rectification of public order notice, targeting all underworld factions, instilling fear in those who might dare to act against the law. The following day at noon, Yixiang sat in a Western restaurant, perusing the menu with an air of tranquility, engaging in fluent English with the waiter. Pan Panin glanced around anxiously, fearful of potential trouble, and couldn't help but inquire, "Darling, when did you learn a foreign language?" Perhaps I possess a natural talent for languages from my time in the peacekeeping forces, Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly. Pan Panin rested her chin on her hand, suddenly realizing that her husband seemed to be a treasure trove, occasionally surprising her with new revelations. A wave of guilt washed over her after years of marriage. It appeared they had never truly understood one another. That should suffice. Let us start with the appetizers, Li Yixiang ordered for himself, and after the waiter departed, he glanced at his phone. Darling, who else did you invite? Pan Panin queried, now intrigued. Li Yixiang's only response was a curt, a friend. His demeanor remained detached. Yet Pan Panin was undeterred, inching closer to him. As the restaurant door swung open, a foreign couple entered, greeting Li Yixiang from afar. Li Yixiang promptly rose, a fleeting smile breaking through his otherwise cold expression, exclaiming, Robert, Martha, thank you. Haha, Li, this time we must enjoy a few drinks together. You seem to be in fine form, Robert exclaimed, embracing Li Yixiang and giving him a hearty pat on the back. Martha followed suit, wrapping her arms around Li Yixiang and leaving a noticeable lipstick mark on his cheek under Pan Panin's piercing gaze. Robert then turned his attention to Pan Panin, laughing heartily. Li, is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. As Li Yixiang prepared to explain, Pan Panin interjected, Yes, thank you for the compliment. Are you a friend of my husband? Robert raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Yixiang with curiosity, and inquired, Li, it seems you haven't told her? Martha playfully nudged Robert and enthusiastically linked arms with Pan Panin, exclaiming, Li is a true man. He would never explain his actions to his beloved. Pan, I genuinely envy you. You have a wonderful husband. This compliment made Pan Panin feel somewhat embarrassed, further fueling her curiosity, as she was completely unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days. Once the four of them settled down, Li Yixiang asked, What stage are we at now? We have secured a compensation of 10 million. It's indeed a lucrative deal. Li, I truly thank you. Robert expressed sincerely. Confused, Pan Panin glanced at Li Yixiang, seemingly awaiting an explanation. In a hushed tone, Martha said, Pan, do you remember yesterday? Li took you to the mall, leaving you to wait in the changing room for an hour. I was in the next room, disguised as you, and after I emerged, I was kidnapped. Robert reported it to our embassy and exerted diplomatic pressure on your police department. Now, the individuals who were harassing you have all been dealt with. So it was you. Pan Panin exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. She immediately recalled the news she had seen that day and turned to look at Li Yixiang. She never imagined that her husband would devise such a meticulous plan in just one night. This scheme calculated every aspect of human nature, treating everyone, from high-ranking officials to street thugs, as mere pawns on a chessboard. Pan Panin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her glass, declaring, Husband, thank you. I love you. Martha and Robert laughed and began to applaud, surprised by Pan Panin's bold declaration of affection. Li Yixiang frowned, disliking this manner of expression, yet feeling unable to voice his discontent in front of his former comrades. In a rather awkward atmosphere, the four began to enjoy their meal. Through Martha, Pan Panin gained deeper insight into Li Yixiang, gasping in astonishment upon hearing about the dangers faced during their operations in the desert. Those who dwell in peace can never truly fathom the brutality of real war. The notion of tranquility is merely an illusion, sustained by those who bear the burdens in silence. Suddenly, Robert cautioned, Li, you must be careful. While your plan is impeccable, it has many vulnerabilities. After all, the kidnapper's target was not Martha, and there are surveillance cameras along the route. It won't be long before they trace it back to you. It won't be long. It has already been traced. Do not worry. I am prepared, Li Yixiang replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He continued, You all eat first, Panin, you should return home directly, without stopping elsewhere. Martha interjected, Rest assured, she is with me. No one can harm her. Just then, a team of plainclothes officers entered the restaurant, led by Cheng Hai, whom Li Yixiang had previously encountered. Mr. Li Yixiang, there is a case here. We request your assistance in our investigation. Cheng Hai's gaze was exceptionally keen, sweeping over several individuals like a hawk before finally resting on Li Yixiang's face. Li Yixiang stood up and said, Very well, I shall accompany you. Wait. You cannot take him without allowing me to wait for a lawyer. Pan Panin said anxiously, clutching Li Yixiang tightly and speaking resolutely. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow and replied, Miss Pan, I hope you will not obstruct official duties. In fact, your name was also on the original list of individuals to assist in the investigation. However, certain matters remain unverified. If Mr. Li Yixiang is able to aid us in understanding the case, I believe you could avoid considerable trouble. Chapter 44. El Dechen's fear Pan Nan is a refined egoist. In the face of Qing Hai's threats, she would typically choose to retreat. However, she now appears transformed. She resolutely positions herself in front of Li Yixiang, declaring, I will not allow you to take my husband. If you must, take me along. Enough, Pan Nan. I am not a tool for your sentimental displays. You are merely the mother of my daughter, and that is your only role. Remember this. Do not bring me any more trouble. Li Yixiang retorted coldly before pushing Pan Nan aside. Pan Nan's thought process differs from that of an ordinary person. She seems devoid of shame, believing instead that Li Yixiang's words are meant to protect her. Husband, I will definitely come to your rescue, she exclaimed passionately, directing her words toward Li Yixiang's retreating figure. Robert chuckled softly, remarking, Miss Pan, this is truly amusing. You seem utterly unaware of what kind of man your husband is. He is a real man. Masha looked at him with admiration, adding, Indeed. Pan Nan raised an eyebrow, retorting, I have no taste for melodramatic tales of returning warriors, nor am I naive. Sweet CEO, so could you both please cease? Robert and Masha exchanged knowing smiles. Then, resting her chin on her hand, Masha said meaningfully, Pan, you should be grateful for Li's mercy. I was quite shocked when I saw the news. Quite right. I anticipated Li would employ the most ruthless methods against you. For he despises betrayal, Robert continued. Pan Nan, slightly irritated, exclaimed, I have not betrayed anyone. You two are the ones with issues. My husband, I will save myself. With a breathtakingly beautiful visage illuminated by a confident smile, she then seized her bag and swiftly exited the restaurant. She intended to contact the finest lawyer to arrange Li Yixiang's bail. This time, she was determined to reclaim her lost ground. Robert shrugged, stating, Let us go, Masha. We should take our leave. Are you sure he does not require our assistance? Masha's eyes sparkled with eager excitement, a predatory smile gracing her lips. Certainly not. The control here is too stringent, and our presence would be futile, Robert replied. At the Chun residence, El Dechen lay in a specialized hospital bed, his gaze vacant, embodying a lifeless demeanor. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed against the floor as El Dechen glanced toward the entrance. Outside, a dozen bodyguards bowed at a 90-degree angle, loudly announcing, Miss. This is a remarkably beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, yet she is actually over 40. Chen Hongzhuang, let me go? I do not wish to see you. El Dechen suddenly roared in agitation. Chen Hongzhuang is the current head of the Qin family, a woman of formidable capability and resolute character, the key to the family's enduring strength, and the sole woman leading the clan. Slap. Chen Hongzhuang delivered a resounding slap to El Dechen, sharply admonishing, Were it not for my aunt's dying wish for me to care for you, you would have perished long ago. I have already retreated to the coastal region, yet your Qin family still refuses to let me be. I am of no further use to you, yet you still seek to thwart my vengeance. El Dechen spat bitterly. Chen Hongzhuang poured a cup of scalding water over El Dechen's head, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. El Dechen, can you not speak civilly? Chen Hongzhuang asked coldly. El Dechen nodded repeatedly, inquiring, What do you wish to do? Chen Hongzhuang fixed her icy gaze upon her cousin and stated slowly, I have two inquiries for you. First, did you orchestrate the Zhao family's kidnapping? Second, did you poison your ex-wife, Sophie, leading to her death? I know nothing, El Dechen stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Slap. Another resounding blow struck El Dechen, leaving his head buzzing. Do not presume to deceive me. There is nothing in Tiannan province that escapes my knowledge. Chen Hongzhuang lifted her hand, and a newspaper was promptly brought forth. She forcefully thrust it into El Dechen's face, declaring coldly, Zhao Hu was shot dead on the spot, and Zhao Wen is now wanted. The families in Linghai are disgruntled with the Qin family, believing it was your family that instigated Zhao Hu's abduction. Fear flickered in El Dechen's eyes as he hastily replied, I instructed Zhao Hu to kidnap Pan Pan. That wretched woman stole my hard drive, which contained crucial information. I never told him to abduct foreigners. However, Zhao Hu's last call was to you. The police have retrieved the call records and your text messages. Regardless of whom you intended to abduct, it remains a crime. If I were not protecting you, you would already be apprehended. Chen Hongzhuang chastised him vehemently. El Dechen trembled, asserting, There must be some misunderstanding. Zhao Hu is framing me. Yes, that must be it. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, yet the pressing concern is whether you took Sophie's life. Chen Hongzhuang leaned closer, her gaze sharp as a blade. Dek, a man in his 40s, appeared as timid as a mouse before a cat in her presence. His complexion grew increasingly uneasy as he averted his gaze, murmuring, "No. It was not me. Sophie succumbed to illness. You would do well to maintain that narrative. Your former father-in-law, Su Nanfeng, is now the governor of Tiannan province, though the Su family lacks the Chun family's influence for the next 4 years. The Qin family will be at their mercy. Your sister-in-law, Su Yu, insists that you murdered her sister, and it seems she has recently uncovered evidence." Chen Hongzhuang spoke slowly. Dek trembled even more violently, finally lowering his voice as he venomously confessed, It was I who killed her. I first poisoned her to render her unconscious, then took her to the mountains and pushed her off a cliff. That wretched woman tarnished my name. I was but a son-in-law. The Su family never regarded me as a person. In the end, that woman sought to cast me aside for a pretty boy. Chen Hongzhuang appeared to have anticipated this revelation. She pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag, saying, "The greatest regret I hold is having indulged you too much. Now that you are back home, consider what you wish to eat and reflect on any lingering desires you may have. After all, I am your sister. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Her tone was exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of a sister indulging her younger brother, with eyes brimming with compassion. However, Dek felt a chill seep into his very bones, and in a state of trepidation, he stammered, What do you intend to do? You cannot treat me this way. I have a daughter. If something were to happen to me, what would happen to Qingqing? Yet, Qingqing is not truly your child. She is the offspring of Sophie and another man. A fact you have long been aware of. Do you keep Qingqing by your side as a genuine daughter? Or is it merely a means to exact revenge upon the Su family? Chen Hongzhuang squinted her eyes and spoke slowly. Chapter 45. The incident. Upon hearing Chen Hongzhuang's words, Dek's pupils instantly dilated, fear rendering his entire being rigid, and he instinctively screamed, "You wish to kill me? In your dreams. You promised my mother you would take care of me. I cannot die. I will raise Qingqing with utmost diligence, and no one will ever discover her true identity. She is the child of you and Sophie. In the realm of life and death, debts must be repaid. After your suicide, the relationship between the Chun and Su families will return to normal." Chen Hongzhuang spoke with a gentle demeanor. Dek slumped helplessly onto the bed, realizing he had become a broken man, and with his greatest secret now exposed, he pleaded, "Sister, I implore you, help me avenge myself. I want Pan Panan and Li Yixiang dead." "Ah, it seems you have learned ill habits abroad, truly believing the Chen family can shield everything? Very well. I will devise a plan," Chen Hongzhuang replied nonchalantly. Dek closed his eyes, uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Perhaps from that very moment, his heart had already perished. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chen Hongzhuang exited the room and instructed a man clad in a black suit, "Shout out. Go to Linhai and investigate thoroughly. Those who dare to scheme against the Qin family will not go unpunished." Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Speaking in a respectful tone, "Grandfather, the matter has been resolved. The Su family can expect an explanation. Rest assured, I will tread carefully. I am well aware. Han Ling's son is off limits." At the Dong District Police Station in Linhai City, the interrogation room bore a dismal ambience. Li Yixiang surveyed the disarray, shaking his head slightly. The conditions here were worse than those of a military confinement cell. The walls were lined with enormous mirrors, and the low ceiling combined with the dim lighting created an oppressive atmosphere. Deputy Chief Ching entered with 2 jurors, taking a seat before opening the case file. "Mr. Li Yixiang, this is not our first encounter, so let us skip the formalities. At 9:30 on the morning of the day before yesterday, where were you?" Deputy Chief Cheng. Li Yixiang began, but was abruptly interrupted by a juror who slammed the table and barked, "This is our new chief of criminal police. Speak when instructed." Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow and replied, "Deputy Chief Cheng has been promoted? Congratulations. Due to certain individuals, the former chief was reassigned. Mr. Li, we possess information that far exceeds your imagination. Your voluntary confession and what we uncover will yield differing outcomes for your impending trial," Deputy Chief Cheng stated slowly. Li Yixiang chuckled, reclining slightly, and sincerely asked, "Very well. What would you like to know? On the morning of the day before yesterday, where were you?" "I was meeting 2 friends, the same individuals you encountered at the restaurant today, Robert and Marcia. As we passed an intersection, Robert suggested we take a group photo. And suddenly, We were ambushed by kidnappers. The rest of the events should align with what was reported in the newspapers. What more do the officers wish to know? Li Yixiang responded without a hint of concealment, a smile adorning his face. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow slightly, while the other two jurors exchanged glances, all feeling the predicament of the situation. They were acutely aware that there was something amiss, perhaps even orchestrated by the man before them. Yet they found themselves powerless to substantiate their suspicions. Even if they could, the current legal statutes would not classify it as a crime. It was akin to a slender girl walking alone into a narrow alley. No matter how scantily clad she might be, it would not justify an infringement upon her. Li Yixiang had neither gained from the situation nor engaged in any illicit conduct. Even the seasoned Cheng Hai found himself at a loss. Cheng Hai switched off the camera, instructed the two jurors to leave, and approached Li Yixiang, offering him a cigarette. He spoke slowly. Mr. Li, your friend's case has caused quite a stir. The higher-ups have demanded a thorough investigation. You are quite astute, and your actions are impeccably crafted, yet no one is a fool. You have divorced Pan An. Is it worth it for a woman like her? Misfortune should not befall one's family. Some have crossed the line, and I trust Captain Cheng can comprehend this. Li Yixiang replied softly, there is a sense of helplessness rising within you, isn't there? This man before me seems more composed than when we last met, betraying no sign of weakness. Mr. Li, the charge of provoking trouble is unavoidable. This is not my intention, do you understand? I personally hold you in high regard. Cheng Hai lowered his voice and spoke carefully. Li Yixiang smiled wryly. Trust me, soon your superior will come to you, instructing you to release me. Suddenly, an officer knocked and swiftly entered, whispering a few words to Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai cast a deep glance at Li Yixiang before addressing the officer. Do not let anyone approach him. He then stood up and exited the interrogation room. The officer glanced at his watch and discreetly followed suit. The room fell into an abrupt silence. A middle-aged man in plain clothes unexpectedly entered the interrogation room, his gaze directed at Li Yixiang, filled with a chilling malice, and he strode directly toward him. Fool! Li Yixiang shook his head, sensing a familiar aura of danger. The middle-aged man suddenly drew a dagger from his pocket. But before he could strike, Li Yixiang's hair was seized, and with a surge of strength, he broke free from the handcuffs and delivered a powerful right hook to the man's jaw. His fist struck like a hammer, rendering the man unconscious in an instant, his jawbone shattering upon impact. After a considerable time, perhaps sensing something was amiss, several officers rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene, they immediately drew their firearms and shouted, "Don't move." One officer crouched down to turn the middle-aged man over, his expression turning grim as he exclaimed, "How did this man get in here? Damn it! Quickly report to Captain Cheng." Li Yixiang's gaze resembled a deep, still spring, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, it was this eerie calmness that instilled an unprecedented fear in the surrounding officers. At the same time, Pan An brought Luo Xiaojie to the criminal police team. As soon as she entered, she sensed that something was amiss. Particularly after she expressed her desire to see Li Yixiang, the expression of the on-duty officer changed instantaneously. What has happened? Please tell me quickly, Pan An asked anxiously. Nothing is wrong, just wait a moment. The officer replied dismissively. Having watched numerous television dramas, Pan An's mind raced with unpleasant possibilities, and she exclaimed excitedly, I demand to see Li Yixiang immediately. Wait a moment, sister-in-law, it has not yet been 24 hours. Let me handle the communication, Luo Xiaojie said, somewhat exasperated. He truly did not wish to engage with Pan An, for he was aware of the unsavory deeds this woman had committed. Yet, she insisted on presenting herself as the elder sister-in-law, a display of audacity that was quite rare. Chapter 46. The Demand for a Person. Cheng Hai. Allow me to introduce you to Commander Tang of the Municipal Garrison Command, said Police Chief Zhao Hongwei. Tang Wanzhong, 50 years of age, held the rank of Brigadier General. He was robustly built, with a square face that exuded an air of authority. Captain Cheng, I am here to request a person, Tang Wanzhong asserted. The military has ordered a large-scale drill for all reserve forces, and Major Li Yixiang is registered with the reserve of the garrison district. I cannot do without him. So, has the investigation concluded? Though Tang's tone seemed inquisitive, it carried an unmistakable command. Despite Tang's high military rank, Cheng Hai felt a sense of unease but was not intimidated. Furrowing his brow, he replied, There are still some unresolved matters regarding Mr. Li. I hope Commander Tang can understand. Tang Wanzhong let out a disdainful snort. Li Yixiang is one of ours. If any investigation is to be conducted, it falls under our Defense Department's jurisdiction. Captain Cheng, you are overstepping your boundaries. Confronted with Tang's palpable hostility, Cheng Hai's complexion paled slightly. Zhao Hongwei cleared his throat and interjected, Cheng Hai, I just received a call from Secretary O. If there are no issues with Major Li Yixiang, you should expedite his return to the military. Local authorities must support military operations. Understood. Cheng Hai saluted and responded emphatically. He had endured this confrontation for such a moment, hoping to deflect some of the ire directed at him. Cheng Hai had never believed in such coincidences, and a twinge of wariness towards Li Yixiang crept into his mind. At that moment, a police officer entered and whispered something to Cheng Hai. Not good. Cheng Hai felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated that someone would dare to attack within the criminal investigation unit. Tang Wanzhong's voice turned grave. If anything happens to my men, you will be held fully accountable. They proceeded to the interrogation room, where they found a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor. A police officer reported to Cheng Hai, this individual knocked out one of our colleagues and infiltrated our unit, appearing to be a professional assassin. Tang Wanzhong snorted coldly, his voice rising in anger. The audacity. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I will inquire with Mayor Qi about his management. Commander Tang, rest assured, we will pursue this matter to the end. Cheng Hai, you have 3 days to solve this case. Zhao Hongwei exclaimed, a mix of frustration and fury evident in his tone. Cheng Hai replied solemnly, Commander Tang, Chief Zhao, this assassin clearly targeted Li Yixiang. I hope he can remain to assist with the investigation. What investigation? The assassin is still alive, and you have a living witness. You want the victim to stay? If you cannot manage it, I will commission the Military Intelligence Department to take over. Tang Wanzhong was thoroughly incensed. His blatant favoritism left Cheng Hai and Zhao Hongwei speechless as they watched him stride towards Li Yixiang and personally unlock his handcuffs. How did we end up in this situation? This is a perfect opportunity for some practice. Tang Wanzhong exclaimed, giving Li Yixiang a hearty slap on the shoulder. Yes, Captain. Li Yixiang stood at attention, his spine erect, a faint smile gracing his face. I grant you 3 days off. Return home and sort things out. I shall await you at the garrison, Tang Wanzhong said, casting a glance at Li Yixiang that bore the affection of an indulgent uncle. Despite having saved Tang's life, Li Yixiang hesitated to impose on him, knowing that favors could eventually run dry. Reluctantly, he was compelled to request Tang Wanzhong's assistance to avoid becoming a scapegoat, as he wished to spare his family any further troubles. To his surprise, Qi Heng's attitude proved equally nuanced, with O Ronghui personally intervening to ensure his safety. The signals conveyed were rather unusual, yet Li Yixiang paid them little heed as he completed his formalities and exited the police station. Darling, are you all right? They wouldn't let me see you. What happened? Pan hurriedly approached him, her concern evident. Today, she donned a light-colored office attire, her shapely figure accentuated by a fitted skirt that showcased her graceful curves. Her long legs were clad in nude stockings, and she wore black high heels, exuding an air of elegance, yet with an alluring charm. Li Yixiang frowned and evaded her embrace, replying, What brings you here? Did I not tell you to go home? I was worried about you, Pan admitted, initially hesitant but quickly regaining her composure and asserting, I was concerned for your well-being. Is everything all right? Squad leader? I just saw our old battalion commander. Had I known you were bringing him out, I wouldn't have worried, Luo Xiaojie remarked casually. Li Yixiang shot a disapproving glance at Pan before addressing Luo Xiaojie. I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. In a couple of days, I must return to the unit for the militia reserve exercises. Will you join? I won't be going. Running 5 kilometers feels like losing half my life. Luo Xiaojie replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Pan, growing anxious, grasped Li Yixiang's arm. Darling, you intend to return to the unit? No. That is absolutely out of the question. What will I do if you leave? What is there to worry about? We are already divorced. I will find time to return, and we can directly finalize the divorce certificate. While I am away, please visit our daughter more often, Li Yixiang stated with indifference. He departed in Luo Xiaojie's vehicle. Pan squinted as she watched the taillights fade at the street corner. The anxiety and grievance on her face dissipated, replaced by a serene composure. Assistant Chun Hui stepped out of a brand-new Audi and hastily approached Pan, respectfully reporting, Boss, the directors of several hospitals have arrived. Pan, now the owner of Nanxiang Medical Sales Company, radiated the aura of an elite female executive. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a cold glint, she slowly remarked, Chen Hui. Do you know why I retained you? Is it because you value my capabilities? Shun Hui stammered, her voice laced with trepidation. It is because you are astute enough to recognize what benefits you. Remember, who is it that you owe your livelihood to now? El Dekhen is doomed. No one can save him. Your secrets are now in my possession, and should you engage in any dubious activities, I would not hesitate to ensure you spend several years behind bars. I shall never forget how you sowed discord between my spouse and me. Pan and threatened without reservation. Her tone chilling. Shun Hui trembled, stammering, I'm sorry, boss. I will remain utterly loyal to you from now on. Pan Nan, a born entrepreneur, saw only profit in her dealings. She evaluated individuals solely on the benefits they could provide her, never believing in the existence of absolute loyalty in this world. Even Chen Hui, who had navigated the corporate landscape for many years, dared not breathe freely in the imposing presence of Pan An. Pan had already found a platform to showcase her talents. Chapter 47. The ex-wife's regret. After a tumultuous period, the city of Lehigh gradually returned to tranquility. The case in the interrogation room was suppressed, and Shanghai subsequently reached out to Yixiang to express his apologies, after which the matter faded into silence. Tang Wanzhong subtly indicated that such incidents would never occur again, his brevity suggesting a palpable caution. Yixiang quietly noted this score, intending to settle it when the opportunity arose. Simultaneously, he profoundly grasped the saying, heroes are but tools in the face of power. In the following 3 days, Yixiang busied himself at home, organizing his belongings while spending time with his daughter and Lu Xiaozui. The sounds of cooking wafted from the kitchen. As he approached the kitchen door, observing Lu Xiaozui's ample silhouette, he felt a twinge of concern for her well-being, prompting him to say, do not overexert yourself. I will be leaving this afternoon. Let us seize this time to converse, for we may not see each other for 2 months. I'm almost done. Once you arrive at the military, who knows what you'll be eating, Lu Xiaozui replied, gently wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. A hint of melancholy in her tone as she untied her apron. Stay and chat with me while Qian is still at kindergarten. Yixiang lifted her from behind and carried her toward the bedroom. Lu Xiaozui's face flushed crimson, though her back was turned to him. She could undoubtedly feel the intensity of his gaze. Her heart raced as if a small rabbit were trapped within, and she struggled to quell her trembling body, whispering, I understand. With a firm thud, the bedroom door closed. An hour later, Yixiang turned on the faucet in the bathroom, the cool water cascading over him. Restoring his composure, gazing into the mirror, he noticed a slight furrow in his brow. The reflection revealed eyes filled with detachment, reminiscent of an emotionless automaton. No wonder my daughter shies away from me now. Even Cui Jie is concerned. He practiced adjusting his micro-expressions in front of the mirror, controlling his facial muscles to create a flawless smile, masking the coldness that had taken root within him. Returning to the bedroom, he found Lu Xiaozui's complexion rosy and remarked with a smile, Cui Jie, you should rest a bit. I will go pick up Qian. You are too much. Are you satisfied now? Lu Xiaozui murmured softly, playfully pinching his waist with a hint of fatigue. Yes, let us converse further upon my return. I had no idea you harbored so many secrets, Yixiang said, ruffling Lu Xiaozui's hair. She, being significantly older, often regarded him as her elder brother. Yet he had not anticipated witnessing this side of her. Lu Xiaozui's face reddened further, and she swatted his hand away, suddenly expressing concern. Is there any news about Pan Nan? She mentioned coming over yesterday, but has been out of sight for 2 days now. She is now a big boss and quite busy. I reckon she won't have much time for the child moving forward. So I will rely on you to care for Qian, Yixiang replied nonchalantly. He had long since become accustomed to Pan Nan, even to the extent that he had never harbored any hope from the outset. At this moment, Pan Nan had just concluded a conference for entrepreneurs. Indeed, she had been riding a wave of success these past few days, having acquired the assets of the NM Group's subsidiary with less than $20 million. Now that the NM Group's authorization was in place, Nashang Company's development had undoubtedly found its rhythm. Conversely, these past few days, Pan had been extraordinarily busy, with scarcely a moment to rest, to the point that she neglected even her meals. The office of the former El Dekhen had been newly refurbished, and Pan sat in a spacious chair, having just wrapped up a video conference. Chen Hui, please brew me a cup of coffee, Pan said. Pinching the bridge of her nose, her voice tinged with fatigue. Of course, boss, Chen Hui replied promptly, then hurriedly brought a cup of coffee to Pan. As she savored the coffee, Pan remarked, Today's negotiation was delayed by 2 hours. All unnecessary arrangements henceforth should be cancelled. Boss, you were scheduled to have dinner with Mr. Li an hour ago. This was an important arrangement you emphasized, Chun Hui cautiously interjected. Upon hearing this, Pan Panen's scalp tingled as if jolted by electricity, and she rose sharply, exclaiming, "Why didn't you inform me sooner? Damn it, boss, I did notify you. You said to postpone," Chun Hui stammered, nearly in tears. Pan Panen's mind was in a haze, but once she regained her composure, she stated, "I've been overwhelmed. Remember, all matters concerning my husband must take precedence. No matter what I am engaged in, you must report to me immediately." Internally, Chun Hui harbored her grievances. Yet outwardly, she nodded in agreement. Pan Panen hastily instructed the driver to take her home at the fastest speed, then knocked on the door. What brings you here?" Lu Xiaozie asked, opening the door, her expression one of confusion. "Where is Yixiang? Where is my husband?" Pan Panen pressed forward, squeezing past Lu Xiaozie. After scanning the room and finding no one, she prepared to push open the bedroom door but was stopped by Lu Xiaozie. Lu Xiaozie, visibly displeased, said, "It's already 9 at night. Qian is asleep. Yixiang left for the army at 6 this afternoon. He probably won't return for a month or 2. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Pan Panen exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Lu Xiaozie, now irritated, retorted, "Didn't I mention it? I called you countless times. Either your phone was off, or your assistant answered. You focus on your busy schedule." It was my oversight. I've indeed been swamped lately. Did Yixiang leave any messages for me?" Pan Panen felt a throbbing headache as she sank into the sofa, her expression one of turmoil and distress. Lu Xiaozie pondered for a moment before responding. "No, he seems to be indifferent to many matters now. He used to enjoy playing games, but he no longer does. All he does is read books and peruse newspapers. It's all my fault. I've wounded him deeply. I must make amends." Pan Panen, in her self-indulgent sorrow, shed tears, genuinely believing that Li Yixiang's transformation stemmed from the divorce. Lu Xiaozie observed with a cold gaze, utterly unconvinced. "Crossing her arms," she remarked. "Is there anything else? Otherwise, why not stay and accompany Qian? Tomorrow is Saturday, and you promised her a trip to the amusement park." I have several important matters to attend to tomorrow. By the way, I purchased a villa in the Mingjue community. Perhaps you could move there with the child." Pan Panen hesitated before speaking. Lu Xiaozie scoffed. "All of Qian's friends are at the staff kindergarten. Aren't you concerned she might be shy? Well, if you truly care, you should come and visit on your own." Pan Panen felt quite distressed. She longed to accompany her daughter to the amusement park the following day, but recognized that time was simply not on her side. Ultimately, she left behind a bank card with 500,000 yuan as living expenses for her daughter over the next 2 months, hoping Lu Xiaozie would take good care of her child. Lu Xiaozie, indifferent yet unwilling to refuse on behalf of Qian, accepted it, understanding it was a gift from a biological mother to her daughter. Like Li Yixiang, she tucked the bank card away, planning to let Qian make her own decisions when she grew older. Chapter 48. The ex-wife is assaulted. A gray sedan was parked by the roadside directly opposite the entrance of the Linghai Grand Hotel. 2 women were peering through the car window, observing the situation. They were Han Qian, the cousin of Li Yixiang, and her older cousin, Li Wenwen. "Qian, Yixiang told us not to interfere. I feel uneasy about approaching Pan Panen like this," Li Wenwen whispered nervously. "You know Yixiang's temperament. He is not one to back down. If it were me, I would confront her head-on. If the Li family doesn't stand up, then the Han family shall seek justice. I will make Pan Panen pay for her actions." Han Qian retorted fiercely. Li Wenwen, feeling overwhelmed, sighed in resignation. "What do you mean the Li family doesn't stand up? It has always been the case that it's difficult for upright officials to resolve family disputes. And as you said, it's a family matter." Han Qian's gaze was fixed intently on the hotel entrance. She is coming out. She is coming out." Before Li Wenwen could react, Han Qian had already flung open the car door and dashed toward the hotel entrance, leaving Li Wenwen with no choice but to follow closely behind. At that moment, Pan Panen emerged from the hotel, accompanied by several middle-aged men with ample physiques. She was clad in limited-edition garments and adorned with exquisite luxury accessories, exuding an air of grace and affluence. "Boss Pan, you are truly delightful. Far superior to El Dekhen. Congratulations on your grand opening," Director Lu remarked with a smile, attempting to grasp Pan Panen's hand. Pan Panen deftly evaded the gesture, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Director Lu. I have heard much about you from my mother-in-law, Professor Hanling. You were once renowned as the leading expert in internal medicine. Ah, Professor Hanling. Please convey my regards to her, Boss Pan, Director Liu said, somewhat apprehensively lowering his arm. I shall certainly pass on your message, Director Liu. As we become more acquainted, you will come to understand who I, Pan Pan Nan, truly am. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. She smiled warmly. Pan Pan Nan. Han Qian charged toward her with aggression. But Pan Pan's hired female bodyguard promptly positioned herself in front of her. You vile woman, my aunt saved you, this ingrate. Engaging in infidelity during marriage. May you meet a wretched end. Han Qian shouted, attempting to lunge at her, but was thwarted by the bodyguard. With an apologetic glance at Director Liu, Pan Pan said, I apologize, it's just a family matter, Director Liu. Allow me to handle this. Not at all, I understand. Every family has its own set of difficulties. Director Liu remarked with a knowing look. After seeing off the guests, Pan Pan's expression darkened as she approached Han Qian, stating, Han Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your sister-in-law. You know how I have treated you. You have received ample financial support from me. Nonsense. You are the one engaging in infidelity. I know you started a company with your lover, taking advantage of my brother. This matter is far from over. Han Qian shouted loudly. Pan felt a headache coming on. She waved her hand, signaling the bodyguard to escort Han Qian away, saying, What lover? Such harsh words. I have not bullied your brother. She had just finished speaking when Han Qian, who had been released, suddenly pulled a bottle of liquid from her pocket and splashed it directly onto Pan Pan's face. Pan Pan's immediate reaction was to assume it was sulfuric acid, and she instinctively let out a scream. However, she soon realized her face felt sticky, and an overwhelming stench of ink assaulted her senses. Han Qian had poured the foulest ink available on the market, mixed with some rotten tofu juice. Unable to endure it, Pan vomited, while Han Qian laughed triumphantly. Ah, you little XXXX. Pan exclaimed in a fluster, unleashing a torrent of local dialect, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. Han Qian had truly breached her defenses. The bodyguards dared not intervene, as it was evident this was a matter for the boss's family. Should they escalate the situation, they might not only forfeit any rewards, but also face punishment. Haha, you're just a country bumpkin, a crow pretending to be a phoenix with your feathers. How dare you look down on my brother? I detest your arrogant demeanor. Let us see how proud you remain. Spit, Han Qian proclaimed with glee. Pan Pan's eyes glinted with cold fury as she wiped her face and then pressed her ink-stained hand forcefully against Han Qian's mouth. At that moment, Han Qian had her mouth wide open, and she swallowed a significant amount of ink, screaming, Pan, I'll fight you. She lunged forward, grabbing Pan Pan's hair with ferocity. Pan, no stranger to brawling, had far more experience than Han Qian. She retaliated by seizing Han Qian's hair and delivering a few sharp kicks with her high heels. Ah, Li Wenwen, are you dead? Come help. Han Qian shrieked in frustration. Li Wenwen, pale and trembling, dared not approach. Pan, let go, we're all family. Don't hold grudges against a child. Qian is still immature, she pleaded. With a forceful shove, Pan knocked Han Qian down, coldly remarking, Second sister, out of respect for you, I'll let her off today. But if this happens again, I want to hold back my bodyguards. This outfit is worth 200,000. If she seeks trouble, I'll be ready to engage fully. Her words extinguished Han Qian's bravado, though she still glared at Pan in indignation. Li Wenwen quickly added, Don't worry, there won't be a next time. You should leave now. Han Qian, still seething, was tightly embraced by Li Wenwen as they exited. Pan watched them depart. Accepting a wet tissue from a bodyguard to wipe her face, her eyes slightly reddened. She muttered to herself, Anyone can bully me. Your family has no good people. Naturally, Pan would not let Han Qian off so easily. After freshening up at her hotel, she dialed Han Qian's mother's number from memory. Aunt, it's me, Pan. I have something to discuss with you. Of course, it's something good. I know Qian is going abroad to study. Is she still short on funds? You know I've started a company and my financial situation is decent. I'll cover Qian's tuition. We're family, so no need to be polite. However, I have one condition. Han Qian must report to school promptly and achieve excellent grades. Pan spoke in a calm tone as she placed a call to Qing Fengying, Han Qian's mother. After hanging up, she let out a deep sigh and murmured to herself, If I cannot provoke them, must I also avoid them? Little did Han Qian imagine that Pan, with a masterstroke, had arranged for her to be sent abroad, rendering any protest futile. Li Wenwen also benefited. as Pan Nan gifted her a limited edition PLD handbag. All relatives of the Han and Li families received presents, showcasing Pan Nan's generosity, as she meticulously attended to both her inner and outer circles. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them, nor can one refuse the sweet offerings of another. Pan Nan's strategic move effectively silenced the relatives of Li Yixiang, even drawing some into her own camp, for everyone desires a wealthy relative within their household. Chapter 49. The cunning ex-wife. When Li Yixiang became aware of the situation, Han Qian had already boarded the plane, incessantly lamenting the treacherous tactics employed by Pan Nan. All right, focus on your studies. Stay out of our affairs. Li Yixiang shook his head, expressing his helplessness. After hanging up the phone, he made his way to the training ground, where he began an intense workout under the sun. Lieutenant Li, there's someone looking for you at the entrance. A soldier from the base hurriedly approached him. After completing his final set of push-ups, Li Yixiang felt the familiar soreness in his muscles, sweat thoroughly soaking his training attire. He removed his uniform, hastily wiped his face and head, and then changed into a fresh outfit. His efforts in shedding weight had yielded significant results. The contours of his deltoids and back muscles were becoming defined, and his face had thinned somewhat. Who is looking for me? Li Yixiang buttoned his shirt, furrowing his brow as he inquired. The soldier hesitated before replying. Report, sir, I'm not entirely sure. The commander is also present. Li Yixiang found this puzzling. As a reservist major in the militia, he was virtually invisible at the base until the registered militia members arrived, and it was unusual for him to be summoned. Approaching the entrance with curiosity, he spotted 3 large trucks lined up, preparing to enter. Commander Tang Wanzhong was conversing with a woman, and despite the distance, Li Yixiang immediately recognized her as his ex-wife, Pan Nan. Dressed in a black turtleneck sweater paired with a gray coat and high heels, she exuded an air of elegant intellect, coupled with a subtle allure. Li Yixiang frowned deeply, intending to turn and leave, as he truly wished to avoid any interaction with her. Here, Yixiang. Pan Nan raised her arm, her eyes slightly reddened, revealing an inexplicable emotion within. Hesitant to call him husband for fear of causing a scene, yet unwilling to use his name, she opted for a relatively intimate address. Li Yixiang's mood soured instantly, but Tang Wanzhong paid little heed. He waved his hand, calling out, Major Li, run over here. In the military, obedience to orders is paramount. Although he was merely a reservist, once donned in uniform, he was a soldier. Li Yixiang quickly jogged to Tang Wanzhong, standing straight and saluting with conviction, proclaiming, Present. Tang Wanzhong nodded in satisfaction, stating, Chairman Pan Nan is here today to deliver care packages to the troops. To exemplify the bond between the military and the civilian populace, your task today is to host Chairman Pan. Excuse me, Commander, but I have training duties today. Li Yixiang promptly responded. Do you think I am negotiating with you? This is an order. Tang Wanzhong replied sternly. With so many witnesses present, Li Yixiang could not openly defy the command without undermining Tang Wanzhong's authority. Reluctantly, he exclaimed, Understood. Pan Nan smiled brightly, saying, Thank you, Commander Tang. Yixiang, I will wait for you in the car. She swayed her hips as she turned to leave, drawing the envious gazes of the men around her. Captivated by her voluptuous and alluring figure, Commander, surely you wouldn't sell me out, would you? What kind of deal have you struck with my ex-wife? Li Yixiang expressed his dissatisfaction. Tang Wanzhong shook his head and replied, Yixiang, your ex-wife is like an unyielding adhesive, highly emotionally intelligent, and even more cunning. She pleaded with me for ages, nearly bowing in supplication. I am unaware of your affairs, but for the sake of appearances, you need to resolve this swiftly. Please, do not create any embarrassment for me. After hearing his former superior's words, Li Yixiang left the base with a grim expression, only to find Pan Nan leaning against an Audi. Darling, come here. Pan Nan beckoned, her face alight with excitement. Li Yixiang replied sternly, We are divorced now. Why the pretense of deep affection? You hardly called out after we married, and now you're all over me post-divorce. What do you truly want? Nothing specific. Just a chance to make amends. Your task today is to accompany me shopping. That's an order. Pan Nan said, unable to suppress a smile at Li Yixiang's resigned demeanor. It seems I have been too lenient with you, Pan Nan. How do you intend to atone for what you did to our child? Li Yixiang retorted coldly. Observing the onlookers, Pan Nan took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Let us discuss this in the car. I have invested so much. Can't you spare just a day for me? You have the means to visit bars and hire escorts, handsome and robust ones at that. Are you not skilled at spending money? Li Yixiang scoffed. Despite his words, he felt a sense of shame and opened the car door, taking a seat in the back. Pan Panin clenched her teeth and surprisingly removed her high heels, swapping them for a pair of flat sneakers before taking the driver's seat. The black Audi glided onto the main road, eventually arriving at the most upscale shopping center in Linghai City half an hour later. This center specialized in international luxury goods, with even the most ordinary shirt costing thousands, alongside an array of jewelry, watches, and luxury cars. Despite its focus on high-end products, the shopping center was bustling with customers, including visitors from neighboring countries. Once inside, Pan Panin attempted to link her arm with Li Yixiang's, only to be met with rejection. Don't touch me. I have a cleanliness obsession. You can invite El Dekhen to accompany you. It's not the first time, Li Yixiang stated impassively. Pan Panin's expression darkened as she pressed her lips together. You are well aware of the situation, so please refrain from mentioning El Dekhen. You are Qianqian's father, and I am her mother. Today, we are purchasing clothes for our child. If you refuse, I will immediately withdraw my support and create a scene. Then the embarrassment will not fall solely on me. Determined, Pan Panin tried once more to link arms with Li Yixiang, only to be rebuffed again and again, ultimately trailing behind him. Li Yixiang remained silent, contemplating Pan Panin's intentions and analyzing what might still be of use to her. To outsiders, they appeared as a loving couple leisurely strolling through the shopping center. Beneath the facade of their affection lies a profound disconnection. Pan Panin is acutely aware of this reality, yet she clings to the comforting delusion of self-deception, yearning to completely erase the memories of the past. Let us go to the menswear store. I shall buy you a suit, for you have lost so much weight, she insisted, firmly pulling Li Yixiang into a boutique. With a grand gesture, she proclaimed, please assemble a contemporary outfit for this gentleman. Chapter 50. Flies do not buzz around seamless eggs. Pan Panin accompanied her staff in selecting garments, while Li Yixiang placed his bank card on the counter, stating nonchalantly, regardless of what is purchased, let it be charged to this card. Oh, understood, the staff member replied, somewhat intrigued but refraining from further comment. The clientele varied greatly, and a proficient attendant in discerning nuances was undoubtedly as skilled as a secret agent. Pan Panin selected over a dozen outfits, yet Li Yixiang opted for a singular black suit. Once donned, he refused to remove it, even after Pan Panin pleaded repeatedly to try on a couple of other pieces. He showed no inclination to oblige. My husband is like this. He detests shopping for clothes. How much in total? Pan Panin explained to the attendant with a hint of embarrassment. I understand. The total is 123,700 yuan, but after the discount, it comes to 120,000 yuan. Our store will also gift you a belt, the attendant beamed as she explained. Pan Panin nodded, responding, that seems reasonable. The value is quite high. Let us proceed with the card. She relished the feeling of extravagance as she elegantly retrieved her bank card, but her expression soured in an instant. I apologize, madam, but that gentleman has already settled the bill, the cashier said apologetically. Pan Panin tucked her card away and hurried after Li Yixiang, a glint of coldness in her eyes as she whispered, why do you spend my money? Do you truly wish to maintain such a divide between us? Why? Is it because you find my money tainted? Do you not count how your money is earned? Just the thought of you being a mistress or a stepmother makes me feel somewhat nauseous. Li Yixiang replied coolly. Pan Panin clenched her fists, her emotions oscillating wildly as she took deep breaths. After a moment, she smiled charmingly and declared, if you do not want it, I shall insist on giving it. The initial fortune of capital is often tainted. No successful individual is ever looked down upon. Pan Panin was adept at articulating her rationale, which began to irk Li Yixiang. He snorted disdainfully and suddenly furrowed his brow, saying, Pan Panin, I have a feeling you are about to encounter trouble again. What's the matter? Pan Panin instinctively turned her head, only to be restrained by Li Yixiang. Do not move. I sense someone is watching us, he remarked coolly. The two stood in close proximity, and Pan Panin instinctively embraced Li Yixiang, her eyes reflecting profound affection. She cared little for who might be observing. With this man by her side, she felt no fear. Li Yixiang found this sentiment repugnant and forcefully disentangled her arms, stating in a low voice, let us go. Phew, let us eat. I'm famished, Pan Panin replied, her gaze playful, her right hand gently resting on Li Yixiang's arm, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Li Yixiang paid little attention to the lurking eyes, clearly directed at Pan Panin. He was content to observe the unfolding drama. The troubles Pan Panin attracted were not trivial. And whether from El Deccan or the Sioux family, or even the prominent figures listed in the files, any of them could potentially take aim at her. At times, Li Yixiang found it difficult to comprehend the audacity and ambition of Pan Panin, who dared to pluck fruit from the flames amidst numerous power struggles. As Li Yixiang had predicted, trouble soon approached. "Sister!" A young man with slick back hair and a delicate appearance called out to Pan Panin from a distance, hastening towards her. This young man epitomized a certain aesthetic favored by some women. His pale skin, slender frame, and sunlit smile were captivating. "Come this way," Li Yixiang urged, pulling Pan Panin's arm as they turned into a secluded corner of the shopping mall, where the freight elevator stood, an isolated enclave seldom visited by patrons. The young man trailed closely behind, breathing heavily as he exclaimed, "Sister, why didn't you wait for me?" Instinctively, Pan Panin clung to Li Yixiang's arm, her brow furrowing as she retorted, "I don't know you. Who are you?" "I'm Lu Chun. We met at the Spade A bar, remember? You definitely called for me. Have you forgotten?" He replied in a suggestive tone. A wave of crimson and pallor washed over Pan Panin's face, her body trembling as her blood seemed to run cold. "I don't know you at all. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Darling, please believe me. I truly don't know him." He is deliberately saying this. "Oh, sister, why are you denying our acquaintance? By the way, you left your lingerie at the store. Don't forget to retrieve it later." The young man chuckled mischievously. Pan Panin felt as if she might faint, her complexion as pale as a corpse. A surge of rage and fear swelling within her. Li Yixiang grasped the young man's shoulder, speaking in a measured tone. "Who sent you here?" What do you mean?" "I don't understand," the young man stammered, hesitating. "Someone sent you to annoy me. It seems I give off an impression that I am quite easy to bully." Li Yixiang replied, his expression impassive as he tightened his grip, his fingers resembling iron hooks digging into the young man's scapula. The intense pain forced the young man to open his mouth in agony, but before he could utter a sound, his mouth was filled with a lighter. "Hold it in. The lighter is full of gas and could explode," Li Yixiang remarked with a light chuckle. Fear flickered in the young man's eyes as he shook his head frantically, realizing that he had lost sensation in his shoulder. Li Yixiang released his grip slowly, stating, "I have no interest in Pan Panin's romantic escapades. But do not involve me. Inform those behind you that this is merely a warning. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to employ more severe measures." The young man raised his head, meeting Li Yixiang's razor-sharp gaze, which rendered him utterly terrified. "Who sent you to slander me?" Pan Panin's eyes darkened, resembling ink that could not dissolve, brimming with resentment and hatred. The young man's lips trembled in panic, and after a mere few seconds of hesitation, he received a resounding slap across the face. The sharp crack of the palm echoed, accompanied by the fiery sting on his cheek, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to weep. However, upon witnessing Pan Panin's predatory gaze, only fear remained within him, stuttering as he uttered, "Someone hired me to say this. I do not know who it is." Li Yixiang glanced at the time and said, "You resolve this mess yourself and refrain from seeking me out in the future. You make me feel nauseated." "Wait, I wish to explain." Pan Panin composed herself and remarked, "You must have noticed that someone is trying to incite discord between us. This tactic, do you not find it rather familiar? The stockings and the photographs?" Li Xiang's expression remained impassive as he lightly patted Pan Panin's cheek, stating, "What is there to explain? To clarify that you did not point him out, or that you did not visit the bar." Chapter 51. No one visits the Hall of Three Treasures without reason. Li Yixiang gazed down at his ex-wife, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "A fly does not alight on an egg without seams. You are fully aware of your own actions. Do you wish to claim that you have never visited a bar or summoned companions for drinks? The very fact that they have orchestrated this scheme indicates their confidence in your inability to defend yourself. As long as the surveillance captures you entering that establishment, any subsequent events render your innocence indefensible. Once you step into such a place, you forfeit your claim to purity. My mother once said you are an astute individual. You must have contemplated the consequences, so do not perceive yourself as wronged." Pan Panin's complexion turned ashen, her hands clenched tightly, her exquisitely manicured nails nearly piercing her palms. After a considerable pause, she uttered, "You are right. This is the consequence of my own actions. Will you join me for a meal? I have something to share with you concerning Qianqian." 40 minutes, Li Yixiang replied, glancing at his watch with a hint of apathy. It was already noon, and he felt a pang of hunger. If he were to forego this meal, it was likely that his ex-wife would persist in her pursuit. Li Yixiang was lethargic. living day by day without grand aspirations. However, this did not imply a lack of capability, merely a reluctance to showcase it. The young man named Lu Chun watched helplessly as the two figures departed, a sense of dread overwhelming him as he recalled the look Pang Panin had cast before leaving. This was merely a minor episode, yet it underscored that Pang Panin's troubles remained unresolved. In a Western restaurant on the upper floor of a shopping mall, Pang Panin and Li Yixiang settled into a private booth. After expertly ordering several dishes, Pang Panin retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to Li Yixiang, saying, "This is for you and Qianqian. An insurance policy?" Li Yixiang opened the document, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What does this mean?" "After our marriage, I took out a policy for you, with a monthly premium of 5,000. After Qianqian was born, I secured another policy. The total premium amounts to 120,000. I cleared the remaining balance just yesterday," Pang Panin explained slowly. Li Yixiang glanced at the policy dates, confirming that it had indeed commenced shortly after their marriage. He set the document down, responding with deliberate calmness, "I will transfer the insurance premium back to you. You know that is not my intention." Pang Panin's voice quivered with emotion, her eyes reddening. "Then what are you trying to convey? That you are a devoted wife, sacrificing your dignity for the sake of our daughter's insurance?" Li Yixiang retorted sharply. "Do you realize that your actions trample upon my honor? You did not consult me regarding this insurance. You acted unilaterally. Deep down, you must consider my opinion inconsequential, as I am merely a person who did not graduate from middle school. Were you too lazy to even offer an explanation?" Li Yixiang struggled to maintain his composure, his gaze piercing as he spoke sternly. Pang Panin, flustered, pressed her lips together, her eyes wide with panic as she hastily attempted to clarify. "No, it is not like that. I did not mention it because I feared you would not understand, and I wanted to surprise you. I have not even indulged myself. Sigh, I do not wish to dwell on past matters any longer. It is said that one does not visit the temple without cause. Your new company is so busy, yet you have taken the time to summon me. What is it that you desire?" Li Yixiang spoke with a hint of indifference. Pang Panin lowered her eyelids, managing a faint smile as she replied, "It's nothing, really." "If there is nothing, then I shall take my leave," Li Yixiang remarked, preparing to rise from his seat. Though they were once a married couple, Pang Panin fancied herself well acquainted with Li Yixiang. In truth, he too understood his ex-wife, often choosing not to engage in disputes. "Wait, do not leave." Pang Panin grasped Li Yixiang's hand, pleading earnestly. Li Yixiang had no intention of departing, especially as the main course, steak, had just been served. Leaving now would be quite the loss. As Pang Panin observed Li Yixiang reseat himself, she gathered her thoughts and began, "I must clarify today's events. The other party seeks to sow discord between us. Their intentions differ from those of El Deccan. Our mother possesses a patent for a drug purification technology, and those companies fear I may leverage our connection to acquire it. So your purpose in summoning me today is indeed concerning this patent?" Li Yixiang paused, nonchalantly placing down his fork. Pang Panin's gaze wavered, her voice barely a whisper as she said, "If you could speak a word to our mother, it would be most beneficial. Rest assured, I shall pay the highest market price for the patent license." Pang Panin endeavored to manipulate the conversation to her advantage, even in divorce. She clung to the mention of their mother. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you," Li Yixiang replied, wiping his mouth. Pang Panin's eyes widened in shock. "Why not?" "Simply put, we are divorced, and I do not wish to see you benefit at my expense. You have been utilizing my mother's name to attract business. Haven to you? The calls have reached my phone. My mother, for the sake of her granddaughter, refrains from holding it against you, but do not overstep your bounds." Li Yixiang spoke slowly. Pang Panin's face flushed to a deep hue, and she struggled to find words to counter, feeling a sense of shame at being called out. After a considerable pause, her lips trembled as she murmured, I believed we were family, not intentionally using our mother's name. They bully me for being a woman, seeking to take advantage of me. You must understand." By the end of her plea, her eyes glistened, as if she bore an unbearable grievance. Li Yixiang remained unmoved, crossing his arms as he observed her performance. Noticing his indifference, Pang Panin bit her lip, rising to sit beside him, wrapping her arms around his. "Yixiang, please help me. In this society, one cannot survive without money. The wealth I earn is for the family." A fragrant aroma wafted into Li Yixiang's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow and shift slightly away, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he declared, "That rationale lacks substance. Pang Panin, do you not enjoy making deals? For this patent, what is your bottom line? What are you willing to offer?" Pan Panin blinked, saying, "In your presence, I have no limits. I am willing to give everything for you, as long as you desire it, and I possess it." Oh, what a declaration so profoundly sentimental that it borders on the nauseating. Recently, I encountered a novel wherein certain malevolent protagonists demanded proof of affection in rather extreme forms, such as the sacrifice of a kidney or the donation of bone marrow. Yixiang thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked with significant implication. Pan Panin shivered slightly and awkwardly replied, "Such tales are mere fabrications of fiction, Yixiang. What is it that you desire?" "Apologize to me," he said with a light chuckle. "Acknowledge the errors of your past actions and words. Your apology must be sincere and imaginative." Yixiang felt a familiar emotional surge, a notion blossoming within his heart. Chapter 52. The ex-wife who can let go apologize? You want me to apologize? Pan Panin widened her eyes. She had never formally offered an apology, primarily because she felt a sense of injustice. In her perspective, her actions had always been for the sake of the family, akin to the social engagements men partake in outside. As long as she adhered to her principles, it should not be deemed a transgression. Yixiang scoffed, a cold snort escaping his lips. "Are you unaware of what you have done? Why do you cling to those trivial matters? You know full well that I have no relationship with Yixiang. My sole motive was that sum of money. I am entirely innocent, having never betrayed. Once I have the chance to confront Yixiang, you shall interrogate him yourself. If there is a single fault, it lies in my insufficient care for our daughter. Yet, with regard to you, my conscience is clear. Someone must uphold this family. Had you not extinguished my hope, would I have resorted to such means?" Pan Panin's words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun. Habitually, she reverted to her wedding rhetoric, irrespective of the reality. She would first seize the moral high ground and then pass judgment. Those lacking clarity and logic could easily be swayed by her rhetoric, leading to a muddled perception where the fault of the other party seemed to morph into their own. Yixiang observed her performance with a cold smile, his grip tightening, causing the wine glass to tremble slightly. He realized that the woman before him could indeed stir his emotions. Since his discharge from the hospital, he had scarcely felt anger. Bang! The glass goblet was crushed in Yixiang's hand, shards scattering across the table. Pan Panin immediately fell silent, instinctively recoiling in fear. Then feigning concern, she said, "Darling, are you all right?" "Waiter." Yixiang completely disregarded Pan Panin. When the server approached, he inquired, "What is the matter with this glass? Why are there fingerprints on it? Has it been used by someone else?" The female server was momentarily taken aback, responding with surprise, "Sir, our glasses are freshly purchased and cleaned by dedicated staff. Perhaps the glass touched something while we were pouring your drink." "Quickly, bring a new glass," Pan Panin interjected, quickly recovering her composure. The server hastily cleaned up the broken glass while Yixiang maintained a sullen expression, silent throughout the ordeal. "Yixiang, it seems these servers might have been careless. I will file a complaint with their manager shortly," Pan Panin said, her tone conciliatory and low. "Pan Panin, consider this wine glass. It is quite expensive and pristine. However, upon discovering fingerprints on it, do you believe it was merely an accident by the server? Or do you think she has used it herself, or perhaps even employed it for refuse? The glass may claim its innocence, yet its user would find it repugnant. What say you?" Yixiang remarked, his words laden with implication. The young waitress, feeling somewhat aggrieved, approached the lobby manager and quietly remarked, "Manager, I assure you the glasses are spotless, yet the guest insists there are fingerprints." "Fool, that remark was not directed at you. Step aside for now." The lobby manager waved his hand and replied in a low voice. At the dining table, Pan Panin's eyes brimmed with astonishment and surprise, accompanied by a hint of shame. In her perception, the man before her was merely an uneducated individual with a limited worldview, someone who would never utter such words. The invisible slap of reality was the most painful. The mental lashings could render one utterly despondent. Pan Panin took a deep breath and said, "I was wrong. And I apologize. I do not see your sincerity." Yixiang retorted with a cold laugh. At that moment, a movie promotional poster on the restaurant wall caught Pan Panin's attention. The poster depicted a beautiful woman in a professional outfit, kneeling before an unremarkable man in a marriage proposal from the film Fake Marriage. Pan Panin shot Yixiang a glance, elegantly rose to adjust her fitted skirt, and then, emulating the actress on the poster, resolutely knelt down and sincerely stated, "I'm sorry, darling, I was wrong." Yixiang endeavored to lower Pan Panin's dignity, yet she continually reshaped his perceptions. Pan Panin, possessing remarkable grace and beauty, kneeling in public instantly attracted the attention of numerous patrons. Haha, Pan. So it turns out you can make such sacrifices to achieve your goals. Initially for El Deccan, and now for a patent. Ultimately, it all boils down to money. So tell me, how much do you believe you are worth? Li Yixiang mocked with near contempt. Pan smiled softly and replied, I hail from the mountains. Having grown up in poverty, I place great value on money. However, I am acutely aware that my ultimate aim is to ensure my family's happiness. Initially, I intended to shield you from all the burdens, allowing you and the child to simply enjoy life. Yet, certain circumstances exceeded my expectations and were not thoroughly considered, resulting in our current predicament. Regardless of our present relationship, you will forever remain my husband in my heart. I erred, and kneeling before my husband to express my remorse is only right. But apart from you and our mother, no one else can compel me to kneel. Li Yixiang's lips twitched, and he, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. From this perspective, it seems I am the one lacking understanding. You must also concede that our feelings have long since faded. Since you joined the NM branch, we have lived apart for 2 years. Our emotional connection has vanished. Let me reiterate, do not cloak your shamelessness and greed under the guise of love. Love should not bear the blame. So, you have been brooding over those matters. I believe I need to clarify. At that time, I had already chosen to collaborate with Su Yu, primarily to distract El Deccan. Each night, I endured the revulsion of conversing with El Deccan, all while being cautious not to let you discover my deceit. Every evening felt like a punishment. My greatest fear is that you might misunderstand my fidelity, though it is a fade I have crafted. Pan remarked with a bitter smile. Li Yixiang squinted, reluctant to ponder the veracity of her words. The woman before him was a remarkable businesswoman, adept at justifying any situation. Suddenly, he unsheathed a dagger, its tip piercing a chunk of beef, and presented it to Pan's lips. Not everyone possesses the courage to consume meat skewered upon a blade. A mere tremor from the wielder could lead to a lacerated lip or, worse, a severed tongue. Pan fixed Li Yixiang with a steady gaze, resolutely parting her lips to bite into the beef upon the dagger. Li Yixiang meticulously wiped the blade clean and spoke slowly. Pan, after all these years of marriage, I realize I have underestimated you. Chapter 53. Never remarry, have you forgiven me? Pan inquired innocently, tilting her head. Li Yixiang, sheathing his dagger, replied with an impassive demeanor, if apologies were effective, what purpose would the police serve? Your actions have plunged a knife into the heart, and though the wound may heal, the scar remains. The only reparation you can offer is to care for our daughter. I am currently engaged in reserve training exercises and shall have little time for her in the coming months. I understand, Pan said slowly, rising as though the duration of her kneeling had taken its toll. She fell into Li Yixiang's embrace, inhaling the familiar scent, her body trembling, her cheeks flushed. Yixiang, it's still early. Let us find time to converse. What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? My approach to filth is annihilation, akin to shattering a glass. Do not provoke me further. Li Yixiang threatened, gripping her chin with his right hand. What about the patent? My mother refuses to answer my calls. Please say a word for me. Pan persisted, her eyes glimmering with a beguiling allure as she seized the moment. Li Yixiang smirked coldly within, retrieving his phone to call his mother, Hanling. To bring about its demise, one must first drive it to madness. The more one gains, the more one stands to lose. He sought to impart upon Pan the thrill of a roller coaster ride. Pan listened attentively, behaving as a well-trained pet, her face adorned with a pleasing smile, nearly wagging her metaphorical tail. My mother wishes to speak with you. Li Yixiang handed the phone to Pan, extricating his arm from her embrace and seating himself across from her. Elated, Pan accepted the call, her tone a blend of flattery and trepidation as she conversed with Hanling. The outcome of their exchange evidently pleased her, radiating joy akin to a blooming peony. Ah, Pan exclaimed, hanging up the phone, her eyes misty as she spoke in a soft, sultry voice. Darling, thank you. When shall we consider remarrying? Unless the Leifeng Pagoda collapses and the waters of Westlake run dry, Li Yixiang declared, tossing out the remark as he strode out of the restaurant. He now enjoyed a blissful life. Only a fool would entangle himself once more with Pan. Resting her chin on her hand, Pan mused aloud, Darling, I refuse to accept this. With dual master's degrees, yet I earn but a meager salary. Why does your mother support me? Why did she choose me as her daughter-in-law? Is it not all for you? I shall prove her wrong. I possess the capability to elevate your life. My destiny shall be mine to command. As she spoke, her gaze held an enigmatic glint, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang had just exited the shopping center when a black sedan halted before him. A bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses stepped from the vehicle, blocking Li Yixiang's path. "Mr. Li, am I correct? Chairman Bai of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce invites you to dine." "Very well," Li Yixiang replied, his expression unchanged, as he tossed his backpack into the car and took a seat in the rear. This is a business van, within which Li Yixiang sits alone in the back, facing two bodyguards. Although Li Yixiang is unfamiliar with the so-called President Bai, he can surmise the intentions of his captors. The van enters an underground parking facility of an antiquated building. Through the window, Li Yixiang observes dozens of burly men clad in black suits standing along the parking lines. Not long ago, he had seen a young man named Lu Chun, now lying bloodied on the roadside. With a loud crash, the door swings open, and one of the bodyguards points at Lu Chun, declaring, "Our president is aware that this individual has offended you. So he has arranged for a little lesson as a means of venting your grievances. Drive on." The van slowly rolls over Lu Chun's legs, accompanied by a sickening crunch. Lu Chun emits a harrowing scream as white bone pierces through the skin, crimson blood soaking his trousers. Throughout this ordeal, Li Yixiang remains unperturbed, his eyelids not even fluttering, his gaze cold and indifferent. A camera mounted on the ceiling glows with a red light, aimed directly at Li Yixiang. On the other side of the camera lies a secluded room within the antiquated building. The atmosphere is thick with a subtle scent of sandalwood, the corners shrouded in darkness, while a massive projector displays the events inside the van in real time. Seated in a spacious chair is a portly man in his 60s, spinning a string of prayer beads in his hands, who suddenly speaks. Pan Panen's ex-husband is no ordinary man. He is indeed worthy of being Professor Han's son. Maintaining his composure in the face of adversity, a true commander. "Wu Gui, your actions in this matter have crossed the line. Your methods are somewhat unscrupulous." This man is Bai Haowei, the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. A gaunt, middle-aged man seated lower down the table wears a grim expression, lamenting, "President Bai, I am left with no choice. It was Pan Pan who first breached the rules. Knowing that my patent is expiring this year, she deliberately intervenes. Is she not stabbing me in the back? If my pharmaceutical company loses its patent technology, all next year's orders will be in jeopardy." Pan Pan Nan? The woman who was previously rumored to be involved with El Deccan Online? "Old Wu, you cannot handle her?" scoffs a man across the table. The gaunt man slams the table, retorting, "Wait until you deal with her. You will understand just how ruthless she is. Pan Pan seeks to take over my pharmaceutical company without spending a dime. Stealing my patent rights is aimed at forcing me into bankruptcy. President Bai, as the head of the chamber, you must uphold justice." Recently, Pan Pan has made significant moves, having purchased the Wanhai building for 1 billion. Renaming it the Nanxiang Building, an investment and financial prowess beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The NM Group has ceded the entire Tianshan province market to Pan Pan. Who, indeed, is behind her? Who knows? Perhaps she has found a formidable backer. Such a woman is capable of anything. The room buzzes with speculation, voices dripping with disdain and contempt, yet acknowledging Pan Pan's cunning and audacity. Suddenly, Bai Haowei reaches for the teapot, filling a cup before proclaiming, "Lights on. Serve the tea." As the lights brightened, an immediate hush enveloped the room, silencing all conversation. A dozen individuals rose simultaneously, bowing slightly to retrieve the cups from the coffee table, draining the tea within. The essence of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce lies in unity. Thus, when someone disregards the established decorum, it becomes our duty and responsibility to enlighten her. "Let us defer other matters until I have a chance to meet Li Yixiang," White Haowei stated with a calm demeanor. Thank you, President Bai." Wu Guisong exhaled in relief, for the esteemed President Bai possessed remarkable influence, and he fervently hoped for a resolution, lest he be left with no option but bankruptcy. Creak. The door swung open, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Chapter 54. My Reason. As Li Yixiang entered the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, he was greeted by opulent decor and an array of antiques that one would typically encounter only in museums. Upon the opening of the grand doors, he slowly made his way into the hall, where a dozen of the wealthiest individuals from Linhai City scrutinized him with piercing gazes. These figures frequently graced the television and newspapers, appearing as colossal influences far removed from the reach of ordinary people. Two bodyguards approached, preparing to search Li Yixiang. But Bai Haowei suddenly raised his hand and declared, "There is no need for that. He is merely a young man. Let him through." Bai Haowei exuded a remarkable confidence. behaving as though he were a person of great stature, despite being merely a businessman, thus crafting an aura of formidable composure. The bodyguards parted, allowing Li Yixiang to advance towards Bai Haowei, who coldly inquired, "What business do you have in summoning me?" This impudent demeanor left the assembly in stunned silence, all eyes turning to Bai Haowei, eager to witness how their president would respond. "I am Bai Haowei, president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. The reason for your invitation is concerning a patent held by your mother, Han Ling, which pertains to the business of one of our members. I would prefer that this patent does not fall into the hands of your ex-wife," Bai Haowei stated, cutting straight to the chase without any preamble. Li Yixiang found the situation laughable. While he harbored no fondness for Pan Nan, he was equally unyielding to threats. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "On what grounds? Your ex-wife, Pan Nan, possesses a ruthless demeanor and a greedy nature that undermines the business environment of Linai City. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will not permit her to disrupt the market. Personally, I wish to avoid conflict with Professor Han Ling. So I implore you not to be beguiled by a mere woman of some attractiveness. If you desire, my club can provide you with an abundance of such women. The price for the patent authorization will be quite generous," Bai Haowei replied, pouring tea as the rich aroma filled the air, the exquisite teacups making the brew all the more enticing. The cups were within arm's reach, yet at the same time, a dozen imposing bodyguards subtly encircled Li Yixiang, their threat unmistakable. "Is this how society operates now, employing banditry? Have you lost your senses? What if I refuse?" Li Yixiang sneered. The mention of Pan Nan ignited a tempest within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, longing to obliterate everything in sight, as if that would restore his tranquility. Ah, the art of capital operation truly is an art of plunder. It is fitting to liken it to banditry. Young man, temper your bravado. I am extending this courtesy out of respect for your mother. Should you decline, it would appear you won't be leaving today, Bai Haowei replied slowly. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and stated, "Then I must insist on leaving today." The bodyguards simultaneously brandished their batons, their predatory gazes fixated on Li Yixiang, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Bai Haowei leaned back in his chair, smiling, and remarked, "I have no taste for violence. If you wish to depart, it is quite simple. Since your ex-wife has a hearty appetite, you shall consume 3 pounds of raw meat on her behalf. I shall not intervene in this matter." After uttering these words, a bodyguard presented a tray and placed it upon the table. The tray bore a piece of fresh, bloody beef, evidently just severed from a living cow, its muscle fibers twitching grotesquely, an unsettling sight indeed. The average person would likely retch at the sight, and the timid would surely beg for mercy. "What if I refuse to eat?" Li Yixiang replied coldly. "Ah, young man, one must endure some hardship," Bai Haowei retorted, shaking his head with an air of authority. Li Yixiang smiled lightly and remarked, "How amusing, truly amusing. No wonder successful businessmen are likened to wolves. It is indeed accurate. Yet you seem to have overlooked one crucial fact. Our nation is not governed by a market economy, but rather by a political economy. No matter how wealthy you may be, it takes but a single word to bring you to heel." This statement elicited laughter from those present, deeming him somewhat presumptuous. However, in the next moment, all laughter ceased, replaced by an atmosphere of dread. Li Yixiang unexpectedly drew a handgun from his waist and advanced towards Bai Haowei. "Young man, do not act impulsively. Do you comprehend the consequences of drawing a weapon domestically?" Bai Haowei said in a low voice, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The surrounding bodyguards dared not intervene, fearful of the gun discharging and the ensuing calamity befalling them all. Li Yixiang lifted his wrist slightly, the dark muzzle of the gun swaying with the motion, and then, in an emotionless tone, commanded, "Stand up. I do not appreciate conversing with someone seated." Bai Haowei, struggling to maintain his authoritative demeanor, slowly rose to his feet. Li Yixiang boldly occupied Bai's chair, slamming the gun onto the table, then producing his military identification to place beside the firearm, stating, "If you believe my weapon to be ineffective, I can always summon my troops to reason with you." A chill swept through the crowd. Wu Gue, the owner of the pharmaceutical company, paled and stammered, "No, no. You are merely a deputy chief of the security department. It's a ruse. Your identification and firearm are both counterfeit." Li Yixiang opened his backpack and donned a military uniform, the insignia of 2 stripes and a star glaringly apparent, rendering Wu Gui's words futile without a single retort. Citizens do not contend with officials, nor do the wealthy challenge the powerful. Today, I, Bai Haowei, concede. General Li, please delineate the path." Bai Haowei said, clasping his hands in a bow, his voice grave. Li Yixiang brandished a dagger and forcefully plunged it into the beef. This action caused Bai Haowei's eyelids to twitch, regretting his earlier arrogance and not allowing his bodyguards to search Li Yixiang, thereby avoiding this humiliation. I have no connection with Pan Pan An. If any connection exists, it is solely due to her being the mother of my daughter. Do you understand? Li Yixiang stated indifferently, then lifted a bloody piece of beef to his mouth. Blood dripped from his lips, staining them crimson. After a moment of silence, Bai Haowei finally acknowledged, understood. Is this matter truly resolved after consuming the beef? Li Yixiang continued to inquire, his mouth never ceasing its motion. During his execution of special tasks, he had been so famished that even insects and tree bark had found their way into his stomach. It can be resolved. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter, Bai Haowei declared. At this moment, he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Having not encountered such a formidable character in many years, the long-lost fear transformed his demeanor into one of utmost cordiality. Now, as Bai Haowei stood, the other bosses dared not take their seats, all obediently standing before Li Yixiang, their eyes fixed on the plate of raw beef until it was entirely consumed. Chapter 55, The True Ruthlessness. The clatter of the fork resonated as it was cast onto the empty plate. Bai Haowei gestured for his bodyguard to remove the plate. Yet the moment the bodyguard reached out, his wrist was seized by Li Yixiang. The terrifying grip made the bodyguard feel as if his bones were about to shatter. And in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching cry of agony. Such lack of decorum, Li Yixiang remarked coldly, subsequently releasing his hold, causing the bodyguard to topple backward. Bai Haowei furrowed his brow and said, directly, what do you mean by this? Our matters are concluded. But yours with me are far from over. I have finished the beef, yet the broth remains. Chairman Bai, please, Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly. The empty plate was smeared with blood, a vivid scarlet that appeared utterly repulsive. I have already acknowledged defeat. Why must you be so aggressive? Bai Haowei's voice was low, his gaze flickering as it inadvertently darted towards the handgun on the table. Bang! The empty plate, along with the blood, was forcefully slapped onto Bai Haowei's face by Li Yixiang. Taken by surprise, Bai Haowei's mind buzzed, and before he could react, his head was forcibly pressed onto the coffee table. The surrounding bodyguards attempted to rush in. Yet Li Yixiang had already positioned the shards of the plate against Bai Haowei's carotid artery. Who do you think you are to make me consume raw beef? Do you not understand that I detest it? Li Yixiang sneered. Fear engulfed Bai Haowei, rendering him immobile as if his neck were caught in a hydraulic clamp. The sharp pain on his neck made him acutely aware of his dire predicament. Madman, you are a lunatic. What do you intend to do? Bai Haowei gritted his teeth and shouted. Li Yixiang pointed at the blood on the coffee table and declared, lick it clean, and our affairs will be settled. I grant you 3 seconds. 3, 2. I will lick it. Bai Haowei, suppressing his humiliation, knelt and began to clean the blood from the table, his heart seething with hatred. All around, eyes bore witness, yet none dared intervene. Noticing Bai Haowei's gaze fixated on his handgun, Li Yixiang smiled lightly, pushing the weapon towards him. Here, take the gun and shoot me. I offer you the opportunity. Bai Haowei trembled, feeling as though his thoughts were laid bare. Hastily shaking his head, I dare not. I dare not. Ha! You squander the chance I give you. Now, consume the crispy bones on the table, Li Yixiang mocked coldly. The so-called crispy bones were merely shards of the porcelain plate. Bai Haowei, compelled to comply, placed the fragments in his mouth, only to be met with a resounding slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. What, unsatisfied? Crispy bones are meant to be chewed. Who do you think you are? Pretending to be a formidable figure? Li Yixiang said icily. Bai Haowei chewed the shards with great effort, his mouth filled with blood, keeping his head bowed in silence. After a while, as Li Yixiang's ire subsided, he inquired, who brought that man named Lu Qin here today? All eyes turned to Wu Gui, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Wu Gui swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down to his collar. Bai Haowei took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his mouth, and gasped, Boss Wu, just speak frankly. Business matters should be resolved in business. Everyone else, please step outside. The implication was clear. Since they were resorting to extreme measures to solve business issues, they should not be surprised if the other side responded in kind. The Chamber of Commerce was merely a collective of merchants seeking profit, yet when confronted by the military, they resembled a rabbit caught in a wolf's jaws, utterly defenseless. Others had longed to leave, and upon Bai Haowei's words, they promptly exited the room. This was the domain of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, and as the host, Bai Haowei could only remain. Boss Wu, have some tea, Li Yixiang said expressionlessly, his tone slow and deliberate. Wu Gui's heart jolted, and his body bristled with fear as he met Li Yixiang's cold gaze. It felt as if his spine had been yanked away. causing him to instinctively hunch over and grasp the teacup with trembling hands. Yet before he could lift it, Li Yixiang's grip tightened around his wrist. "Apologies, Boss Wu, but this tea has gone a bit cold. Allow me to add some hot water," Li Yixiang said with a light chuckle, raising a kettle of scalding water. Fear flickered in Wu Gui's eyes, and he instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, but it felt as if a hydraulic clamp had seized his wrist, rendering all his efforts futile. The boiling water poured down, scalding both Wu Gui and Li Yixiang's hands, instantly turning their skin a vivid crimson. I'll talk. I'll talk." Wu Gui shrieked in a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang remained unfazed, his breathing steady, as if the searing water had only touched another's hands. A chill crept into Bai Haowei's heart. He understood that a truly ruthless person could be merciless not only to others but also to themselves. Thus, his only thought was to hasten the departure of the others. Li Yixiang released his grip, set down the kettle, and said flatly, "Then please enlighten me." Writhing in pain on the ground, Wu Gui gasped, I don't know. I only received an email. Someone provided videos of Pan Pan entering and leaving a bar, along with footage of public relations accompanying her. Furthermore, it was that person who informed me of Pan Pan schemes against my pharmaceutical company. I don't know who they are, but they definitely harbor a grudge against Pan Pan. Commander Li, I was wrong. I truly regret involving you. After speaking, Wu Gui voluntarily sent the video email to Li Yixiang's phone. The video was unclear, yet it still depicted Pan Pan entering a private room with several women of similar age, soon followed by a group of handsome young men, among them Lu Chen. Li Yixiang's first reaction was that someone was attempting to provoke his wrath, aiming to employ him as a tool for their own vendetta. This was certainly beyond the wit of the foolish Eldecan, the puppeteer behind Pan Pan, and possesses an astute understanding of her psyche, aware of how to strike at the very core of her being. How intriguing indeed. Chairman Bai, do you have a cigarette? Li Yixiang muttered to himself. Bai Haowei had not offered a cigarette to anyone in many years, yet the recent events, coupled with the handgun on the coffee table, bore down on him like a colossal stone, bending his spine. Thus, upon hearing the request, he immediately bent down and handed over a cigarette with both hands. Wu Gui trembled as he produced a lighter, attempting to ignite it, but the pain in his hand was so severe that he failed multiple times. Li Yixiang brushed aside Wu Gui's arm, seized the handgun from the table, aimed it at the cigarette, and, upon pulling the trigger, a blue flame erupted from the muzzle. Bai Haowei's face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, an instinctive outburst rising within him, yet upon seeing the reddened skin on Li Yixiang's hand, he forcibly restrained himself once more. Li Yixiang exhaled a ring of smoke, declaring, "Well, I've eaten my fill and sipped my tea. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well, Director Li, do take care. No need for formalities." Bai Haowei gestured for him to exit, his tone heavy with foreboding. Li Yixiang neatly folded his new suit and placed it into his backpack before hoisting it and departing. Once Li Yixiang had left, Bai Haowei, freed from his inhibitions, seized his beloved purple clay teapot and smashed it violently onto the coffee table, shards flying in all directions. It seemed he was venting his pent-up negativity through this act of destruction. Wu Gui approached, saying, "Chairman Bai, we cannot let this man go. He is clearly toying with you." Smack! Bai Haowei slapped Wu Gui across the face, scolding, "Wasn't this mess you're doing? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Dashin, it's time for you to take action." From the shadows, a tall and imposing bodyguard silently exited the room, hastily following after Li Yixiang. At that moment, Bai Haowei's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Upon answering, his tone softened. "Director Zhao, how may I assist you?" "Li Yixiang? He just left. There's no need to seek him out. It's merely regarding Wu Gui's pharmaceutical patent, correct? Rest assured, I won't lay a finger on him. We are old friends. Do enlighten me. Who exactly has summoned you to intervene?" So it's President Pan filing a report." "Understood, thank you." After hanging up, Bai Haowei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger as he turned to Wu Gui, asking, who is truly behind Pan Pan? How could she possibly summon Zhao Hongwei? "Chairman Bai, could it be Professor Han Ling? She has strong connections within the province," Wu Gui ventured tentatively. "Impossible. Zhao Hongwei is the chief of police. He wouldn't heed Professor Han's favor. It must be something to do with Pan Pan," Bai Haowei asserted, seated heavily in his chair. Wu Gui, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "Chairman Bai, what am I to do about my pharmaceutical factory? You must save me. Help me capture Li Yixiang." and I will personally compel Pan Pan Nan to relent. Have you lost your mind? We've already washed our hands of this. Think of the fate that befell the Zhao family. Do you still believe you are the old Wu Laogo of the past? The money you have earned over the years is quite ample. It is time for you to retire. That Li Yixiang is also a lunatic. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not intervene. Bai Haowei roared, the pain in his mouth causing his words to escape in a slurred manner. Suddenly, Bai Haowei remembered that he had just dispatched his subordinate and hastily retrieved his phone to call, instructing them to return immediately. Chapter 56. The arrival of the ex-wife. The clock struck 8 in the evening, and thick clouds concealed the moon and stars as a chilling night breeze swept through the streets. Li Yixiang felt a shiver creep into his neck, prompting him to fasten his coat and rub his hands vigorously. A jeep sped into view, its headlights illuminating the surroundings. Upon noticing it, Li Yixiang waved and approached. Wait. You can't leave. Su Dashan, the personal bodyguard of Bai Haowei, barked sharply. By this time, the jeep had halted beside Li Yixiang, its windshield adorned with a special pass and the license plate of the garrison command. A guard swiftly disembarked from the vehicle, standing at attention and saluting, Sir. I am ordered to escort you back to the base. The bodyguard's face turned ashen, his throat constricting, and his calves quivered slightly, causing the nightstick in his hand to clatter to the ground. He had been inside the house, aware that the gun in Li Yixiang's possession was a mere prop. Thus he assumed the officer's identity was also a fabrication. Consequently, he had intended to teach this impostor a lesson. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. While Li Yixiang's weapon was a fake, the guard's sidearm was very much real. Furrowing his brow, Li Yixiang turned and inquired, Are you calling for me? Is there something you need? Ah, Chairman Bai instructed me to arrange a vehicle for you. It's fortuitous that your driver has arrived, Su Dashan replied, attempting a polite smile. Although he was a bodyguard and occasional enforcer for Bai Haowei, he was neither a diehard nor a ruthless thug. Engaging in a physical confrontation with armed soldiers was an act only a fool would contemplate. Tang Wanzhong, the notorious commander of the Yixiang garrison, was known for his protective nature. Last year, a brazen thug assaulted an off-duty soldier, resulting in the thug's entire organization being swiftly dismantled. With the principal culprits dispatched to the shooting range that very night, revenge was immediate. Well, please convey my gratitude to your chairman, Li Yixiang stated, his gaze drifting to the opposite side of the street, where 3 trucks approached, led by an Audi. Pan Pan and alighted from the Audi, anxiously clutching Li Yixiang's arm, her eyes scanning the vicinity. Darling, I'm so relieved you're all right. I learned you were taken in search for ages before discovering you here. Are you hurt? I'm unscathed. But you are not, Li Yixiang retorted, pulling Pan Pan's attention towards his phone, which displayed a video. He thrust it before her eyes, stating, You've been quite extravagant. Haven to you? All these public relations companions, this must have been from last summer? The familiar yet alien scenes within the video seemed to awaken memories Pan Pan had desperately sought to forget, and a wave of intense fear coursed through her, causing her stomach to churn and her mind to cloud. Darling, I assure you, it was all just socializing. I can explain. I did nothing wrong. It was merely business. Pan Pan exclaimed, her emotions in turmoil as she clutched Li Yixiang's sleeve tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Li Yixiang revealed a sardonic smile, gripping Pan Pan's hair, and slowly remarked, Save your explanations for other men. Utter another word, and I shall regurgitate all. You have deliberately implicated me for the benefit of their pharmaceutical company, achieving 2 objectives with 1 scheme. Pan Pan's fear reached its zenith as she fervently replied, Darling, I did not orchestrate this. It is truly a misunderstanding. These were merely standard business tactics. I require a pharmaceutical factory for localized production. They reject me as a woman and refuse to engage in commerce with me. I am left with no other choice. You must believe me, I have been planning this for quite some time. Pan Nan, to take your leave as far as possible. Were it not for our daughter, I would have rendered you incapacitated by now. Li Yixiang coldly retorted, then mockingly patted her cheek, the sound echoing like a slap. His heartless words pierced through Pan Pan, causing her to tremble uncontrollably as she stammered, Darling, I will not leave. I love you, truly. You must believe me. Without you, I would perish. Subsequently, she noticed the redness and swelling on Li Yixiang's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she earnestly asserted, I will not let anyone who harmed you go unpunished. Do not call me darling. I fear Sister Cui may misconstrue our relationship. Handle your own affairs. Li Yixiang replied with a sneer before entering his jeep. The military vehicle swiftly vanished into the night, leaving Pan standing like a stone statue, her expression a complex enigma. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she turned to Su Dashin and declared, I must see Chairman Bai. Immediately. Chairman Bai is not someone you can simply meet. Wait a moment, I shall call him, Su Dashin began. But his words trailed off as he witnessed over 100 burly men leap from 3 trucks. Instinctively swallowing the remainder of his statement and hastily retreating into the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. These strongmen wielded various tools, rebar, shovels, hammers, and were uniformly clad in work attire, donning yellow hard hats, their sun-kissed skin framed by hearty smiles. The leading middle-aged man approached Pan Nan, speaking in a thick dialect. Boss Pan, the brothers are here. When shall we commence? I shall bash their brains out. Brother Nyo, my husband has already emerged. Perhaps there is no need for violence. Pan Nan replied. The middle-aged man shook his head, insisting, that is beyond my concern. We agreed on 5,000 yuan per person, not a penny less. The rules were the same when Boss Zhao sought our assistance. Brother Nyo, you have misunderstood. The funds shall be provided in full. In fact, I shall double it. Each brother shall receive 10,000 yuan. Pan Nan stated with determination. Her generous offer left the middle-aged man visibly shaken. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Boss Pan, do you have any further tasks for us? Otherwise, this 10,000 yuan feels too hot to handle. Brother Nyo, your compatriots are valiant fighters. They were underutilized with Uncle Zhao. From now on, you shall follow my lead. My construction company has been officially registered, and I shall offer you salaries commensurate with the highest market rates. Furthermore, regardless of whether there are ongoing projects, I will guarantee a monthly stipend of 3,000 yuan. Pan Nan declared. The middle-aged man was instantly exhilarated, exclaiming, this is no issue. As long as the funds are secured, I, Old Nyo, along with my comrades, would gladly offer our lives for you. Not to that extent, but I do require my brothers to support me, Pan Nan, during crucial moments. It is not easy being a woman. There are always those who wish to undermine me, Pan Nan asserted with fierce determination. Chapter 57. Seeking a patron, Nyo Jianjun had served under many bosses, yet this was the first time he felt such admiration for a woman. In terms of ambition and vision, she was undoubtedly on par with any man. Rest assured, Boss Pan, from now on, my brothers will follow you. Nyo Jianjun proclaimed with sincerity, raising his thumb as the group of construction workers behind him erupted in cheers. The atmosphere within the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was tense. With a dozen bodyguards brandishing batons, sweating profusely as they eyed the muscular men in the room. Su Dashin soon emerged, calling out loudly, Boss Pan, our president requests your presence. Nyo Jianjun selected over a dozen of his tall compatriots, intending to accompany Pan inside, but she declined. I trust the reputation of President Bai from the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Nothing will happen to me. Wait for me here. I shall return in an hour. Pan said meaningfully. Nyo Jianjun understood her implication and nodded earnestly, stating, rest assured, Boss Pan, if you do not return within an hour, I will bring my men in. To him, Pan was akin to a deity of wealth, even if it meant drawing lots from their clan. Ensuring her safety was paramount. Pan handed Nyo Jianjun 1,000 yuan, instructing, go buy some drinks and food to warm the brothers. She then turned to Chen Hui, saying, bring out the tea from the trunk. We cannot visit guests empty-handed. Her actions flowed seamlessly. Even Su Dashin, who had accompanied the season by Howei, felt a sense of admiration within. His expression grew solemn as he raised his left hand, saying, Ms. Pan, please, fearless. Pan followed Su Dashin into the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, Bai Howei seethed with lingering anger, his countenance dark as he awaited her arrival. He was already aware of Li Yixiang's genuine military background and his close ties with Commander Tang Wanzhong, which extinguished any thoughts of vengeance. Yet, Pan had audaciously walked right into his domain. The sound of high heels clicking against the ground echoed through the chamber, drawing the attention of everyone present. 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits flanked the corridor as Pan entered, unfazed. Upon spotting Bai Howei, she broke into a smile, saying, Uncle Bai, I should have visited you sooner. I apologize for my tardiness. How have you been lately? I heard you enjoyed a Hong Pao, so I brought you some exquisite tea to try. Her words momentarily stunned Bai Howei, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. The other bosses in the Wanlong chamber exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Pan's familiar demeanor. Those unaware of the context might have genuinely believed she was a close relative of Bai Howei. Pan, do not think of climbing the social ladder through family ties. Today, I am here to show respect to Director Zhao. Otherwise, you would not leave unscathed. Bai Howei finally responded, Regaining his composure, Pan Pan Nan approached Bai Haowei, gracefully placing the gift box down before him, and smiled, saying, "Uncle Bai, I have heard that you have no children. My parents have long since passed, and seeing you feels like a breath of familiarity. If you do not mind, I would like to consider you my godfather and take care of you in your old age." This audacious declaration left everyone astounded. The onlookers marveled at Pan Pan Nan's brazen demeanor, yet could not help but secretly admire her audacity. In the ruthless arena of commerce, it is those with thick skins and cunning hearts who ultimately prevail. Though Pan Pan Nan's actions may draw disdain, they were not viewed as inappropriate by those in positions of power. However, unlike the others, Bai Haowei felt a chill creep into his heart. The enchanting woman before him resembled a venomous serpent. "Everyone has worked hard today. I would like to have a private conversation with Director Pan," Bai Haowei stated coolly. Memories of the humiliation inflicted by Yixiang ignited a fire within him, and his gaze upon Pan Pan Nan grew increasingly hostile. Pan Pan Nan interjected, "Could I trouble Boss Wu to wait in the adjacent room? I shall require your assistance shortly." Wu Gui's contorted face was a portrait of anger mixed with a hint of fear as he cast a pleading look towards Bai Haowei. To his dismay, Bai Haowei did not intervene to stop Pan Pan Nan. "Very well, I shall await your summons. Let us see what you can do," Wu Gui stammered, trembling with rage. Once everyone had vacated the room, Bai Haowei spoke in a low voice, "Pan Pan Nan, were you just threatening me?" "As expected of President Bai. You are far more astute than those fools," she replied. "So, I shall be direct. Your son owes 12 million in a Southeast Asian casino, and this debt is in my hands," Pan Pan Nan said, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Haowei's expression remained impassive as he replied, "It is well known that I have no children. If you intend to extort me, please find a more plausible rationale." I may have made an error. I will simply have him thrown into the sea to feed the sharks," Pan Pan Nan said playfully, reaching for her phone. "Wait, what is it that you desire?" Bai Haowei hastily interrupted her, his eyes betraying both anger and panic. Having fathered a child later in life, Bai Haowei was acutely aware of the many enemies he had made, which was why he had chosen to raise his child abroad and publicly declared himself childless. The persona of a ruthless businessman without heirs was a carefully crafted image that instilled fear in many. "Uncle Bai, you are advancing in years. It is time to consider retirement. Would it not be wonderful to set aside everything and reunite with your child abroad? You must consider how I, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, sustain myself. Why should you wish to take my wealth? The subordinates would not accept you." Bai Haowei slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, and exclaimed fiercely, "I am your goddaughter. It is only natural for the child to inherit the family business." Pan Pan Nan retorted with a chuckle, "Business people are driven solely by profit, and under your leadership, the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce has shown signs of decline. I believe I can bring greater benefits to all. I merely lack a title," she said with a smile. Bai Haowei, panting with fury, growled, "You are dreaming. I will never hand it over to you." Bang! Pan Pan Nan seized the teapot and struck it forcefully against Bai Haowei's head, the sound resonating coldly like a blade. She uttered icily, "Am I showing you some courtesy? Is it beyond your comprehension when I speak to you civilly? Can the deeds you have committed withstand scrutiny?" Bai Haowei felt a dizzying haze enveloping him as the brand new teapot shattered, blood streaming down his forehead. A surge of malice welled within him as he shouted towards Su Dashan, "Dashan, put an end to this woman." Su Dashan, his personal bodyguard, appeared troubled and murmured, "I apologize, Master Bai, but Director Pan has offered me 2 million and arranged for my mother's hospitalization and surgery. Henceforth, I shall no longer be in your service." Bai Haowei gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that within mere moments, his bodyguard had turned against him. Chapter 58. Premeditation. Su Dashan's face was a portrait of turmoil and helplessness. He was reluctant to betray, yet his mother lay in a hospital bed, awaiting heart surgery. Should he refuse to comply, it was likely that she would not survive the procedure. At that moment, Bai Haowei, in a futile attempt to resist, gritted his teeth and declared, "If you have the guts, kill me. Let us see who will follow you." "How audacious. Do you think I need to dirty my hands to eliminate you?" Pan Pan Nan retorted sharply, extracting a stack of A4 papers from her bag and forcefully slamming them onto Bai Haowei's face. Upon glancing at just one page, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He sank into his chair, resembling a deflated balloon, his vitality evaporating, aging him by a decade in an instant. "Pan Pan Nan, you must have plotted this in advance. I want to know how long you have been preparing," Bai Haowei stammered, his complexion ashen, revealing a flicker of trepidation and fear. Pan Pan Nan replied with a cold smirk, I had initially intended to let you linger a bit longer, but you made the grave mistake of confronting my husband. How amusing it is that those who know you best are often the ones closest to you. It was worth my efforts to assist her in finding companions for her leisure, fostering a sisterly bond. That Lu Qin is your wife's favorite. Do you not realize that she has long wished for your demise? You men, one and all, once you achieve success, you begin to disdain your devoted wives. Wandering outside in pursuit of affairs, I grant you one night to gather your belongings and leave the country. I no longer wish to see you. Bai Haowei felt as though all hope had been extinguished. Upon discovering that his wife had betrayed him, he understood that his chances were gone. The evidence was damning. Likely all under Pan Panen's control. If he refused her, his fate would be no better than death. 10 minutes later, the leaders of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce reconvened. Bai Haowei sat in his chair, weariness etched across his face, and addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce my goddaughter, Pan Panan. I am departing for Southeast Asia this evening to enjoy my retirement. From now on, for any matters, please contact my goddaughter directly. She is fully authorized to represent me." Everyone sensed the discord. A Mr. Li among them remarked, "Chairman Bai, without you, the Wanlong Chamber will descend into chaos. Pan is still too inexperienced." His veiled discontent hinted at ulterior motives. The Wanlong Chamber was not merely an alliance. Beyond resource exchange, the most critical aspect was leveraging the Chamber's name for negotiations. With contracts and orders being processed internally, the president wielded authority over these contracts, which constituted the crux of power. A glint of determination flickered in Pan Panen's eyes as she maintained her composure. "Godfather, allow me to see you out." Bai Haowei obediently accepted her escort, leaving the other businessmen in a state of unease, with Mr. Li's expression particularly grim. Bai Haowei, leveraging his decades of reputation and influence, served as a stepping stone for Pan Panan, enabling her to ascend effortlessly to the position of president of the largest chamber of commerce in Linhai City, thus further establishing her authority. "From this day forth, I shall be the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. I hope we can all work together for the advancement of our association," Pan Panan declared slowly, taking her seat in Bai Haowei's former chair after returning indoors. Elegantly packaged development plans were distributed to each member, and the room buzzed with silent communication, culminating in satisfied smiles. Though Pan Panan was ambitious, she was not foolish. She redistributed the profits that originally belonged to Bai Haowei, relinquishing the largest market share to reclaim the power of allocation. Her deft maneuvering was nothing short of astonishing. "I have always said that President Pan is a remarkable woman, a paragon among her peers. Under her leadership, the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is destined for greatness." Li, the proprietor, was the first to shower her with praise. Humans are inherently profit-driven, and the pursuit of gain is the nature of business. The other businessmen, not to be outdone, eagerly followed suit, flattering her in a chorus of sycophancy. Pan Pandan reveled in this adulation, her ambition flourishing like wild grass. After more than an hour of discussion, she bid farewell to all the members. "The arrangements are complete. Bai Haowei has already boarded a plane to Southeast Asia. His wealth and assets should be satisfactory to you. We shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises." Pan Pan stated flatly into the phone. "Pan Nan, it seems you are the true victor in this scenario. Congratulations. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is a golden goose. You must tread carefully from here on." A woman's cold laughter echoed through the line. After hanging up, Pan Panen's expression turned grave, and she gestured dismissively. Wu Gui was brought before Pan Panan, kneeling in abject fear. "President Pan, I implore you to spare my life. I shall leave Linhai at once, and the pharmaceutical factory is yours." Beside him lay a man, bloodied and battered, Lu Chun, now a shadow of his former self. Pan Panan shook her head. "Mr. Wu, please do not speak like that. It would make me no better than a bandit. I will acquire it at the previously agreed price, and I shall not take advantage of you." Thank you. President Pan, Wu Gui stammered, cold sweat beading on his brow. Pan Panan smiled slightly and inquired, "I wish to know who orchestrated this incident and who provided you with the bar surveillance footage." I really do not know," Wu Gui reiterated, panic-stricken. "Ah, it came from your email? I find that hard to believe," Pan Panan replied coolly. At that moment, Su Dashan seized a baseball bat and struck Wu Gui's knee with a resounding crack. Wu Gui collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee in agony, wailing, "President, I truly do not know. Dashan, how could you injure Mr. Wu? I can no longer accommodate you here. You should turn yourself in. The company will ensure you receive your due compensation." Pan Panan furrowed her brow and spoke. Su Dashan was taken aback, and his expression soon turned ashen. He realized he would not be trusted, yet he had not anticipated being discarded so swiftly. This maneuver served a dual purpose, both intimidating Wu Gui and eliminating the potential threat posed by Su Dashan. Wu Gui, trembling with fear, curled up and eventually struggled to utter a name. Thank you. Rest assured, I will not disclose this, but I also hope to never see you again in Linhai City, Pan Panan declared. She instructed her associates to tidy up the room and then leaned back in her chair, lost in contemplation. Overnight, the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce changed hands. Bai Haowei signed the asset transfer agreement, catapulting Pan Pan into the forefront of prominence in Linhai City. Chapter 59, A Resolute Desire for Reconciliation After Days of Relentless Rain. The clouds finally receded, and the long-awaited sunlight poured down, dispelling the lingering gloom. Li Yixiang sat in the cafeteria, gazing up at the midday news from Linhai television, his brow gradually furrowing. The broadcast reported that Bai Haowei, the former president of the Linhai Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, had tragically perished in an accident in Southeast Asia when the helicopter he was aboard malfunctioned and crashed, resulting in the loss of all lives on board. The current president of the Wanlong Chamber, Pan Panan, expressed her condolences and pledged to assist the families with posthumous arrangements. On the screen, Pan Panan, adorned in a black dress with a small white flower pinned to her chest, displayed a visage of exquisite beauty marred by sorrow, rendering her an even more pitiable figure. Bai Haowei was a venerable figure in the business world, and my heart is heavy with grief at this moment. Our Wanlong Chamber will undoubtedly honor the late president's wishes and strive to be an organization that benefits society and the nation. We shall unwaveringly fulfill our social responsibilities and obligations. This woman is inherently a skilled actress, Li Yixiang thought, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He retrieved his phone, dialed the number, and said, "Tommy, I know you are on a mission in Southeast Asia. Please investigate something for me. His name is Bai Haowei. If there are indications of foul play, send me the evidence. Thank you." After hanging up, Li Yixiang contemplated that imprisoning Pan Panan might not be an unwise approach. His sole concern was the potential repercussions on his daughter's future, her education, career, and marriage. After morning exercises, he was summoned to the office by Tang Wanzhou. Tang tossed a cigarette to Li Yixiang and stated, "The reserve militia has assembled. Retired veterans make up 30%, but they are still far from meeting the assessment standards." "Understood. I will ensure additional training," Li Yixiang replied. Tang jestingly scolded, "You rascal, are you pretending to be oblivious? Let me clarify. One of the assessment tasks involves a civil engineering project that requires time-limited excavation of fortifications. It is unrealistic to expect the militia reserves, who are not soldiers, to wield shovels for such tasks. The military has just convened and decided to capitalize on the unique characteristics of the militia. Since they're militia, it is permissible to use civilian machinery for trench digging. How does this concern me? If civilian equipment is required, it simply involves expenditure." Li Yixiang frowned and inquired, "If it were merely a matter of money, it would be straightforward. I have contacted a company, but they specifically requested your involvement. Thus, I am left with no choice." Tang Wanzhou replied, shaking his head. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Yixiang's mouth as he questioned, "This company isn't connected to my ex-wife Pan Panan, is it?" "You guessed correctly. Your ex-wife is now the president of the Wanlong Chamber. Furthermore, all the construction workers from the Zhao Group have been recruited by her. She currently commands the largest engineering team in our city. Chairman Pan specifically requested you for communication, as no one else is recognized." Tang Wanzhou lamented. Li Yixiang coldly remarked, "You must have seen the news regarding her actions. Which man could possibly tolerate that?" "I certainly cannot. It is merely a trivial matter of civilian machinery. I have a few friends from technical schools. I could simply borrow their excavators." "Oh, no, that's not feasible." Tang Wanzhou scratched his head and remarked. Li Yixiang squinted and said, "Old camp commander, you haven't accepted any favors from Pan Panan, have you?" "Nonsense." Tang Wanzhou slammed the table and retorted, "Would I betray my own soldiers? Let me tell you, your ex-wife came to my house, weeping to my wife for half the day, nearly resorting to self-harm. Your aunt has also lost her senses, promising to help you reconcile. I do not care what your relationship with Pan Panan is. You should manage your own affairs." Afterward, Tang Wanzhou personally took out a special supply cigarette and placed it on the table, saying, "Resolve your ex-wife's matters swiftly. I'll grant you a week's leave. Just don't cause me any major news. My heart can hardly bear it." "Stop. Don't say any more. I'll find a way." Li Yixiang hastily urged his superior to cease speaking, taking the special supply cigarette from the table and exiting the office. Back in his own office, Li Yixiang leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He could not believe that Pan Pan and would truly dare to take her own life. However, her series of actions hinted to him that perhaps suicide was a dignified way to take a bow. After finishing a few cigarettes, Li Yixiang dialed Pan Pan's number. "Hello, darling? You finally called me. Did Commander Tang grant you a few days off? I'm waiting for you at Nanxiang building. Hurry over. I have a surprise for you." Pan Pan's voice brimmed with joy, laced with a hint of seductive tremor. Li Yixiang replied coolly, "What exactly do you intend to do? A competent neck should be as good as dead." A prolonged silence enveloped the phone line, until Pan Pan finally spoke in a subdued tone. "I want to make amends with you. Though we are divorced, we can remarry, and I can pursue you again. Pan Pan, I believe you are playing with fire. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you." Li Yixiang's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Li Yixiang, I do not understand why you are angry. I have not cheated. Seeking out public relations at bars was purely for social obligations. Everything I do is for our family. What is it that you are dissatisfied with? I even bore you a daughter. If you need money, I will give it to you. If you want to rest, I will support you. Don't you fancy sports cars? Choose between a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. It's all yours." Pan Pan said, her restlessness palpable, as her patience seemed to dwindle. It is no surprise that Pan Pan was losing her patience. In recent times, Nanxiang Company had been flourishing rapidly, and as the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, her words could determine the fate of thousands. In such a position, she had long since ceased to speak humbly to others. Li Yixiang sneered. "Do you think wealth allows you to act as you please? If you truly believe that you cannot live without me, you could easily find another man and have him undergo plastic surgery to resemble me. To you, I am merely a greasy middle-aged man. What gives you the audacity to claim it is for the sake of this family? Were it not for my mother's connections and background, would you even spare me a glance? The same reasoning applies now, does it not? Should you wish to end your life, do so far from me." The dialogue between the two was veering towards familiarity, reminiscent of the frequent quarrels that erupted before their divorce, followed by the suffocating silence of a Cold War. With a sharp click, they simultaneously hung up the phone, a clear indication that hostilities had commenced. Pan Pan sat in her executive chair, her arms crossed, a subtle smirk gracing her lips as if victory was already within her grasp. She pressed the red button on her desk and commanded, "Bring the top 10 candidates to my office." Soon, 10 captivating young women entered, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle, greeting, "Good day, Director Pan." As Pan Pan surveyed the youthful, radiant faces brimming with collagen, an unexpected surge of jealousy coursed through her, causing her expression to falter slightly. "Indeed, the public relations department is our most vital sector. You must all exert your utmost efforts. The company shall not shortchange you," Pan Pan declared, dismissing them afterward. "This won't do. Although I may not be the most beautiful, I possess youth on my side. If Li Yixiang cannot resist temptation, would I not be courting my own misfortune?" Pan Pan muttered to herself. Her method of compensation was rather unconventional. She contemplated choosing a stunning young woman as a gaming companion for Li Yixiang, but at the last moment, she hesitated. As she perused the profiles of other candidates, she disregarded all those under 30 with alluring, bewitching looks until she stumbled upon one. Su Ruayun? Ah, she seems fitting. However, she will require proper nurturing. Li Yixiang. Let us see if my ploy of beauty can withstand the test, Pan Pan remarked with a cold smile. Chapter 60. Striking at the root, the golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the desk. Li Yixiang, with a somber expression, extinguished the cigarette in his hand and, after a moment of hesitation, picked up his phone to dial his mother, Han Ling. After an interminable wait, the call miraculously connected. "What is it?" His mother's voice was remarkably calm, displaying no emotional fluctuation even when speaking to her own son. "Mother, has the patent that Pan Pan requested been authorized yet?" Li Yixiang inhaled deeply, addressing the matter directly. "Go speak with Bai Xiaoha. If you wish to know something, just ask her," Han Ling replied slowly. "Mother, I want to transfer the patent to my name. He was abruptly interrupted. "Do not discuss such matters with me. You are my son, and everything I possess is inherently yours. If you desire a patent, speak directly with Bai Xiaoha. I have matters to attend to in the lab. So I must hang up," Han Ling concluded, severing the connection without granting Li Yixiang the opportunity to continue. Bai Xiaoha returned his call promptly, her voice lively and cheerful like a magpie. "Senior brother, the authorization for the At308 crystallization purification patent has not yet been officially granted. The teacher has been exceedingly busy lately and hasn't had the time to sign it. However, The teacher has just signed the patent transfer agreement. We can register it at the patent office tomorrow. I can come by tomorrow if that works for you, she inquired. That is fine. Thank you, Li Yixiang responded solemnly. Bai Xiahe, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Then I shall see you tomorrow. You must treat me to something delicious. Absolutely, no problem, Li Yixiang said with a rare smile. Envisioning the look on Pan Panin's face upon hearing this news, which lifted his spirits considerably, Bai Xiahe, pressed for time, could not linger for further conversation as she was now an indispensable assistant to Han Ling. Tap, tap. The office door was knocked upon lightly. Come in, Li Yixiang called out, setting the phone down. A captain entered after saluting. Report, sir. I have just received notice that District Chief Sun from Guangming New District is here to visit the militia, and Minister Liu from the Publicity Department requests your presence. Li Yixiang frowned. The visit pertains to the militia dispatched by local enterprises. What does that have to do with me? I do not know. Minister Liu specifically instructed me. The captain conveyed before departing. Resigned, Li Yixiang donned his military uniform and proceeded downstairs. In the playground below, the militia had already assembled. After 2 days of rigorous training, their formation and discipline had shown marked improvement. The insignia and shoulder boards of these militia members differed from those of regular troops, lacking military ranks. Their collar insignia consisted of 2 yellow stripes with the letters MB in the center. The shoulder boards displayed 2 crossed rifles with a 5-pointed star in between, along with the word militia. From a distance, the assembled militia appeared more imposing than the troops of many third-world nations. Each squad, report, 1, 2, 3. Upon spotting Li Yixiang, a militia company commander promptly approached with a brisk jog. Standing at attention, he saluted and proclaimed loudly, reporting to the officer. The 3rd Battalion of the militia in Guangming New District has assembled. A total of 105 were expected, with 101 present. 3 have taken leave, and 1 is ill. Please provide instructions. Li Yixiang stepped before the ranks, his expression inscrutable, and commanded, Speak. At once, the militia members, who were previously at ease, snapped back to attention, their heels aligning perfectly. The synchronized response elicited a nod from Li Yixiang. In a while, district leaders will arrive to offer their condolences. You all know what to say and what not to say. Maintain military decorum and discipline, refrain from whispering among yourselves, and exhibit your spirit. Do you understand? Li Yixiang's voice rang out sternly. Understood. The militia members responded in unison. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and bellowed, Haven't you eaten? Do you understand or not? His voice thundered, drowning out the entire company, leaving those in the front row feeling as if their ears were ringing. Understood. Came a particularly resounding reply. At ease. Li Yixiang issued the command and then turned towards the entrance of the base. While district leaders offered their condolences, Commander Tang Wanzhong did not make an appearance. It was Colonel Liu from the propaganda department who was responsible for the arrangements. Old Li, come here quickly. Colonel Liu beckoned. Li Yixiang replied somewhat helplessly, Why must you drag me into this? These visitors bring either instant noodles or iced tea. I feel as if I am on the verge of diabetes, and yet you place such importance on this. Colonel Liu patted Li Yixiang on the shoulder and said meaningfully, This time is different. A military supporting enterprise has donated 50 live sheep and 10 fat pigs as gifts for the militia. I'll ensure that the logistics department transfers the payment to the enterprise afterward. This will serve as excellent promotional material. As they conversed, a brown minibus entered the base, and a dozen individuals disembarked. Minister Liu, it has been a long time, greeted Sun Yuzhou, the district chief of Guangming New District, with a cheerful smile. Indeed. It has been a while, Chief Sun. Allow me to introduce you to our militia reserves Chief Li Yixiang, Colonel Liu said as he shook hands with the other party. Chief Sun remarked meaningfully, Chief Li, I have long admired your reputation. Li Yixiang returned a military salute and, with a stoic expression, said, Hello, Chief Sun. On behalf of all reserve officers and soldiers, I express our gratitude for the district's concern. Chief Li, you have worked hard. By the way, let me introduce someone to you. Assistant Qin. Please say a few words on behalf of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. This time, over 30 members from your chamber are present. Sun Yuzhou turned and waved. Assistant Qin Hui cautiously approached with a hint of flattery and said, Chief Li, our company's mission is to support the military and love the army. Our chairman, upon hearing of the rigorous training of the reserves, has joined the district leaders in coming to offer our condolences to the militia. Li Yixiang felt as repugnant as if he had ingested a fly. Pan and sugar-coated bomb struck swiftly and fiercely, all under the guise of lofty principles. However, he quickly regained his composure and said with a sardonic smile, Heh. The reserves are changing their equipment this year. Why not ask Boss Pan if he could donate 2 transport planes to the reserves? Sun Yuzhou sensed the discordant atmosphere, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Yet, possessing a profound depth of character, he replied with a smile. Commander Li certainly possesses a sense of humor, but even if Boss Pan were wealthy, I fear he lacks the connections for such a donation. All right, let's not linger here. Director Sun, please come in, Minister Lu interjected, eager to diffuse the tension, wary of further unpalatable remarks from Li Yixiang. With a cold expression, Li Yixiang lingered at the back, observing the procession of pigs and sheep being delivered to the base, inwardly cursing Pan Pan for his persistent shadow. Chapter 61. Lu Xiaozue is harassed. The midday sun pierced through the thick clouds, dispelling the chill of late autumn and casting its radiant glow upon the earth. The soldiers of the militia reserves were engaged in a vigorous display of military boxing, their battle cries resonating powerfully, though lacking in precision. They made up for it with sheer fervor. Sun Yuzhou nodded in satisfaction, but upon seeing Li Yixiang's sullen expression, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Minister Lu, does your officer Li harbor any grievances against me? Oh, it's not that he has issues with you. It's just that his ex-wife is President Pan Pan, and he feels rather uncomfortable about it. Understandably so, Minister Lu replied in a low voice. Ah, so it's him. He appears quite different from his video persona. I have heard that President Pan has publicly professed her love for her husband on numerous occasions, stating that despite their divorce due to misunderstandings, they remain married at heart. A hint of envy flickered in Sun Yuzhou's eyes as he regarded Li Yixiang as perhaps the luckiest man in the world. Minister Lu shook his head and remarked, the reputation of President Pan is not particularly stellar. Officer Li is a man who cannot tolerate impurities. He was a fierce warrior on the front lines, a king of the battlefield who has seen bloodshed. It seems unlikely that they will reconcile. This revelation piqued Sun Yuzhou's curiosity, prompting him to turn and ask, Officer Li, I hear you are a king of soldiers. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your skills for us? Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, reluctant to move. However, the pleading look in Minister Lu's eyes compelled him, as he was preparing to transition to a civilian role and might require Sun Yuzhou's assistance. For the sake of an old comrade, Li Yixiang resignedly nodded and stepped onto the training ground. Before him hung a pristine sandbag. He stretched his limbs, lowered his center of gravity, and unleashed a sudden strike. His fists fell upon the sandbag like raindrops, lacking the aesthetic grace of martial arts yet brimming with ferocity. Simple hooks and jabs caused the bag to sway and yield, leaving behind a series of indentations. Is this all? Sun Yuzhou remarked with impatience. Being an outsider, he could not fathom the underlying terror. While an ordinary person might tire after a mere 30 seconds of exertion on the sandbag, Li Yixiang continued relentlessly for a full 5 minutes, his stamina and strength unwavering. Just as Sun Yuzhou's words faded, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze sweep over him, eliciting goosebumps across his skin. At that moment, Li Yixiang unleashed a powerful punch, bursting the sandbag with a resounding crack, sand cascading down like a waterfall. Boom! Li Yixiang pivoted and delivered a swift sidekick, sending the soldier holding the chest target flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground as if struck by a massive truck. The entire training ground fell into a stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause, akin to a cataclysmic wave. Sun Yuzhou, standing closest to the spectacle, felt the visual impact resonate deeply within him. He stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, gasping in disbelief. An instinctive feeling washed over him, as if the sandbag had been a proxy for himself. Chun Hui discreetly recorded the event on her phone and sent the video to Pan Pan, her subtle actions unnoticed by Minister Lu. Ideally, such actions should not be permitted. However, given that the militia reserve is not a regular army, and today is a visitation day with officials from the district propaganda department filming, Minister Lu chose to turn a blind eye. In the office of Nanxiang Building, Pan Pan was fixated on the screen, drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. She swallowed hard, her gaze entranced as she murmured, Darling, how could you hide such talents? It's utterly infuriating. Soon after, her brow furrowed, leaning back in her chair, her eyes fixed on the damaged sandbag on the screen. She muttered, that punch could fell a bull. How could you have been bested by that useless El Deccan? Was it all part of your design? Surely, it must be your overwhelming love for me that led to your unguarded moment. She felt a pang of guilt, quickly shutting off her phone and touching her neck to ensure her head remained intact. She concocted an excuse for Li Yixiang, forcing herself to believe he was a simple, guileless man. Suppressing her doubts, Pan Pan was aware of Li Yixiang's status as a combat hero, yet she held no true concept of his martial prowess. Her understanding of a combat hero was limited to the heroic figures portrayed in films she had watched. On the training ground, a series of sharp claps echoed as Sun Yuzhou, regaining his composure, suppressed his fear and began to applaud, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Truly impressive, chiefly. Without a hint of emotion, Li Yixiang nodded slightly, stating, "There are many hidden talents in the army. My abilities are hardly remarkable." Feigning curiosity, Sun Yuzhou asked, "I find it puzzling. Chiefly, with your incredible skills, how could you have been struck by El Deccan?" His words bore a hint of bitterness, revealing an unfulfilled desire for recognition. Li Yixiang remained silent, his brow slightly furrowing, fists clenching with a crackling sound. Minister Lu interjected, Chiefly S fists are so formidable that even a tiger could be felled with a single blow. If he truly unleashed his strength, those adversaries would have no escape. Let us change the subject. Director Sun, the cafeteria has prepared lunch. Would you care to inspect the provisions for our militia reserve? Sun Yuzhou pondered this and realized the truth in it. Given Li Yixiang's formidable strength, a strike to the head could indeed be fatal, transcending mere brawling and leading to serious legal repercussions. Noticing Li Yixiang's unusual demeanor, he quickly sought to defuse the tension, saying, "Shall we ensure that footage of Chief Li's boxing does not get broadcasted?" "Understood, leader." A propaganda officer promptly replied. Li Yixiang accompanied Sun Yuzhou to the cafeteria and shared lunch with him, but it was only afterward that he found a moment of leisure. With a week of leave ahead of him, he completed his training arrangements and left the base after tidying his office, opting not to call Lu Xiaozie. He intended to surprise her. As Li Yixiang approached the residential complex in a military jeep, he suddenly spotted Lu Xiaozie being pulled forcefully by a middle-aged man towards a van in a corner by the roadside. Lu Xiaozie's eyes were red-rimmed, and she struggled to free herself, but her feeble strength only served to stretch her arms painfully. A crowd had gathered around them, with some attempting to intervene. Yet the middle-aged man bellowed furiously, "This is a matter between my wife and me. Anyone who dares to come closer will meet a deadly fate." "No, help, help," Lu Xiaozie cried out in anguish. Li Yixiang's expression darkened as he swiftly opened the car door. Upon exiting, he seized the man's hair from behind and forcefully yanked it back. The middle-aged man winced in pain, turning to curse, "Are you seeking death? Mind your own business. Let go." With a resounding thud, Li Yixiang delivered a fierce kick to the man's knee, subsequently pinning him against the hood of the jeep. The heat emanating from the engine radiated through the metal, searing into the man's face. The agony elicited a pained cry from him, akin to that of sizzling iron. With a series of sharp slaps, Li Yixiang gripped the man's neck and delivered several resounding blows to his face, leaving the middle-aged man dazed and blood streaming from his nose. Chapter 62. Fiancé? Upon seeing Li Yixiang, Lu Xiaozie felt as though she had encountered her pillar of support. Unable to restrain her emotions any longer, she embraced him and began to weep. "It's all right. I am here. No one will harm you." "What happened?" Li Yixiang comforted her, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. The crowd around them grew larger, but upon noticing Li Yixiang's military uniform, they instinctively stepped back. The middle-aged man, disoriented, attempted to rise several times but failed. Bracing himself on the ground, he wiped his nose with his sleeve and spat out harshly. "Do you dare hit me? I'll report you to the army." "Lu Xiaozie, I told you, you're so bold. Turns out you found yourself a lover." Lu Xiaozie shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "Yixiang, it's not like that. I don't know him. He is my uncle. Leave it to me." Li Yixiang tenderly stroked Lu Xiaozie's head. He turned, his expression icy, and said in a low voice, "You claim this woman is your wife. Have you registered your marriage?" "I'll tell you, she is my wife, and our child is nearly 4 years old. Do you realize what you're doing? Kidnapping and defaming a military spouse. It seems you're seeking prison time. I don't understand what a marriage certificate is. Her uncle took my bride price, and there's a record in the village shrine. She is my wife." The middle-aged man retorted stubbornly. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand the situation. "Isn't this just an arranged marriage? What right does he have? Call the police. We must call the police. Such customs are deadly. This woman is truly pitiful." "Sold by her uncle," murmured the onlookers. The middle-aged man, dissatisfied yet somewhat intimidated by Li Yixiang, shouted, "If there's no marriage, return my money, 100,000, plus compensation for emotional distress." Lu Xiaozie's beautiful eyes appeared shrouded in mist. Filled with profound sorrow, she shook her head frantically, signaling Li Yixiang to ignore it. Li Yixiang narrowed his eyes and replied, "Want money? Fine. I will take Lu Xiaozue back to our hometown tomorrow and settle this face to face. I don't believe you. What if you deceive me? The middle-aged man persisted. You may disbelieve, but if you continue to pester me, I will strike you down with a single blow. Guards, escort him to the airport. The ticket is on me. Li Yixiang coldly asserted. Yes. The guard stood at attention, saluting and shouted. The middle-aged man shivered, preparing to turn away when Li Yixiang suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. The impact seemed slight, yet the man felt as though his shoulder had dislocated, and an intense pain surged through him, causing him to stagger. He contemplated turning around to confront Li Yixiang but was instantly quelled by his piercing gaze. Remember, if you return, it will cost you your life. Li Yixiang warned coldly. I understand. The middle-aged man repeatedly nodded, his shoulders drooping, too intimidated to persist, and obediently boarded the jeep. Once the middle-aged man departed, the van driver cursed under his breath, refusing to accept payment, and drove away. With the parties involved gone, the onlookers began to disperse as well. Li Yixiang grasped Lu Xiaozue's hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he remarked, Since your parents departed, you have not been in touch with your hometown for over a decade. Initially, my mother provided your relatives with 100,000 yuan as a severance payment. And now this unexpected individual emerges. What do you make of it? I don't know. My uncle has a penchant for gambling. Perhaps this is related to that, Lu Xiaozue replied, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Yixiang, do you truly intend to visit my hometown? You mustn't go. The people there are quite uncouth. With a gentle smile, Li Yixiang reassured her, I will conduct thorough inquiries first and won't return just yet, but inevitably. I must pay my respects to your late parents. Lu Xiaozue, despite her earlier distress, managed a smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured. What do you mean by in-laws? You're being absurd. Although she was reluctant to marry Li Yixiang, she could not deny that she had entertained fanciful thoughts about it. What if that person discovers they have been deceived? What will we do then? She expressed her concern. Li Yixiang pinched Lu Xiaozue's cheek playfully and said with a grin, Rest assured, I will handle it. Feeling reassured, Lu Xiaozue linked her arm with Li Yixiang's as they headed towards the kindergarten. Together, they brought their daughter Qian home, who was overjoyed to see her father, especially since Li Yixiang had brought her a cotton candy treat. After leaving the house, Lu Xiaozue began to prepare dinner. Qian sat on the sofa watching cartoons while Li Yixiang took out his phone to call a comrade. Having served in the military for a decade, he had cultivated a wide network, and due to the unique nature of his unit, his post after discharge was in the realm of politics and law. Old Ho, it's me. I need to discuss something with you. I recall you are now the chief of the city police, correct? I would appreciate your assistance. My girlfriend's uncle accepted a betrothal gift and promised her to someone from the same village. Please investigate if there are any underlying issues. It is imperative to be objective and fair. If there are any violations, regardless of who it is, they must face severe consequences. I will send you the flight details of that individual shortly. Please respond as soon as you have any updates. Standing by the window, Li Yixiang conveyed the situation to his comrade. The implications in his words were quite clear. Within permissible boundaries, he sought to utilize a significant memory recovery technique. He was careful not to leave any incriminating evidence, leaving the interpretation entirely to the listener. While Li Yixiang was not fond of leveraging privileges, he found himself compelled to do so when faced with individuals who were, to put it mildly, oblivious. His primary suspicion fell upon Pan Nan, a woman who had persistently sought reconciliation with him while harboring animosity towards Lu Xiaozue. The second suspect was the enigmatic individual who had emailed Wu Gui. The specifics awaited the outcome of further investigation. Yixiang, dinner is ready. Lu Xiaozue called from the kitchen. She adeptly prepared a feast in no time. As Li Yixiang approached the kitchen door, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards him. Observing Lu Xiaozue's silhouette, he could not help but swallow hard. He was genuinely hungry. The table was laden with an array of home-cooked dishes, cold black fungus, stir-fried lamb with scallions, stewed potatoes with eggplant, and several other staples, creating a bountiful spread. While Lu Xiaozue's culinary skills were modest, her efforts sufficed to showcase her nurturing spirit. She attended to Li Yixiang with great care, even folding the napkin neatly and placing it beside him. Li Yixiang picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, his brows furrowing slightly. Upon noticing this, Lu Xiaozue grew anxious, fearing her cooking did not suit his taste. How is it? Is it too salty? There is still a chicken in the fridge. I can prepare a coconut chicken for you. Don't worry, it's not that it's too salty, but rather that I'm craving meat. Li Yixiang replied with a smile. Lu Xiaozue's eyes sparkled with delight upon understanding his implication, her cheeks flushed as if stained with blood. She playfully nudged Li Yixiang with her right foot, feigning annoyance. Don't say such things. Li Yixiang savored a rare and fulfilling meal, the recent gloom lifting from his heart. After dinner, Lu Xiaocui accompanied Qianxian in practicing her calligraphy. Although her own education was limited, she was deeply invested in Qianxian's learning. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, his gaze frequently darting to the clock on the wall. As the hours stretched into the night, he even took a break to assist his daughter with her crafts. Once Qianxian fell asleep, he yawned widely, eager to return to their bedroom. The light was still on. No worries. Is it black? I like you. Keep your voice down. Time trickled by, and the moon, shy and bashful, nestled behind the clouds. Chapter 63. The intentions of Bai Xiaohe. A ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating Li Yixiang's face. The golden dawn caused his eyelashes to flutter rapidly before he finally opened his eyes. After a fleeting moment of confusion, a wave of fatigue washed over him, as if he might succumb to slumber once more. Li Yixiang mustered the effort to rise, freshened up, and made his way to the living room, where a breakfast had already been prepared on the table. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, and Li Yixiang sat at the table to answer the call. Old class monitor. Wei Ve apprehended the suspect. He confessed without even going to the station. His real name is Ding Ermao, a thug from Liangshui Township. About a week ago, someone approached him. Ding Ermao set a trap and swindled money from your girlfriend's uncle, subsequently claiming your girlfriend as a bride. This case is currently being handled as extortion. Do you know who sent Ding Ermao? Li Yixiang inquired. At the moment, there are no further leads. This person possesses strong counter-surveillance capabilities. From the accent, it appears he is from Tiannan province. I will inform you of any new developments. Thank you. Li Yixiang hung up the phone, his brow furrowed, as his right index finger rhythmically tapped on the table. He never anticipated that after years of tranquility, Lu Xiaocui would be embroiled in this affair, stirring a tumult of murderous intent within him. Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Li Yixiang returned to his bedroom, retrieved his tactical dagger, concealing it behind him, and grasped the doorknob with his left hand, inquiring, Who is it? Senior brother, it's me. The melodious voice of Bai Xiaohe rang out like a lark. Li Yixiang sheathed the dagger and opened the door. A young girl stood outside, clad in a white woolen sweater that, though slightly oversized, did little to obscure her striking figure. She wore jeans and white sneakers, exuding an air of innocent charm. Senior brother, you've lost weight. You look so handsome, Bai Xiaohe exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Before Li Yixiang could respond, she leapt into his embrace, her arms encircling his neck as she laughed heartily. Senior brother, did you choose to lose weight because of me? Chuckling, Li Yixiang, a bit exasperated by her exuberance, gently pulled her away, jesting, What other reason could there be? My mother wants you to be my bride. Bai Xiaohe's face instantly flushed crimson, her features contorting into a nervous expression as her eyes squeezed shut, rendering her motionless. Li Yixiang looked down at her head, a wry smile on his lips. All right. I was just joking with you. What? Why joke? I think we could give it a try. Bai Xiaohe's face blazed with embarrassment, the heat rapidly spreading to her neck and earlobes, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, producing steam. Oh, I told you it was a joke. Don't take my mother's words as edicts. There is a 7-year age gap between us, and we differ vastly in height and build. It's not suitable. Be good. Listen to me. I consider you like a younger sister, Li Yixiang hurriedly explained. He was already involved with Lu Xiaocui and had no desire to entangle himself with other women. Bai Xiaohe's long eyelashes were adorned with glistening tears. Her eyes filled with melancholy as she cried out, I've put on high heels and I'm over 1.60 meters. I refuse to be your little sister. All right then. Today, I shall treat you to ice cream, Li Yixiang declared, wielding his charm, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Bai Xiaohe ceased her sobbing, a cute bubble of snot forming at her nose as she huffed, I want strawberry flavor. You annoying brat. I won't be your wife. You're just a big fool who hasn't even graduated from middle school. The only point of attack Bai Xiaohe could find against Li Yixiang was his education. Donning a tailored suit, Li Yixiang took Bai Xiaohe out, their height difference starkly contrasting, presenting an awkward visual from afar. Occasionally, Bai Xiaohe would glance at him, puffing her cheeks, her face still tinged with resentment. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat tense. Where shall we go now? Li Yixiang inquired. Of course. We are heading to the patent office first. Our teacher currently holds over 300 patents, and aside from the collaborative projects with the academy, there are 138 personal patents that will all be transferred to you for just 1 yuan. The teacher has already made arrangements with the leaders at the patent office, so we can handle it right away. Yixiang, where are we going on our date? Bai Xiao blinked, tilting her head and gazing up at Li Yixiang with innocent eyes. Li Yixiang fought to suppress the quickening of his heart. Striving to clear his mind of distractions, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he replied, "Stop talking about dates once we finish this. I'll treat you to a meal. It's not a date." Humph. Bai Xiao puffed up, placing her hands behind her back and striding ahead like a charming little deer. Li Yixiang's throat constricted, and he sighed, realizing that some matters required a firm resolve. Otherwise, he might find himself making mistakes. Bai Xiao came from a privileged background and was a prodigious talent in research. Should he provoke her, marriage would be the only option. Having just extricated himself from the mire of marriage, he could not afford to plunge into it again. Simultaneously, he sensed that Bai Xiao was not as innocent as she appeared. Anyone who could become Han Ling's assistant was certainly not simple. Bai Xiao dashed a few dozen meters ahead before swiftly returning, raising her arms and playfully punching Li Yixiang several times, exclaiming, "Hurry up, I'm hungry." The efficiency of the patent office was remarkable, partly due to Han Ling's prior arrangements and partly due to Bai Xiao's exceptional abilities. In front of others, Bai Xiao exhibited no childishness, her words and actions decisive and sharp. Li Yixiang even perceived a shadow of Pan in her. It was not merely resemblance but an uncanny similarity. Was it because they were taught by the same master? Li Yixiang stroked his chin, pondering aloud. He now maintained a respectful distance from Bai Xiao, unwilling to engage further with the second Pan. Unbeknownst to Bai Xiao, she simply believed that her efficient working style would convince Li Yixiang that she was not a child. As Li Yixiang emerged from the patent office, just past noon, the director himself graciously escorted him to the door, respectfully shaking his hand before parting ways. Li Yixiang understood that the respect was directed towards his mother, Han Ling, and he was merely basking in her glory. Meanwhile, an Audi with the license plate Linhai 520 LYX came to a slow halt outside the patent office. Pan squinted at the view outside the window, her expression dark and brooding, muttering to herself, "Good, very good. They've already become entangled so swiftly." Chapter 64. Imbalance of mindset. Pan now possesses her own business team, which she has been diligently preparing over the past few years. With the funding finally in place, she is sparing no expense to recruit headhunters for talent acquisition. After the change of patent ownership, the team leader promptly reported to Pan. Upon discovering that the new owner was Li Yixiang, she was both enraged and amused, instructing her female bodyguard to drive her to the patent office to intercept him. Upon her arrival, she happened to witness Li Yixiang exiting with Bai Xiao. Li Yixiang had deliberately tried to avoid her, yet Bai Xiao clung to him like a persistent adhesive, wrapping her arms around his, nearly hanging off him. How infuriating. What exactly is their relationship? Pan's complexion turned pale, as a surge of jealousy made her tremble. At this moment, she experienced the same sensation she had once caused in Li Yixiang when he saw her with Elda Chun. She could tolerate Lu Xiaochui, knowing full well that Lu posed no threat to her. However, Bai Xiao he was different. Pan harbored a profound wariness towards this junior, as if she saw her own reflection in her. Jealousy, suspicion, anguish, and fury, an array of emotions surged within her like a tsunami. With a sudden resolve, Pan could no longer contain herself and pushed open the car door. The sound of her high heels echoed against the pavement as she strode purposefully towards Li Yixiang. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yixiang was engrossed in conversation with Bai Xiao, or rather, listening to her relay instructions from Han Ling. 20% of the fees from these patent grants will be donated to a charitable foundation, 30% will assist impoverished students, and 45% will be invested in research. The remaining 5% can be at your discretion, approximately 1 million per year, Bai Xiao explained. Li Yixiang, somewhat indifferent to financial matters, expressed mild surprise. "So, my mother was originally meant to be a wealthy magnate, but she voluntarily relinquished that?" Indeed, the teacher does not prioritize wealth. Her goal is to cultivate more research talent. You will need to liaise with Ms. Su Qing regarding the charitable foundation, as there will be dedicated accounts for donation audits, Bai Xiao added. Li Yixiang questioned, "Doesn't the charitable foundation have an internal audit department?" Given Ms. Su Qing's character, she shouldn't resort to deceit. The teacher has stated that all monetary matters must be regulated. She has never trusted human nature. Ms. Su Qing may possess integrity, but one cannot be certain about those beneath her. The teacher has signed a contract with an international accounting firm for annual audits. Your role is merely to supervise. Without excessive concern, by Xiao he replied patiently. The sound of high heels echoed closer, and Li Yixiang recognized it, yet before he could turn around, Pan Nan spoke first. Li Yixiang? She called, suppressing her fury and striving to maintain a soft tone. Li Yixiang, thinking he was hearing things, felt a prickle of unease upon hearing that familiar voice. Bai Xiaohe reacted swiftly, turning around and exclaiming in delight, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Pan Nan's expression was clouded, her brows knitted tightly, as her chest heaved with the tumult of her emotions. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "What are you all doing?" "We're here to change the patent holder, senior sister." "Have you eaten?" Bai Xiaohe seemed oblivious to Pan Nan's demeanor, responding with a cheerful smile. Pan Nan's mind was in disarray. She slowly adjusted her breathing, striving to rein in her emotions, and forced a slight smile as she said, "Eating can wait. Such a significant matter as a patent change should have been discussed with me. What authority do you have that requires consultation?" Li Yixiang interjected, his brow furrowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Xiaohe with a decidedly unfriendly tone. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified in an instant. Pan Nan's eyes blazed with fury, her previously suppressed emotions now unleashed as she pointed at Li Yixiang and shouted, "What is your relationship with her? Why are you protecting her?" "Senior sister, we're on a blind date." Bai Xiaohe chimed in, peeking from behind Li Yixiang, making a playful face before hugging his arm and giggling. "No, I refuse to believe it. Darling, Yixiang, tell me you won't choose this little pumpkin." Pan Nan's frustration reached a boiling point, jealousy surging within her. Her gaze sharp as a dagger. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap the innocent, adorable face of Bai Xiaohe and chastise her for her audacity. "Senior sister, she's not a little pumpkin," Bai Xiaohe exclaimed, stamping her foot in protest. "Enough. Let me remind you, do not call me darling. It might lead to misunderstandings and affect my next relationship," Li Yixiang said with a smile, deliberately ruffling Bai Xiaohe's hair. A flicker of resentment flashed in Pan Nan's eyes. Yet she quickly suppressed it. She knew that the man before her responded better to gentleness than to force. Any attempt to exert pressure would be futile. "Ah, Yixiang, have you forgotten me so swiftly?" Tears streamed down Pan Nan's face, her expression sorrowful and pitiful, evoking sympathy. Li Yixiang remained impassive, while Bai Xiaohe appeared momentarily bewitched by Pan Nan's performance. Flustered, she fumbled for a tissue and said apologetically, "Senior sister, please don't cry. I was just joking." Pan Nan accepted the tissue and dabbed at her tears, her voice trembling as she replied, "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. By the way, regarding the teacher's patent, when can we sign the contract as we previously agreed?" "Contract?" Bai Xiaohe looked up at Li Yixiang, hesitating as she replied, "The patent has already been transferred to senior brother. You can discuss it among yourselves." Pan Nan's mind quickly grasped the implications, and she began to berate herself internally. There had been too many matters recently, and she had failed to prompt her mother-in-law to finalize the patent authorization contract, allowing Li Yixiang to exploit the gap. The patent authorization was something Pan Nan deemed essential, a bargaining chip in her negotiations with NM Group. She had initially intended to strengthen her relationship with Li Yixiang through the engineering team contract, but her cleverness had ultimately backfired. Pan Nan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a tender smile. In a voice imbued with a hint of magnetic rasp, she said, "Yixiang, shall we discuss the matter of patent authorization?" "I have nothing to discuss with you," Li Yixiang replied coolly. "I'm afraid I have an appointment with Boss Wu regarding the authorization." Pan Nan smiled slightly and remarked, "Yixiang, you have learned to weave tales. Boss Wu has returned to his hometown, and he has sold the pharmaceutical company to me. Oh, then I shall have to approach the NM Group. I trust they will find it of interest," Li Yixiang retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 65, The Ex-Wife's Invitation Striking at the Vital Point. NM Group represented a critical weakness in Pan Nan's commercial empire. In the presence of NM Group, Pan Nan found herself at a disadvantage with few bargaining chips to offer. Many recent business ventures had relied heavily on the connections of her former mother-in-law, Han Ling. Should she fail to secure the patent, it would inevitably signal to the outside world that her ties with Han Ling had severed, triggering a cascade of repercussions. Pan Nan forced a smile, saying, "Darling, Yixiang, let us not speak as though we are strangers. Let us have a good chat. By the way, I can assist with the engineering machinery needed for the reserves." Li Yixiang replied impassively, "There is nothing for us to discuss. The matters concerning the engineering team have already been resolved without any assistance from President Pan. Xiaobai and I are heading out for a meal. It seems we shall not meet again. Please refrain from following us." Pan Pandan was engulfed in turmoil and regret, feeling as though she had nurtured Li Yixiang into a fine man only to have him snatched away by another woman. Observing the expression on her face, Li Yixiang instantly realized that she was flustered, which only served to bolster his composure. Pan Pandan was under the illusion that her newly established company granted her the audacity to act brazenly before him. She was gravely mistaken. It was imperative that she learn the meaning of a decisive blow. As Li Yixiang prepared to depart, Pan Pandan, already anxious, suppressed her frustration and mustered a conciliatory smile, saying, Xiaobai, Yixiang, allow me to treat you to dinner. The Jilu Club, under the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, boasts the finest chefs in Linhai City. White Zio, who had initially intended to follow, suddenly brightened at the mention of the restaurant, as if drawn by an unseen force, with drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, I've heard that the North Jilu and South Moonlight are renowned. I've never had the pleasure. I've heard reservations must be made a year in advance and require a wealth verification. White Zio exclaimed, swallowing with excitement. Pan Pandan smiled slightly, seemingly regaining some confidence, and nodded. As the president of the chamber, I certainly have the means to arrange that. I'll secure a membership card for you, allowing you to visit at your convenience. Senior brother, I want to go. White Zio tugged at Li Yixiang, her eyes pleading. What could Li Yixiang say? In front of Pan Pandan, he deliberately indulged White Zio, pinching her nose and saying, very well, it is purely for your sake. In an instant, Pan Pandan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white as she gritted her teeth. Yes, thank you, Xiaobai, for your consideration. White Zio, blissfully unaware of the tension, continued to revel in the situation. Li Yixiang settled into the back seat of the Audi, while Pan Pandan nearly found herself in a quarrel with White Zio over who would sit beside him. Ultimately, she conceded, taking the front passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, Pan Pandan watched as White Zio rested her head on Li Yixiang's shoulder, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. She understood that she had lost her standing and identity, her heart heavy with disappointment and sorrow. Senior brother, let me tell you, the Jilu Club is extraordinary. It is said that princes enter while eunuchs exit. One can squander fortunes there. Not only is there delectable cuisine, but I have also heard whispers of enchanting performances by beautiful dancers. Bai Shaoan chattered excitedly. Heh. A place filled with wine and meat hardly seems respectable, Li Yixiang retorted with a scoff. A wave of unease washed over Pan Pandan, prompting her to clarify. Yixiang, you're mistaken. The Jilu Club is not merely a restaurant. It serves as a venue for business discussions among members of the business association and its partners. While one may feast on lobsters and abalone, the real conversations revolve around deals worth millions. Wow, senior sister, you were truly impressive. With such grace, you managed to charm those men. I doubt I could manage. Bai Shaohua expressed her admiration sincerely. The trade of intelligence, fostering business collaborations, and expanding networks is indeed a remarkable enterprise. However, upon uttering these words, Bai Shaohua felt an inexplicable awkwardness. The dignified business association seemed to transform into a den of indulgence, reminiscent of the red light districts, while Pan Pandan appeared to morph into a socialite navigating the corridors of power. In a moment of clarity, Pan Pandan realized she had been misled by Xiaohua's innocent facade. Clearly, the one who could become Han Ling's assistant was far from a naive simpleton. She was a cunning and calculating individual. Bai Shaohua cleverly utilized her seemingly harmless appearance, coupled with an air of innocence, to disarm Pan Pandan's vigilance. Li Yixiang's expression turned disdainful as he mocked. That is precisely her forte. Pan Pandan's countenance darkened as she replied, what I do is not akin to that. I am, after all, the president of the association, not a mere escort. You shall see shortly. Half an hour later, the Audi arrived at the entrance of a classical-style building. For the first time, Li Yixiang learned that the place they had visited previously was called Jilu. Sunlight bathed the glazed tiles atop the structure, casting a golden hue across the roof. Luxurious cars lined the street, and a throng of well-dressed businessmen congregated at the entrance, bustling in and out, all of whom were distinguished individuals, creating a lively atmosphere. As the Audi came to a halt, a crowd immediately surged forward, with bodyguards and security personnel promptly shielding the car's doors. With a sharp sound, the rear door swung open, and before Li Yixiang could step out, someone reached an arm inside. President Pan, you must assist me. Only the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce can take this batch of construction materials. I am willing to lower my price by 2 points. A rotund businessman shouted from outside, being pulled back by bodyguards. Li Yixiang was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he questioned, Pan Pandan, Surely these are not your hired actors? Certainly not. Pan Nan seemed to regain her composure, stepping out of the vehicle. The guards quickly repositioned themselves, forming a protective barrier around her. As the businessmen greeted Pan Nan, their gazes instinctively drifted towards the back seat of the car. In their minds, any guest who could entice Pan Nan to sit in the front passenger seat must be an individual of considerable wealth or status. As Yixiang exited the vehicle, a multitude of hands reached out, each clutching a business card. Sir, we represent the Daffywiz Jewelry Company. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Greetings, I am a financial advisor from the X Foundation. Should you require assistance with financial matters, I am at your service. Oh, good day. You seem quite familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Various conversations ensued, and Yixiang grew increasingly impatient, guiding Bai Xiaohe into the Golden Tower. Turning his head, he noticed Pan Nan, who, with a beaming smile, adeptly dispatched one merchant after another. Sister is naturally drawn to the spotlight. While I prefer a life away from such attention, Bai Xiaohe murmured. Each individual possesses their own choices. Ultimately, we are not all of the same ilk. Yixiang calmly replied. Chapter 66. The Pursuer of My Ex-Wife? Mr. Li, it has been a long time. A voice suddenly echoed. Yixiang turned to see a man approaching, none other than Zhou Mingqi, the lawyer from NM Group. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Zhou exuded an aura of sophistication. His face adorned with a gentle smile. Notably, he held a bouquet of lilies in his hands. Mr. Li, I did not expect to see you here. How have you been lately? Zhou Mingqi inquired with a smile. Yixiang squinted slightly and replied, Are we that familiar? Ha, do not misunderstand. I am merely extending a polite greeting. I believe we could become good friends, Zhou responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. Bai Xiaohe suddenly interjected. Is this gentleman holding flowers hoping to pursue Sister Pan? Zhou glanced down at the lilies and chuckled. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. I trust Mr. Li does not mind, considering President Pan is your ex. Not at all. I wish you the best of luck, Yixiang replied. A sudden wave of pity washing over him. He sensed the inevitable fate awaiting the young man before him. Pan Nan would extract every last ounce of value from him before discarding him as refuse. Zhou's eyes flickered with disdain as he nodded slightly, provocatively stating, Mr. Li is indeed wise to have divorced her early. President Pan is not suited for ordinary individuals. Had she entered the business world sooner, her achievements would surpass the current ones significantly. I hope to converse with you again this time next year, and that you are not the next Eldecan. Yixiang said earnestly. Bai Xiaohe could not suppress a laugh, only to realize her indiscretion and promptly stifled her laughter. Zhou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, finally allowed a hint of contempt to surface, slowly remarking, A qualified ex should be as good as dead. I am unclear why you are here. However, someone who has not even graduated from middle school would find it difficult to comprehend what your ex-wife currently possesses. I am not a waste like Eldecan. I graduated from HF Business School. We are not of the same caliber, Zhou asserted. You graduated from HF University too? So did I? Bai Xiaohe chimed in cheerfully. Zhou looked at Bai Xiaohe in surprise and asked, Oh, you are a junior? Which department are you in? I hold dual degrees in physics and mathematics. Currently, I am an assistant under Professor Han. I am now a pursuer of Yixiang and would never judge a person superficially based on their education, Bai Xiaohe replied. Her gaze at Yixiang brimming with affection. Within HF University, a hierarchy existed among the colleges, the mathematics and physics departments, known for their intellectual prowess, often looked down upon those from the business school. Bai Xiaohe revealed her credentials, leaving Zhou with no rebuttal. Should he dare to speak ill of her, his reputation within academic circles would be tarnished. Zhou found himself in an extremely awkward position, feeling as though he had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. His complexion reddening with anger as he involuntarily clenched his fists. Yixiang chose to ignore Zhou Mingqi, instead becoming increasingly vexed by Bai Xiaohua's words. Tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as Pan Nan entered with an air of elegance. Upon noticing her, Zhou Mingqi's eyes reflected a hint of infatuation as he straightened his posture and exclaimed, Pan Nan, you've arrived. However, Pan Nan's demeanor darkened upon seeing Zhou Mingqi, and she coldly remarked, Did I not say we would discuss this at the office tomorrow? What is your intention? Zhou Mingqi remained unfazed, offering her a bouquet of lilies while gently responding, Pan Nan, I came to the office to find you, but you weren't there. Do you have time today? I would like to take you out for a meal and discuss business. Ignoring Zhou Mingqi entirely, Pan Nan circumvented him and called out, Darling, why did you leave so quickly? You didn't even wait for me. With a sardonic tone, Li Yixiang interjected. Haha, I came here for a meal, not to consume dog food. Perhaps it would be wise for you to resolve your admirer first. Are you jealous, darling? I merely play along with others. My heart belongs to you. Pan Pan Nan responded with a playful glint in her eyes, her demeanor seemingly nonchalant. Yet her trembling fingers betrayed her inner anxiety as she suddenly linked her arm with Li Yixiang's. Observing this, Li Yixiang pushed her away. His gaze towards Zhou Mingqi increasingly sympathetic as he shook his head and said, "What a pity. I'm afraid you may not have a chance." Zhou Mingqi's expression darkened ominously as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Chairman Pan, you did not say that initially. You claimed to appreciate my talents and favored cultured elites." Silence. You believe everything I say, don't you? I've told you it's all just a game. Why are you like a dog that won tea leave? Pan Pan Nan replied with disdain, her tone dripping with scorn. Li Yixiang couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Recognizing the theatrics of this woman before him, suspecting that her private demeanor with Zhou Mingqi was quite different, which explained his infatuation. Zhou Mingqi shot a glance at Li Yixiang, indignation swelling within him as he bitterly laughed. Pan Pan Nan, have you forgotten how things were behind closed doors? His words were abruptly cut off by the icy warning in Pan Pan Nan's gaze. Frowning, Zhou Mingqi took a deep breath and conceded, "All right, I was wrong. Chairman Pan, we should discuss business now, shall we? Indeed. Let us converse at once." Quickly, Pan Pan Nan urged, "Darling, please accompany your junior sister to the private room. I will join you shortly. It won't be long. I have matters concerning our daughter that I must discuss with you. You cannot leave." She commanded, "Chenhui, come here. Take Mr. Zhou to Tianshang Renjian." Pan Pan Nan instructed in a low voice. She assumed Li Yixiang would be perturbed. However, he remained as calm as a still lake, devoid of any emotional reaction. Had she not mentioned their daughter, he would likely have departed immediately after the meal. Once Li Yixiang and Bai Xiao left, Pan Pan Nan coldly stated, "Zhou Mingqi, you should not provoke my husband. Madam Pan, you should not entangle with me either. I am not someone to be trifled with." "I shall remember this humiliation," Zhou Mingqi replied icily. "I sincerely hope you do not forget," she retorted with a mocking smile. "When venturing out, keep your eyes wide open. You are not even worth a single hair on his body. I forgot to mention, he is now the holder of the patent. Without patent authorization, the NM Group's research and development over the next decade cannot proceed at all. Consider how you will explain this to the group," Pan Pan Nan said with a low voice, a sardonic smile on her lips. Chapter 67. The ex-wife riding on the coattails of the tiger. Zhou Mingqi's complexion was ashen as he took a deep breath and remarked, "You once claimed that you had obtained the authorization. Indeed, it was merely verbal. Matters within our household are not easily inscribed on paper. However, given your recent offense against him, I fear I may no longer be of assistance regarding the authorization. Do not be deceived by his frosty demeanor. He loves me deeply, yet harbors a petty heart. Your pursuit of me in his presence will likely seal the fate of this transaction," Pan Pan Nan replied, feigning regret. The cunning nature of her words sent a chill down Zhou Mingqi's spine as he quickly grasped the underlying implications. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze sharpened, and he slowly articulated, "So, are you suggesting that I may engage directly with Mr. Li? I trust that, in the face of mutual benefit, any minor misunderstanding can be swiftly resolved. Of course, you may do so, as you are the chief investment representative of NM Group. But do not forget, I am a woman with a long memory for grievances. While I may not succeed, I can certainly cause havoc. Once something is in my possession, no one shall take it from me," Pan Pan Nan retorted sharply. Zhou Mingqi gazed at the alluring woman before him, and any fleeting notions of desire vanished as he recognized he had fallen into her snare. Pan Pan Nan had employed various insinuations to lead him to believe success was within reach, thus lowering his guard, which ultimately resulted in his offense against the patent holder, Li Yixiang, culminating in the current predicament. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, Zhou Mingqi remarked, "It appears I have no other recourse but to allow Director Pan to serve as an intermediary. I am truly embarrassed. I shall remember this lesson." As their conversation unfolded, the attending female manager hurried over, her expression fraught with urgency. "Chairman, Mr. Li has gone to the kitchen. Assistant Chen asked me to inform you." "What is he up to now? So disobedient." Pan Pan sighed, instinctively pinching the bridge of her nose. Zhou Mingqi regained his composure, rational and collected, stepping back slightly to keep his distance from Pan Pan Nan. "Director Pan, I shall await your news. Indeed, prepare the contract and reduce the price by 5 points from the original. Otherwise, I assure you, you will leave empty-handed," Pan Pan impressed, taking advantage of the situation. Zhou Mingqi felt a surge of frustration, but, as an elite, he managed to rein in his emotions and responded gently, "Certainly, that shall not be a problem." With confident strides, Pan made her way toward the kitchen, an uncontainable smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Yixiang had pushed open the kitchen door. Greeted by a rush of hot air and the rich aromas of various ingredients being sautéed and simmered, a stout chef, adorned with a tall hat, set down his teacup and rose, frowning in discontent. "This is the kitchen. No unauthorized personnel may enter. Begone, begone. Master Wang, this is Mr. Li. He wishes to inspect the kitchen," Chunhui stated with a hint of respect and flattery, then turned to Li Yixiang. "Sir, this is Chef Wang Rui, a 3-star chef for 5 consecutive years and the executive chef of Jinlo." Li Yixiang surveyed the kitchen environment, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Quite satisfactory, clean and tidy, worthy of a 3-star chef standards." Suddenly, Chef Wang Rui slammed the lid of the teapot down and rose, exclaiming, "You dare to evaluate my 3-star standards? If hygiene is lacking, what kind of chef am I?" "Sir, please do not be upset. Chef Wang's temperament has always been like this. Shall we move to a private room?" Hui suggested cautiously. Chef Wang's culinary skills are unparalleled in Linhai City. Bai Xiao blinked with curiosity and asked, "Senior brother, why are we coming to the kitchen?" "Those unfamiliar enter through the main door, while the connoisseurs venture into the kitchen. The quality of a restaurant can be discerned by its kitchen," Li Yixiang elucidated. "Assistant Chen, may I order now? I shall dine here." Hui was taken aback. She could not comprehend why Li Yixiang would forsake the lavishly decorated private room for the oil-scented kitchen. However, having received orders, she could not refuse any request from Li Yixiang, so she replied, "Sir, please go ahead and order. I will have Chef Wang prepare it personally." "Excellent. Senior brother, I have yet to dine in the kitchen. I want abalone and lobster," Bai Xiaohe exclaimed excitedly, her curiosity piqued. "Stir-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork." Li Yixiang ordered 2 dishes and then seated himself on the chair Hui brought over. The sous chef furrowed his brow and said, "We have signature dishes like premium lobster and abalone, but stir-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork are inferior dishes not worthy of the table. Surely, it does not require the head chef's personal touch. Any junior chef could manage that." Li Yixiang chuckled softly, choosing not to respond but instead directing his gaze towards Chef Wang Rui. Wang Rui declared in a deep voice, "Very well. I will cook personally. This gentleman has come to test me. If my cooking fails to impress, I shall have no face to continue as the executive chef of Jinlo." He spread his arms wide, and his apprentice promptly tied a pure white apron around his waist. Wang Rui's reaction left those around him exchanging puzzled glances. The sous chef frowned, confused by the situation. Bai Xiaohe tugged at Li Yixiang's sleeve, her curiosity bubbling over. "Senior brother, why is the head chef treating your visit as an examination? The most challenging aspect of stir-fried beef ho fun is controlling the heat. Too little oil causes sticking, while too much results in greasiness. The highest standard is that no excess oil remains on the plate after eating. Sweet and sour pork is difficult due to seasoning. The sweet and sour sauce must not overpower the meat's flavor, and the starch must be evenly distributed to avoid impacting the texture," Li Yixiang explained. Bai Xiao exclaimed in admiration, "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Have you tasted these dishes?" "Not at all. I have merely heard of them and am applying my knowledge." Li Yixiang replied with a smile, touching his nose. As Chef Wang Rui prepared, he remarked upon hearing this, "Mr. Li is quite the connoisseur. It does not seem like mere hearsay, or else why would he come to the kitchen to sample these 2 dishes? Mr. Li, might you advise me on which pan to use for frying? A Western-style frying pan?" Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow and responded, "Using a Western pan for Chinese cuisine, how quaint. How foreign." A chef murmured softly, and Chef Wang Rui gave a thumbs up, saying, "Well said." The traditional wok heats too rapidly, causing the dry-fried rice noodles to become overly dry. A flat-bottomed pan is just perfect. Everyone fell silent, their minds racing with speculation about Li Yixiang's background, with some even considering him a culinary connoisseur. "President, boss." The onlookers parted to create a pathway, their gazes lowered as they respectfully called out. Pan and gently covered her nose, wrinkling her brow in distaste as she remarked, "What brings you here? Come back with me at once, be good. And don't cause a fuss." Her demeanor resembled that of an older sister soothing her younger brother, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Chapter 68. Familiar flavor. Li Yixiang leaned against the stove, his expression peculiar as he shook his head and remarked, Pan Nan. "Do you know what I detest most about you?" "Detest me? Well, I'm all ears." Pan Pandan replied, her discomfort palpable. Recently, she had been inundated with flattery and sycophantic smiles, so Li Yixiang's words struck a dissonant chord within her. She believed that her current achievements, despite a few minor flaws, should be forgivable and could not possibly elicit hatred. With a whoosh, the flames leaped at the stove. Head chef Wang Rui deftly tossed the ingredients in the pan, the beef rolling in the flames, creating a symphony as the rice noodles were added. Assistant Chen Hui shivered, unwilling to eavesdrop further, and promptly waved her hand, directing all chefs except the head chef to another auxiliary kitchen. What I dislike is your lack of self-awareness, your pretense of understanding, and your propensity to impose your will upon others. For instance, when I wish to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you insist on adding vinegar because you prefer a sour taste, never considering my preferences, all under the guise of authenticity. The truth is, you have no idea how to prepare a truly authentic dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do you know why I choose to dine in the kitchen? Li Yixiang taunted. Pan Pandan furrowed her brow and inquired, are you upset with me because of Shoumingqi? Upset? Huh. I'm here to enjoy a meal. And it must be infused with the essence of the kitchen. No matter how swiftly the waitstaff moves, nothing compares to the speed of dining right at the stove. The most delightful aspect of life is the simplicity of earthly flavors, Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, head chef Wang Rui placed a steaming plate of stir-fried beef rice noodles before Li Yixiang, respectfully stating, Mr. Li, please enjoy. Bai Zio's eyes sparkled with surprise as she eagerly exclaimed, Senior brother, let me share with you. Pan Pandan fell silent, her heart heavy with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such words could emerge from someone who had not even completed middle school. Li Yixiang paid her no mind, quickly devouring the stir-fried noodles, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, not bad. Very authentic. Is there smoke? Indeed, there is smoke, but it is not unpleasant. Please do not mind it, sir. Wang Rui said, beaming as if he had found a kindred spirit, handing the smoke to Li Yixiang. After sampling some, Bai Zio deliberately filled a bowl and offered it to Pan Pandan. She, however, felt disoriented, and just as she picked up her chopsticks, the overwhelming scent of grease made her feel queasy, prompting her to turn her head away. Senior sister, why aren't you eating? Bai Zio inquired, her brow raised and a sly smile gracing her lips, as though she had uncovered a hidden secret. Pan Pandan forced a smile and replied, Zio, I would like to speak with your brother-in-law in private. Bai Zio shrugged and declared, Chef Wang, I would like to have sweet and sour pork. Very well. Let us head to the auxiliary kitchen where we have all the ingredients, Wang Rui responded. Mr. Li, I will take my leave for now, but I shall return shortly to prepare a dish for you. The kitchen fell utterly silent. Pan Pandan approached Li Yixiang and delicately smoothed the creases of his collar with her slender fingers, softly saying, Darling, I am hungry and wish to have the kimchi fried rice you make. Pan Pandan, you once remarked that my cooking pales in comparison to takeout. What has changed now? Is it perhaps that you seek something from me? Li Yixiang replied with a half-smile. Pan Pandan's expression stiffened, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she responded. I had hoped that even after our divorce, we could remain friends. Must you speak to me this way, especially for the sake of our daughter? Li Yixiang furrowed his brow. Her demeanor made him appear somewhat petty. Thus, he said, step back to the doorway, and I shall prepare you a bowl of fried rice. But it is only for our daughter's sake. You mentioned needing to discuss something related to her. What is it? Let us eat first, and we can talk afterward. Pan Pandan smiled, leaning against the doorframe. She watched Li Yixiang's busy figure, and the familiar sense of safety and stability washed over her. Li Yixiang was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, having learned to fry rice during his military service, and he had only attempted it a few times since their marriage. Initially, Pan Pandan found it delicious, but as she grew accustomed to dining in upscale establishments, her palate became increasingly discerning, making his fried rice seem unpalatable. The pickled vegetables at Jilu were crafted by master chefs, devoid of cheap sausages, featuring only expensive ham, and instead of leftover rice, they used specially sourced fragrant rice steamed with broth. Li Yixiang combined all these exquisite ingredients and, after a swift stir-fry, served the dish. He took a bite himself and thought it tasted no different from ordinary fried rice. Go ahead and eat, Li Yixiang said nonchalantly. Pan Pandan picked up her spoon and began to eat slowly. The familiar taste brought a slight redness to her eyes, and before she realized it, tears began to fall, blurring her vision. The fried rice, now tinged with the bitterness of her tears, was not met with disdain. Rather, she eagerly shoveled it into her mouth. In a daze, Pan Pandan was transported back to the early days of their marriage, when she would return home from work to find her husband, with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, presenting her with a plate of fried rice. The taste and feeling were the same. Each bite evoked a vivid illusion of returning to the past. Yet illusions remain just that. The scraping of the spoon against the plate produced a jarring sound, and Pan Pan Nan felt a profound sense of loss as a tissue was offered to her. After accepting it, she wiped her tears and said apologetically, "It has been so long since I've had such exquisite fried rice. I seem to have lost my composure. I apologize. That should not be the case. With your current standing, you can have anything you desire. After all, it is merely a bowl of fried rice," Li Yixiang remarked indifferently, puffing on a cigarette. "Consuming the finest delicacies has not brought me the happiness I anticipated. Instead, I find myself yearning for this bowl of fried rice. What I am eating is not merely rice, but emotions," Pan Pan Nan said with a wry smile. Li Yixiang scoffed, "Do not feign deep emotions. I find it distasteful. Speak plainly. What do you want that concerns our daughter?" Actually, it is nothing significant. I recently came across a bone-strengthening powder that could promote our child's growth." Pan Pan Nan hastily fabricated. Li Yixiang regarded the woman with a gaze of incredulity, then glanced at his watch and said, "I will buy it for my daughter later. I must be off now." "Wait, there's something to discuss. The patent issue you promised me. When will we sign the contract?" Pan Pan pleaded, hooking her finger around Li Yixiang's sleeve, her tone tinged with grievance. "What patent?" Li Yixiang feigned ignorance, pretending to be perplexed. Pan Pan Nan, with a look of disbelief, replied, "Darling, you have always been a man of your word. You should not treat me this way. I demand the patent authorization. What you desire, must I provide. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve it?" Li Yixiang retorted sharply. Chapter 69. The ex-wife is forced to accept conditions. The words, "Do you even deserve it?" ignited a flame of fury within Pan Pan Nan. She seized Li Yixiang by the collar, her voice rising in defiance. "Why do I not deserve it? Everything I have done has been for you and our daughter, to ensure you both live a dignified life, a life of privilege. Granting me the patent rights is the key to maximizing our benefits. The money I earn is for you and our daughter. What more could you possibly want? Do you think I would sell my body? If I wanted to, I could have done so long ago. Countless wealthy suitors pursued me before, yet I dismissed them all. You, Li Yixiang, know nothing about me, and your disappointment is profound." The black stockings mailed to her home, the intimate photographs of the Liu family, the countless late nights spent at the office. What do these signify? Is this not a form of betrayal? Selling my time, sacrificing familial bliss, and acquiring my initial fortune through unscrupulous means. How dare you flaunt your pride in front of me? The thought of our daughter spending such money makes me feel sick. Li Yixiang's cold words pierced through Pan Pan Nan like blades, leaving her defenseless. What terrified her more was her inability to respond, devoid of the courage to argue back. Why the silence? Have you become mute? Li Yixiang leaned down, forcibly adjusting her head to face him, his tone dripping with mockery. Pan Pan Nan's lips quivered. Her throat constricted as if obstructed by phlegm, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "Which of capital's first fortunes is ever clean? You truly misunderstand. I promise to make amends for you both. The patent authorization pertains to my industrial layout. For our daughter's future, I beg you, shall I kneel again?" Without hesitation, Pan Pan Nan knelt on the ground, grasping Li Yixiang's waistband with desperate hands. Some individuals become accustomed to kneeling. It appeared that Pan Pan Nan had lost all sense of shame before Li Yixiang. "I see you are quite practiced in this posture. You must have tried it often before Lu Dekhen at the office," Li Yixiang taunted, stepping back slightly. This remark infuriated Pan Pan Nan. Her gaze turned as cold as steel as she rose, shouting, "You may humiliate me, and I may deserve it. But do not tarnish my name with accusations of things I have never done. My body is clean." Li Yixiang replied with disdain, "Who can prove that? You can lie to our daughter. What else are you capable of?" The two were like hedgehogs, each drawing blood from the other at the slightest proximity. Pan Pan Nan's face burned with pain, but her eyes glinted with madness as she clawed at Li Yixiang's arm, her nails nearly embedding themselves in his flesh. "If you suspect me, then kill me to relieve your anger. We can die together. Aren't you so formidable? Go ahead, end my life." Pan Pan Nan shouted defiantly. "Do you think I would hesitate? I could kill you right now." Li Yixiang's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip around her throat, a mere increment of pressure away from shattering her windpipe. At that moment, his mind was consumed with images of her betrayal, the intimacy she shared with Lu Dekhen. Pan Pan seemed to have relinquished her struggle, her face flushed crimson, yet her gaze radiated defiance, unwilling to concede. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. After a brief pause, Li Yixiang regained his composure and released Pan Panin. She clutched her throat, gasping for breath, and declared, "I will transfer my shares in the pharmaceutical company to you. You will hold 51% as the major shareholder, entering with the patent. I am a civil servant and cannot engage in business. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Li Yixiang replied coldly, "What is it that you desire? I will fulfill anything within my power." Pan Panin responded gravely, "Two conditions. First, it has been a month since the second divorce application. We should proceed to obtain the divorce certificate. Second, 30% of the net profit from the patent shall go to our daughter. I will arrange for an audit, and should you commit any deceit, I will revoke the patent authorization. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I shall await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you fail to appear, I will relinquish the patent to the NM Group." This merciless ultimatum caused Pan Panin's heart to sink. The 30% of net profit was precisely her psychological threshold, a noose tightening around her neck. Yet, this was inconsequential. Even if all was given to their daughter, she would not lament. What troubled her was the matter of the divorce certificate. She had recently clung to their marriage certificate to find solace in sleep, even fantasizing that Li Yixiang might forget to proceed with the formalities, allowing time to drag on indefinitely. Clearly, evasion was no longer an option. On one side lay the patent she desperately needed, and on the other, a marriage that had long since lost its essence. After several deep breaths, Pan Panin inquired, "What are your requirements regarding the patent authorization's costs and timeline?" "None. You may negotiate the patent authorization as you did with Xiaobai," Li Yixiang replied. "Was Bai Haoi's demise connected to you? How did it transpire?" Li Yixiang spoke with unsettling calm. "Are you seeking to ensnare me? There are lives at stake. I cannot speak. I truly cannot." Pan Panin's eyes reflected terror as she pleaded, "I did not kill Bai Haoi. You must believe me." Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly, "Every action leaves a trace. I will not allow Qianqian to have a mother with a criminal record. If that day ever comes, I hope you will depart with dignity." I understand. Tonight, I will visit our child, and tomorrow we will depart from home together," Pan Panin gasped, striving to suppress her fear. "The house is not large enough for any tricks. Do not entertain such thoughts," Li Yixiang warned. Self-pity was not Pan Panin's nature. She would seek the greatest advantage in the most unfavorable circumstances. Once she regained her composure, she said firmly, "Li Yixiang, I warn you, I am Qianqian's mother. An unalterable fact. Even after our divorce, I retain visitation rights. I hope you remember your role and do not involve our daughter and me in your schemes." Li Yixiang brushed off his clothes and turned to leave the kitchen. Bai Xiaohua had been waiting by the door, peeking in to greet Pan Panin before linking her arm with Li Yixiang's and departing. After a prolonged silence, Pan Panin finally stepped outside. Addressing Chen Hui at the door, "Please tidy up a clean space in the kitchen and set aside a table. The signature dishes, dry-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork, are to be enjoyed solely in the kitchen. Also, convey the words of our esteemed gentleman. The most comforting essence of life is the warmth of human interactions. The finest taste in the world is serene joy. Remember, if anyone inquires about the origin of this quote, attribute it to me, Pan Panin. But will our gentleman have any objections?" Chen Hui cautiously inquired. Pan Panin scoffed. "It originated from me, not from my own lips. What objections could he possibly have?" With a stern expression, she exited the kitchen and noticed Li Yixiang and Zhou Mingqi engaged in conversation in the hall, prompting her to hasten her steps towards them. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my blunder. Please, grant me your forgiveness," she implored. Zhou Mingqi, who found it impossible to maintain an air of superiority, instead became exceedingly courteous. He was one of the few astute individuals who, upon discerning Pan Panin's true nature, chose to keep his distance. Li Yixiang shook his head, remarking, "I still prefer your untamed spirit. Just be mindful next time. My mood won't always be so accommodating. This time, I'm extending my grace for the sake of this lovely lady by my side." Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Li," Zhou Mingqi replied with a smile. "Darling, await my return home this evening," Pan Panin interjected hastily. Li Yixiang, treating her words as mere background noise, departed with Bai Xiaohua, completely disregarding Pan Panin. She turned, coldly declaring, "Come tomorrow afternoon to sign the contract. May our collaboration be fruitful." Zhou Mingqi sighed in relief and extended his arm in a gesture to shake hands. However, Pan Panin shot him a fierce glare, causing him to stiffen and awkwardly retract his arm. Chapter 70. Dongshi imitates the frown. Li Yixiang escorted Bai Xiaohua back to the research center, where she maintained a profound silence, and he offered no further explanations. Upon returning home, he opened the door to find the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the windows, illuminating a scene of exquisite beauty. Lu Xiaozue was humming a tune as she brought the dishes out from the kitchen. Her face radiated with a sincere and kind smile, and the sunlight grazed her gentle, lovely countenance, making her appear like a virtuous wife bathed in divine light. "You're back? Quickly, wash your hands. Dinner is ready," Lu Xiaozue said tenderly, turning her head at the sound of his voice. "Daddy." His daughter, Qian, rushed over to greet him. Li Yixiang lifted her into his arms and spun her around a couple of times before hesitating and saying, "Sister Cui, I'll take Qian back for a bit. Tomorrow, I need to go with Pan in to obtain our divorce certificate. She wishes to see the child tonight." Lu Xiaozue paused for a moment. Her lips gently pursed as she expressed her concern. "That's fine, but you must take good care of Qian. She's been having some digestive issues lately and may be a bit restless tonight." She voiced no objections, instead caring for the child's well-being as if she were Qian's biological mother, and began to tidy up her daughter's belongings. Observing the worry etched on her face, Li Yixiang felt a pang of sympathy and said softly, "It's just for one night. Pan may not even stay at home. I will return afterwards. Don't worry. She is the child's biological mother. If she wishes to bond with her, do not hinder that. Otherwise, Qian might resent you when she grows older." Lu Xiaozue spoke earnestly. "I understand. But it is somewhat unfair to you. Do you still not wish to marry me? It's not suitable. Others will gossip." Lu Xiaozue replied in a low voice. Her charming cheeks flushed with a faint hue, and she swayed slightly, leaning into Li Yixiang's embrace. He pressed a gentle kiss on Lu Xiaozue's lips, and then sat down to begin dinner. Qian sprawled on the floor, pushing a toy car and mimicking the sound of a car horn with a beep-beep. Li Yixiang found himself reluctant to leave this home. Yet the incessant calls from Pan pressed upon him. At 6:30, he donned his backpack, took his daughter's hand, and stepped into the car. It was a vehicle sent by Pan Nan, registered under Nanxiang Company. The driver was a simple-minded middle-aged man who spoke not a word beyond what was necessary. Qian, already aware of the impending meeting with Pan Nan, seemed distracted and somewhat despondent, leaning against her father's arm as she whispered, "Daddy, can we not go home?" Her aversion to Pan stemmed primarily from the latter's rigorous elite education and competitive mentality. From her earliest memories, Pan had been a stern figure, instilling knowledge unsuitable for her age, such as bilingualism, mathematics, and basic biology. Ultimately, due to Li Yixiang's strong objections, Pan relinquished her educational plans for their daughter. It was not because she heeded Li Yixiang's words, but rather because she compared herself to her daughter and realized that her daughter was not a prodigy, leading her to lose patience in providing guidance. "Sir, madam, please exercise caution," the middle-aged driver said, opening the passenger door and resting his hand upon the doorframe with respect. "Thank you," Li Yixiang replied coolly, then took his daughter's hand and returned home. As he retrieved his keys, the door swung open. Pan had changed into a light gray home outfit, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her right hand. "You're back. Come in. I prepared several home-cooked dishes today. Qian, do you miss your mother? Come here. Let me give you a hug." A smile graced Pan's face as she crouched down, arms outstretched. To an unfamiliar observer, she might be mistaken for the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. However, her daughter Qian had never seen her mother exhibit such tenderness, and, for a moment, felt a pang of fear, instinctively retreating behind Li Yixiang and clinging to his leg. Pan's expression instantly stiffened, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She forced a semblance of a smile, rising once more to say, "It's all right, let's eat. I made some special dishes, including meatballs and sauerkraut soup." "Mommy, we've already eaten," Qian whispered. Pan's countenance darkened further, her heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly, rendering her breathless. In the past, she would have sulked, throwing things in an attempt to vent her emotions. Yet now, no one indulged her unconditionally, and no one was there to support her. The misfortunes of her upbringing had instilled in her an obsession with marriage and family. She mustered her spirits and awkwardly said, It's fine. I also made soup. It's nice for the whole family to sit together." Qian looked up at Li Yixiang, seemingly awaiting his cue. Li Yixiang was currently quite troubled, as the sole connection he had with Pan was their daughter. Lu Xiaozue had advised him more than once that even if they divorced, they must never speak ill of each other, to prevent any adverse effects on their child as she grew. Li Yixiang found himself unable to refuse Pan's desire to be close to their daughter, even post-divorce. She was legally entitled to visitation rights. "Let's go inside. Wash up and tidy your room, Li Yixiang said blandly. Qianqian obediently trotted into the living room, her pink backpack slung over her shoulder. Although this was her home, it had been a long time since she had returned, and everything felt somewhat unfamiliar. I'll head to the kitchen to serve dinner. You can sit on the sofa for a while. Oh, I bought you a Peace Max gaming console, along with some games. Go rest a bit. Pan Nan, mimicking Lu Xiaozui's mannerisms, bent down to untie Li Yixiang's shoelaces. Li Yixiang simply kicked off his shoes with his heel and replied coolly, enough of that. You're not like Sister Cui. You're a strong woman. Don't imitate others. Pan Nan found herself at a loss for words, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she reluctantly managed to force a rather stiff smile and said, strong women are still women. It's the last night. Please, let us not argue again. I want to understand what a normal family is like. Let us learn from each other. Learn what? To appease the new husband? Li Yixiang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Upon uttering these words, he suddenly realized that his attitude was somewhat amiss and promptly walked into the bathroom. Pan Nan smiled faintly and turned towards the kitchen. Li Yixiang splashed cold water on his face repeatedly, and as he calmed down, clarity began to dawn upon him. If the couple had no children, a divorce could be executed cleanly, allowing them to never cross paths again. In such a case, it would be inconsequential. However, with children as a bond, it was inevitable that they would encounter each other in the future. He could not allow Pan Nan to diminish his standing, otherwise he would hold no place in their child's heart. He recalled a particular film in which a retired agent attended his daughter's birthday party, presenting her with a teddy bear, only for her stepfather to gift her a thoroughbred horse. Li Yixiang was determined to avoid experiencing the same humiliation as the protagonist in that film. Chapter 71. A love that comes late is worth less than weeds. Upon returning to the kitchen, Pan Nan revealed a satisfied smile as she retrieved her phone and entered a chat group. She then sent a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. This chat group was formed by Li Yixiang's aunt and uncle, aptly named the support team for Pan Nan's remarriage. With her financial prowess, Pan Nan successfully swayed Li Yixiang's relatives, transforming their perceptions entirely. The majority of ordinary individuals lack steadfastness in the face of monetary temptation. Furthermore, one should not overestimate the depth of familial bonds. Often, the most prevalent emotions among relatives are comparison and jealousy. Pan Nan frequently distributed red envelopes, naturally garnering the attention of a group of schemers offering advice. Cheng Fengying, Aunt men are generally soft-hearted. A little warmth will soften them up. I will take your uncle along shortly. With my authority, Yixiang will undoubtedly listen. Wei Wenxia, third aunt, mother of Li Wanwen, Yixiang takes after his father in temperament. As stubborn as a mule. I believe we should proceed with caution, taking our time. Cheng Fengying, take your time? The flowers have withered. Tomorrow, he will be filing for divorce. In my opinion, we might as well call it off. Pan Nan felt a headache coming on as she read the increasingly absurd suggestions in the group, particularly the nonsensical ideas proposed by Cheng Fengying. After sending another red envelope as a gesture of thanks, she exited the chat. What should I do now? Should I change into the newly purchased black stockings? Pan Nan bit her nails, an unconscious habit that surfaced whenever she felt anxious. At that moment, a piercing scream from her daughter, Qianqian, echoed from upstairs. Pan Nan rushed out and collided directly with Li Yixiang. Concerned for their daughter's safety, Li Yixiang forcefully pushed Pan Nan aside, nearly toppling her to the ground. As she stumbled, about to express her anger, Li Yixiang had already vanished up the staircase, racing into their daughter's bedroom on the second floor. Daddy, there's a bear, Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes red and brimming with tears, before fearfully plunging into Li Yixiang's embrace. Li Yixiang surveyed the room and noticed a 1-meter-tall plastic toy bear positioned at the head of their daughter's bed, dressed in a pink Barbie outfit. Don't worry. It's just a toy, Li Yixiang reassured her, tossing a piece of clothing over the bear's head. Pan Nan followed closely behind, quickly grasping the situation. She explained, I inquired and learned that this is the latest trendy toy. I specifically purchased it for our daughter. It cost 300,000. A toy bear for 300,000? Li Yixiang frowned and remarked, you truly have money to burn. Just because it's expensive doesn't make it the best option. Are you not aware that our daughter does not like bears? Feeling a pang of anxiety, Pan Nan stammered, I genuinely did not know. Sweetheart, tell mommy what you like, and I will buy it for you right now, she urged. Qianqian timidly peeked out and replied, I like Polly. Oh, mommy was unaware. Please tell mommy what you like, Pan Nan said, picking up her phone, a hint of distress evident in her voice. Li Yixiang, feeling perturbed, waved his hand and exclaimed, "It is a white horse with horns. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. We shall discuss it later. Maternal love cannot be experienced merely through a toy. Chan. I have moved the teddy bear out. You must focus on your homework. But my daughter is just in kindergarten. What is there to write?" He continued. Chan. I have set up a home theater. You may watch cartoons. Our family is now prosperous, and you need not exert yourself excessively. We shall pursue whatever piques your interest in the future. Pan adopted a maternal demeanor, speaking softly. The willpower of a child cannot be compared to that of an adult. Allegiance can change in an instant. Just moments ago, Chan had been reluctant to acknowledge Pan. Yet now she displayed a look of delight. With hopeful eyes, Chan gazed at Yixiang and quietly inquired, "Daddy, can I watch cartoons as Mommy said?" Yixiang chuckled in exasperation, responding, "Little traitor, if you wish to watch, go ahead, but only for today. I shall not play the villain." Chan joyfully dashed out of the bedroom, with Pan following closely behind, eager to foster a bond with her daughter. However, nurturing such feelings cannot be achieved overnight. Though Chan appeared to warm up to Pan, a lingering sense of restraint remained. Pan reassured herself that time was on her side. In the gentlest tone, she addressed Yixiang, "Darling, dinner is ready." The very mention sent shivers down Yixiang's spine, and he eyed his ex-wife warily, saying, "Speak up. What are you plotting now? I doubt I possess anything you desire. Do not attempt any tricks. Tomorrow, we shall acquire our marriage certificate, and we will maintain our distance." "How could you think so poorly of me?" "Come, taste the meal I prepared," Pan said, her beautiful eyes shimmering like rippling autumn waters, tinged with melancholy. With their daughter present in the living room, Yixiang opted against arguing with Pan and took his seat at the dining table with a stern expression. Pan had prepared an array of dishes rich in local flavor. "I hail from a mountain village and do not know many recipes, having lived in poverty. I understand that fatty meat is a delicacy, yet city dwellers seldom indulge in it." She placed a piece of pork belly into Yixiang's bowl, seemingly reflective. "During my time in the rainforests, I survived on ants and spiders. Merely having meat to eat was a luxury." Yixiang, never one to waste food, devoured his meal vigorously. Pan suddenly began to comprehend Han Ling's words, feeling a pang in her heart. She had previously criticized Yixiang's eating habits, likening them to that of a pig, yet now she recognized the reasons behind his behavior. How could life be so serene? It was merely that others bore the burdens for you. The so-called elegant and stable life she envisioned was made possible by the sacrifices of ordinary soldiers like Yixiang. With her eyes slightly reddening, Pan picked up another piece of meat to place in Yixiang's bowl, only to have him evade her gesture. "I am finished. You may take your time," he stated coolly as he set down his bowl. Pan gritted her teeth, her gaze turning somewhat mournful. Suddenly, she rose and retreated to the bedroom. Upon her return, she held a set of car keys and a gift box. "This is for you." Pan placed the items beside Yixiang and murmured softly. The car key bore a golden shield, adorned with a leaping black warhorse. This emblem belonged to a luxury automobile brand frequently showcased in films and novels, a quintessential accessory for the affluent second-generation elite seeking to flaunt their wealth. Within the gift box lay a mechanical timepiece, its dial a deep black, with hands crafted from emerald, exuding an understated opulence. "Take it back. You exerted considerable effort to acquire it, and it would be inappropriate for me to accept it," Yixiang replied coldly. "Why? Is this not your favorite brand?" "I have seen a similar one among your collection of models," Pan said anxiously. Chapter 72. The daughter's illness. The models were purchased when I was merely 15. A time when I believed that driving a luxury car and wearing a prestigious watch was the epitome of sophistication, a true testament to wealth. However, as one matures, perspective shift. Now, my most fervent desire is to acquire an unassuming KDLK vehicle and adorn my wrist with a string of well-crafted beads. Yixiang seemed to reflect on this sentiment with a hint of nostalgia. "KDLK vehicle? Absolutely not." Pan recalled a distasteful joke she had overheard from the oily middle-aged men at the company. "The KDLK car comes with a map of all the city's bathing establishments. The ultimate dream car for middle-aged men." Pan instinctively rejected the notion, unwilling to let Yixiang fall prey to such vices. Yixiang shrugged, replying, "It was merely a jest. Take back your gift, for I shall not accept it. If you despise it, I can exchange it for something else, perhaps an SUV. What say you?" Pan responded nervously. Yixiang shook his head, stating, "Do you not keep track of how your money is earned?" Accepting your gift in cash would only remind me that it was exchanged for your companionship with the elf family. I cannot accept it, neither physically nor psychologically. You know this well. Do not test my boundaries further. Let us part amicably, preserving our dignity. Ah, you still disdain me, deeming my money tainted. I should have known better. I am indeed foolish. I knew I should not have acted thus. Pan Panen's heart was heavy with disappointment. Despite her premonition, tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. Yixiang was not a saint who disregarded wealth. Rather, he made choices grounded in moral principles. He had never believed in the existence of unearned fortunes. In his perception of Pan Panen, her offerings were often laced with ulterior motives. One would give a little only to demand a great deal in return. Daddy, I feel unwell. Suddenly came the voice of their daughter, Qian. As she approached, her discomfort evident. Yixiang turned to see his daughter. Startled to find her face covered in a rash, her lips tinged with a shade of purple. Qian, what has happened to you? Do not frighten your mother. Pan Panen exclaimed, her voice trembling with concern as she stood up anxiously. Yixiang, remaining composed, embraced his daughter and inquired, Qian, what did you eat earlier? I had a few cherries, she replied, extending her tiny hand to reveal a vividly red cherry in her palm. A cherry? The child is allergic, and you, as her mother, were unaware? Yixiang's frustration surged, and he swiftly carried their daughter out of the house. Pan Panen was overwhelmed with guilt and panic, neglecting to change her clothes as she hurried after them. Yixiang had already entered the car. Upon seeing the boss rush towards him, the driver hesitated before starting the engine. Drive to the children's hospital. Run every red light. Pan Panen urged, climbing into the vehicle in a state of urgency. Yes, sir. The driver responded, promptly accelerating. Pan Panen did not opt for a more extravagant luxury vehicle. The ordinary Audi, coupled with a special permit, seemed to wield a certain authority on the road. Cici was taken to the children's hospital, and after examination, it was confirmed that she had no significant issues and only required an allergy treatment drip. Lu Xiaozue seemed to possess a sixth sense, incessantly making phone calls while Cici was receiving her treatment. Ultimately, Yixiang reluctantly answered the call and informed Lu Xiaozue of the situation. Lu Xiaozue rushed to the hospital with tear-swollen eyes. After confirming that Cici was all right, a surge of anger welled up within her as she addressed Yixiang, saying, Pan Panen may not understand, but how can you be so indifferent? While her words ostensibly chastised Yixiang, they stung Pan and even more than a direct slap to the face. It's all my fault. Blame me, Pan Panen said, her face filled with guilt. Lu Xiaozue waved her hand dismissively, replying, It's not your fault. It's understandable that you were unaware, but it's Cici who suffers. After speaking, tears brimmed in her reddened eyes, leaving Pan increasingly uncomfortable, wishing to counter but finding her voice lost. After the allergy treatment was completed, Cici felt considerably better, though she was advised to continue treatment for at least 2 more days. 2 evenings later, Cici was discharged. The doctor assured me there is no danger. Just be cautious with her meals for the time being. You are all busy people. There's no need for you to stay. Leave the child to me, Lu Xiaozue said, her tone firm, though her expression was somewhat strained. I have no pressing matters. I have a week off. Let us head home. You've worked hard these past couple of days. You are far more responsible than her negligent mother. I truly don't know what I would do without you. Yixiang sincerely replied, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Today, Lu Xiaozue wore a white sweater that accentuated her figure, paired with tight jeans that beautifully highlighted her curves, especially her long, slender legs that drew the eye. Unable to resist, Yixiang leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. Lu Xiaozue blushed, playfully pushing him away and whispering, Be mindful, we are in public. Their intimate exchange did not go unnoticed by the arriving Pan who glared with clenched teeth, her exquisite features suddenly turning frosty. Dressed in a sleek black business suit, her raven hair cascading over her shoulders, and her delicate face adorned with light makeup, she appeared weary, the faint dark circles beneath her eyes betraying her fatigue. Taking a deep breath, Pan strode toward them, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Darling, I'm sorry for being late. The car is ready. She feigned calmness, deliberately ignoring the scene before her. Yixiang frowned, turning to say, I've already called a taxi. There is no need for your arrangements. Don't forget tomorrow at 9. Pan had barely spent 2 hours with her daughter after bringing her to the hospital 2 days ago. As a flurry of calls from the company and business association had driven her away, only returning today for her daughter's discharge. The indifference and coldness in Yixiang's gaze pierced through her, making her feel as if she were a complete stranger, causing her heart to clench painfully. Yixiang, I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize. The company encountered an unforeseen situation, and it was not my intention. Pan raised her delicate fingers, gently brushing the corners of her eyes as if wiping away tears. Lu Xiaozue, possessing an inherently kind heart, could discern that Pan genuinely felt remorse. She tugged at Li Yixing's shirt hem and said, "It's all right. Pan did not mean it. It is already quite late, and Qian also needs to rest." In consideration of Lu Xiaozue and their daughter, Li Yixing chose not to dwell on Pan's mistake, his face remaining somber as he entered the vehicle. Chapter 73. Divorce Certificate. The atmosphere within the car was heavy, and upon returning to the family quarters of Linhai Industrial University, Pan followed Lu Xiaozue back home. Lu Xiaozue tended to Qian as she drifted off to sleep, leaving the master bedroom for Pan and Li Yixiang. "Why haven't you left yet?" Li Yixiang inquired, furrowing his brow and speaking in a low voice. Pan felt a deep turmoil within her. The thought of obtaining the divorce certificate the following day weighed heavily on her heart, causing her emotions to spiral out of control. Regret washed over her, as if her very soul were on the verge of detachment from her body, leaving her adrift and unmoored. Despite Pan's substantial wealth, it failed to provide her with a sense of security. "Husband, can we not obtain the divorce certificate? We've already registered our divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. We merely lack the documentation. I wish to hold on to a remnant of our past. Have pity on me. I still long to be your wife. Should I ever commit any egregious act in the future, you may divorce me at your discretion, and I would willingly forfeit everything." Tears welled in Pan's eyes as she implored him. Li Yixiang found her words laughable. At such a critical juncture, this woman was still desperately clinging to hope. "Enough of this charade," he scoffed. "You are who you are. I am well aware of it. You could abandon our daughter to attend a meeting without a second thought. If you can be so callous to your own flesh and blood, what regard do you have for me, a husband without blood ties? Are you merely afraid of tarnishing your reputation? Fear not. Once you leave, you may shift the blame onto me. Focus on being a good CEO. Concluding this ordeal is in the best interest of us both." I did not mean it that way," Pan stammered, standing up, filled with bitterness as she watched Li Yixiang retreat to the bathroom. She pressed her lips together, returning to the bedroom to don black stockings that accentuated her long, slender legs. Next, she slipped into the white nightgown purchased during their honeymoon, its delicate straps resting on her shoulders, the fabric hugging her curves enticingly. "Phew. It seems I've gained a bit of weight since Qian was born," Pan murmured to herself while gazing into the mirror. In truth, Pan was overly concerned. She was in the prime of her womanhood, akin to a blooming peony. When Li Yixiang emerged from the shower, the living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft glow of the moonlight, revealing her graceful silhouette, standing alone. Li Yixiang suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if time had reversed, taking him back to their early days of marriage. Back then, during a power outage in their complex, they had spent their time aimlessly at home, with Pan dancing in her white nightgown under the moonlight. Their affection for one another had been palpable, with them rarely apart. Alas, time had passed. While Li Yixiang remained unchanged, Pan was no longer the innocent wife he once knew. "Husband, shall we rest now?" Pan's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of pleading. Li Yixiang inhaled deeply, replying, "Get some sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow." Pan observed as Li Yixiang settled onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to play a game. Despite her foreboding sense of what was to come, she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. She had been rejected several times, and now she was uncertain if there would be any opportunity for the two of them in the future. Pan returned to the bedroom, curled up on the bed, staring blankly at her phone screen. The display showcased their wedding photo, an exquisite couple, perfectly matched. Li Yixiang was in a deep slumber when he vaguely heard a voice. He opened his eyes and walked into the bathroom, where he found Pan washing her underwear. "You're awake? I made congee and fried cakes this morning. You should go eat," she said, pulling her delicate fingers from the basin, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, elegant neck, exuding a sense of domesticity. However, the dark circles under her eyes suggested a sleepless night, and her slightly closed eyelids conveyed weariness. Li Yixiang frowned and asked, "Where are Qian and Sister Cui?" Pan bit her red lip and replied, "Sister Cui took the children outside to bask in the sun. She doesn't want our situation to affect them." Glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already 8:30. Yixiang nodded and remarked, "Stop washing. It's not like it was ever done before. Didn't you say we have a washing machine that can clean it with a quick spin? Hand washing is cleaner." Pan Pandan said, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she focused intently on scrubbing. In truth, a wise woman knows everything. Her reluctance often stems from a deeper reason, and her sudden willingness usually has ulterior motives. Yixiang turned back to the living room. Observing the breakfast left on the table, a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee, a plate of smashed cucumber, and 2 buns. He hesitated for a moment but eventually consumed the food, surprisingly savoring the flavors. This realization implied that Pan Pandan was indeed capable of cooking. Her past reluctance stemmed from a lack of appreciation. With this understanding, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Pan Pandan's phone incessantly buzzed, but she merely glanced at it, suppressing the urge to answer. "Let us go." Yixiang wiped his mouth, donned his outerwear, and stepped out the door. An hour later, in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, having registered their divorce online in advance, and with over 30 days passing without cancellation, the system automatically noted it, allowing them to simply collect their divorce certificate. Thus, the process was exceedingly smooth, devoid of preliminary mediation or inquiries. Throughout the ordeal, Pan Pandan appeared devoid of vitality, resembling a mere shell of her former self, betraying no emotional fluctuations. The 2 green divorce certificates were stamped with an official seal, signaling the irrevocable end of their relationship. "You two, it's all done. Next," the staff member announced, placing the documents on the counter. "It's over. Everything is over. We no longer have any ties." Pan Pandan's vacant eyes flickered momentarily, a voice echoing in her mind. Yixiang picked up a certificate and turned to leave. Pan Pandan's body seemed to lose control as she instinctively followed him, her steps slow and deliberate, each movement exhausting her completely, while a tide of regret surged within her. Suddenly, she reached out and grasped Yixiang's arm. "My dear husband, I shall not yield. It is now my turn to pursue you. Let us remarry," Pan Pandan softly declared. Yixiang shook his head and replied, "Do not speak such nonsense. Our paths diverge. We are not of the same journey. I wish you prosperity in your future endeavors." Tears cascaded uncontrollably from Pan Pandan's eyes as she watched Yixiang's silhouette recede into the distance, a sense of desolation and dread causing her to tremble. "I have truly lost you," she murmured to herself. The bewilderment in her gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment. As the driver brought the car to a halt by the roadside, her expression regained its resolve and determination. "What is mine is yours. I have never known defeat." Chapter 74. Trouble knocks. Chun Hui stepped out of the passenger seat, hesitated for a moment, then promptly opened the car door. Pan Pandan settled into the back seat, slowly exhaling the pent-up air from her chest, her presence radiating an imposing aura of quiet authority. The Audi gradually departed from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Pan Pandan's eyes glimmered with a cold light as she spoke indifferently. "What is it, boss? You're not in the best state today. Perhaps we should discuss this back at the office?" Chen Hui suggested softly. "Feelings are feelings, but business is business. I, Pan Pandan, can distinguish between the two. Speak." Pan Pandan replied with a measured calmness, her voice light yet imbued with gravitas. Chen Hui hastily responded, "Yes, I understand. The raw materials for our pharmaceutical factory still haven't arrived. They were detained as soon as they left the highway, and the transport fleet's fuel has been drained." "What did Director Zhao say?" Pan Pandan inquired, her brow furrowing as she spoke in a serious tone. Chen Hui shook her head, explaining. "Director Zhao mentioned that it falls under the jurisdiction of the Jin City Police, and he is reluctant to overstep his boundaries. However, he has already issued a notification for assistance to the Jin City Police Department." "Huh. Director Zhao must be under pressure. No matter, I will handle it myself," Pan Pandan said, a bitter smile forming on her lips, her gaze growing even more frigid. Given the critical importance of the pharmaceutical factory's raw materials, failure to fulfill the order promptly would result in a substantial penalty for Nanxiang Company. Upon returning to the office, the news had already reached her. The individual responsible for the car detention was named Du Dahong, who had built his fortune through smuggling. After spending over a decade in prison, he established a transportation and finance company in Jin City upon his release. Ostensibly a legitimate businessman, he remained entrenched in the underworld, secretly engaging in numerous illicit enterprises. "Chairman Pan, Mr. Du specifically requests your presence to negotiate the return of the goods and vehicle. If you refuse, Nanxiang Group's shipments will be unable to enter Linhai City in the future," a nervous businessman surnamed Li conveyed. "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Li." After hanging up, Pan Panen's expression grew increasingly profound and unsettling, her demeanor turning progressively colder. Boss, you absolutely must not go. Du Dahong is not a good person. You will be in danger. Chen implored urgently. I, Pan Panen, have faced countless storms to reach this point. Prepare 10 million in cash and a vehicle by noon tomorrow. I will personally negotiate the return, Pan Panen replied coldly. Chen Hui was taken aback by Pan Panen's sudden surge of determination, lowering her head in silence. Pan Panen regarded Chen Hui with a meaningful, icy smile before returning to her tasks. The midday sun poured down, casting a golden hue upon everything it touched. After finalizing his divorce, Li Yixiang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, exuding an indescribable sense of relief, his steps quickening. Upon entering his home, he found Lu Xiaozui tidying up the living room. He embraced her affectionately, causing her to startle, her face revealing a mix of confusion and shyness. She took a step back, biting her lip and admonishing, Don't do that. Qian is watching cartoons in the room. I noticed something in your hair, he said. Li Yixiang smiled as he gently swept aside the stray strands of hair from the other person's ear, subsequently pinching their delicate earlobe. Lu Xiaozui, feeling bashful, lowered her head, letting out a soft whimper as a flush quickly crept across her cheeks. In a low voice, Li Yixiang shared a few light-hearted jokes, which only deepened the crimson hue on Lu Xiaozui's face. He then stole a glance at their daughter, Qian, in the bedroom. Qian, annoyed by Li Yixiang's presence, complained that he was disrupting her viewing of cartoons and insisted he leave. The chilly little cotton jacket made Li Yixiang feel a pang of sadness. After carefully shutting the door, he hurried to Lu Xiaozui's side in search of solace. Alas, Xiaozui, I am hungry, Li Yixiang said with a smile, lifting her chin with his hand to encourage her to raise her face. Their eyes met, and Lu Xiaozui's heart raced like a startled deer, filled with confusion. A sudden ringing broke the intimate moment, restoring their rationality. Li Yixiang frowned in annoyance. He was soon to return to the reserves, and time was already limited. He wondered who could be so thoughtless. Upon answering his phone, the words of the property manager on the other end darkened his expression. You and Qian should stay indoors for now. I need to return to Mingzhu community, Li Yixiang spoke in a grave tone. Lu Xiaozui sensed that something was amiss. Without needing to inquire, she simply urged him to be cautious. Li Yixiang kissed Lu Xiaozui briefly, cast one last glance at their daughter, donned his clothes, and stepped out. An hour later, upon returning to Mingzhu community, Li Yixiang spotted several police cars parked beneath the building. He hastened upstairs to find a group of individuals gathered at the entrance. The cleaning staff were tidying the corridor, while the property manager and security were reviewing the surveillance footage. The path from the elevator to the door was splattered with red paint, and a skinned rabbit dangled ominously from the door. What is going on? Li Yixiang asked coldly. The property manager, frowning in displeasure, replied, Mr. Li, it appears you have stirred up some trouble outside. This is not my trouble. Where are they? What did the surveillance reveal? Li Yixiang's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he spoke each word deliberately. The property manager shook his head, stating, the intruders were masked. If you wish, you can choose to contact the police. We will cooperate in the investigation. There's no need. I will handle it myself, Li Yixiang replied dismissively. He suspected that this incident was likely tied to Pan Panen, and he doubted the police would uncover any useful information. After the property staff finished cleaning, remnants of the red paint still stained the walls and tiles, necessitating the engagement of professional cleaners for further restoration. As soon as Li Yixiang stepped inside, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a group of 4 or 5 burly men. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Bald, slightly over 5 feet tall, with a stocky build. Despite his formal attire, he ostentatiously displayed his colorful tattoos on his arms and wore a gold chain around his neck. You must be Pan Panen's man, right? We trust you received the gift from Brother Hong? This is merely a warning. Brother Hong means that one should not be too greedy. Leaving a thread for future encounters is wise, the bald man proclaimed arrogantly. Li Yixiang could hardly believe that the ones daring to vandalize his property were a group of insignificant ruffians, whose average level of education seemed not to exceed that of elementary school. Even he, who did not graduate from junior high, understood that before instigating trouble, one must at least grasp the situation thoroughly. What connection did Pan Panen's affairs have to do with him? The ire within Li Yixiang was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress as he squinted his eyes and coldly inquired, Who is your Honggu? We call him Honggu. You must refer to him as Hong Yi. Let me tell you, our Honggu is Du Dahong, the underground overlord of Jin City. Have you understood that clearly? Boasted one of the ruffians behind the bald-headed leader. Chapter 75. The plan to root out the problem, a group of thugs from another city had the audacity to act brazenly before Li Yixiang, which left him both infuriated and amused. As one's business reaches a certain level, it inevitably attracts a swarm of pests, much like decaying flesh. The ruffian named Du Dahong would certainly not be the first, and Li Yixiang felt compelled to issue a warning to these individuals. Mutual benefit is the way forward. Let us prosper together. Greed has never led to a favorable outcome. Collaboration is the key to great wealth. The bald man boasted incessantly. Collaboration? Huh. With my presence. Your collaboration shall never materialize. Do you dare to doubt it? Li Yixiang retorted with a cold smile. The bald man sneered. Perhaps you should reconsider your words and reflect on their meaning. No need for that. If I declare that collaboration is impossible, then it simply is. Do you know where Du Dahong is at this moment? Li Yixiang replied with indifference. The bald man raised an eyebrow, grinning maliciously. Who are you to invoke the name of Brother Hong? It seems you lack the sense to recognize the situation. Come with us. Let your wife come to redeem you. I doubt she can turn the tide. With that, he raised his arm, ready to strike Li Yixiang. However, in the blink of an eye, the bald man was sent sprawling backward, colliding with several others. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his jaw dislocated, his eyes glazed over as he fell unconscious. Suppressing the murderous intent within, Li Yixiang regarded these petty thugs as mere low-level players unworthy of his direct involvement. Stepping outside, his expression remained devoid of emotion as he declared, "Return and inform Du Dahong that in a few days, I shall personally seek him out. Let him prepare for my arrival." Li Yixiang's mere presence exuded an aura that instilled fear. "Attack! Go on," one thug shouted, drawing a spring knife in an attempt to intimidate Li Yixiang. Like lightning, Li Yixiang struck, not only disarming the thug but delivering a swift kick that shattered the thug's leg, contorting it grotesquely as he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. These street thugs were known for their bravado, yet they were quelled by Li Yixiang's brutal ferocity. Fortunately for them, no lives were lost, and they shared a tacit understanding not to involve the authorities, retreating in defeat. They hastily departed, narrowly escaping being cornered by Pan Pan and his associates. Upon returning home, Pan Pan then gazed at the faded red paint on the wall, her anger reaching a boiling point. She opened the door and cautiously called out, "Husband." Silence echoed in the empty house, an unsettling quietness that sent chills down her spine. As she wandered through the rooms, her eyes widened in shock. The belongings that once belonged to Li Yixiang had vanished, and the space where their wedding photo hung in the bedroom was eerily bare, leaving only faint imprints on the wall. Tears welled in Pan Pan's beautiful eyes, her heart aching as though it had been cleaved by a knife. Instinctively, she pressed her delicate red lips together, as if that might alleviate her suffering. "Residents of room 106, one cannot simply discard trash," a cleaner shouted at the bodyguard at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Pan rushed out and discovered discarded wedding photos and various items in the trash bin. She declined the bodyguard's assistance, meticulously gathering the belongings herself without a hint of disdain before returning them all to the house. Gradually, she restored everything to its rightful place, rehanging the wrinkled wedding portrait on the wall, and then wandered through the rooms like a specter. The newlywed abode was her own design, making it particularly familiar to her. Taking a deep breath, Pan felt as though she could sense Li Yixiang's presence, and with outstretched arms, she imagined embracing him. A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, overwhelmed with emotion. She realized she had wept more in recent days than in the entirety of the past 30 years. Summoning her strength, she seated herself on the sofa, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. "Director Zhao, this is Pan An. You must have heard about the situation with Du Dahong. I know you were seeking the position of deputy director. Assist me this time, and I can facilitate connections for you. Du Dahong has been committing crimes for years. If you can dismantle his gang, I believe your capabilities will surely be recognized by the higher-ups." Pan spoke with a serene smile, yet her eyes gleamed with a chilling intent, embodying the essence of a venomous serpent. After hanging up, she frowned, feeling a sharp pain in her head as if pierced by needles. Struggling to maintain her composure, she lay on the bed, but sleep eluded her. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang had returned to the headquarters of the security command, scouring the office computer for information on Du Dahong. A post on the Jinsheng forum caught his attention. Prominently displayed on the homepage, Chairman Du Dahong of the Dahong Group teams up with a mysterious beauty CEO from Linhai City to forge deep cooperation in the transportation and pharmaceutical industries. The author of the post elaborated on Pan Pan's background, suggesting that she and Du Dahong were a match made in heaven, with complementary business interests. It was evident that this was a deliberate public relations maneuver. A newcomer seeking trouble with the president of a local chamber of commerce in Linhai City could only be orchestrated by a powerful mastermind behind the scenes. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yixiang squinted, a cold smirk playing on his lips. After reviewing Du Dahong's information once more, he rose to seek out Tang Wanzhong. What? You plan to take the reserves to this location for training? Are you out of your mind? Or are you up to something? Tang Wanzhong inquired skeptically. Gazing at a vacant area on the map, Li Yixiang chuckled and replied, as far as I know, this year's reserve exercise is quite extensive. With both the military and the executive yuan keeping a close watch, it won't be easy for us to stand out. If we can achieve something noteworthy during this time and showcase the combat effectiveness of our militia, I believe it will certainly be a plus. Elaborate. Tang Wanzhong's eyes brightened as he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, offering one to Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang accepted without hesitation, stating, at the expressway exit leading to Jincheng, there's a group of highway bandits specifically targeting freight vehicles with Linhai City license plates. My intention is to utilize the guise of a drill to eliminate these individuals. At that time, we can arrange for some coverage, at the very least. It would merit a collective second-class merit citation. Tang Wanzhong furrowed his brow and skeptically remarked, the bandits and highwaymen fall under the jurisdiction of local law enforcement. It may not be prudent for us to overstep our bounds. Furthermore, if what you suggest is indeed as audacious as you claim, there might be more to this situation than meets the eye. In the presence of his former commander, Li Yixiang harbored no secrets, candidly revealing the events that had transpired that day. There are many clever individuals in this world. Li Yixiang had never entertained the notion of using others as instruments for his own ends. Sincerity is the most potent weapon. Tang Wanzhong listened intently, during which he made several phone calls to inquire about the circumstances. Li Yixiang patiently awaited the responses, knowing that even if the interlocutors disagreed, he possessed alternative means to deal with Du Dahong. Chapter 76. The ex-wife enters the lion's den alone. I acquiesced. Those who dare to trample upon me must inevitably face repercussions. However, there is no need for the reserves from various departments and enterprises to participate. Tang Wanzhong took 2 vigorous puffs from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt before speaking slowly. Very well, I comprehend. I shall commence preparations immediately. There will be no issues. Li Yixiang replied in a grave tone. It is paramount to have a justified cause. Once the task is accomplished, I shall invite you to dine at my home. Your ancient has mentioned it several times, Tang Wanzhong stated. Tang Wanzhong's choice did not surprise Li Yixiang. It was indeed a mutually beneficial proposition. Yet, Li Yixiang was acutely aware that should any complications arise, he would bear full responsibility. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter. At the very least, it will warrant a collective second-class merit award, Li Yixiang asserted solemnly. In his mind, Du Dahong was already a dead man. No one had ever posed a threat to him, not even the most formidable of adversaries. Du Dahong's singular mistake was provoking him. That very night, the militia reserve training plan and route were submitted to the military headquarters for approval. 20 minutes later, the military sanctioned it and instructed local traffic management to provide assistance. The Traffic Management Bureau of Linhai City did not take it seriously, as similar plans were commonplace during annual local drills. At dawn, under the urgent assembly's whistle, squads of militia clad in military green camouflage gathered at the training ground. Although these militia members wielded inoperable training rifles, they still exuded an air of grim determination. All companies, board the vehicles and depart. Li Yixiang commanded calmly. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Right turn. Attention. Under the direction of their superiors, the militia members, organized by squads, opened the rear panels of the trucks and climbed inside. This exercise mobilized an entire battalion, with 10 military trucks, each filled to capacity. A military jeep flanked the front and rear of the convoy. Another jeep, carrying militia members, was dispatched in advance to monitor traffic at various intersections. Regardless of red or green lights, all civilian vehicles were prohibited from passing, clearing a path for the military vehicles. Seated in the jeep, Li Yixiang utilized the intercom to assess the status of each vehicle before dialing a phone number. Several transport trucks bearing Linhai City license plates gradually set off, entering the highway ahead of schedule. These trucks were rented from Li Yixiang's own funds, with several comrades serving as drivers. To catch thieves red-handed and apprehend the guilty, one must always have a justified cause. Without evidence, one must create it. Furthermore, Li Yixiang did not perceive his actions as entrapment, but rather as a means of punishing the wicked and upholding social justice. Simultaneously, Pan arrived at the designated location, a repair shop not far from the highway entrance, where the seized trucks were parked outside. After disembarking with several bodyguards, Pan Pan found herself surrounded by dozens of thugs. "Manager Du, is this how one treats guests? I have come bearing gifts," Pan Pan stated with remarkable composure, lifting a leather suitcase with one hand. Applause erupted, and the thugs parted to create a pathway. A middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle approached, clad in a striped shirt and polished shoes that gleamed brilliantly. Adorning his fingers were large gold rings. He embraced a slender, alluring woman, equally adorned in gold and silver, who evidently had long been entrenched in the underworld. It is said that Chairman Pan is a remarkable woman, and indeed, she is extraordinary. I am Du Dahong. The slick-back man's eyes sparkled as he raised his arm, preparing to shake hands with Pan Pan. However, Pan Pan gently shook her head, stating, "Chairman Du, let us not wear any false pretenses. I cannot bear them. I am here today to express my sincerity, to negotiate the release of my vehicle and personnel. Business matters can be discussed amicably." Pan Pan, out of respect, referred to him as Chairman Du, but he seemed to believe himself of great importance. "You expect me to release them just like that? What of my dignity? Your husband has left my brother in this state. How shall we settle the score?" Du Dahong suddenly turned hostile, transforming into a ferocious creature, his gaze filled with brutality. Two thugs pushed a bald man forward, whose face was pallid, breathing erratically, and appeared to be on the brink of death. Pan Pan remained expressionless, stating, 1 million. That should suffice for compensation." 1 million? That is my blood brother. Du Dahong clenched his fists, seemingly in great distress. 2 million. Pan Pan resolutely raised the offer, her voice steady. Du Dahong waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Let us speak plainly. I demand the secondary distribution rights for NM Group S Pharmaceuticals. All your company's logistics must be handed over to me. Sign the contract now, and both the person and the vehicle may go." "Chairman Du, are you planning to rob me outright?" Pan Pan's expression darkened, her tone turning icy. Du Dahong sneered. "Pan Pan, you have offended powerful figures, someone once you dealt with. It would be unreasonable for me to refuse this windfall." "Who? Is it the Chen family?" Pan Pan inquired with furrowed brows. Du Dahong scoffed, offering no reply, and tossed a contract at her feet. Pan Pan pulled out her phone, coldly stating, "Du Dahong, did you truly think I came alone? Director Zhao has his special forces lying in wait outside. The moment I dial this number, reinforcements will rush in to apprehend you." Du Dahong exaggeratedly gestured, laughing loudly. "Go ahead and call." "I am trembling in fear." A sense of foreboding enveloped Pan Pan as she pressed the button on her phone. And with every passing moment, her apprehension grew. Du Dahong slowly approached Pan Pan, and though her bodyguard prepared to intervene, the surrounding thugs surged forward. Even the most skilled bodyguard, unarmed, stood no chance against thugs wielding wrenches and crowbars. Within mere breaths, all the bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, some with broken bones while others were left unconscious. The thugs displayed a ruthless demeanor, showing no regard for human life. A seductive woman next to Du Dahong swiftly approached Pan Pan, striking her across the face. Pan Pan evaded, reacting with remarkable speed, raising her knee to strike at the woman's abdomen. Then, she clenched her phone tightly and forcefully smashed it down, striking the back of the head of the enchanting woman. The alluring woman let out a piercing scream, clutching her head, and cried out, "You are all dead men. Attack her, take her down." The surrounding ruffians stirred restlessly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Pan Pan suddenly erupted with a fierce resolve, her voice ringing out. "I am the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, worth billions. Before I entered, I had someone contact assassins. If you dare lay a finger on me, your entire family will perish." The crowd exchanged glances, torn between disbelief and fear. Nevertheless, Pan Pan's proclamation indeed instilled a profound sense of dread in everyone present. Chapter 77. A misunderstood coincidence. Pan Pan's demeanor was utterly unlike that of an ordinary woman. In such circumstances, most women would either weep profusely or plead for mercy. However, Pan's display of ferocity and aggression was on par with Du Dahong, even overshadowing him in presence. Du Dahong's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. He was eager to deal with Pan immediately, yet the instructions from his superior restrained him. He retrieved his phone and made a call, briefly outlining the situation. Once the call concluded, Du Dahong issued a few commands to his subordinates. Several thugs promptly surrounded Pan Pan, not resorting to violence or intimidation but rather seizing her phone. Du Dahong accessed the device, locating the contact labeled husband, and remarked with a smirk, "Ms. Pan, is your husband El Dekhen or that Yixiang?" What do you want? Do? If you have the guts, come at me. Pan Pan retorted, her agitation evident as she struggled to advance. Du Dahong shrugged nonchalantly, responding, of course. I'm inviting your husband to come rescue you. Did you not publicly declare that Mr. Li is your one true love? I am curious to see just how much this man, who you've divorced and humiliated, truly loves you. Pan Pan's emotions were tumultuous. She desired Li Yixiang's assistance, yet dreaded the peril it might bring him. Clearing his throat, Du Dahong pressed the call button. After a brief pause, the line connected, and Li Yixiang's voice came through. In the prolonged silence, Du Dahong could not resist speaking. Your wife is in my custody. My wife? Are you referring to Xiaocui? Li Yixiang inquired, confusion lacing his tone. A wave of sorrow washed over Pan Pan, tears threatening to spill as her shoulders began to tremble. Du Dahong laughed bitterly. So you are Li Yixiang? Do not pretend to be oblivious. This is your ex-wife Pan Pan calling. Can you truly mistake her for someone else? She is in my grasp, and if you wish for her to live, you must come alone. I will provide you with an address. His words were abruptly interrupted. Pan Pan's fate is of no concern to me. You must be Du Dahong, the very one who dared to splatter red paint on my family's door. You are the first to cross that line. Remember to clean your neck and wait. Li Yixiang declared before hanging up. Du Dahong's expression contorted with fury as he bellowed, Get to Linhai and bring that man to me. I will flay him alive. Huh. My husband is an officer, so when you storm the military base, you had better bring ample men. I fear you may not have enough firepower, Pan taunted. Her defiance evident. In truth, upon hearing Li Yixiang's words, her heart twisted with pain, a sharp agony radiating through her limbs. Humph. He is merely a reservist. As if anyone else is not. I am waiting for him to bring his troops. I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado, Du Dahong coldly retorted. The more he gazed upon Pan the more incensed he became, leading him to instruct his girlfriend to deliver several slaps to Pan Pan's face. At the same time, several transport vehicles exited the highway, only to be immediately intercepted by a gang of thugs. These ruffians pounded on the car windows with steel rods, shouting loudly, Get out. Get out. The driver, wearing a sinister smile, shouted into the dashcam, Help. We're being robbed. In an instant, the drivers of the vehicles flung open their doors and fled in a frenzy, crying out about the robbery. Taken by surprise, the thugs instinctively pursued them. This scene caught the attention of other freight drivers, triggering a chain reaction as numerous drivers began to abandon their vehicles, effectively blocking the highway exit. The situation spiraled out of control. At that moment, the transport truck carrying the reserve militia was exiting the highway. As the urgent whistle blew, all the militia members leaped from their vehicles. With the public in peril, the adage rang true, nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, to use them for a moment. The militia was indeed soldiers, and capturing the criminals was their undeniable responsibility, Li Yixiang stated coldly. The thugs, seeing the militia charging towards them like fierce tigers, felt as if their feet were glued to the ground and retreated desperately. One of the fastest thugs, caught off guard, was struck on the forehead by the butt of a rifle and crumpled to the ground. The group of thugs responsible for blocking the vehicles was fewer than 20. Hardly a match for the militia. To ensure a solid case, it was imperative to capture Du Dahong. Who sent you to stop the vehicles? Li Yixiang demanded, gripping the collar of the leading thug tightly. Having never encountered such a formidable force, the thug, who usually fled at the sight of police, was utterly unprepared for being besieged by the military. He divulged everything without hesitation. The militia captain, upon hearing this, became animated and exclaimed to Li Yixiang, How dare they kidnap and extort? They are audacious indeed. Let us rescue the victims. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow. Taken aback by the revelation that Pan had been kidnapped, he had no desire to involve himself in matters concerning his ex-wife. Yet fate had intertwined their paths once more. Suppressing his irritation, he waved his hand and commanded, Let us go. When the militia stormed into the auto repair shop, all the thugs trembled in fear, bewildered by the turn of events. Darling, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Pan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. She attempted to rush forward but was pinned to the ground by two thugs, unable to move. In that moment, Li Yixiang appeared to her as a heroic savior descending from the clouds, stirring an overwhelming surge of emotion within her. Du Dahong, initially taken aback by the sight of so many camouflaged militia members, soon noticed the MB insignia on their uniforms and erupted in laughter. What are you afraid of? Their guns are fake. They are merely a bunch of militia. The retired soldiers Li Yixiang had brought along, many of whom had blood on their hands. Chuckled at his words. The thugs exchanged glances, realizing they were street thugs, not professional mercenaries. Though they were militia, they represented the military, and they were anything but inept. A bunch of useless fools, scatter. I am a renowned entrepreneur from Jin City, and I do not believe that mere militia would dare to lay a hand on me. If Mr. Li possesses any capability, let him face me one-on-one, Du Dahong declared with a sinister grin. As these words escaped his lips, all the militia erupted in laughter. Their gazes towards Du Dahong filled with mockery. Du Dahong appeared quite confident as he charged towards Li Yixiang, swinging his fist with the intention to strike. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow, instructing the surrounding militia to step back. Once Du Dahong approached within reach, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the opponent's chest. Du Dahong felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by his body being propelled into the air like a disconnected kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 78. The puppet master Du Dahong tumbled several times on the ground, his body covered in dirt, clutching his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. His face flushed with rage. After taking a deep breath, he felt dizzy. It was only natural. Don't hold your breath. I've been holding back, Li Yixiang remarked calmly, flexing his wrist. Bring it on. Du Dahong stood defiantly, nearly beside himself with anger. As an underground overlord in Jin City, he could hardly recall the last time he had to fight. He had risen to power through ruthless means. One does not lose face, he thought. If word of today's events spread, his reputation in the underworld would be irreparably tarnished. How intriguing. Li Yixiang chuckled, amused. As few dared to challenge him in such a manner. Du Dahong picked up a machete from the ground, his expression sinister, embodying the aura of a thug capable of intimidating the average person. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang affixed a bayonet to his assault rifle, lowered his body, and assumed the most precise stance for close combat. He transformed into a predatory tiger, exuding a chilling and fearsome aura, leaving everyone with a suffocating sense of dread. Du Dahong's lips quivered, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably as primal instinct urged him to flee. Come on. Li Yixiang spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Du Dahong's chest, preparing to lunge forward. In a sudden act of desperation, Du Dahong discarded the machete and, like a starving wolf facing death, howled before rushing to Pan and S side. This time, he brandished a makeshift firearm, pressing the muzzle against her temple, roaring, "Come on. Aren't you tough? Show yourself. Let us see if I can blow your woman's brains out." It was the first time Pan had a gun pointed at her, and the chilling fear of death rendered her motionless. Panic surged within her, yet she feigned composure, saying, "Darling, don't worry. He wouldn't dare kill me. If anything happens to me, take good care of the child." How foolish. Seeking death. Du Dahong struck her on the head with the gun's butt and barked, "Li, I have allies. You cannot afford to offend me. My target is Pan. Let us keep our paths separate. This woman has betrayed you. The whole internet knows. She deserves to sink in the river. I'm doing you a favor. You should be grateful." Dazed from the blow, blood trickled down Pan and S forehead. But hearing Du Dahong's words ignited her fury, overpowering her fear. "You're the one who is unfaithful. Your entire family is unfaithful. Du Dahong, I swear I will kill you." Li Yixiang disregarded the exchange, signaling to the captain beside him before raising his hand. "The kidnappers have executed the hostage. I now command, prepare to fire." The militia held fake guns, yet their tactical movements were genuine. At the command, they raised their rifles in unison. Faced with dozens of assault rifles aimed at him, no one dared to gamble on whether the weapons were loaded. Not only was Pan taken aback, but Du Dahong was also left in a state of shock. Under the piercing gaze of Li Yixiang, reminiscent of a hawk, Du Dahong felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. With a clatter, he discarded the firearm in his hand, cursing, "You lunatic. You are truly insane. My love, I knew you would come to rescue me. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble," Pan exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she threw herself into Li Yixiang's embrace, gripping his waist tightly. Tears streamed down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. It seemed that only in Li Yixiang's presence could she reveal her vulnerable side. "Why would you think I came to save you? If you know you're a burden, then get away from me. I have more pressing matters to attend to." Li Yixiang pushed Pan aside and approached Du Dahong, seizing his hair and forcibly dragging him into a room at the repair shop, wiping her tears. Pan took a deep breath and reached for her phone to make a call. She was determined to seek vengeance and ensure that everyone paid the price. Starting with Zhao Hongwei. If it weren't for the chief's fervent assurances, she would never have put herself in such peril. Meanwhile, within the room, Li Yixiang, his expression devoid of emotion, retrieved a military dagger, flexing his wrist lightly. "Ah, what do you intend to do, Li? Do you dare to touch me?" Du Dahong exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Li Yixiang wasted no time with words. He grasped one of Du Dahong's hands and forcefully pressed it against a chair, positioning the dagger between his fingers. You can do whatever you want to Pan Pan Nan, but you have no right to provoke me. Who sent you? Do you dare to touch me? Du Dahong retorted defiantly. In a flash, the cold blade severed his pinky finger. The intense pain rendered Du Dahong momentarily dazed. His mouth agape like a gasping catfish, his eyes bloodshot. Only after several seconds did he emit a wretched scream. Ah, I do enjoy a tough opponent. Let us continue. Li Yixiang remarked indifferently, and with a flick of his wrist, another finger was severed, blood splattering. Stop! Stop! I will tell you everything, you madman. Du Dahong cried out in agony. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yixiang inquired, Who? Chen family's eldest daughter. Chen Hongzhuan. Du Dahong slumped to the ground, his face ashen. The moment he uttered her name, he realized his chances were gone. Li Yixiang narrowed his eyes, already suspecting the connection. The assassination attempt he faced in the interrogation room might very well be linked to this young lady. Why provoke me? He asked. Du Dahong shook his head, replying, I don't know. I simply follow the eldest daughter's orders. My goal was to obtain the secondary agency rights for NM Group's pharmaceuticals. The Chen family wields considerable influence in Tiannan province. Why not collaborate directly with NM Group? Li Yixiang pressed. Du Dahong's gaze wavered uncertainly before he finally spoke. Pan Pan and has secured a first-level agency with the NM Group, and the penalty for breach of contract is exceedingly high. On one hand, the Chen family is reluctant to pay the penalty. On the other, they wish for Pan Pan and to take the brunt of any potential fallout. Should any issues arise in the future, it would solely be Pan Pan's predicament, while the Chen family quietly reaps their profits in the background. The young lady mentioned that you are an unpredictable variable. Should you harbor any feelings for Pan Pan, many strategies would be rendered ineffective in light of Professor Han's reputation. I, too, am merely a pawn, hoping to earn a modest sum. We all navigate through this world. I accept my fate this time. Allow me to host a 3-day banquet to express my contrition. Navigate through this world? Who do you think you are? Mingling with the likes of you and still hoping to accept your fate? Dream on. Li Yixiang remarked with a cold smile, stroking his chin. He never anticipated being regarded with such interest, and the rationale was utterly absurd, believing he would serve as Pan Pan's support. Cleverness can often lead to one's own downfall. This Chen family heiress is hardly astute. As for you, clean yourself up and prepare for imprisonment. I shall see if the Chen family dares to step forward. Li Yixiang shook his head and scoffed. Chapter 79. The matter is not yet resolved. Li Yixiang skillfully employed the strategy of using another's knife to kill, as outlined in the 36 stratagems. Despite the Chen family's formidable influence, they found themselves powerless against the military. Should the Chen family dare to make a move, Tang Wanzhong would not hesitate to draw his weapon. Li Yixiang stretched languidly, wiping the blood from his dagger onto Du Dahong's suit before rising to depart. Du Dahong, flustered, scrambled on the ground to collect the severed finger, thoroughly terrified and too intimidated to utter a single complaint, fearing that Li Yixiang might overhear. Outside, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as vehicles from both Jincheng and Lehigh cities rushed to the scene. The situation had escalated considerably after securing evidence. Tang Wanzhong promptly reported to the military headquarters, which in turn notified the relevant departments in Tiannan province. Within an hour, Police Chief Yang Wei found himself the target of severe reprimand. In the midst of a meeting, Su Nanfeng hung up the phone and slammed the table, exclaiming, "Setting up roadblocks, kidnapping, extortion, how audacious! Who truly holds power in Tiannan province? Yang Wei, I expect a thorough investigation. I want to uncover who dares to act as a protector." Yang Wei, upon receiving the order, wasted no time and rushed to the scene with his special forces. Meanwhile, the public security departments of Lehigh and Jincheng caught wind of the developments. Some individuals who were aware of the insidious nature of the affair became restless, contemplating damage control. But it was already too late. The reserve militia had apprehended all criminals and secured evidence such as recording devices without delay. "Who is your commanding officer?" Yang Wei inquired, his expression dark as he descended from his vehicle. "Salute," Li Yixiang responded, standing at attention. "I am Li Yixiang, an advisor from the Reserve Militia Command." "Greetings, Director Yang." "Li Advisor. What a coincidence. Last time it was the Zhao family, and now it's Du Dahong. Why do such individuals always find themselves entangled with you?" Yang Wei remarked, his face devoid of emotion. "It is merely a matter of duty and coincidence," Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly. Pan Nan, growing displeased, interjected, "Director Yang, this smacks of victim blaming. I have publicly accused Zhao Hongwei of being the mastermind and a protector. I possess irrefutable evidence. Will you take action? Pan Pan An was aware that the Qin family was behind the machinations, but chose to implicate only Zhao Hongwei, clearly unwilling to confront the Qin family directly. Li Yixiang smiled slightly and said, Du Dahong has already confessed that a woman named Qin Hongzhuang was behind it. Director Yang can follow this lead for further investigation. Many matters can be resolved internally under a veil, often reduced to mere exchanges of interest. However, once that veil is lifted, even the most reluctant must adhere to fairness in handling the situation. Both Pan Pan An and Yang Wei's expressions shifted simultaneously. Yixiang, you must have misheard. Pan Pan An quickly asserted, tugging at Li Yixiang's sleeve, her tone laced with urgency. Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave with the individual. Rest assured. Director Pan, this matter will be thoroughly investigated, Yang Wei affirmed with a nod. Li Yixiang chuckled lightly, stating, I have no interest in politics. Nor will I concern myself with who Qin Hongzhuang is. I have reported all matters today with utmost honesty. Regarding the handover of the criminals, once Commander Tang arrives, Director Yang may engage him in conversation. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yang Wei's expression darkened slightly. And before he could utter a word, a hearty laughter resonated in the air. Tang Wanzhong approached briskly, flanked by several guards. He nodded at Li Yixiang, then extended his hand to Yang Wei, stating, Director Yang, shall we find a place to converse? Yang Wei inhaled deeply and replied, Let us converse then. Li Yixiang was indifferent to the outcome of the proceedings and was acutely aware that the Qin family would ultimately remain unscathed. His actions were merely intended to provoke. Should the Qin family remain obstinate, he would resort to his own methods to resolve the matter thoroughly. Pan Pan An closely trailed Li Yixiang, tugging at his sleeve from behind. Her voice tinged with urgency. Husband, you should not mention Qin Hongzhuang. She is the head of the Qin family, and we cannot afford to offend her. Pan Pan An, remember, I have my own ways. While you may fear, I do not. Li Yixiang retorted coldly. His piercing gaze sliced through the air, radiating an aura of formidable menace. Pan Pan An shivered internally, yet her expression soon became somewhat dazed, her cheeks flushing slightly. She admired and revered this aspect of Li Yixiang, which bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. In an instant, she transformed into a timid girl, her delicate fingers entwined, as she murmured, I am merely concerned for you. Huh? You are concerned for your business, I presume, Li Yixiang scoffed. Pan Pan An's fervent heart felt as though doused with cold water, leaving her in a bemused state. She understood well the impression she had made on the man before her, and it was unlikely to be altered any time soon. The reserve militia handed over the criminals and then joyfully returned to their base. A shadow loomed over the skies of Tianshan province, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Zhao Hongwei was dismissed and placed under investigation by the supervisory authorities. The criminal organization led by Du Dahong was apprehended in its entirety, and within 3 days, the prosecution was initiated by the procuratorate, proceeding with remarkable swiftness, resulting in 13 individuals receiving death sentences in the first trial. Simultaneously, personnel adjustments occurred within certain departments of Tianshan province, with some individuals opting for early retirement or facing inquiries. Both incidents were linked to Pan Pan An, the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, who had successfully garnered attention, albeit with a rather unsavory reputation, earning her the ominous moniker of Black Widow. Professor Han Ling suddenly unveiled a groundbreaking invention, stirring a sensation within the scientific community. The timing was exceedingly sensitive, and amidst these developments, certain investigations targeting Li Yixiang abruptly ceased. A letter of gratitude from Tianshan province and a collective commendation of second-class merit from the military arrived simultaneously. These events bore no impact on Li Yixiang. However, for reasons of protection, Tang Wanzhong forbade him from leaving the base. This tumultuous episode lasted approximately 1 week until an evening news broadcast from Tianshan Province TV aired a particular report. The then-Governor Su Nanfeng visited a nursing home today to offer his condolences, listening to the heartfelt words of retired officials and paying attention to resolving their practical difficulties. A fleeting image of an elderly man captured on television prompted many to replay it several times. The appearance of Qin Xiantong, the head of the Qin family, alongside Su Nanfeng sent a clear signal. One of the primary purposes of watching the news is not only to observe who is absent but also to note who makes a sudden appearance. When a tree stands tall in the forest, the wind will inevitably bring it down, suggesting it may be time for some restraint. The mayor of Linhai City, Chi Hong, squinted at a report and then affixed his signature to it. Similarly, Pan Pan An, upon seeing the news, gripped her pen tightly, her knuckles turning pale. She dialed Suyu's number once more, but this time there was no answer, and the phone was switched off. A sense of impending storm brewed in the air, sending a chill down Pan Pan's spine. Chapter 80. A blood-soaked warning in Matsuyama City. At Chen Hongzhuang's private villa, the crystal chandelier cast a soft, ethereal glow that danced upon the Zeatonwood coffee table. Chen Hongzhuang's expression was far from pleasant, her gaze intermittently flashing with a fierce intensity. Opposite her sat a man, Zhou Mingqi. He nonchalantly polished his fogged glasses and remarked, "Miss Chen, your plan has faltered." With her left hand, Chen Hongzhuang lifted a teacup, while her right gracefully adjusted the tea lid, gently blowing away the floating leaves before taking a delicate sip. She then stated, "This was my error. I misjudged Li Yixiang's temperament and underestimated the military's protective stance. However, rest assured, Pan Pan will not last long. I shall personally intervene this time. Our collaboration will proceed smoothly." Due to El Dechen's influence, the upper echelons of the group harbor distrust towards the Chen family. So it would be prudent for you to deal with Pan Pan. Allow me to remind you, Miss Chen, not to underestimate Pan Pan. Although this woman is greedy, she is far from foolish and possesses considerable cunning, Zhou Mingqi cautioned. Chen Hongzhuang's fingers, which held the teacup, trembled slightly, sending ripples through the tea. Her face betrayed no emotion as she replied coolly, "What knowledge can a woman from the mountains possess? Were it not for my grandfather's excessive caution, I could crush her as easily as an ant." "And if Li Yixiang intervenes?" Zhou Mingqi prompted. With a chilling tone, Chen Hongzhuang retorted, "Once the reserve exercises conclude, all officers and militia will return to their original units. Without his identity as a major staff officer, he is but a small fry, incapable of stirring up any waves. I shall handle him in my own way." A glimmer of cold light in her eyes sent a shiver down Zhou Mingqi's spine. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Hongzhuang, the small fry she spoke of was presently standing across from the villa, his figure merging with the shadows of the phoenix trees. The night was as dark as ink, and an imperceptible aura of impending danger silently enveloped the surroundings. Buzz, the sound of a vibrating phone broke the silence. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow as he unlocked his device, hearing Lu Xiaozui's gentle voice. "Yixiang, I've made dumplings. When will you be back? I've left the light on for you." Her voice, tender as flowing water, soothed the tempest within Li Yixiang's heart. "I'll be back shortly," he replied slowly. On the other end, Lu Xiaozui seemed to sense his mood, pausing before saying, "Yixiang, don't act impulsively. Think of the children and me." "I understand. Don't worry." Li Yixiang assured her before ending the call, the boiling intent for vengeance within him gradually dissipating. He took a moment to reflect, deciding to temporarily spare Chen Hongzhuang. While the thrill of swift retribution was enticing, it seemed unworthy if it jeopardized the stability of his beloved and daughter. "Yet, I cannot let you off too easily. Otherwise, my mind may remain unsettled." "A warning is in order," Li Yixiang mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As the night deepened, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a cold, silvery light that enveloped the world in tranquility. Chen Hongzhuang lay in bed, enveloped in a hazy slumber, when suddenly a chilling breeze swept through the room, prompting her to instinctively shiver and tug at the quilt. A wave of the metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses, and in the next moment, her eyes flew open. "Ah!" Chen Hongzhuang let out a piercing scream and swiftly turned on the bedside lamp. A bloodied wolf dog's head rested ominously beside her pillow, its tongue lolling and hollow eyes fixated on its owner. A cold dread surged within her, raising goosebumps across her skin, and an unprecedented terror drained the color from her face, causing her stomach to churn violently, as though she might retch at any moment. Outside, her female bodyguard rushed into the bedroom, promptly shielding Chen Hongzhuang. Having witnessed her fair share of harrowing events, she quickly regained her composure, though she glared at her beloved pet, nearly crushed by her own anxiety. After a tense 15 minutes, the villa was ablaze with light. Miss Wei searched high and low, reviewed the surveillance footage, and found no one. "It appears to be the work of a skilled individual," the bodyguard stated gravely. Chen Hongzhuang's expression darkened as she responded slowly, "A skilled individual? It seems they are targeting me." Miss Wei discovered something beneath the wolf's head. One of the guards exclaimed. On an ordinary A4 sheet of paper, inscribed in the wolf dog's blood, were ominous words, "This is a warning for you. Next time, it won't be a dog's head." The blood-soaked message struck her like an invisible slap, stinging her with its audacity. Chen Hongzhuang could not recall the last time she had been provoked, but after the brutal slaying of her beloved canine, her wrath was ignited. "Very well. I shall remember this dat," she retorted, her anger manifesting as an ironic smile. The guards began to clear the bedroom. Seated in her study, Chen Hongzhuang addressed her assistant, saying, "Xiao Dao, I recall that Pan Panin has recently recruited some individuals. Are there any skilled ones among them? We are still investigating. Pan Panin has transferred a sum of money to Southeast Asia, and it's possible she has engaged foreign organizations. Moreover, I believe the true experts are within the military. Do not forget about Li Yixiang, her assistant replied solemnly. Chen Hongzhuang dismissed the notion, stating coolly, no, this is the doing of Pan Panin. It has nothing to do with Li Yixiang, understand? Understood, her assistant replied, bowing respectfully. Chen Hongzhuang needed a scapegoat, regardless of who was truly responsible. It had to be attributed to Pan Panin. Soon, news of Chen Hongzhuang's hospitalization due to shock began to circulate, reaching the ears of those with ulterior motives, including Pan Panin. Upon hearing the news that morning, she spat out the toast she had been about to eat, unable to swallow. Pan Panin was no fool. The more she understood the Chen family, the more her confidence waned. Initially positioned as a victim, the dynamics seemed to have shifted dramatically with Chen Hongzhuang's hospitalization. What is happening? Is this a self-directed act? Pan Panin's head throbbed with anxiety, sensing trouble was imminent. The first wave of trouble arrived at noon when the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was accused of unfair competition and alleged violations of antitrust laws. As the president and legal representative, Pan Panin was compelled to face an investigation. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is in turmoil, with many business owners withdrawing from the association. Once the premier chamber in Linghai City, it has swiftly become a mere shell, akin to a tree fallen with monkey scattering. Pan Panin refused to resign herself to inaction. She engaged lawyers for mediation while seeking assistance from others to negotiate. Alas, the harsh reality seemed to confirm her foreboding, as former partners distanced themselves one by one. I regret to say that my collaboration with you is solely based on Professor Han's regard. I recall that you have divorced Professor Han's son, and our hospital is considering a change of suppliers. Perhaps next time, you could have Professor Han give me a call. When Pan Panin heard these words, a profound sense of helplessness engulfed her. Chapter 81. A visit to the military family compound in Lehigh City. Li Yixiang arrived at Tang Wanzhong's home, carrying several crabs. Accompanied by his daughter Qian and Lu Xiaocui, with an air of nonchalance as he sought a meal. However, the primary purpose of this visit was to inquire about certain matters. Although the last incident had been handled with finesse, it had not escaped the notice of the vigilant. Had it not been for Tang Wanzhong's fortitude in shouldering the pressure, Li Yixiang might have already been taken away by the supervisory authorities. Tang Wanzhong resided in a modest villa, somewhat incongruous with his rank of major general, yet he valued comfort over ostentation. Lu Xiaocui, holding Qian, trailed behind Li Yixiang. Feeling nervous as it was her first time visiting in the capacity of a girlfriend, akin to a startled deer. I think I'll stay outside. You can go in with Qian, Lu Xiaocui stammered. What are you afraid of? Aunt Shin is very amiable. Just treat her like your own aunt. Li Yixiang replied dismissively. Then pressed the doorbell. Tang Wanzhong's wife, Shen Huan, a refined music teacher in her 50s, opened the door, momentarily taken aback. With a slight raise of her eyebrow, she exclaimed, "Ah, you've come. Come in. You rascal, it's been ages since you visited. Even Pan Panin has been more considerate. Aunt, I've divorced Pan Panin. You mustn't speak of her in front of my girlfriend, or I might reconsider entering," Li Yixiang retorted sternly. It was evident that Shen Huan favored Pan Panin, and Li Yixiang was uncertain what enchantment Pan Panin had cast upon her. Regardless, he felt compelled to protect his own partner from unwarranted remarks. Moved by his words, Lu Xiaocui's resolve strengthened, and she grasped Li Yixiang's hand, mustering her courage to introduce herself. "Aunt Shen, hello. I am Lu Xiaocui, Li Yixiang's girlfriend." Shen Huan adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing Lu Xiaocui before nodding approvingly. "Ah, a decent girl who values family. Come in, make yourself at home," she urged. "This rascal used to treat my house like a mess hall, so don't feel constrained." Though Lu Xiaocui was not exceptionally beautiful, her gentle, wholesome demeanor and oval face endeared her to mothers. "Oh, I see our Qian. Come here, let Grandma hold you," Shen Huan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Qian, ever compliant, opened her arms and allowed Shen Huan to embrace her without a fuss. Shen Huan, smiling brightly, said, "Xiaocie, why don't you lend me a hand in the kitchen while Li Yixiang chats with my husband?" Li Yixiang, arriving with just these crabs, who will they feed? She inquired. Though it was unnecessary to remind her, Lu Xiaocui had already taken the initiative to head to the kitchen. Li Yixiang, well acquainted with the surroundings, settled in the living room where he found Tang Wanzhong perusing the newspaper. "On a Saturday, why aren't you at the base keeping an eye on things? What brings you here?" Tang Wanzhong exclaimed, tossing the newspaper onto the table his brow furrowed. Li Yixiang shook his head, responding, "What trouble could a group of reserve militiamen possibly cause?" This morning, there were 2 individuals engaged in a scuffle, and they were promptly taken away by their original unit. Humph, such idleness. The drill has concluded, and you are soon to return to your former unit. What are your thoughts? Tang Wanzhong shifted the topic and inquired. What thoughts could I possibly have? I have my wife and children, all cozy by the warm hearth. Life is quite pleasant at the moment. Li Yixiang yawned and reclined comfortably. Tang Wanzhong poured a cup of tea for Li Yixiang, shaking his head as he remarked, "You've stirred up quite a bit of trouble this time. Upon your return, you may find yourself facing some difficulties. Perhaps you should consider re-enlisting. The military environment is relatively straightforward, devoid of the petty intrigues of civilian life. Return to do what? Be your aide?" Li Yixiang chuckled. Tang Wanzhong sighed and replied, "Upon your return, you will only be able to occupy an administrative position. Do not harbor illusions about commanding a frontline combat unit, especially since your father has acquired nationality in Baikal. Were it not for this reason, given your accomplishments, you would at least hold a regiment-level position by now, and your professional application would have been approved." Hearing his father mentioned, Li Yixiang's expression darkened, and he replied somberly, "Never mind, I prefer a leisurely life. I shall not dwell on those matters. It seems I am simply unfortunate in this life. As long as you are content, life is but a fleeting few decades. Choosing the life you desire is of utmost importance. By the way, your ex-wife Pan Panin has been coming around quite often, managing to charm your aunt Shin to the point of confusion. You should retrieve the item she sent me," Tang Wanzhong said, shaking his head. Li Yixiang glanced towards the corner of the living room, where a mountain of fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor was piled, and frowned, asking, "Has she been asking for your assistance?" Tang Wanzhong shot a sidelong glance at Li Yixiang, snorting coldly, "It's not like you didn't cause this mess. She came to me, pleading for help in reconciling with your aunt Shin. I must ask, what is going on with you? You are divorced. Why remain entangled with her? That Pan Nan must be out of her mind. If she weren't the mother of my daughter, I would have dealt with her long ago." Li Yixiang's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with menace as he replied, "Individuals like us are akin to ferocious beasts in the forest. Family is the last restraint on our reason. Without your daughter, I fear what you might become. Before you take action, think of your daughter. Resolve matters with your ex-wife and cease to disturb me," Tang Wanzhong advised. It was evident that Pan Panin had indeed been a source of trouble for Tang Wanzhong. Yet this woman was meticulous in her dealings, leaving him with no outlet for his frustrations. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you believe Pan Panin genuinely wishes to remarry me?" The desire for remarriage is quite strong, yet her motives may not stem from genuine affection. An unmarried female CEO worth billions, possessing striking beauty, is akin to a beacon in darkness, inevitably attracting reckless moths. Should she remarry you, not only would she face less harassment, but she could also leverage your mother Han Ling's reputation to advance her career, an advantageous situation for her. However, the ultimate decision rests upon your own inclinations, Tang Wanzhong spoke slowly. Li Yixiang nodded slightly and remarked with a cold smile, "I share the same sentiment." Pan Nan, in her self-conceit, often spoke of emotions while her actions were driven solely by self-interest. Alas, I truly cannot fathom why, amidst so many virtuous women, your mother, Han Ling, would choose Pan Nan. A woman so driven by utilitarian motives is certainly not a suitable match. Isn't this akin to pushing you into a fiery abyss? Tang Wanzhong expressed his dissatisfaction. When it came to his mother, Li Yixiang remained silent, yet it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment within his heart. Chapter 82. Differences in Gender Perspectives. Foolish fathers, foolish daughters. This is a phrase that Han Ling often repeats, and it serves as one of her primary justifications for introducing Pan into Li Yixiang as a potential bride, in hopes of improving intellect and lineage. In the past, Li Yixiang wholeheartedly believed this notion, but since Pan Panin's ambitions have become evident, doubts about Han Ling have begun to creep into his mind. As the saying goes, while it is easy to change the landscape, it is difficult to alter one's inherent nature. Han Ling, having been both a guardian and teacher to Pan Panin, surely possesses insight into her character. Bringing such a restless woman into one's home would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Let us not speak of favoritism towards Pan Panin. Could it ever surpass that of one's own child? Recently, a remark from Tang Wanzhong has stirred Li Yixiang's thoughts. If you do not wish to return to the military, then it is best to avoid entanglements within the system. Your father's nationality remains a contentious issue, limiting your development. It would be prudent for you to carve out your own path and establish a career. A man of stature cannot be without power, lest I fear you may never escape Pan Panen's grasp, Tang Wanzhong stated with gravitas. Taking a deep breath, Li Yixiang silently committed this advice to memory. At that moment, Shen Huan entered the living room, beckoning him. Yixiang, come here and help Auntie retrieve something from the study. Their daughter, Qian Qian, had been brought over by Tang Wanzhong, cherished as if she were his own granddaughter. The request for assistance was merely a pretext. Li Yixiang sensed that Shen Huan had something significant to discuss. Upon entering the study, Shen Huan sat down, her expression betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Shen, what is it?" Li Yixiang inquired, a touch of resignation in his voice. Shen Huan lifted her chin slightly and remarked, "Do you know that Pan Panen has always wanted to remarry you? Now that you have a new girlfriend, how can you justify your actions towards her?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Li Yixiang's previously calm demeanor erupted like a volcano. "I call you aunt. So you must clarify your meaning. What do you mean by justifying my actions towards her? It is she who has wronged me, to fulfill her own desires. She paraded around with her lover's child at amusement parks, seeking to play the role of a stepmother. Do I really need to keep such a woman around for the new year?" Li Yixiang's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. Shen Huan was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she had not anticipated such a strong reaction from him. After a brief hesitation, she continued, "Oh, is there truly no possibility for you and Pan Panen? As a woman, I can see that she still harbors feelings for you. She has repeatedly assured me that she has never strayed in body or spirit, and that her actions were merely a fade for certain reasons. It is not easy for a beautiful woman to build her own career. You should try to understand her perspective. After all, you both have a child. Wouldn't it be worth considering for the sake of providing a complete family for her? Aunt Shun, has Pan Panen bewitched you with sweet words or perhaps offered you some benefit that compels you to speak on her behalf?" Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. Shen Huan, exasperated, gave him a light smack, retorting, "Is your aunt that kind of person? We are both women. I merely pity Pan Panen. The last time we met, she cried with such sorrow, kneeling on the ground, pleading for my help to win you back. Aunt Shen, please do not be deceived. This woman is the master of theatrics. The last time, she also knelt before me. But her true aim was still my mother's patent. This woman is solely driven by greed and cannot be trusted." Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and disdainfully remarked. Shen Huan sighed, saying, "Do not blame me for meddling. I simply found Pan Panen rather pitiable. Consider this for your daughter. To sacrifice one's happiness for the sake of children, to be forcibly bound to someone devoid of affection, causes Li Yixiang great pain just to contemplate." Li Yixiang waved his hand, responding, "Do not worry. My girlfriend is capable of being a good mother. Qian has been under her care since childhood, and their bond is far more intimate than that with Pan Panen. Alas, I shall refrain from interfering in your matters. However, I must remind you that a man should not lead a life of complacency. One must strive ceaselessly for personal success. To marry a husband is to ensure one is clothed and fed. You must instill hope in a woman. The situation with Pan Panen serves as a cautionary tale. Lu Xiaocui appears to lead a stable life, and you cannot afford to be lazy any longer," Shen Huan advised. Li Yixiang smiled wryly. "Aunt, it is not that I lack ambition. Rather, I harbor a ticking time bomb in my head, suffering from frequent headaches that drain my energy. The situation has improved somewhat, but it is uncertain when my ailment may strike again. Before marriage, Pan Panen was already aware of my condition. Ultimately, it boils down to differing perspectives. At this moment," Shen Huan recalled the reason for Li Yixiang's discharge, her eyes slightly reddening with guilt as she said, "I am sorry, and forgot. It seems you are indeed mismatched." Li Yixiang, now regaining his composure, replied, "No blame to you. It is difficult for even the just to adjudicate domestic affairs. Yixiang, come out to dine with Aunt Shen." Lu Xiaocui's gentle voice chimed in. At this time, the table was laid with dishes, primarily home-cooked meals prepared by Lu Xiaocui. Embracing Qian, Lu Xiaocui nervously said, "Uncle, Aunt, my cooking may not be very good. I hope for your understanding." "Well, it is quite good. Not bad." Tang Wanzhong gave a thumbs up, praising her. Shen Huan nodded in agreement. "Xiaocui, it is indeed delicious. Relax, we are all family." Lu Xiaocui pressed her lips together, her tense muscles easing somewhat as she instinctively began to feed Qian while also serving Li Yixiang. She skillfully peeled the shrimp, cleaned the shrimp veins, and removed the fish bones, all with a natural grace devoid of any awkward pretense. Shen Huan observed this and could not help but sigh. Even if she favored Pan Panen, she had to admit that if she were a man, she would likely choose Lu Xiaocui as a wife. Tang Wanzhong, somewhat envious, exchanged glances with his wife, Shen Huan, and then gestured toward the shrimp. He wanted to eat the one she had peeled. Shenhuan glared, lowering her voice, and said fiercely. The harmonious atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. After picking up the phone, Shenhuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she listened for a few moments. She then addressed the group, saying, Pan Nan has arrived, waiting at the guardhouse. Instantly, Li Yixiang's countenance darkened, while Lu Xiaozue fidgeted uncomfortably. Tang Wanzhong hesitated for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we should send her back? The proposal found favor among all. Yet when Qian heard Pan Nan's name, she timidly inquired, Mom, is Mom here? The utterance of Mom struck a chord with Shenhuan. With a sigh, she remarked, the child's biological mother has come. We cannot simply keep her outside. Let us allow them to meet. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Li Yixiang stood up and stepped onto the balcony to smoke, unwilling to confront Pan Nan. Chapter 83. The late cry today, Pan radiated with joy. Her heart filled with delight, primarily due to the withdrawal of accusations by the supervisory authorities. The greatest troubles and crises in her life had dissipated. She brought along exquisite cosmetics and fine spirits, making a special visit to express her gratitude to Shenhuan. Word had reached her that the reason for the withdrawal of the charges was the intervention of someone influential in the province on her behalf. At this moment, she could think of no one but Shenhuan. Dressed elegantly in a pure white professional outfit, Pan had styled her lustrous black hair into a fresh look. Her flesh-toned stockings embraced her shapely legs, accentuating their flawless contours. Not only did she showcase her voluptuous figure, but she also exuded an irresistible allure that captivated the attention of all men who crossed her path, some even rendered immobile by her beauty. As the doorbell rang, upon seeing Shenhuan, a radiant smile illuminated Pan's face. She affectionately greeted, Godmother, I have come to see you. Shenhuan, feeling a touch of awkwardness, glanced at the living room and lowered her voice. Yixiang is here with the child, and his girlfriend. Pan's smile instantly faltered. Her eyes betraying disbelief and fury, her luscious red lips pressed tightly together as the flames of anger and jealousy surged within her. To be honest, Godmother, I came to see Qian and Yixiang. I knew they were here, which is why I hurried over. Please don't blame me. Pan quickly regained her composure, her agile mind conjuring up a scheme. Her acting skills were exceptional. Her eyes welled up with tears, creating an appearance of profound grievance. Observing her demeanor, Shenhuan mistakenly believed that Li Yixiang was preventing her from seeing the child, and sympathy welled up within her. She grasped Pan's arm and said, If you miss the child, go and see her. The law does not prohibit visitation rights even after divorce. Pan enforced a smile and, upon entering the living room, spotted Lu Xiaozue, a flash of coldness momentarily crossing her lowered gaze. She greeted Tang Wanzhong and then eagerly crouched down, opening her arms in a gentle voice. Come here. Qian, Mommy has come to see you. Let Mommy hold you. However, Qian displayed evident fear towards Pan, her reluctance palpable in her presence. She could not even utter the word Mommy. Hiding behind Lu Xiaozue, she refused to come forward. Pan felt a pang of humiliation and deep discomfort, simultaneously grappling with an inexplicable jealousy and resentment towards Lu Xiaozue, who seemed to have taken everything she cherished, all while pretending to be the nurturing figure in front of her. Overwhelmed by a surge of spiteful emotion, Pan reached out and grasped Qian's arm, forcefully pulling her into her embrace while exclaiming, I am your real mother. How can you turn your elbow away from me? You came from my womb. Qian's arm was tugged painfully, and she was startled by Pan, opening her mouth to cry. Pan, what are you doing? Lu Xiaozue exclaimed, her heart aching as she forcefully pushed Pan away. Staggered by the shove, Pan's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling as she said, Qian is my daughter. Please return her to me. Qian, I am your mother. Let me hold you, please. I was wrong. Her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking complex emotions in those nearby. Shenhuan had intended to reprimand Pan, but upon witnessing her distress, she felt a pang of sympathy. Tang Wanzhong, feeling restless, regretted staying home, aware of his lack of experience in handling such matters. In that moment, the living room was filled solely with Pan and sobs. An overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her, as if the entire world had forsaken her, rendering her actions meaningless. Suddenly, a handkerchief was presented before Pan. She looked up through tear-filled eyes to see her daughter shyly placing the cloth at the corner of her eye, a warm surge blossoming within her heart. Mom, don't cry. I'm sorry, Qian whispered softly, her words striking Pan and like thunder. Instinctively, Pan pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. planting several kisses on her cheek before wailing, "You are my precious treasure. I cannot live without you. Everything I do is for you." This time, Chanqian was not afraid. Instead, she sweetly wrapped her arms around Pan Pan's neck, nestling into her mother's embrace. It is often said that a mother and daughter's hearts are intertwined. And at that moment, Pan Pan truly understood that sentiment. "Come, sit down and talk," Shenhuan said, her eyes also reddening. Lu Xiaozui stepped aside to the kitchen, discreetly wiping her tears before fetching bowls and chopsticks for Pan Pan. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wanzhong rose and went to the balcony, where he found Li Yixiang smoking. He kicked Li Yixiang's backside, expressing his dissatisfaction. "You still have the leisure to smoke? Look at how your wife and child are disturbing my family. Get inside." Li Yixiang did not flinch or evade, allowing the old camp leader to vent his frustration. He produced a cigarette and offered it to Tang Wanzhong, saying, "Just bear with it. What does ancient mean? You've recognized Pan Pan as your goddaughter? Isn't that a slap in my face?" Tang Wanzhong smiled bitterly. "Your Aunt Shen acted on her own accord. I did not acknowledge it. Your ex-wife has bewildered her to the point of losing her way, treating her with more affection than she does for Tang will. Be cautious. Do not let her exploit you, lest you tarnish your reputation," Li Yixiang remarked coldly. A glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Tang Wanzhong scoffed. "If it weren't for your sake, she wouldn't even be allowed through the gates of the courtyard." With a click, Li Yixiang ignited a lighter, lighting Tang Wanzhong's cigarette as smoke billowed into the air. He replied coldly, "That would be for the best. Do not be deceived by her current tears. Her heart is as hard as stone, and even her own daughter pales in comparison to her selfish interests." Sigh. "Witnessing you like this leaves me at a loss for words. The scene of your wedding remains vividly imprinted in my memory. Can such a bond, forged over years of love, truly be cast aside so easily?" Tang Wanzhong ventured cautiously. Li Yixiang, with an expression devoid of any emotion, coldly replied, "Her choice to live apart for 2 years, all in pursuit of ulterior motives while flirting with other men, signifies that the love is already dissipated. Let her create a ruckus. If it escalates, I shall deal with her once and for all." In that moment, an aura of hostility permeated the air. Chapter 84. The hidden side. The cries gradually subsided as Li Yixiang casually extinguished his cigarette, but in a flower pot before turning to return to the living room. "Oh dear, my Clivia, you little rascal!" Tang Wanzhong exclaimed in exasperation, hastily tending to the flower pot. Meanwhile, Pan Pan was seated at the dining table, embracing her daughter Chanqian, her eyes swollen with tears as she softly chatted with her child. Most of the conversation consisted of her trying to explain herself, regardless of whether Chanqian could comprehend her words. A significant portion of her discourse seemed directed toward others. As Pan Pan's voice rose in volume upon Li Yixiang's entrance into the living room, Li Yixiang placed his arm around Lu Xiaozui's shoulder and sat down in a chair. His expression impassive as he remarked, "Ms. Pan, what an honor to have you here. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Pan Pan's gaze fell upon the hand resting on Lu Xiaozui's shoulder, her eyes sharp as a knife. Taking a deep breath, she forced a strained smile and replied, "I have come to express my gratitude to my godmother. Fortunately, she intervened on my behalf regarding the investigation of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Aunt Shun, as he doubted that she would advocate for Pan Pan. It was known that when Aunt Shun's own nephew broke the law, she was the one to personally ensure his incarceration. Though she appeared delicate, she shared a resolute disposition akin to Tang Wanzhong, her eyes intolerant of any deceit. As Li Yixiang anticipated, Aunt Shun appeared bewildered and hesitantly stated, "Pan, you mentioned this matter during our last phone call. I intended to discuss it with you, but family issues arose, and it slipped my mind. I am not well acquainted with the inspection department, and, truthfully, I could not be of assistance." Pan was taken aback by this revelation, her brows knitting in confusion as she responded, "A friend of mine mentioned that a lady had made an inquiry with the city on my behalf. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? I'll make some inquiries for you. Such matters cannot be treated lightly, lest we offend someone," Inshin replied in a serious tone, then reached for her phone to call her close friend. Her friend worked in the city and was responsible for legal affairs, which underscored that it was not a matter of her inability to assist, but rather her reluctance to do so. This action subtly signaled to Pan that their families were not close enough to disregard boundaries. Li Yixiang's expression grew icy. His brows furrowed deeper as suspicion began to take root. Inshin set down her phone, pausing momentarily before saying, "Pan, the one who spoke on your behalf was Yixiang's mother." Surprise flickered in Pan Pan's eyes. as she had not anticipated that her mother-in-law would once again come to her rescue. In contrast, Li Yixiang abruptly stood, his voice cold as he stated, "Yixiang, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will visit you again another time." With that, he snatched Qianshan from Pan Panan's grasp and strode toward the exit. Pan Panan, caught off guard, hastily rose to follow, her voice anxious as she called out, "Darling. Yixiang, where are you going?" Just as they stepped outside, Tang Wanzhong entered from the balcony, surveying the table laden with dishes and shaking his head in regret. Aunt Shin voiced her concern. "I hope nothing untoward occurs. With children present, nothing untoward can occur. If Pan Panan were not Qianshan's mother, Li Yixiang would have already disposed of her," remarked Tang Wanzhong. "Nonsense." Shen Huan felt uneasy and once again picked up her phone to call Han Ling. At the same time, Li Yixiang had exited the courtyard and opened the door of the military jeep. Pan Panan hurriedly attempted to keep pace, but in her haste, her heel snapped. She twisted her ankle and fell to the ground in pain. "Husband, wait for me," Pan Panan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Xiaozui's heart softened, and she hurriedly descended from the vehicle, intending to assist Pan Panan. However, she was restrained by Li Yixiang. "She has her bodyguards and assistants. What are you doing?" Li Yixiang's expression darkened. Lu Xiaozui, the obedient one, despite her reluctance, was unresistingly ushered into the car. The military jeep sped away, and Pan Panan watched helplessly as its taillights vanished from sight. "Pan Panan, you still have a chance. Your mother-in-law still cares for you. You can still redeem yourself," Pan Panan murmured to herself. A young man emerged from the courtyard, and, upon spotting the beautiful woman kneeling on the ground, his eyes lit up. He quickly extended his hand and asked, "Hello, are you all right?" "Get lost, scoundrel." Pan Panan brushed off the dust and stood up, her stunning face icy as frost. Her eyes, dark as an abyss, were filled with resentment and frustration. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine. An icy dread enveloped him as he watched Pan Panan get into a car and leave. He stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. What a thorny red rose. What a big sister. Meanwhile, Li Yixiang navigated the bustling traffic, the roar of the engine reflecting his inner turmoil. "Yixiang, remain calm. Your aunt must have her reasons for acting this way. Please ask her kindly. Do not let anger consume you." Lu Xiaozui consoled him. Li Yixiang wore a stoic expression, remaining silent, though he slightly reduced his speed. After dropping off his daughter and Lu Xiaozui at home, he made his way directly to the research center's building. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Han Ling, he noticed the armed guards at the entrance and, frowning, took a detour around the corner. He gazed up at the 5-meter-high wall, took a running leap, and forcefully propelled himself upward, grasping the edge of the wall with both hands. Relying solely on his grip strength, he climbed over the wall and landed in the research center's courtyard. With his skills of infiltration and stealth ingrained in his very being, Li Yixiang evaded surveillance and followed a researcher into the center, traversing the security passage to reach the 3rd floor. As he passed a break room, a familiar laugh caught his attention. Bai Xiaohe, holding a cup of coffee, was animatedly chatting with a young man, their proximity almost intimate. "Junior, today's experiment must succeed. Otherwise, the teacher will be displeased," Bai Xiaohe said with a smile. "Sister, rest assured, with you by my side, I will surely succeed. Hold still. You have a hair on your shoulder, let me get it for you." The young man showed no restraint, personally plucking a strand of hair from Bai Xiao's shoulder. With a light laugh, Bai Xiao playfully swatted his hand away, saying, "Don't touch me, how annoying." Despite her words of disdain, her body betrayed her true feelings. Li Yixiang let out a cold smile. Indeed, one can know a person's appearance but not their heart. If it weren't for his accidental encounter today, he might never have glimpsed this other side of Bai Xiao. She was not merely Bai Xiao. She was, in truth, a black-hearted white lotus. Chapter 85. The scholarly Deji Li Yixiang had previously sensed a similar aura in Bai Xiaohua as he did with Pan Panan, which had raised his vigilance. Even when Bai Xiaohua boldly expressed her affection and offered her embrace, he was unwilling to accept, primarily because he wished to avoid encountering a second Pan Panan. Now that his premonition had materialized into reality, Li Yixiang felt not only a sense of relief but also an indescribable anger. How presumptuous these women were. Believing him to be a fool easily deceived. Had his leniency towards Pan Panan fostered such unrealistic fantasies in them? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, his dark eyes deepening with an unsettling intensity. Bai Xiaohua seemed to sense something amiss, instinctively turning her head, upon meeting Li Yixiang's eyes. Her pupils contracted and she spilled the scalding coffee in her hands. The young man, caught off guard, gasped in pain and hastily stepped back, inquiring, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Bai Xiaohua, disregarding the young man, replied dismissively, "Guwen, I'm sorry, please go about your business." She quickly set down her coffee cup, forcing a smile to mask her discomfort, and approached Li Yixiang with renewed innocence, asking, "Senior brother, when did you arrive? Have you been here long? A new boyfriend?" Li Yixiang responded with a meaningful tone, "It seems you've made a new acquaintance." His demeanor appeared calm. Yet Bai Xiaohua keenly felt the cold distance he projected. Pressing her lips together, a bitter pang rose within her as she mustered her composure to clarify, "Senior brother, you misunderstand. We are not in a romantic relationship. He is merely an intern named Guwen." Her hurried denial left Guwen feeling unsettled. A prodigy who had secured a position in a premier laboratory straight out of graduation, he possessed his own pride and dignity, like a male animal vying for a mate. He straightened his attire and approached Li Yixiang, stating, "Hello, I'm Guwen. May I ask who you are?" Before Guwen could finish, Li Yixiang raised his hand, brusquely interrupting him, "Apologies, but I have no interest in who you are. Xiaohua, please assist me in contacting Professor Han. I need to see her." "All right, just a moment. I'll call her right away," Bai Xiaohua replied without hesitation, inserting her identification card into the wall-mounted phone and using the internal line to reach Han Ling. Guwen, seething with jealousy, unabashedly inquired, "What is your relationship with senior sister? Why do you call her Xiaohua?" "That's none of your concern, young man. Focus on your research. Some women are beyond your grasp," Li Yixiang replied coolly. In his mind, he had already categorized Bai Xiaohua among the likes of the scholarly Deji. Now, she bore no distinction from Pan Pannan, both seeking to leverage Han Ling to achieve their own aspirations. Guwen, a quintessential research-oriented male with little romantic experience, found himself ensnared by the enigmatic depths of Bai Xiaohua. Thus, the true essence of Li Yixiang's words eluded her, leading her to perceive them as mockery. "Sister Bai, your simplicity and kindness necessitate a more cautious approach in your speech. Otherwise, I shall not be so lenient," Guwen stated with a grave tone. Li Yixiang retorted, "I am at a loss as to how you gained access to the laboratory. Your intellect appears as dull as that of a swine." At that moment, several armed guards hastily approached. The captain, brandishing a pistol, shouted, "Raise your hands. You are suspected of unlawfully entering a restricted area. Do not resist futilely." Instinctively, Guwen raised his hands high, exclaiming, "I am a researcher here. I did not trespass." Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow, not at all surprised, for the omnipresent facial recognition surveillance would swiftly identify the intruder. As the guards approached Li Yixiang, Guwen remarked with malicious glee, "So you are a wall climber. I suppose you sought to find a backdoor to Professor Han. Hurry and apprehend him." Just then, Bai Xiaohua, having heard the commotion, hastily ended her phone call and rushed over. "Sister, heed my words. Do not be deceived by this individual. He may very well be an enemy agent." "We ought to maintain our distance to avoid trouble," Guwen interjected loudly. Bai Xiaohua, nearly in tears from the sheer foolishness of the man before her, forcefully pushed him aside, declaring, "Step aside. You have no place in this conversation. Do you even know who he is?" Just as they spoke, Han Ling pushed open the laboratory door, frowning as she inquired, "What is all this noise?" The guard stood at attention, replying, "Professor Han, we have identified an intruder. Please maintain your distance for safety." "Maintain distance? This is my son. I was preoccupied and instructed him to wait here." Han Ling waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident. The guards hesitated momentarily before holstering their weapons, lowering their voices to Li Yixiang. "Next time you enter, please ensure you complete the registration process to avoid unnecessary complications." As the guards departed, Guwen stood in stunned silence, his face a deep shade of purple, stammering, I apologize, Professor Han. I had no idea he was your son." Li Yixiang scrutinized Guwen for a moment before poking him lightly in the chest, saying, "Do you now recognize our disparity? You still resist the notion that you are as dull as a pig. Enough. Come to my office. Guwen, you are to continue with the third group experiment." This time employing the seventh protocol, Han Ling commanded. Her tone was unyielding, imbued with authority, leaving no room for disobedience. Even as Guwen bore the humiliation inflicted by Li Yixiang, following Han Ling into the office, Li Yixiang was about to enter when Han Ling called out to Bai Xiaohua, "You will join Guwen in the experiment. Strive to publish another paper in a core journal. With that, your associate professorship should be within reach, and I shall provide you with a recommendation," Han Ling stated slowly. Bai Xiaohua instinctively parted her lips, yet hesitated to speak, her gaze towards Li Yixiang brimming with sorrow and entreaty. Li Yixiang, however, completely disregarded by Xia. He discerned the underlying dissatisfaction that Han Ling harbored towards this assistant. The so-called thesis and professional title were likely mere severance pay. With a resounding thud, the office door closed. Han Ling seated herself and began to change her shoes, fully aware of Li Yixiang's purpose for visiting, yet showing no inclination to clarify matters with her son. Why? Li Yixiang inquired slowly. Han Ling replied coolly, we shall discuss Pan Pan's situation later. As for Bai Xiaoha, I have no intention of retaining her. You haven't entangled yourself with her, have you? Chapter 86, The Origins of the Ex-Wife. Upon hearing Han Ling's words, Li Yixiang was both infuriated and amused. He raised his chin and remarked, I cannot fathom whether he is truly your son. How could anyone be so treacherous? That Bai Xiaoha has been by your side for years, yet you fail to discern her intentions? She presents one face to me while secretly courting other men. Such a cunning siren could only be managed by someone of your caliber. Pan Pan had set a poor precedent. Some individuals could not contain their restless thoughts. If there is nothing between you two, I can arrange for her transfer, Han Ling said nonchalantly. Li Yixiang inhaled deeply and retorted, do not meddle in my private affairs. I find Sister Cui quite satisfactory. Have you spoken to her? She is unwilling to marry me. As for your matters, I have no desire to involve myself. Drive me to a destination, Han Ling replied, her brow furrowed. I will take you, but you must clarify why you are aiding Pan Pan. Li Yixiang stated in a grave tone. Han Ling, still frowning, insisted, first, take me to a place, and I shall provide an explanation then. Noticing his mother's resolute demeanor, curiosity stirred within Li Yixiang. Since it was merely a trivial matter, he followed Han Ling out of the research center. Due to Li Yixiang's intrusion, the security level at the research center had heightened, and they were stopped by guards upon exiting. Apologies, Professor Han, but according to regulations, you must be accompanied by security personnel during your travels. I will arrange this for you. Please wait. A guard stated solemnly. Han Ling patted Li Yixiang's shoulder and responded, if my son cannot protect me, then there is no safe place in this world. I will speak to the director on this matter. You need not bear any responsibility. Rules are tailored for ordinary individuals, and as a leading figure in scientific research, Han Ling enjoyed privileges beyond the imagination of most. Naturally, this was contingent upon her alignment with national interests. Upon hearing her words, the guard refrained from obstructing Han Ling's departure, personally opening the door and escorting them to the vehicle. Where are we headed? Li Yixiang inquired, his brow knitted. He had been driving for over 2 hours on the highway, far from Linhai City. Exit the highway at the next junction, make a right turn, and proceed for 3.5 kilometers to Beishan Sanatorium, Han Ling replied coolly. While Beishan Sanatorium was not particularly renowned, Li Yixiang had heard of it as a facility dedicated to the rehabilitation of specific groups. With a hint of confusion, he queried, is a senior relative unwell? Or are you introducing me to someone? Pan Pan's mother, Han Ling said slowly, as if unaware of the gravity of her revelation. Li Yixiang's grip on the steering wheel trembled slightly, causing the vehicle to veer off the main road, nearly colliding with an adjacent truck. This just is far from amusing. Pan Pan's mother abandoned her when she was 3. How could she possibly reside at Beishan Sanatorium? Li Yixiang exclaimed in disbelief. Han Ling cast a sidelong glance and remarked, do you really believe that Pan Nan's looks and intellect could have been cultivated by someone from the mountains? I place greater faith in innate genetics than in acquired nurture. Of course, you are an exception. You take after your foolish father. Li Yixiang's expression darkened instantly. Yet the multitude of implications in Han Ling's words left him in deep contemplation. Why did Pan Nan's mother leave? There are only 2 possibilities. 1. She could no longer endure the hardships of life. 2. She was abducted. The former seems unlikely. After all these years of silence towards her biological daughter, it defies human nature and logic. If she was indeed abducted, then everything falls into place. Li Yixiang spoke in a low voice. Han Ling remained silent, lighting a cigarette, her gaze becoming profound amidst the swirling smoke. Half an hour later, a military jeep turned into the Beishan Sanatorium. Han Ling explained, the Beishan Sanatorium is not open to the public. Every visit requires prior reservation. You must behave yourself here. There are many elderly individuals. Did you arrange this? Or was it her family? Li Yixiang inquired curiously. I suppose it could be considered my arrangement. I will cover all expenses. Her family has already disowned her. It would be disgraceful if it were to get out, Han Ling replied with a note of derision. The prejudices within the human heart are a towering mountain. Li Yixiang fell silent, fully capable of imagining why his former mother-in-law's family would make such a cruel decision. The Beishan Sanatorium had designated personnel to attend to them. leading them to a private room. Inside, there was a bed upon which sat a woman clad in a striped patient gown, her age seemingly akin to Han Ling's. Though her visage bore signs of aging, one could still discern a resemblance to Pan Nan in her features. Through the thick single-pane glass, Li Yixiang beheld Pan Nan's mother for the first time, and an involuntary wave of emotion washed over him. When he married Pan Nan, none of her family attended, save for her classmates and friends, leading some to mistakenly believe she was an orphan. "Good girl, time to sleep," the former mother-in-law cooed, cradling a pillow, her face radiating a gentle smile. Her demeanor was exceptionally graceful. The etiquette instilled in her since childhood had become instinctual, undiminished by her mental state. "Mother, you cannot possibly be telling me that your reason for caring for Pan Nan is because of her mother?" Li Yixiang said in a low voice. Han Ling responded slowly. "Originally, I intended to keep this a secret for a lifetime, but it no longer matters. You can discover it for yourself. I was college roommates and best friends with Pan Nan's mother. Back then, my family was impoverished, and I nearly dropped out to marry during my sophomore year. In my most desperate moment, Pan Nan's mother came to my aid, enabling me to graduate from university and even helping me secure a government-funded study abroad opportunity, which utterly transformed my fate. Pan Nan's mother was in a relationship with Li Haiyong during college." "Stop. My mind is a bit muddled. Is Li Haiyong my father?" Li Yixiang interjected hastily. "He is your foolish, spineless father." Han Ling's gaze turned icy, filled with disdain. Li Yixiang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Then, does that mean you have stolen someone else's partner?" "Be quiet. Let me finish." Han Ling's mood was evidently poor, and her tone was exceedingly stern. Li Yixiang immediately shut his mouth, waiting for Han Ling to continue her narrative. During his university years, Li Haiyong was a prominent figure, yet after graduation, the criteria shifted away from who played basketball well or who was handsome. What truly mattered were family background, connections, resources, and wealth. Pan Nan's mother hailed from an illustrious family, allowing her the freedom to pursue romantic relationships during her college years. However, upon graduation, if one lacked the necessary capabilities, they were obliged to heed the family's arrangements for marriages of convenience. Chapter 87. A twisted tale. Pan Nan's mother was compelled to part ways with Li Haiyong and marry another man. Before her wedding, she entrusted me with the task of keeping an eye on Li Haiyong to ensure he did not act foolishly. When I went to the bar to fetch him, I fell victim to a scheme, awakening to find myself lying beside him. Meanwhile, my family was pressuring me to marry, leaving me with no choice but to obtain a marriage certificate with Li Haiyong. Our union lacked any emotional foundation, leading to a swift divorce. Pan Nan's mother found no happiness in her marriage. By chance, she reconnected with Li Haiyong, and they planned to elope to Baikal. However, she failed to appear as promised, prompting Li Haiyong to assume she had changed her mind. 3 years later, upon your birth, he chose to leave the country alone. In truth, on her way to the airport, Pan Nan's mother was rendered unconscious by a taxi driver and sold to traffickers, ultimately purchased by Pan Nan's father. She seized an opportunity to escape the mountains but became unhinged, which led me to take on the responsibility of caring for her. Han Ling spoke slowly, her eyes betraying a rare sense of reflection. This was the first time Li Yixiang was hearing such events. Though brief, the narrative was undeniably convoluted. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "So, out of gratitude, you chose to ensnare your own son? Is your heart made of stone? What nonsense is this? While I may lack feelings for your father, I can still distinguish right from wrong. Pan Nan, in terms of intellect, emotional quotient, appearance, and character, was exceptional at that time. I introduced her to you, oblivious to the whispers behind my back. Of course, there were some selfish motives on my part. I wished for Pan Nan to lead a simple and happy life, never anticipating that human nature could change so drastically. Now that Pan Nan has entered the business world, she will soon become the center of attention, and with that attention, danger will follow," Han Ling continued. Li Yixiang's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. "So what? Do you plan to protect her for a lifetime? I am divorced from her. We share no ties. Her mother did me a favor. Without her, I would not be who I am today, nor would you. I hope you can help me repay this kindness. Moreover, you and Pan Nan have a child. Surely you do not wish for your offspring to grow up without their biological mother?" Han Ling grasped her son's hand, her voice trembling with a hint of desperation. Li Yixiang inhaled deeply and replied earnestly, "Mother, you have aided Pan Nan in transcending the mountains, supporting her from high school through university and into graduate studies, securing her a respectable job. The assistance her mother rendered to you was merely a trifling act. You have long since repaid that debt. Pan Nan is a woman of great ambition, When she had nothing, she dared to gamble her life and fortune. As her stakes grow, so too will her propensity for risk. What will we do when she provokes those whom we cannot afford to offend? Shall we descend into the abyss alongside her? One must repay kindness. I hope that when the time is critical, you will lend her a hand, preventing her from falling into an irretrievable situation. After all, I bear some responsibility for Pan Nin's mother's current state. If it is at the cost of your own safety, you may choose to stand idly by. I would not blame you. I hope Pan's mother can also comprehend my predicament, Han Ling said slowly. Li Yixiang remained silent, increasingly perturbed by the thought of future entanglements with his ex-wife. The most arduous debts to repay in this world are those of human emotion. Li Yixiang had actually prepared himself, waiting for the opportunity to orchestrate an accident to eliminate all troubles once and for all. However, it was evident that the plan could not be executed at present. Should anything unfortunate befall Pan, Han Ling's keen intellect would swiftly deduce the truth. What is her name? Li Yixiang inquired. Her surname is Li, and her name is Li Bailu. It is a beautiful name, is it not? She was the goddess in the hearts of many back in the day. Han Ling sighed, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Li Yixiang pondered for a moment. Unable to recall any prominent families in the country with the surname Li, perhaps his social standing was insufficient to grasp the intricacies of the upper echelon. Ling, you have arrived. Come and see my daughter. Isn't she lovely? His former mother-in-law exclaimed, showcasing the pillow cradled in her arms to Han Ling. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. The child has grown, resembling you in such a splendid manner. Han Ling responded with a smile. The two conversed, their laughter occasionally filling the air with joy. Han Ling's face radiated a tender smile, a side of her that Li Yixiang had never witnessed before, her warmth and happiness. His heart softened a little. It appeared that the bond between his mother, Han Ling, and his former mother-in-law was indeed strong. Han Ling waved at Li Yixiang, who then entered the room. Oh my! You bear a striking resemblance to my boyfriend. Ling, who is he to you? His former mother-in-law remarked in surprise. Han Ling laughed and pulled Li Yixiang closer, stating, This is my son. Isn't he handsome? Indeed, he exudes vigor. A boy should be just so. When my daughter grows up, shall we arrange for her to marry you? His former mother-in-law said with a beaming smile. Li Yixiang inwardly scoffed, contemplating that marrying him to Pan would be akin to delivering his own demise. Han Ling playfully pinched Li Yixiang and coaxed, Bailu, look at my son. He is so delighted he can hardly speak. This time I brought him to introduce you. I will be too busy with work in the future, but I will ensure he visits you. Should you require anything, just let him know. Yes, I understand. I would like some freshly ground coffee. His former mother-in-law replied with a nod, her face radiant with joy. Han Ling gently informed her that they had run out of coffee, suggesting she lie down and rest. After a while, his former mother-in-law embraced her pillow and fell asleep. Han Ling carefully tucked her in before leading Li Yixiang out. Mother, did you just say for me to take care of her? Li Yixiang asked, furrowing his brow as he drove. Han Ling nodded, saying, The research has reached a critical juncture, and I cannot afford to be distracted. My greatest concern now is for her well-being, although I am Bailu's guardian. As Pan's reputation grows, her family will inevitably take notice. At present, she is safe within the confines of the Beishan Sanatorium, but should she be taken away, the situation could become precarious. I have provided your contact number to the sanatorium. Please ensure your phone remains operational at all times. Aside from myself, you must prevent anyone from taking Bailu away. Once the research concludes, I will address the matter. This is a minor issue. What has Pan conveyed? Should we disclose this matter to her? Li Yixiang spoke in a low tone. Han Ling cast a sidelong glance at Li Yixiang and replied, Do you believe we should inform her? At this moment, I perceive her as the greatest threat. If she were to learn of this and recklessly exploit Bailu's identity, the ensuing troubles could be far more significant. Li Yixiang inquired curiously, what sort of individuals are Pan's maternal grandfather's family? Do not ask. There will be no opportunity for interaction regardless, Han Ling replied, clearly agitated, her brow furrowed. Chapter 88. Bai Xiao's attempt to explain Li Yixiang had just escorted his mother, Han Ling, back to the research center and was about to head home when Bai Xiao rushed out after him. Senior brother. Her complexion appeared slightly pale, and exhaustion was evident in her demeanor. Ignoring the public around them, she grasped Li Yixiang's sleeve. Li Yixiang frowned, shaking off her arm as he inquired, What is it? Senior brother, could you spare me a moment? I wish to explain, Bai Xiao implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering her a pitiful sight. Had the Li Yixiang of 6 months prior witnessed this, he might have felt a pang of sympathy. However, after a series of manipulations by Pan Pan and he had developed an unwavering resistance, his heart now as hard as iron. Raising an eyebrow in faint confusion, he replied, "Explain what? There should be no misunderstandings between us, right?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's charming face grew even paler. Crystalline tears clung to her curled lashes as she choked out, "I can explain my situation with Guwen. He possesses a key project, and I was trying to win his favor to secure my name on the paper and expedite my title attainment." Why are you telling me this? These are your personal matters. I have no obligation to involve myself. Li Yixiang retorted impatiently, his tone growing stern. "I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Bai Xiao clung to his sleeve, pleading, "Yixiang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sought shortcuts. But I have my reasons. I want to be worthy of you and earn the teacher's attention. I am willing to forsake everything for your forgiveness. Please. I can be your girlfriend, and I could also be Qianqian's mother. Just give me a chance, please. I beg you." As her words became increasingly absurd, Li Yixiang felt his blood pressure rising. The more he looked at Bai Xiaohe, the more she resembled Pan Pannan. With a stoic expression, he lifted her effortlessly, stating, "Do you think me a fool, easily deceived? My education may be modest, but I am not Navi. Instead of learning wisely, you choose to imitate Pan Pannan. It is your own shortcomings, yet you shift the blame onto others. Women like you repulse me. Remember this, do not seek me out again, or I shall not be courteous." Once released, Bai Xiaohe sank to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to utter a word. "Hey, what are you doing?" The young man named Gu Wen, who had been lurking nearby, mustered the courage to intervene, embodying the spirit of an ardent admirer. As the saying goes, no good counsel can dissuade a doomed fool. Since he was willing to plunge into the pit, Li Yixiang saw no reason to stop him and turned to leave. However, Gu Wen persisted, raising his voice, "Senior sister, do not be afraid. Did she threaten you? You, Li, do not think that just because you are Professor Han's son, you can bully others at will. If you wish to impose on senior sister Bai, you shall have to step over my dead body. Do not leave. Apologize to her." With that, he placed a hand on Li Yixiang's shoulder, attempting to prevent his departure. Li Yixiang, instead of expressing anger, simply smiled and turned, delivering a swift kick to Gu Wen's calf. The front of his black combat boots was reinforced with steel. Even without exerting much force, the impact felt akin to being struck by an iron rod. Gu Wen let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg, exclaiming, "He's attacking me." Li Yixiang towered over him, stating, "If you weren't my mother's student, I would have taken your life right now. Remember, we are not kindred spirits. Do not provoke me." Bai Xiaohe stared in disbelief as Li Yixiang departed. Once Gu Wen managed to rise, she abruptly shoved him down again, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried, "It's all your fault. Why did you come out? I was worried about you." Gu Wen was toppled once more, yet he refrained from blaming Bai Xiaohe, cautiously responding. Bai Xiaohe's face shifted from pale to crimson, after taking several deep breaths. She stated expressionlessly, "For this paper, I must be the first author. Is that agreeable? What I just did was all for you. You dare offend the son of Professor Han? Are you planning to abandon the path of research? Whatever you desire, I can provide. Do not ignore me." Gu Wen stammered, appearing quite adept at self-pity, with his eyes reddening slightly. Bai Xiaohe tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured. As long as you perform well." Li Yixiang retrieved his keys and opened the door, immediately assaulted by the stench of smoke, causing his brow to furrow with displeasure. In the living room, his aunt Cheng Fengying's brother, Han Zhuangfei, lounged on the sofa, while Lu Xiaocui stood beside him, holding a fruit platter. And Qianqian positioned herself at the bedroom door. "Haha, my nephew has returned," Han Zhuangfei exclaimed, reclining with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Yixiang, you've lost weight. You look like you've been struggling, without a woman at home to care for you. It's no surprise." Cheng Fengying interjected. With a loud crash, Li Yixiang seized a chair and slammed it down onto the floor, coldly retorting, "Who permitted you to come unannounced? Have you forgotten what my mother said? Avoid unnecessary interactions." "Han Zhuangfei, Qianqian is still young. As her uncle, how could you be so oblivious as to smoke in my house?" Han Zhuangfei's face flushed crimson as he slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet. "I am your uncle. How dare you speak to me like that? If you weren't my uncle, I would make you clean up your ash right now. Stand up and tidy this place." Li Yixiang replied icily, his eyes flashing with a fierce glare. Han Zhuangfei shivered, suddenly realizing that this nephew was no ordinary individual. He was capable of ruthless acts without hesitation. Cheng Fengying, ever the peacemaker, discreetly nudged Han Zhuangfei and stood up with a smile, saying, Yixiang, do not be angry. It is my fault. I will handle it. It's high time you quit smoking, but he just cannot remember. Please, sit down. I will take care of it. She opened the window to let fresh air circulate into the room. Li Yixiang paid no attention to the two. Directing his words to Lu Xiaocui, take the child back to the bedroom and ensure no outsiders are allowed in from now on. Upon encountering Li Yixiang, Lu Xiaocui felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. After responding affirmatively, she cradled Qianqian and retreated into the bedroom, firmly closing the door behind her. How can you be so petty? We are relatives. Han Zhuangfei exclaimed with dissatisfaction. Li Yixiang, with a sardonic smile, gestured towards the cigarettes on the table and remarked, in the past, you were reluctant to spend 10 yuan on cigarettes, yet now you indulge in a 100 yuan Huabia brand. Who funded this extravagance? The PLD bag your aunt wears is worth no less than 100,000 yuan. Who is responsible for that purchase? What exactly are your intentions behind accepting gifts from Pan Panan? Do you truly regard me as family? Chapter 89. I am unyielding. Han Zhuangfei is a person who values his reputation. Upon being pointed out by Li Yixiang, his face flushed an even deeper shade of red. He wished to assert the authority of an elder to reprimand Li Yixiang, yet he lacked the conviction to do so. Han Ling is not one to indulge her relatives blindly. She upholds principles in her support for family. The future development of the Han family's endeavors relies heavily on her. Although Pan Panan has provided various benefits, they pale in comparison to the influence and power wielded by Han Ling. Even in a state of abundance, one can discern the difference between true and trivial matters. Aunt Qing Fengying is a person of considerable charm, who clapped her thigh and declared, Yixiang, I admit that your aunt has received some favors from Pan Panan, but I assure you, your uncle and I stand firmly by your side. Those gifts were not given freely. She simply asked us to keep an eye on Qianqian. You are not yet married. And caring for a child alone is no easy task. Qing Fengying, with her eloquence, could breathe life into the dead, yet Li Yixiang had never trusted her words. He did not believe that someone as shrewd as Qing Fengying could possess such altruistic intentions. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow and replied, I merely offer a friendly warning. Pan Panan's favors are not easily obtained. Should any issues arise in the future, do not come seeking my assistance. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Qing Fengying, undeterred by his dismissal, continued with unwavering enthusiasm, I genuinely have matters to discuss. Your mother previously mentioned that we should introduce you to someone. I happen to know a lovely young lady, age-appropriate, gentle in character, and unmarried. Most importantly, she has a stable job, an associate professor at a music university, truly a talented woman. This way, Qianqian won't need extra tutoring or private lessons. Isn't this a win-win situation? I'm not interested. I already have a girlfriend. Moreover, I do not believe my mother would engage in such trivial matchmaking. Li Yixiang replied coldly. Han Zhuangfei pulled out his phone, his displeasure evident. What is this attitude? We are only being considerate. Just listen. He played the recording, which indeed featured his mother, Han Ling's voice. This Su Ruoyun is quite commendable. I have heard her name, and she is of suitable age. You may act as intermediaries, but let Yixiang decide for himself. Li Yixiang had no grounds to doubt the authenticity of the recording, as such matters were easily verifiable. After listening, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, My mother is meddling unnecessarily. I am not interested. Now, please leave. Wait. Lu Xiaocui suddenly emerged from the bedroom, her demeanor earnest. Yixiang, your uncle and aunt mean well. Regardless of the outcome, I believe you should at least meet her. Exactly. Let us set a time for the two of you to meet. Qing Fengying chimed in eagerly. Li Yixiang gave Lu Xiaocui a deep look before turning away. Let us postpone this for a while. My duties in the reserves are not yet complete, and I must return to the base tomorrow. Very well. We shall discuss it another day. It's a promise, until we meet again. Qing Fengying said with a smile, then pulled Han Zhuangfei away. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the room fell silent again. After closing the windows, the warm air from the air conditioning gradually raised the temperature to 23 degrees. Lu Xiaocui timidly glanced at Li Yixiang and softly asked, Qianqian has fallen asleep. Do you want to take a shower? I can prepare the water for you. Come here. Li Yixiang's expression darkened as he patted his thigh. Lu Xiaocui's face instantly flushed crimson, yet she dared not resist and obediently sat beside him. Her fine figure filled the nightgown snugly, accentuating her alluring curves, with her neck long and graceful like a swan's, pale as jade, rendering her particularly enchanting. Li Yixiang pretended to raise his arm. Before his hand could descend, Lu Xiaocui was frightened enough to close her eyes. Her eyelids quickly reddened, her muscles stiffened, and she fought back tears. Do you understand where you went wrong? Li Yixiang said gravely, though a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. No. I don't know, Lu Xiaozui replied, her voice flowing softly like a stream in a mountain gorge. Li Yixiang pinched her cheek and said, You are my woman. Do not make decisions on my behalf, and do not neglect your own feelings. Lu Xiaozui seemed to feel a tremendous grievance. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling, breath quickening with tension. Ahem. Today's punishment ends here. Later, you will massage my back. And wear the clothes I bought for you. Li Yixiang declared with a light cough, feigning seriousness. Lu Xiaozui huffed, a hint of shyness in her retort. How shameless. You only know how to bully me. Those few strips of fabric cannot be called clothes. Oh, they cost thousands. Just throw them away. No, don't throw them. I will try them on. At Lao Mo's bar, the establishment exuded an elegant ambience, frequented by discerning high-end patrons. A band on stage played soothing jazz, creating a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere. All the guests spoke in hushed tones, as if afraid to disrupt the tranquility. Pan Pan In and Bai Xiaohua met at the bar. Both beautiful in their own right yet embodying distinct styles, drawing considerable attention. Since Pan Pan In was accompanied by a bodyguard, no one dared to approach them uninvited. Ladies, here are your strawberry daiquiris and margaritas. Please enjoy. The bartender respectfully placed the cocktails before them and carefully retreated. I heard your associate professorship title is about to be conferred. Congratulations, Pan Pan In said, raising her margarita slowly with a smile. Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Bai Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and took a sip of her strawberry daiquiri, her expression impassive. At that moment, she exhibited a maturity that belied her appearance, the act of drinking seeming second nature to her. Pan Pan In chuckled and replied, Why would I mock you? You are merely a failed imitation. Failed imitation? Ha! I refuse to accept that. Why does the teacher regard you with such favor? If I were the teacher's daughter-in-law, the resources and connections I would acquire could sustain me for a lifetime. I simply cannot comprehend why you would stray, all for a mere sum of money. It is utterly laughable, positively foolish. Bai Xiaohua remarked with a cold smile. Pan Pan In immediately tightened her grip on the stemmed glass, gently swaying it as she took a deep breath and replied, Being the teacher's daughter-in-law is not as simple as it seems. I once shared your perspective, believing I could inherit the legacy and follow the path of academic power. Yet, the reality is far from that. Chapter 90, I only compete for the present. The words of Pan Pan In resonated with an air of superiority in Bai Xiao's ears, stirring dissatisfaction within the ambitious young woman. She scoffed, retorting, Is it truly the fault of the teacher that your abilities are lacking? Are you referring to the opportunity of the hospital's logistics department, where one earns over 3,000 yuan a month? It offers a comfortable stability, enough to see one through a lifetime. Pan Pan In responded with a cold smirk, downing half of her cocktail. The intense stimulation of tequila met the tangy sweetness of lime juice and the aromatic essence of orange peel, gradually unfolding within her mouth. Though she had not overindulged, memories seemed to cloud her mind, rendering her gaze increasingly hazy. Bai Xiaohua shook her head derisively, asserting, The teacher has long recognized that you are ill-suited for academia. Your placement at Linhai First Hospital was primarily to hone your character and expand your network. If I were in your position, with a teacher as a backer, I could extricate myself from administrative duties within 3 years, ascend to management within a decade, and become a prominent dean or deputy dean within 20 years. Linhai First Hospital boasts formidable expertise, with its specialist and comprehensive surgical capabilities ranking among the top 3 globally. Do you grasp the concept of a large, integrated tertiary hospital that combines medical care, education, and research? It is not merely a hospital. It is akin to a microcosm of society. Yet you perceive this coveted establishment as a means of oppression from your teacher? With a delicate motion, Pan Pan In raised her slender finger to wipe the remnants of alcohol from her lips, speaking slowly. 10 years is far too long. I strive only for the present. How many decades does one truly have in life? I aim to reach the pinnacle of society and become a creator of rules. You possess ambition. Yet your aspirations are mismatched with your station. 3 generations of pedigree, 5 generations of lineage. True nobility is rooted in bloodline. You have no opportunities left. Bai Xiaohua scoffed. Paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together. Now, let us return to the main topic. Do not approach Li Yixiang again. Guwen is quite suitable. Pan Pan In remarked nonchalantly. Bai Xiao's expression darkened, her voice icy as she retorted, On what grounds? Why should you be allowed to, while I cannot? You are already divorced. If I say it is unacceptable, then it is. What Li Yixiang desires, you cannot provide. I will not allow him to be manipulated by you. Moreover, you are well aware of your own deeds. Should he discover the truth, do you believe you would still have a chance? He will not tolerate any deceit. Pan Panin spoke slowly, her words dripping with significance. Bai Xiao's demeanor grew immediately somber as she lifted her glass, declaring, "What have I done? The path I have walked with Li Yixiang to this point has not been without your interference." Pan Panin replied with a knowing smile, "You seem to misunderstand. The current outcome between you and Li Yixiang is entirely your own choosing. What relevance does that have to me?" Having uttered her words, she prepared to rise and leave. Yet her arm was firmly grasped by Pan Panin, followed swiftly by several bodyguards blocking her path. Pan Panin chuckled softly. "Sit down. Why the hurry? Or are you feeling guilty?" After Bai Xiao resumed her seat, she fell into silence. Pan Panin beckoned the bartender for a bottle of whiskey and then slowly remarked, "You bribed Zhang Tao from the former NM Group branch to send stockings to Li Yixiang. Simultaneously, you used a messaging app to send him photos of me in LV Deccan. The reason Li Yixiang appeared at the hotel that day was due to your phone call. Was your aim all this time to force us into divorce? Do you have any evidence?" Bai Xiao retorted, her pupils narrowing slightly, her voice trembling. Pan Panin gently patted Bai Xiaohua's head with a smirk. "You are clever, but regrettably, some matters do not require proof. Your actions were swift. You sent Zhang Tao to the Southeast Asian Park and deactivated the messaging app. The disguise you employed during your hotel visit erased the video footage. However, you have underestimated me. I have never believed in the abundance of coincidences in this world. Even LV Deccan, with a simple mind, could hardly fathom my scheme. In fact, Li Yixiang has been investigating this matter too. He has traced it back to the Southeast Asian Park. And what of it? I have a clear conscience. I merely made him aware of the truth in advance, so he could see what kind of woman you truly are." Bai Xiaohua retorted with a cold laugh. Slap. Pan Panin struck Bai Xiaohua, her head involuntarily turning sideways, a distinct handprint appearing on her fair cheek. The suddenness and ferocity of Pan Panin's action caught her off guard. Fueled by a surge of anger, Bai Xiaohua trembled, covering her face with her right hand, her eyes wide open as she shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Pan Panin regained her composure, stroking Bai Xiaohua's head. "I not only dare to strike you, but I would also dare to kill you. If it weren't for you disrupting my plans, Li Yixiang and I would still be a happy family." "A family? With those vile deeds you've committed? How can you even claim to be a family? You are merely committing infidelity. What I detest most is your self-righteous love." "How dare you?" Bai Xiaohua spat defiantly. "If you have the guts, then kill me. Do you think I fear you?" Pan Panin, infuriated yet mocking, replied, "Killing you is out of the question. I wish to uncover who stands behind you. Hey, it's only me. I am envious of you. How dare you win the favor of our teacher? If it were me, I would have done even better." Bai Xiaohua retorted coldly. Pan Panin swirled her glass, almost as if speaking to herself. "No one could do better than I. Had it not been for your interference, my plan would have succeeded. I would have ensured Yixiang and our daughter lived a life of perpetual happiness, free from want. Our family could travel the world, enjoying the finest life. You may leave. I shall not seek revenge against you, regardless of who is behind you. Please convey this. I shall remain a widow for life, never divorced. Li Yixiang is my only man." "Madwoman, you lunatic. I will not allow you to succeed. You will witness my marriage to Li Yixiang with your own eyes." Bai Xiaohua declared firmly as she rose, her expression twisted and fierce. Pan Panin regarded her with indifference, perceiving her as nothing more than a comedic figure. After Bai Xiaohua departed, Pan Panin too prepared to leave. Suddenly, a young man approached, disregarding the bodyguard's menacing presence, and extended his arm, saying, "Hello, beautiful, let's get acquainted. My name is Qi Bin. We met previously at Commander Tang's doorstep." "Qi Bin? The son of Mayor Qi? Ha! Young man, I am not someone you can charm. Perhaps you should return home to play video games." Pan Panin replied coolly, then rose gracefully and departed the bar, surrounded by her bodyguards. "How intriguing. Now this is entertaining. Once the Chen family intervenes, I shall see if you can withstand the pressure." The young man licked his lips, his eyes brimming with avarice. Chapter 91. Drunken madness. The moonlight seemed to drape the city in a delicate veil of silver, with stars twinkling like scattered gems, rendering the night exceptionally tranquil. Li Yixiang sat in his study, the ashtray before him overflowing with cigarette butts, his gaze fixed intently upon the computer screen. He had originally tasked his friend Tommy with investigating the cause of Bai Haoi's death, but he had not anticipated an unexpected revelation. Tommy had inadvertently uncovered Zhang Tao, who had traveled abroad 2 months prior, only to be sold into a district. Through interrogation, Li Yixiang discovered that the one who had orchestrated Zhang Tao's actions was none other than Bai Xiaohe. Bai Xiaohe? Was her intention merely to undermine him? Or did she harbor ulterior motives? Li Yixiang stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, allowing his memories to meld deeply, to the point where he nearly forgot that he was a time traveler. He was not the simple-minded, brawny individual of his original self. Why ponder so much? I am Li Yixiang. Don't turn me into a split personality. Li Yixiang rubbed his face, conversing with himself. Li Yixiang did not believe himself to possess significant charm. Aside from having a wonderful mother, he doubted there was anything particularly alluring about him that could attract a woman of both beauty and talent. Could it be that she was drawn to my mother, Han Ling? Surely she isn't a spy? Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before dialing Han Ling's number. At 1:30 in the morning, Han Ling had yet to rest, and it was her new assistant who answered the phone. Ms. Han is currently engaged in data verification. It should conclude in about half an hour. Mr. Li, I will convey your message. The new assistant, evidently an intern, recognized Li Yixiang's special number and was aware of the past circumstances involving Bai Xiaohe, thus her tone was laced with caution. After hanging up, Li Yixiang, feeling rather listless, opened the gaming platform. He had ample time to indulge in games at his leisure. However, upon opening it, he realized he had lost the joy he once found in gaming, finding even the system's built-in card games more capable of passing the time. As he awaited Han Ling's call, a sudden knock echoed through the silence. Lu Xiaozue, utterly exhausted, had succumbed to sleep and had not heard it. Finally, with a furrowed brow, Li Yixiang opened the door, having already anticipated who it might be. At this hour, there was no one else but Pan Nan. His suspicions were confirmed as the door swung open, revealing Pan Nan, supported by two female bodyguards, her arm raised in the air. Her eyes glazed with intoxication as she grinned foolishly. Darling, I'm back. You'll come to pick me up tomorrow. Pan pushed aside the bodyguards and threw herself into Li Yixiang's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck without a care. Exchanging glances, the two bodyguards stood respectfully. One of them speaking up, "Sir, we will wait outside. Should you need anything, feel free to command us." "Wait. Take her away. I have no ties with her now," Li Yixiang said, pulling Pan away coldly. The bodyguards, aware of the situation, quickened their pace, disappearing down the staircase. In this circumstance, Li Yixiang could not possibly abandon Pan and outside. If someone were to discover her, it would bring shame upon the entire family. Of course, it was also possible that Pan was feigning drunkenness, as her acting skills had always been remarkably adept. Not wishing to disturb his daughter and Lu Xiaoziye, Li Yixiang effortlessly carried Pan to the bathroom. "Darling, could you help me bathe?" She giggled, her long, dark hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed. The buttons of her blouse, once securely fastened before entering, were now undone, revealing her slender, alabaster neck and generous expanse of skin. Li Yixiang, his expression impassive, turned on the cold showerhead and rinsed her down. The cold water jolted Pan and back to lucidity. She hastily shut off the flow and playfully protested, "Darling, I missed you. Don't tease me. Now that you're awake, you should leave. You have no place here, nor should you intrude upon my life," Li Yixiang replied coolly. With dreamy, dazed eyes, Pan smiled enigmatically, murmuring, "A flower at home cannot rival the fragrance of a wildflower. I am now the wildflower. I find you repugnant. Who knows if you carry any diseases?" Li Yixiang retorted with a cold sneer. Pan retrieved a medical report from her bag and slammed it against Li Yixiang, declaring, "I knew you would say that. Look closely. I have nothing to be ashamed of. You're insane." Li Yixiang cast the report aside, suspecting that Pan's insanity was in question. What sane person would go to such lengths to procure a report, which seemed to reek of desperation? "I don't care. I came looking for you. Stay and chat with me. If you harbor resentment, strike me. I wouldn't mind." She clung to Li Yixiang, refusing to let go, the mingling scent of her perfume enveloping him. "Which man did you drink with? Were you not satisfied that you seek validation here? Just leave." Li Yixiang frowned, gripping her face in an attempt to push her away. With a sudden weakness in her knees, she collapsed to the floor, pleading, "I want nothing. I beg you. I haven't slept in ages. Please let me stay. Otherwise, I truly fear for my life." Her disheveled attire seemed to extend an invitation. Li Yixiang clenched his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he flexed his wrists. Pan raised her gaze, attempting to appease him. "Darling, I want you to hit me. You must have held back for so long, right? I dare you." In the next instant, a precise chop struck the back of her neck, and Pan's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Li Yixiang, frowning, tossed her onto the bed. After a moment of murmuring, her breaths grew heavy, and she fell silent, clearly drifting into deep slumber. As the day's thoughts transformed into dreams, Pan An, from unconsciousness to sleep, experienced myriad events, her lips curling into a smile of blissful contentment. In her dreams, she seemed to have had her wishes fulfilled, curling up like a cooked shrimp. Yixiang furrowed his brows as he reclined on the sofa, engrossed in short videos. It was not until after 5 in the morning that he changed his attire, left a message for Lu Xiaozue, and stepped out. When dawn broke, Lu Xiaozue roused Pan An for breakfast. Only then did Pan An open her eyes, still drowsy, and murmured, "Darling, I crave sour soup noodles. Yixiang has returned. I prepared wontons. You should have some with the child," Lu Xiaozue replied gently. "Oh no. I still have something important to tell him." "Never mind. I shall seek another opportunity." Pan An instantly became alert, struggling to rise as a blush of happiness crept onto her cheeks. Lu Xiaozue noticed the bruises on Pan An's face and frowned, saying helplessly, "What is the need for this? Yixiang does not hold you in regard, yet you insist on presenting yourself to be harmed." Chapter 92. The quarrel between mother and son. What do you understand? To hit is to care, to scold is to love. Yixiang holds me dear in his heart. Furthermore, I am unblemished, neither my body nor my spirit has strayed. I merely acted hastily, committing some missteps. I believe that after a few more encounters, Yixiang will completely forgive me, and I shall be his strongest support, allowing him to enjoy life in peace. I shall forego breakfast today. There is much to attend to. Pan An yawned, appearing radiant and chatty. Upon exiting her bedroom and seeing her daughter, she altered her decision, opting to accompany her for breakfast before taking her to kindergarten alongside Lu Xiaozue. Lu Xiaozue felt an inexplicable sense of unease but could not articulate it. If anyone could confidently enter and exit a confidential facility, it would surely be Yixiang. This was largely due to Han Ling, for it could be said that this research center was established primarily for her, with the administrative and security departments all aligned with her work. Thus, when Yixiang disregarded his pride and stood at the entrance, Han Ling impatiently facilitated the issuance of his access pass. At the cafeteria of the Coastal University Research Center, the typically bustling dining hall was unusually quiet. Researchers hastily consumed their breakfasts, moving with such care as to avoid the slightest sound. The sounds of chewing and swallowing echoed painfully in the stillness. Yet, no one dared to cast a glance in that direction, nor did anyone express dissatisfaction. Yixiang's plate was laden with a dozen buns, several tea eggs, and a bowl of pickled vegetables with rice porridge, enough to feed 3 people. Across from him, Han Ling observed her son's voracious appetite, her brow slightly furrowing. With elegance, she lifted her napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth, then took a bun from her plate and placed it onto Yixiang's. "Mom, can you manage with just a cup of coffee in the morning?" Yixiang did not hold back, finishing the bun in 2 bites. "It's not yet my mealtime. Watching you eat is sufficient for now. I'll just have a couple of chocolates later," Han Ling replied nonchalantly. After surveying the surroundings, Yixiang lowered his voice and said, "I called you last night, but you didn't answer. I wanted to discuss Bai Xiaohe with you." Han Ling listened quietly, refraining from interruption until he finished, at which point she replied, "I understand. Well, I have nothing more to discuss. Please take care of yourself," Yixiang implied. "There is no need for concern on my end, however. You were with Pan An last night." Han Ling raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. Yixiang expressed surprise. "How did you know?" "The scent of perfume. When Pan An visited me last time, I detected it on her, a custom blend." Han Ling's responses were always straightforward and succinct. Yixiang felt somewhat exasperated. Having skipped his morning shower, he hadn't anticipated being detected by Han Ling. He spread his hands and said, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't tea?" "Do you think I would?" Han Ling scoffed. Men are creatures of their baser instincts, often beyond the realm of rationality. Though they may speak disdainfully, their bodies are invariably honest. I harbor a reluctance to wash the dishes, compounded by my psychological aversion to mess. Having finished my meal, I prepared to depart. Yixiang rose to leave, but Han Ling coldly interjected, "Sit down. I have yet to finish speaking. Are you considering remarrying?" "Remarrying? Don't even entertain the thought. I will never forgive her," Yixiang asserted resolutely. Han Ling removed her glasses, wearily pinching the bridge of her nose, and inquired, "Then what transpired last night?" Yixiang shrugged and retorted defiantly, "Well, you have already made your assumptions. No matter how I explain, you will not believe me. Everything that needed to be done was done, 7 times in one night, and now she can hardly get out of bed. Next year, you might find yourself holding a grandchild. Frankly, It is impossible not to have feelings. Every man possesses a sense of possessiveness, unless he harbors an extreme hatred for his ex-wife. Reality is not akin to a romantic novel. What normal man would not wish for an embrace on either side, especially when it involves an ex-wife? To witness Pan Panin in another's arms? To have others mention her and consequently tie me to her in conversation? If I were to liken Pan Panin to a bowl of rice, would I simply allow a stray dog to lick it and then discard it for a pack of wild dogs? I would rather keep the bowl locked away at home and take my frustrations out on it when displeased. If Pan Panin were to err and lose face, how would Qian Qian fare in the future? Some men in literature, when faced with dilemmas, either wallow in self-pity or flee from reality, as if the fault lies with them. Li Yixiang was intentionally provoking Han Ling, yet she took his words to heart. That analogy displeases me. It is quite uncouth. However, I can understand you. After all, your level of education is rather lacking. Pan Panin is not a foolish woman content to be kept at home. Even if she were wholly devoted and wished to remarry, she would still maintain her financial and intellectual independence. At that point, your differing values would lead to constant quarrels. Your resources cannot compete with hers. I do not wish for the day when you find yourself imprisoned by Pan Panin, prompting me to call the authorities for your rescue. Han Ling taunted. Li Yixiang nodded, replying, "You have hit the nail on the head, but you also underestimate me. While I may not possess many talents, I excel in the art of physical disappearance. Once I am gone, no scheme can succeed. What if Pan Panin were to find another man?" Han Ling retorted. Li Yixiang chuckled. "Well, then Sister Cui would be under no pressure, and we would promptly obtain our marriage certificate." Han Ling, somewhat dissatisfied, patiently remarked, "Lu Xiaotsui was raised under my watch. She is a good person, albeit of low educational attainment. We already have you. I do not wish for Qian Qian to end up like you. I heard your aunt mention a Su Ruoyan. I inquired and found her to be quite decent." Stop. Low education does not equate to low character. Pan Panin may be educated, yet look at her actions. And what about Bai Xiaoha? One of your students is just as flawed as the other. One might think there is an issue with you as a teacher, given that all your students seem to emerge from the same mold. Li Yixiang countered. He successfully ignited Han Ling's ire. "You are spouting nonsense," she exclaimed angrily. "I impart knowledge, and I am under no obligation to teach morality. It is all due to Pan Panin setting a poor example. Very well. I truly shall take my leave. If you genuinely care for Pan Panin, then let her keep her distance from me." After Li Yixiang concluded his words, he promptly departed. Han Ling, equally exasperated, shot a fierce glare at her son. It was only her own child who dared to show her such disrespect, for no one else had done so in many years. "What are you staring at? Eat your meal." With that, Han Ling huffed and stormed off, coffee cup in hand. The atmosphere seemed to lighten instantaneously as the cafeteria returned to its usual state, and everyone appeared to shed their burdens. Chapter 93. An attempt at infidelity. As Li Yixiang stepped outside, he was intercepted by Bai Xiaoha, whose eyes were swollen and red, resembling walnuts. Like a small cannonball, she hurled herself into his embrace. "This is a setup, isn't it? I assure you, there are cameras here. Everyone is watching." Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, pressing one hand against Bai Xiaoha's head to maintain a safe distance. He had yet to exit the confines of the research center. If seen, he would find it impossible to explain himself. Bai Xiaoha lifted her head, her face a picture of despair. "Yixiang, I admit my mistakes. I shouldn't have texted you. Shouldn't have sent you stockings, nor called you at the Dihao Hotel sob." Bai Xiaoha's unsolicited confession left Li Yixiang speechless, yet it also showcased her cunning. However, her skills were inferior to those of Pan Panin. Li Yixiang remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he replied, "So, should I be thanking you for this? And no, that is not my intention. I have always liked you, which is why I wanted you to see Pan Panin's true colors. I am about to go for further studies. And before I leave, I wanted to share my feelings with you. Yixiang, I love you. Please don't resent me, and don't forgive Pan Panin. She is not a good woman," Bai Xiaoha choked out. Li Yixiang scoffed, patting his belt. "You needn't remind me. I will ensure she receives her due punishment. I broke 2 of my belts last night, and she won't be able to rise today. Do you wish to test that?" His menacing expression was deceptively persuasive. Bai Xiaoha believed him entirely, a shiver running down her spine as she conjured the image in her mind. Still recovering from a hangover, her mind felt dulled, devoid of its usual clarity. She tugged at Li Yixiang's sleeve, summoning her courage to say, "Yixiang, if this will appease your anger, I can do it. Enough. I've already said I forgive you. Stop pestering me." Li Yixiang retorted, shaking off Bai Xiaoha and swiftly exiting the research center. He had never realized he possessed such an appeal to women, though it was more likely a series of troublesome entanglements. Bai Xiaohe exhibited remarkable tenacity, following him like a persistent shadow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Desperate to escape her harassment, Li Yixiang halted and asked, "What exactly do you want?" "I've made myself perfectly clear. There is absolutely no possibility for us. Our heights and builds do not match." A flicker of resolve shone in Bai Xiaohe's downcast eyes as she replied earnestly, "I'm not afraid. I am willing to be your mistress, as long as you can forgive me." It is challenging for any ordinary man to resist the allure of a youthful beauty like Bai Xiaohe. Yet, at this moment, Li Yixiang's wariness peaked. He squinted, a sudden smile emerging as he lowered his voice. "Let us book a room at a hotel tonight, and send me the room number." Bai Xiaohe's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded fervently, her cheeks flushed. "All right, Yixiang, I'll be waiting for you." Li Yixiang prepared to seize the opportunity to probe into Bai Xiaohe's intentions, curious to uncover what this prodigious beauty truly desired. Time flew by swiftly. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Pan Pan received a message from an unknown number, which simply stated, "Li Yixiang is in room 101 of the Linhai Grand Hotel with Bai Xiao." Her initial reaction was disbelief. She squinted her eyes and hesitantly traced her fingers over the keyboard before deciding to investigate the hotel. Donning sunglasses and a high-collared trench coat, Pan Pan concealed herself thoroughly and set off to the Linhai Grand Hotel accompanied by her bodyguard. She lingered in the car, reluctant to exit, her gaze lost in the night, appearing almost dazed. Yet, within her, a tempest of emotions raged, anger intertwined with an indescribable restlessness. "Boss, he has arrived," whispered a female bodyguard. Pan Pan observed a man stepping out of a taxi, wearing a baseball cap, glancing furtively around before hastily entering the hotel. In an instant, she recognized him. It was unmistakably Li Yixiang. He truly came, and he is indeed with Bai Xiao. How could he betray me? I have remained virtuous, resisting countless temptations. What a heartless scoundrel, Pan murmured to herself, her muscles trembling as waves of anguish washed over her. The female bodyguard, indignant, remarked, "How could he do this? You love him so dearly, yet he sneaks around. If it were me witnessing this, I would certainly demand a divorce." A sudden chill coursed through Pan as if the bullet she had fired had ricocheted back to pierce her own brow. She now comprehended Li Yixiang's feelings at that moment. Perhaps he had experienced this very sensation. Overwhelmed by shame, she clenched her fists and softly commanded, "Enough." Pan endeavored to steady her breathing, her mind racing. After a brief contemplation, she redirected her gaze towards the hotel. Her eyes, deep as an abyss, spoke to herself. "It's a matter of tit for tat. After all, men are prone to errors. With time, one can discern my worth." "Boss, when shall we proceed?" inquired the female bodyguard. "Wait, in half an hour," Pan replied nonchalantly, crossing her arms with a slight, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to Li Yixiang, Pan was waiting outside. Upon entering the hotel, he did not head to room 101, but rather to room 111, situated on the 11th floor. This room faced directly below, at room 101 on the 10th floor. "Come on, let us see who's behind you and what tricks you're up to. With a stroke of luck, I might just catch a big fish," Li Yixiang mused with a faint smile. The illogical behavior of Bai Xiao heightened his vigilance. There has never been love without reason in this world, and his encounters with Bai Xiao had been few. Her eagerness to draw near him could only suggest ulterior motives. Likely aimed at Han Ling, Li Yixiang retrieved a pre-prepared device from his backpack. A listening apparatus featuring a suction cup on one end and a silent earpiece on the other. This listening device emitted no electromagnetic signals, thus remaining undetected. He peeled back the thick carpet and carefully positioned the device, subsequently donning the earpiece. The sounds from the room below gradually intensified, becoming increasingly clear. "I've already checked. The room is secure. Li Yixiang is coming over immediately. You shouldn't be calling me at this moment." Bai Xiaohe's voice was tinged with anxiety as she paced back and forth in the living room, indicating she was likely on the phone. Chapter 94. The empathy of an ex-wife. "I cannot fathom why you are so insistent on having Pan divorce. Do you harbor feelings for her?" Enough of that. I shall marry Li Yixiang, not merely out of our agreement, but because I have discovered that I have developed feelings for him. Love always arrives unexpectedly. You would not understand. Once this concludes, I hope you will remain true to your word. You must fulfill your promises to me." After Bai Xiaohe finished her words, she ended the call. Li Yixiang furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, clearly realizing he had misjudged the situation. The target of Bai Xiaohe and her unseen accomplice was, in fact, Pan Pan Nan. If it were a former boyfriend or suitor of Pan Pan Nan, it would make some sense. But why the insistence on her divorce? The reason for our own separation stemmed from the collaboration between Pan Pan Nan and Su Yu. What role did Bai Xiaohe play in this? How was she able to pinpoint the timing so precisely and even anticipate my reactions? A name surfaced in Li Yixiang's mind. He had never met the woman named Su Yu. Yet, the events unfolding around him seemed intricately connected to her. Speculation without evidence was futile unless one resorted to unconventional methods. Li Yixiang's hand rested on the hilt of a knife, gently drawing it out. The blade glimmered coldly under the light. After a comprehensive memory recovery operation, he believed that no one could withstand the consequences. His phone buzzed with a vibration. Pan Pan Nan. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow. He declined the call, severing the connection and blocking the number. Following that, he received a call from Bai Xiaohe. Hello? Yixiang. Have you arrived? Bai Xiaohe's voice was crisp and melodious, with a slight lilt. Yes, I shall be there shortly. Please wait a moment. I believe I just spotted an acquaintance at the hotel, Li Yixiang replied nonchalantly. Bai Xiaohe seemed unperturbed, responding, all right, I'll be waiting for you. I've already taken a shower. Indeed, I prefer black, along with handcuffs and a blindfold. Oh, and please turn on the television, I have a surprise for you. Li Yixiang said with a hint of significance. Bai Xiaohe fell silent for a moment before mustering, I understand. You are truly wicked. She then hastily ended the call. Li Yixiang rose and stood by the window, parting the curtain slightly, his gaze directed towards the parking lot. He muttered to himself, Pan Pan Nan, you cannot escape your involvement in this matter. Let the two of you engage in your petty squabbles. I am eager to see who emerges victorious. Earlier that afternoon, he had sent a text to Pan Pan Nan, resolutely deciding to employ a third party to eliminate his adversaries, ensuring that he could remain detached from the ensuing chaos. Just as Li Yixiang believed Pan Pan Nan would not show. The doors of 3 black sedans simultaneously opened in the parking lot. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow and remarked, what a grand spectacle. Are they truly here to catch someone in the act? He donned his listening device once more, concentrating intently as he began to eavesdrop. A group of over 30 robust men emerged from a black sedan, all clad in dark suits. Leading them was a man named Niu Jianjun, speaking in a strong accent from the northwest, followed closely by his fellow townsmen. They hailed from a background in construction, lacking formal training, their imposing physiques and fierce demeanor, coupled with their uniform attire, lent them an air of intimidation. The manager of the Linghai Grand Hotel, upon receiving news of their arrival, rushed out to greet them, bowing and saying, Mr. Pan, President Pan, we are honored by your presence. If there is anything amiss in our service, please do enlighten us. Pan Pan stepped forward, removing his sunglasses, and replied coolly, you recognize me? Quite perceptive of you. Our establishment is in the service industry and in Linghai City. Who could possibly be unaware of your stature? The manager flattered. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm not here to cause trouble, but to catch someone in the act. Please inform me, who occupies room 101? Pan Pan stated with a low, serious tone. Typically, hotels maintain strict confidentiality regarding guest information, but rules often falter in the presence of certain individuals. Given Pan Pan's prominence in the Linghai business community, the manager, eager to avoid conflict, promptly instructed the front desk to retrieve the guest's details. It is a lady by the name of Bai Xiaohe, the front desk attendant reported, visibly anxious. Without further ado, Pan Pan's expression darkened as he commanded, let us go. The hotel manager personally led the way, opening the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Pan Pan observed the changing floor numbers and suddenly remarked, Manager, we met 2 months ago, did we not? I apologize, my memory fails me. The hotel manager stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, secretly cursing himself. He vividly recalled that 2 months prior, Pan Pan was the one being caught in a compromising situation. Now, the roles had dramatically reversed, and he was left wondering who Pan's new partner might be. It seemed Pan Pan could hear the manager's unspoken thoughts, a cold smile playing on her lips as she said, not a new partner, but an old flame. Yes, I understand. The manager replied, wiping his perspiration, his words stumbling. With a whoosh, the elevator doors opened, and the bodyguards surrounded Pan Pan as she stepped out. Approaching the door of room 101, she momentarily felt a wave of disorientation, reliving the emotions that Li Yixiang must have felt at that time. Clutching the room card tightly, she was engulfed by a tumult of anxiety, painful doubts, and simmering rage, all crashing over her like a tidal wave. Boss, let me handle this. Niu Jianjun murmured from behind, aware of the identity of the person within, his hesitation evident. Pan Pan remained silent, her expression grim as she pressed the card against the sensor. Click. The door unlocked automatically, swinging open slightly. From within the room, a cacophony of unwelcome breaths and playful banter between a man and a woman echoed out. Pan Pan's breath quickened, a tumult stirring in her throat. As if she were about to utter something, yet she forcibly suppressed it. A surge of indignation surged through her reason, her beautiful eyes filled with bloodshot fury, resembling a vengeful specter. With a resounding thud, Pan kicked the door open, storming inside with a piercing shriek. By Xiaohe, you wretched woman. Li Yixiang, you scoundrel. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a small lamp at the bedside that cast a warm orange glow, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. However, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. There were no disheveled figures on the bed. Instead, the sounds that quickened the pulse emanated from the television. By Xiaohe, where are you? Where have you hidden her? Pan bellowed, refusing to relent. Chapter 95. What have I done wrong? By Xiaohe donned a blue and white sailor suit. The hem of her skirt artfully tailored to fall low, complemented by pure white knee-high cotton socks. She appeared exquisite and charming, yet retained an alluring sensuality that could stir the hearts of most men. Pan, is that you? What brings you here? Where is Yixiang? Please don't come any closer. Her eyes were covered with a blindfold, preventing her from seeing Pan's figure, but she recognized her voice. Thus, she struggled desperately. Unfortunately, her hands were shackled to the headboard, rendering her utterly immobile unless she were to dislocate her arms. A fire of rage blazed within Pan and as she glared with bloodshot eyes, frantically searching the room, a stark contrast to her usual composed and astute demeanor. Not under the bed. Not in the bathroom. Not in the wardrobe. Where on earth are you? Pan hissed furiously. The bodyguards in the corridor, hearing the commotion, dared not enter, while the hotel manager swallowed nervously, cautiously closing the door. Guests who heard the disturbance peeked out, only to retreat into their rooms upon encountering Niu Jianjun and his entourage, unwilling to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Pan leaned out of the window, anxiously calling out, "Come out. Please don't do anything foolish." Pan, you fool. There is no one inside. Li Yixiang has tea come. I've been deceived. Just as you have. Bai Xiaohe screamed, her voice laced with indignation. Both women, possessing high intelligence, swiftly concluded that they were being manipulated. Pan's expression darkened, her face alternating between pale and flushed, her teeth grinding in fury as she laughed through her rage. Very well, Li Yixiang, you wish to play games with me. Do you want me to experience the feelings you once had? She approached the bed, raising her arm and striking Bai Xiaohe across the face multiple times. In an instant, one side of Bai Xiaohe's face swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The more she struggled, the more she screamed. Pan. How dare you hit me? I not only dare to strike you, but I also dare to kill you. Outside, all my men are waiting. All of them are men. Think carefully before you speak to me. Pan snarled, gripping Bai Xiaohe's jaw fiercely. At that moment, Li Yixiang upstairs was taken aback. He had concluded that Pan and Bai Xiaohe were not in cahoots. However, he never anticipated that his former confidant would possess such a violent side. Yet, Li Yixiang also failed to realize that during his act of infidelity, he harbored intentions no better than Pan's. Unbeknownst to Pan, the man she longed for was merely a stone's throw away. She tightened her hands around Bai Xiaohe's neck, her eyes glinting with malice as she hissed. Who sent you to seduce Li Yixiang? Who is it? What benefits did that person offer you? Cough. No one. I simply like him, and I am envious. What you reject, I desire. What have I done wrong? Bai Xiaohe responded resolutely, refusing to divulge a single word. Pan narrowed her eyes, releasing her grip. After removing the eye mask from Bai Xiaohe, she spoke in a detached tone. I have scrutinized your bank statements and call records. You have been in frequent contact with foreign entities recently. As a researcher in a confidential unit, you should be well aware of the confidentiality agreement. The monthly stipend of 100 yuan is not given without reason. If you choose to remain silent, I shall report you to the CIA and have them investigate. I am unfazed. I have a clear conscience. The calls were made to the HF University Research Institute. It was merely a normal academic exchange. And I have already informed my supervisor. Bai Xiaohe revealed a sardonic smile, laughing coldly as she spoke. Pan, encased in an icy demeanor, gazed down at Bai Xiaohe and remarked, It seems you have everything meticulously arranged, convinced that I possess no evidence? I refuse to believe you are truly unafraid of death. Bai Xiaohe, do not attempt to intimidate me. You would not dare harm me, for we are of the same ilk, Bai Xiaohe replied slowly. Pan Nan raised an eyebrow. Countering, are you so certain? You should be well aware of my affection for Li Yixiang. I cherish my family. Your actions are utterly unforgivable. You are attempting to seduce Li Yixiang. Do not speak so sanctimoniously. If you truly loved him, you would not entangle yourself with El Dekhen. Let us be honest. It all boils down to interest, doesn't it? When the stakes are high enough, what is it that you wouldn't sell out? Bai Xiaohe retorted. Pan Nan snorted derisively, stating, I have warned you to keep your associates in check, yet it is evident you have not heeded my counsel. Rest assured, my subordinates will treat you well. Pan Nan, you dare. Bai Xiaohe warned, a layer of goosebumps rising on her skin, her pupils constricting, her voice trembling involuntarily. Pan Nan was undeniably ruthless. Her threats transcended mere words. Upon hearing Bai Xiaohe's response, she smirked with disdain. Rising, she approached the door, grasping the doorknob, and declared, I give you one final chance. Provide me with a name. Who is it? Who desires my divorce? I cannot say. That person is beyond my means. And you are no match for them either. You may not dare kill me, but they would, Bai Xiaohe asserted, her complexion pale yet resolute. I shall consider it akin to being bitten by a dog. Come at me. Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside, followed by persistent knocking on the door. We are the police. Everyone against the wall. Prepare for inspection. We have received a report of a kidnapping. Open the door immediately. A group of police officers surrounded Yixiang and his men, who were merely ornamental bodyguards, terrified of the authorities. Upon seeing the police uniforms, they complied, raising their hands and pressing against the wall. Yixiang, a man of loyalty, stood at the door to prevent the police from advancing, but alas, he could only hold out for a mere 10 seconds before being forcefully subdued. With a loud click, the door swung open, and Pan Nan emerged, her expression darkened. What is going on? Hello, we have received a report of a kidnapping and confinement. Please step aside. We need to conduct an inspection, the police stated solemnly. This has nothing to do with me. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, Pan Nan stated. The officers burst into the room, removing the handcuffs from Bai Xiaohe before commencing their inquiries. Miss, are you physically all right? Do you require medical attention? One officer inquired. Bai Xiaohe flexed her wrist, managing to conjure a faint smile as she replied, I am fine. This is merely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Miss, if you are in any danger, please inform us. We assure your safety, the officer asserted in a grave tone. Bai Xiaohe, growing somewhat agitated, insisted, I have already said, it is all a misunderstanding. I am perfectly safe, and there is no issue. The officer regarded Bai Xiaohe intently for a moment before bellowing, fall back. Chapter 96. None are simple individuals. The room fell silent once more as the police departed entirely. Is this your backup plan? Calling the police? How despicable. Pan Nan's expression darkened, her fist clenched tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Bai Xiaohe. Bai Xiaohe, arms crossed, smirked coldly, stating, I would never be foolish enough to handcuff myself without any contingency plan. If we are to speak of despicability, we are equally matched. I certainly didn't expect you to carry a surveillance camera with you. Pan Nan had not anticipated that Bai Xiaohe's accomplices would alert the authorities. While Bai Xiaohe was equally surprised that Pan Nan had concealed a pinhole camera on her person, these two highly intelligent women found themselves locked in a fierce contest. With Bai Xiaohe slightly at a disadvantage, however, she had already secured her freedom, and with the police's presence, Pan Nan dared not make a move. Seething with resentment, Pan Nan sat on the sofa and remarked with a sneer, Are you planning to set a trap for Li Yixiang? A trap so lowly? My ultimate goal is for him to marry me. Once we establish a relationship, even if the police apprehend us, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Bai Xiaohe revealed her intentions without reservation. Pan Nan shook her head derisively, replying, You think you, a mere little potato, can attract him? He favors long legs. And you simply do not meet the physical criteria. The aromatherapy bottle on the table contains herbal concoctions that can render Li Yixiang uncontrollable. I understand men far better than you do. No matter how strong-willed they may be, just provide them with an excuse. Bai Xiaohe spoke slowly. Bang. Pan Nan smashed the aromatherapy bottle on the table, gritting her teeth as she spat. Shameless. But you have failed. He has tea shown up at all. If he hadn't come, how could you? If my guess is correct, you must have received some news. Li Yixiang wants us to fight it out while he watches from the sidelines. Two women vying for the same man, How utterly absurd and filled with malicious amusement. Bai Xiao's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her delicate fists. Pan Nan stood, coldly stating, "My man doesn't need your instruction. You foolishly offered yourself to him. And he is not even interested. Out of respect for our shared background, I shall spare you this time. Leave Linhai City at once. I do not wish to see you again." Bai Xiao replied expressionlessly, "In the realm of mountains and rivers, we shall meet again. Let me remind you. You have already drawn attention." Pan Nan ignored her, stepping outside to address Niu Jianjun, saying, "Once that woman exits, have a few sharp-minded individuals follow her and observe whom she meets. Ah, boss, I will do my best. I can handle a fight. But tailing someone is not really my forte," Niu Jianjun replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "Do your best." Pan Nan sighed, resolving to seek out some professionals, for her current subordinates would likely be inadequate for the forthcoming challenges. At that moment, Yixiang tidied up the listening device and sat quietly on the sofa. He smoked a cigarette, opened a bottle of chilled beer, and gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window. Clink. The door creaked open, and Pan stepped inside, promptly switching on the light. Upon spotting Yixiang lounging on the living room sofa, her previously pent-up frustrations dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of trepidation. "Husband. You're here. I've been searching for you tirelessly," Pan stammered. Yixiang remained silent, continuing to sip his beer, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Pan turned off the light, shedding her high heels as she approached him. She attempted to wrap her arms around the man, only to be met with rejection. As expected, shifting her approach, she knelt beside Yixiang, hesitantly saying, "I didn't mean to follow you. I know we're divorced, and I shouldn't interfere with your life. But that Bai Xiaohe is no good. There are people behind her who wish to harm you. Who do you think is behind her? Do you already have an answer?" Yixiang's voice was cold as he responded. Resting her head on Yixiang's lap, Pan murmured indistinctly, "Who else but the Chen family? The last one was Du Dahong, and now it's Bai Xiaohe." Yixiang exhaled sharply, recognizing that the love-hate entanglements between him and Pan were internal conflicts, and he would not allow outsiders to exploit their discord. He refused to be a mere instrument of vengeance. He intended to wield the blade himself. If we don't eradicate the roots, the weeds will flourish anew. Investigate Dekhin and Chen Hongzhuang. If you cannot handle it, then I shall take over. I no longer wish to be embroiled in this trivial matter. Do you understand?" Yixiang stated flatly. Pan nodded vigorously, her throat constricting, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Just being in the presence of this man instilled in her a profound sense of security. For her, the institution of marriage held little significance. The man before her was of utmost importance. Even without a marital bond, she felt connected to him through their child, and thus, she had not truly lost him. She would employ every means at her disposal to reclaim his affection, with the immediate priority being to conceive. "Husband." Pan elongated the syllable, her waist slightly bending, gently swaying, her eyes glimmering with allure. After leaving the hotel, Bai Xiaohe was already aware that someone was following her. She made a phone call, and then entered a black sedan with a Songshan City license plate. The car's taillights quickly vanished into the darkness. Inside the black car, Bai Xiaohe looked at the striking woman beside her, who rivaled Pan in beauty, and sighed, "Thank you, Miss Chun, for your assistance. There's no need for gratitude. I am merely fulfilling a request," Chen Hongzhuang replied. "However, I am somewhat curious as to how you clashed with Pan." She raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly. Bai Xiaohe shrugged, explaining, "I had a room booked with Yixiang for a chat, and Pan barged in, meddling. Miss Bai has feelings for Yixiang? As far as I know, he is merely a high school graduate." Chen Hongzhuang inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. Bai Xiaohe chuckled lightly. "Is it so hard to believe? Pan is the same, isn't she?" Miss Chen may not be familiar with the academic circles, but she should know the weight of Professor Han Ling's reputation. To utter an offensive remark, perhaps the Chun family's influence is indeed formidable. Yet it cannot so much as ruffle a single hair on Professor Han. My aim has never been directed towards him, but rather towards Pan An. The matter concerning my cousin, Dekhin, is inexorably linked to this Pan An. This debt must be repaid. Chen Hongzhuang spoke coldly. Bai Xiaohe shook her head and replied, "To deal with Pan An, it is essential to compel Yixiang to completely abandon her, while also ensuring that Professor Han has no grounds to intervene. Professor Han may regard Pan and with special consideration duty his granddaughter. Thank you for your sage advice. I wish Miss Bai smooth sailing abroad." Chen Hongzhuang said with a slight smile. "Indeed, it won't be long before I return swiftly. I hope Miss Chen's wishes are fulfilled, Bai Xiaohe responded, also smiling, though her eyes were filled with reluctance and bitterness. Chapter 97. Unspoken words and unshared sentiments. Within the confines of the hotel, Pan Nan proactively produced her surveillance footage, eagerly displaying the video on her phone and reporting her recent circumstances. Li Yixiang, however, exhibited little interest, casting critical glances at Bai Xiaohe before feeling exasperated by Pan Nan's antics. Pan Nan, you revel in the pursuit of wealth and thrive in the limelight. No need to share this with me. As long as you are pleased, that suffices. This is rather trivial, Li Yixiang remarked, his brow furrowed, his voice deepened. He found himself perturbed by the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Pan Nan. Seemingly oblivious to his discontent, Pan Nan rested her chin on her hands, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an irresistible charm. With a beaming smile, she declared, I find it quite fascinating. As my career flourishes, shouldn't you feel a sense of accomplishment as well? I, Pan Nan, am willing to transform into any version of myself solely for you. For me? Pan Nan. Do you wish to remarry? Li Yixiang suddenly chuckled. Pan Nan, taken aback by his unexpected revelation, was momentarily rendered speechless, her mind a blank canvas, leading her to believe she was hallucinating. Husband, are you serious? I have dreamed of remarrying. Let us visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning and hold a wedding once more. You shall donate your entire company, leaving not a single cent behind. What do you say? Did you not profess your love for me? Li Yixiang replied, his tone laced with mockery. Pan Nan's emotions soared like a roller coaster. Swiftly realizing that the man before her was toying with her, she offered a bitter smile. Do not jest with me. You are merely amusing yourself. After all I have invested, how could I simply let go? Each person has their designated role. Once the rehearsal concludes, I shall conduct another examination. If my health stabilizes, I shall pursue my ambitions. Let us each find our own peace henceforth. Li Yixiang rose, stretching languidly. Pan Nan, her lips pursed, felt a tumult of emotions. She sensed the man's ambitious spirit. If time could turn back, she would gladly follow him as a noble lady, yet now all possibilities seemed lost. In the next moment, her melancholy was eclipsed by fury. I intend to propose to Cui Jia. Before Li Yixiang could finish his sentence, Pan Nan let out a piercing scream. I will not allow it. Absolutely not. She lunged at him in a frenzy. Li Yixiang effortlessly lifted Pan Nan with one hand, his demeanor indifferent. I am not seeking your approval. I am merely informing you, just as you did not notify anyone when you were with Elda Chun. Pan Nan felt as though her heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, her breath quickening. In a fit of madness, she raised her fist to strike him. Yet, as soon as her arm was lifted, her wrist was seized, and she was subdued with ease. You chose this path. You must walk it to the end. Even on your knees. We are not of the same ilk. You shall traverse your narrow bridge, while I shall walk my broad avenue, and we shall coexist without interference. Li Yixiang's gaze was piercing, imbued with an unfathomable depth, his tone as tranquil as water. Pan had struggled momentarily, then suddenly smiled, saying, Li Yixiang, do not think you can sever ties with me so easily. With our daughter between us, to outsiders, we will always appear as a family. If something were to happen to me, those people would eliminate any traces, fearing that Qianqian might seek vengeance upon growing up. Thus, we are all in the same boat. If the boat sinks, none shall fare well. Pan Nan, you are mistaken. I could personally cast you overboard. Rest assured. My grip is swift and painless. Li Yixiang's gaze gradually turned frigid, his voice laced with a bone-chilling coldness, as his right hand slowly rested upon Pan Nan's throat. Our daughter. I promised her that I would take her to the amusement park this week. Yixiang, my husband, forgive me. I spoke out of turn. Pan Nan felt the specter of death closing in, her eyes reddening as shimmering tears swirled within. No amount of wealth could salvage her life. Li Yixiang rose slowly, speaking with indifference. Remember, do not be late on Sunday. With that, he exited the room. Pan Nan collapsed onto the floor, her muscles quivering uncontrollably. Yet, a flush crept onto her face, her gaze radiating an abnormal excitement and anticipation. Li Yixiang, I love you. I adore this version of you. Pan and Psyche slipped into a morbid state, yet she felt inexplicably well. Upon his return to the base, Li Yixiang keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The civilian officers in the corridor hurried past, each face etched with gravity. Assistantly, you have returned. A young second lieutenant approached briskly, standing at attention to salute. He was an aide to Tang Wanzhong, primarily responsible for his daily affairs. What has transpired? Li Yixiang inquired, brow furrowed. The second lieutenant glanced cautiously around. Lowering his voice, I've heard that someone has reported us, claiming our militia lacks quality. Not only are there suspicions of material trafficking, but also accusations of using militia status to assault civilians. The military has dispatched inspectors collaborating with a local audit team. Their intentions are clearly malevolent. What of the commander? Li Yixiang's brow tightened, his voice low and serious. The commander is currently in a meeting. You should return to your office for now. Militia training is also suspended. And it seems the exercises may conclude early, the second lieutenant replied before hastily departing. Li Yixiang felt an instinctive foreboding. The sudden audit was likely linked to the Chen family. Upon returning to his office, the telephone on his desk rang. Assistant Li. Someone is waiting for you at the door. The guard at the entrance reported over the phone. Li Yixiang frowned, rising to approach the base entrance. A young man in a black suit and sunglasses approached, his tone devoid of warmth. You're Li Yixiang? Our young lady invites you to a banquet tomorrow evening, and we hope you can attend punctually. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow. The young man's demeanor was arrogant, clearly not here to extend an invitation, but rather to provoke conflict. He recalled the sudden arrival of the audit team at the base today, and a few speculations arose within him. Li Yixiang disregarded the young man and turned to ascend the watchtower. The guard at the post stood with his feet together, saluting with utmost respect. Chest out and head held high. I shall take your watch. Hand me your weapon, Li Yixiang stated calmly. Huh. The guard was taken aback. Follow the orders. Yes. The guard relinquished his assault rifle to Li Yixiang, then stood at attention, saluted, and hurried back into the base. Li Yixiang, now armed, stood at the watchtower. His expression impassive, looking down upon the young man. After removing his sunglasses, the young man's eyes filled with rage, as if he had been humiliated. He charged towards Li Yixiang and bellowed, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Chapter 98, Assault on the Sentinel. The young man, evidently accustomed to arrogance and bearing a special mission, spat curses in an attempt to provoke Li Yixiang's ire. However, Li Yixiang remained unperturbed, his gaze imbued with scorn. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, the young man reached out, intent on dragging Li Yixiang down from his post. Unfortunately, he failed to notice a sign nearby. The sentinel is sacred and invulnerable. Just as his arm was raised, his fingers never making contact with Li Yixiang, he was met with the harsh impact of a rifle butt. Bang! The first strike shattered his nasal bone, and the second fractured his teeth. Blood, mingled with broken enamel, spewed from the young man's mouth as he swayed unsteadily, eventually collapsing to the ground in a wretched state. Li Yixiang, his expression devoid of emotion, lowered his rifle, prompting a nearby soldier to immediately blow the whistle. The piercing sound echoed, and in accordance with emergency protocols, a squad of armed soldiers surged forth. Do you know who I am? The young man gasped, struggling to rise but swiftly restrained by the soldiers. Li Yixiang, maintaining his impassive demeanor, declared, attempted weapon theft. Assault on a sentinel. Arrest him and conduct a thorough investigation. The young man continued to struggle, and in the next moment, his arm was inadvertently twisted until it broke, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. As anticipated by Li Yixiang, reinforcements soon arrived. Stop. What is happening here? A middle-aged man in an administrative jacket barked. Tang Wanzhong followed closely behind, feigning surprise as he inquired, what is going on? Li Yixiang jogged over, standing at attention to salute, and explained, attempted weapon theft. Assault on the sentinel. This may involve members of an overseas espionage organization. I recommend the military intelligence department be involved for a thorough examination. You have been too brutal. You haven't even clarified the situation before beating him to this extent. The middle-aged man frowned. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tang Wanzhong's eyes as he maintained a stern facade, stating, Yixiang, this is Group Leader Ma from the auditing team. Please respond to his questions. Li Yixiang, not one to mince words, instructed the sentinel to retrieve the footage from the cameras. The video was crystal clear, depicting the young man reaching out towards Li Yixiang, indeed resembling an attempt to seize the weapon. Group Leader Ma's brow furrowed as he solemnly asserted, the video is edited. The claim of attempted weapon theft is merely one-sided. I have a question. Why is Advisor Li personally on guard? Let alone Advisor Li. Tang Wanzhong, sometimes stand guard as well. Group Leader Ma, you are the head of the auditing team. The inventory has been completed. This matter pertains to our base's internal affairs, and whether it is handed over to the security department will be decided after our review. What do you think? Agreed. Commander Tang makes a valid point. They say that a formidable general commands no weak soldiers, and I have certainly witnessed that. Group leader Ma nodded, departing with his subordinates. Tang Wanzhong shot Li Yixiang a glare, commanding, change posts. Follow me. This was indeed a farce, yet the necessary procedures must be adhered to, and with a decisive hand. Tang Wanzhong established the case as an unassailable fact. Li Yixiang entered the office, casually pulling out a cigarette and inquiring, "Old camp leader, are they coming for you or for me? What do you think?" The last incident involving Du Dahong implicated the Qin family, and now their retribution has arrived. Tang Wanzhong shook his head and replied, "What retribution? Do they intend to kill me?" Li Yixiang scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice. Tang Wanzhong sighed. "Your achievements do not grant you immunity. Even the founding heroes of ancient times were not without their faults. Do not act recklessly. I recall an inspector surnamed Qi from the neighboring province who, despite being shot multiple times while apprehending criminals and earning first-class merit, now finds himself merely stationed at a rural judicial office. Fortunately, you have managed your affairs discreetly. Although some harbor discontent, they merely wish to teach you a lesson. However, once the militia exercises conclude, your connection with the military will cease. Without that identity, you are but an ordinary head of public security. I ask you once more, are you willing to re-enlist?" Tang Wanzhong's earnest counsel weighed heavily on Li Yixiang's heart. As he realized the Chun family's influence in Tianan province had even caused Tang Wanzhong to feel concerned for his safety. In times of war, one must return when summoned. If you wish for me to deploy, a single phone call will suffice. If it's merely out of concern for my safety, I believe it's unnecessary. The nation still adheres to laws and regulations. Besides, I have a wonderful mother. Li Yixiang jested. Tang Wanzhong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? With your mother, Hanling's connections, you should be fine. However, you ought to temper your temperament. If they catch you in a compromising position, your mother would also be embarrassed." Suddenly, Chen Hongzhuang slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp, "That Li Yixiang has some nerve. I kindly invited him to dinner, and he dares to assault my people. They have already been sent to the hospital and will be transferred to the detention center shortly. Miss Chun, no offense, but your people lack discipline. How many heads does he think he has to clash with the sentry? If I hadn't intervened, the military inspection unit would have come after you." Group leader Ma stated solemnly. A flicker of cold light crossed Chen Hongzhuang's eyes, though she concealed it well. Raising her glass gently, she said, "I appreciate Uncle Ma's assistance. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I specially had the master chef prepare a few boxes of mung bean paste mooncakes for you to take home and share with your family. As a small token of my gratitude." "Mung bean paste mooncakes? Then I must savor them," Group leader Ma replied with a smile before rising to leave. Yang Tao, Chen Hongzhuang's trusted assistant, leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Miss, I fear Liang may be compromised. Moreover, the timing of Group Leader Ma's appearance at the garrison headquarters is rather suspicious. It might lead others to believe the Chun family orchestrated this. I have encountered Li Yixiang a few times. Should I explain the situation?" Chen Hongzhuang's expression darkened as she coldly replied, "Explain what?" "I shall seize this opportunity to deal with both Pan Panan and Li Yixiang. Those elderly individuals desire patents and licenses yet remain unwilling to take the initiative. Thus, I shall claim them all for myself. The game of capital has always been a matter of the big fish devouring the small. My dear, Pan Panin is not without her support. She relies on her former mother-in-law, Han Ling. Although those patents are under Li Yixiang's name, they fundamentally belong to Han Ling." Yang Tao hesitated momentarily and whispered, "Does Han Ling not hold a particular fondness for Pan Panin? What if those patents were to be claimed by Pan Panin herself? I intend to incite a rivalry between Li Yixiang and Pan Panin, where the clam and the snipe contend, leaving the fishermen to reap the benefits." Chen Hongzhuang squinted her eyes and spoke slowly. Chapter 99, Pregnant? Yang Tao's expression was peculiar and perplexing as she murmured, "Miss, one is your biological son, and the other is your former daughter-in-law. Surely, Han Ling knows how to make a choice, right? Does Pan Panan really have such a significant influence over Han Ling? Although I have not uncovered the reasons behind this, an unsettling intuition tells me that Pan Panan holds considerable importance in Han Ling's heart. Have Xiao Dao invite Li Yixiang. I intend to orchestrate a grand spectacle. He must learn that the esteem of Chen Hongzhuang is not something to be trampled upon." Chen Hongzhuang articulated slowly. Yang Tao replied in a low voice, "Miss, should we wait until the exercise concludes? Li Yixiang is still a reserve officer, and with that status, Xiao Dao might find it challenging to reach him. In a few days, he will no longer be a reserve officer. Are mere militia members truly soldiers? If it weren't for Tang Wanzhong's protection, I would have dismantled him long ago. And as for Pan Pan Nan, not one of them will escape my grasp. Chun Hongzhuang's eyes flickered with icy intensity as memories of her beloved dog's tragic demise and the terror she experienced upon awakening surged within her. An uncontrollable wave of fury engulfing her. Chun Hongzhuang rose, seizing her phone, and made several calls. Pan Pan Nan, fatigued, returned to the company and immediately set about addressing pressing matters. Over the next 24 hours, Yixiang company faced an unexpected fire safety inspection, followed by the withdrawal of the property management company and sudden price hikes from raw material suppliers. These issues, though minor, instilled in her a sense of foreboding. What transpired next was far graver. The sales of Yixiang pharmaceuticals in other cities, which had been progressing smoothly, suddenly encountered insurmountable obstacles. Every hospital categorically refused to cooperate, including those that had previously engaged in contracts. It felt as though an invisible barrier was intent on ensnaring Yixiang pharmaceuticals within the confines of Lehigh City. Despite Pan Pan Nan's private efforts to leverage connections, her endeavors proved futile. Those capable of assisting, as implied by their names on the list, clearly sought to extract both financial and material gains. In a desperate attempt, Pan Pan Nan endeavored to leverage a dilapidated real estate project under her company's name to secure a bank loan, while simultaneously disseminating optimistic news to stabilize the situation. However, it was evident that she had gravely underestimated the Chun family's influence in Tianan province. In truth, Pan Pan Nan could extricate herself now and still lead a prosperous life thereafter. Regrettably, after having once been a commanding and authoritative CEO, she found it impossible to revert to her previous way of life. 3 days later, bang, Pan Pan Nan slammed the phone onto the table. Her countenance darkened to the extreme. She addressed her assistant. Chen Hui, has there been any response from President Li? When is the loan likely to be approved? Boss, President Li indicated that the amount we seek to borrow is too substantial. The headquarters has rejected it due to perceived credit risks. He suggests that you augment the collateral to enhance our credit rating, Lu Hui cautiously replied. Pan Pan Nan, infuriated yet sardonic, inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, huh? Arrange a dinner with President Li for me a bit later. By the way, if the company is in need of funds, can we utilize the $30 million trust fund? Lu Hui tentatively offered her opinion. Pan Pan Nan decisively shook her head, stating no. The trust fund is meant for my husband and daughter. Even if I face bankruptcy, not a single cent of that money shall be touched. She then requested arrangements for transportation and a restaurant, as she had dinner plans with her daughter that evening. Chen Hui diligently recorded her notes, but in the next moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open. A man in his 20s entered, followed by 7 or 8 security guards, all of whom he had single-handedly incapacitated. Pan Pan Nan stood up abruptly, her voice sharp. Who are you? My name is Chun Xiaodao, from the Chun family of Tianan province. Our young lady has invited you, General Manager Pan, to dinner this evening to discuss some matters, the young man replied nonchalantly. Chun Xiaodao bore a conspicuous scar on his face, and his cold gaze exuded an intense sense of pressure. Pan Pan Nan narrowed her eyes, quickly realizing the situation, and responded in a low voice. The Chin family. Is it you? What do you want? Tomorrow evening at 6:30, at the Minghua Bay Club, room A001. Please be punctual, General Manager Pan. Chen Xiaodao showed no regard for courtesy. After delivering his message, he turned and left. Upon exiting the Yixiang company's doors, he directly entered the passenger seat of a black sedan. Miss, is it not too much of a favor to this woman for you to come personally? Chen Xiaodao asked respectfully. Seated in the rear, Chen Hongzhuang elegantly closed her book and replied calmly. She is a valuable pawn, a clever yet greedy individual. Thus, ordinary measures will prove ineffective. When you invite Li Yixiang, approach with courtesy before resorting to force. Remember to bring along more people. The matter must be handled discreetly, yet executed beautifully, to preserve the Chun family's reputation. I understand, Chen Xiaodao replied in a low voice, a hint of severity flickering in his eyes. The Chen family? Chun Hongzhuang, the cousin of El Dekhen. Haha, I knew it was you. I couldn't resist. Pan Pan's gaze turned icy. Her fists clenched tightly as she struggled to calm her racing breath. Chun Hui lowered her voice in concern. Boss, it's someone from the Chin family. Should we inform Professor Han to take charge? Silence. This is my affair. Do not tell her. Pan propped herself up, but suddenly felt the world spinning, her mind blank, and her stomach churning violently, nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. She fought to keep herself upright, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Hui hurriedly took her to the hospital. After a series of tests, the female doctor examined the reports, frowning as she said, "Your body shows no significant issues. It's merely exhaustion. You must take care to rest more. Additionally, have you experienced any symptoms of excessive sleepiness, fatigue, or nausea recently?" Are you suggesting I might be pregnant? I do have these symptoms, Pan Pandan replied, her eyes widening in disbelief. The female doctor nodded and suggested, "I recommend a test for confirmation. It will provide more accurate results." Half an hour later, the final test results were revealed. "Congratulations, you are 64 days pregnant," the doctor said, handing the report to Pan Pandan with a smile. Pan Pandan pressed her red lips together, her eyes shimmering with joy and excitement, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. Please remember to rest adequately, avoid alcohol and coffee, and start taking folic acid," the doctor advised. "Thank you so much. This is the best news I have heard recently," Pan Pandan replied with a smile. Chapter 100 Invitation. Pan Pandan was oblivious to how she had exited the office. She felt as if she were floating, her feet barely touching the ground like they were treading on a cloud. "Boss, is everything all right?" Chen Hui inquired with concern. "Everything is fine. Please keep my visit to the hospital confidential. I do not wish for any rumors to circulate at this moment," Pan Pandan replied with significant undertones. Seated in the car, she began composing an email on her phone, eager to share the joyous news with Yixiang. However, just as she was about to send it, a wave of hesitation washed over her. She feared that Yixiang might not acknowledge the child. With pursed lips, she sank into deep contemplation before crafting a revised message to send. Meanwhile, when Yixiang received the message, he was engaged in a summary meeting. As the year drew to a close, various departments were bustling with activity, prompting the provincial authorities to submit a request, which the military approved, to conclude the drills 2 weeks earlier than planned. All active militia and officers will return to their original units starting tomorrow. Please arrange for tomorrow's gathering, Tang Wanzhong announced. Yixiang glanced at the message, a frown creasing his brow. He sensed that the premature conclusion of the drills was likely connected to Chen Hongzhuang. The so-called militia reserve exercises were merely a selection of registered retired soldiers from various units undergoing basic training. In previous years, it had been a mere formality, but this year, due to Yixiang's involvement, it had become distinctly extraordinary. Utilizing his position as a reserve officer, Yixiang had managed to avert numerous troubles. Yet it was evident that the young lady from the Qin family had set her sights on him, beginning with a strategic undermining. "Dismissed. I need to speak with Li," Tang Wanzhong said after the meeting, allowing everyone else to leave. Yixiang closed his notebook and inquired, "Old leader, the drills are ending so abruptly?" "Yes. The orders from above have come down. Have you decided whether to re-enlist? The Chen family is evidently going to be ruthless this time," Tang Wanzhong replied gravely. Yixiang chuckled, reclining slightly as he retorted, "There are thieves for 1,000 days, but where can one find a guard for 1,000 days? If the Chen family wishes to contend with me, let them come. Even if I perish, I shall take at least 2 of their teeth with me." Sigh. It is easy to kill, but difficult to leave no trouble behind. Even if you wipe out the entire Chen family, what does it matter? You still have a daughter, a girlfriend, friends, and family. Tang Wanzhong cautioned solemnly. With indifference, Yixiang replied, "I do not wish to meet the same fate as Lin Jiaodo at the Temple of the Snowy Mountain." His words were imbued with a chilling intensity, causing the temperature in the conference room to plummet. "You have quite the temperament. There is another option you might consider. The Military Intelligence Office has sent someone specifically to see you," Tang Wanzhong mentioned. Yixiang's pupils constricted slightly, unsure why he had attracted the attention of this department, which had come to seek him out personally. This is a fictional alternate world organization, not based on reality. The Military Intelligence Office is primarily responsible for external military intelligence gathering and analysis, operating under direct orders from headquarters and executing classified missions. Yixiang followed Tang Wanzhong into a room, and upon entering, he encountered a lieutenant colonel officer. "Yixiang, this is Director Dai Hong from the Military Intelligence Department." "Director Dai. This is Yixiang. Please, have a conversation," Tang Wanzhong briefly introduced before taking a seat on the sofa. He showed no intention of leaving, clearly offering support to Yixiang. Dai Hong was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Everyone speaks of General Tang's affection for his soldiers, and today I have witnessed it firsthand." After saying this, he solemnly saluted Yixiang, stating, "Major Yixiang, I have reviewed your resume. You have fought valiantly for your country and achieved numerous commendable feats. I express my deepest respect. Your praise is unwarranted. I am merely an ordinary person now, Li Yixiang replied. Daihong glanced at his watch and continued, I'll be brief. Following the passing of your father, Li Haiyong, there are remnants of his influence in Baikal that require someone to take charge. I am confident that you will soon be contacted. The Military Intelligence Department hopes you will go to Baikal and, leveraging this connection, re-establish the intelligence network. Daihong offered no further elaboration. Upon hearing this, Li Yixiang furrowed his brow and responded, My father's legacy should rightfully pass to his daughter. It has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I remember he was engaged in foreign trade, and assisting the Military Intelligence Department in establishing an intelligence network seems rather implausible. Your father had only you as his heir. The so-called daughter is merely a collateral relative of his wife's family. Your father had extensive connections in Baikal, which would facilitate matters greatly, Daihong explained. Li Yixiang was entirely unaware of Li Haiyong's affairs and had never considered delving into them. He was disinterested in the so-called inheritance and even less inclined to associate with the Military Intelligence Department. Thus, he declared, I apologize. But I have no intention of joining the Military Intelligence Department. In my lifetime, I wish to remain by my family's side. Tang Wanzhong coughed lightly, seemingly a reminder to Li Yixiang. After being rejected, Daihong displayed no anger. His demeanor remained amiable as he said, that is perfectly fine. Majorly, should you reconsider? Feel free to contact me at any time. The Military Intelligence Department is also willing to offer assistance within its means. That will be all for today, General Tang. I must take my leave. After escorting Daihong out of the office, Tang Wanzhong shook his head repeatedly, saying, You are the first person to dare refuse the Military Intelligence Department. Your achievements are commendable, and they will not impose undue pressure. However, you should think carefully about how you will navigate the Chun family's challenge without the Military Intelligence Department. Should things escalate, I will personally lead a team to apprehend you. Old leader, would you mind if I borrow your authority one last time? Li Yixiang smiled. Tang Wanzhong coughed again and asked, What do you intend to do? I believe Tang Wu has returned, hasn't he? Li Yixiang replied with a smile. Tang Wanzhong, now vigilant, said, He arrived 2 days ago, bringing equipment. What are your intentions? If someone wishes to undermine me, it would be unwise to expose myself to their attacks. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. However, I fear the Qin family may find it difficult to step down, so you must be mentally prepared, Li Yixiang stated. Tang Wanzhong smiled and remarked, The military must maintain absolute independence. As long as you can substantiate your reasoning and challenge the heavens, I shall support you. Tang Wanzhong's defense was not without justification. He harbored no fondness for the local elites. As the local garrison commander, one of his primary responsibilities was to uphold regional stability, ensuring that certain individuals would think twice before acting recklessly. Li Yixiang, well aware of certain rules, boldly made his demands. The more tumultuous the situation became, the more pleased Tang Wanzhong would be. A harmonious atmosphere was certainly not what the higher-ups desired. Thank you. Li Yixiang solemnly saluted and stated earnestly,